Chapter 391. That makes sense. Many castle lords immediately agreed. Although they didn't know what the information attributes of the demon army building were, judging from the name alone, the demon army building probably also had the ability to revive and reincarnate. Combined with the current situation, it can almost be concluded that the castle soldiers killed by the Alliance army were resurrected through a building in the Black Technology Castle. Damn it! Even if we find the reason, what can we change? The size of our army is still getting smaller, while Tang Xiufan's castle troops are getting stronger. After resurrection, those castle troops will return to their initial level and become weak. But as long as they are not killed in the first place, they will grow up quickly and become more and more difficult to kill. If this continues, all the castle troops under Tang Xiufan will become very powerful. By that time, I'm afraid we will die without a burial place. This is an unsolvable proposition. A castle lord said with a depressed face, when our Alliance army is slaughtered, Tang Xiufan will probably have thousands of level 21 soldiers under his command. There may be more demigods. Hearing this, the other castle lords twitched their faces. Who asked them to bring hundreds of thousands of soldiers to Tang Xiufan to gain experience? Such a large-scale army of soldiers can gain a huge amount of experience. Even a pig can gain a demigod. We are here to give Tang Xiufan heads and experience. Not just experience. Hundreds of thousands of troops, how many soul stones, blueprints, equipment will be dropped. After the battle, Tang Xiufan's troops and demon troops will be upgraded to level 7, and the levels of the Elf Mother Tree and the Monastery of Light will also increase. The castle lords did not know that Tang Xiufan's farmer factory was already level 7. Even the Elf Mother Tree and the Monastery of Light have all reached level 6, surpassing countless castle lords. We are not here to besiege the Black Technology Castle. We are here to give Tang Xiufan a great gift. We are here to help Tang Xiufan become more powerful and invincible. As soon as these words came out, the castle lords on the battlefield felt even more uncomfortable. They were clearly here to destroy the Black Technology Castle, explode the Godhead, and explode the blueprints, but in the end, they didn't accomplish anything, but instead pushed Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle to become stronger. The depression in my heart cannot be described in words. Boss Tang Xiufan. On the battlefield, a castle lord shouted. Stop first, don't kill anymore. As long as you let us go, we will leave all the troops here to give you experience. Let them stand still, and let your castle troops kill them. What do you think? His voice resounded throughout the battlefield with the help of magic. But after a long time, the owner of the voice did not get a response. On the contrary, the Black Technology Castle army on the battlefield killed more happily. For the soldiers of the Black Technology Castle, the Almighty Lord protects them, and they can be resurrected even if they die on the battlefield. What are they afraid of? When they see the enemy, they just rush up. The more they kill, the stronger they are. In comparison, the Alliance army and the lords of the castle on the battlefield feel a kind of pain of being unable to live or die, and feel quite uncomfortable. Don't shout, it's useless. Tang Xiufan clearly doesn't want to let us go. No, we still have a chance. A level 20 castle lord gritted his teeth and flew high into the sky, looking at the white figure on the distant wall and shouted, Boss Tang Xiufan, let's make a deal. This time, he got a response. Tang Xiufan's calm voice came over. What deal? The level 20 castle lord was immediately ecstatic. He was not afraid that Tang Xiufan would not agree, but he was afraid that Tang Xiufan would ignore him. Then, there would really be no hope. He hurriedly said, If you let us go, we will leave all the troops here and give them to you. There are nearly 200 castle lords on the battlefield. Just think about it, how huge a resource this is. There are definitely hundreds of millions, or even billions of units of resources. It can completely help your Black Technology Castle upgrade from a high-level main city to the level of a royal capital. At that time, you can directly establish a dynasty. That's right. Another castle lord flew high into the sky and shouted to Tang Xiufan standing on the city wall. You will get nothing if you kill us, but if you let us go, you can get hundreds of millions of resources. Such a deal will only benefit you, not harm you. If you don't trust us, we can sign a contract supervised by the game officials. If we breach the contract, we will lose our status as the lord of the castle. With the game officials notarizing it, you don't have to doubt our sincerity at all. For a while, many castle lords were shouting. They seemed to have seen hope, and they all expressed their willingness to hand over all the resources of the castle to Tang Xiufan in exchange for their lives. What can Tang Xiufan get by killing them? It's nothing more than the experience of nearly 200 arms types. But compared with the hundreds of thousands of troops on the battlefield, what is their experience? On the contrary, if he spares their lives, they can give Tang Xiaofan hundreds of millions of resources. Nearly 200 castle lords, even if each of them has only 100,000 units of resources, that's 20 million units. What a huge amount of supplies is this? It's terrifying to think about it, so killing them is not worthwhile at all. If he lets them go, Tang Xiaofan can get more things. Now it depends on what Tang Xiaofan chooses. However, they believe that Tang Xiaofan will be tempted, and in fact, Tang Xiaofan is indeed tempted. Compared with billions of resources, the lives of these castle lords are really nothing. Originally, he was not going to let these castle lords go, and wanted to kill them all, not sparing anyone. Otherwise, he would not let his 8 demigods block the entire battlefield, leaving all the castle lords with no way to escape. He tried to use a bloodbath to warn those who were eyeing the Black Technology Castle. But now, he was attracted by this deal. If he could get hundreds of millions of castle resources, his Black Technology Castle would be able to be directly upgraded to a mid-level royal capital, or even a high-level royal capital. In addition, the soul stones and other materials stored by the nearly 200 castle masters on the battlefield must be an astronomical figure when added together. Maybe, he could directly upgrade his farmer factory to level 9. Summon his Stark. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan was even more excited. The World Chat channel was also a hot topic. Countless castle lords and wanderers gathered here to discuss the Black Technology Castle War. Revelation. The war between the Black Technology Castle and the Alliance army has made new progress. The 800,000 troops besieging the Black Technology Castle were slaughtered to only 200,000 or 300,000, and the castle lords were killed to less than 200 people. All the castle lords are begging for forgiveness from Tang Xiaofan. The latest revelation. This century-long war may end peacefully. Peace? What's going on? With Tang Xiaofan's personality, it doesn't make sense for him to let go of those castle lords when he has the upper hand. Isn't this letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Chapter 392. What tigers? They are just some ordinary castle lords. The top castle lords, who led the Alliance army, and several Alliance leaders were all killed by Tang Xiaofan. The castle lords, who are still alive on the battlefield, are generally low-level castle lords, and only a few are high-level castle lords. Compared to Tang Xiaofan, they are not even kittens, let alone tigers. What the above person said is true. Even if they are released, they will not pose any threat to Tang Xiaofan. After this battle, no one dares to attack the Black Technology Castle anymore. I just want to say that Tang Xiaofan is also a kind person. The Lord of the Castle has spoken, and my friend told me that they are now negotiating with Tang Xiaofan. Use the castle supplies in exchange for their lives. They are all afraid of being killed by Tang Xiaofan, and beg Tang Xiaofan to spare them. For this reason, they not only leave all the troops for Tang Xiaofan to gain experience. In addition, they also promise to hand over all the supplies in the castle to Tang Xiaofan. I also received a message from my friend. This is true. Fuck, isn't boss Tang Xiaofan going to make a fortune? With nearly 200 castle lords, how much resources would that be? Definitely billions of units. Oh my god. So many resources are enough to upgrade the Black Technology Castle to a very high-level capital. In addition, there are soul stones. The soul stones stored by nearly 200 castle lords combined can probably directly upgrade boss Tang Xiaofan's military buildings to level 9. Level 8 is promising. After all, big brother Tang Xiaofan has 3 military buildings. My military buildings are only level 5. Why haven't I gotten such a good thing? Is the person above crazy? This is a good thing for big brother Tang Xiaofan, but a disaster for us. Can your castle withstand the siege of 1,000,000 troops? I'm afraid it will be razed to the ground in a minute. This is a benefit that only big brother Tang Xiaofan can get. No castle lord can suppress a 1,000,000-scale army. I finally realized that there were 200 money-giving boys. It's so unfair. Tang Xiaofan has become so strong. At this time, many castle lords stood up, but most of them were anonymous. For a few resources, he let go of those who besieged the Black Technology Castle. Where is the dignity of Tang Xiaofan, who is known as the strongest castle lord? He let go of those who wanted to kill him just for a few resources that can be found everywhere. Is this something the strongest castle lord can do? If it were me, I would definitely kill them all. Resources are nothing. I just want to kill all those people, and give other castle lords a bloody warning. Support Tang Xiaofan to kill all those who invaded the Black Technology Castle. Trading is an insult to the title of the strongest castle lord. Call on Tang Xiaofan to bloodbath the battlefield. Not many castle lords responded, but there were quite a few who refuted. Where did these idiots come from? Look at their anonymous status. These people are worried that after Tang Xiaofan completes the deal, and obtains a huge amount of resources, he will become even stronger. Once Tang Xiaofan obtains hundreds of millions of resources, it will be even more difficult for these top castle lords to challenge Tang Xiaofan's position. These people are anxious, haha. I wonder why they are so stupid. Compared to hundreds of millions of resources, and military buildings upgraded to level 8 and 9, what's the point of killing those castle lords on the battlefield? Strength is king. What's more, Tang Xiaofan's strong suppression of 1 million troops is enough to prove his title as the strongest castle lord. After all, who else can do it except Tang Xiaofan? As soon as this deal came out, some top castle lords were as anxious as ants on a hot pot, and couldn't wait to jump out to stop it. They are scared. It's normal. If I were a top castle lord and wanted to dominate the world, I wouldn't want to see Tang Xiaofan get hundreds of millions of resources all at once. Just as the castle lords of the neutral camps analyzed, the top castle lords of the major alliances were indeed anxious. After all, Tang Xiaofan was already so powerful. With the strength of a castle alone, he suppressed the millions of troops assembled by several alliances. How powerful is this? The strongest castle lord, truly worthy of the title. And once Tang Xiaofan obtained the resources reserved by nearly 200 castle lords, upgraded the Black Technology Castle, and upgraded the 3 military buildings in the castle, what would happen? It would be strange if the top castle owners of the major alliances were not anxious. The highest level of their castles was just upgraded to the primary main city, while Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle had already reached the level of a high-level main city. The gap itself was already terrifying. If Tang Xiaofan could earn a huge amount of resources, they would fight Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle with their heads in the future competition. So many top castle owners stood up anonymously, and tried to make Tang Xiaofan give up the deal through various remarks. Will Tang Xiaofan listen to them, and give up the deal? It is obviously impossible, because he has been tempted. Unless he is stupid, he will refuse the deal. After all, compared with hundreds of millions of resources, plus the possibility of directly upgrading to level 9 Farmer Factory and Stark, slaughtering a group of ordinary castle lords, who are not even top castle lords, what is it? He has deterred the entire castle force through this war. After that, I believe no castle lord will dare to go against him again. As for those alliances, they don't have the courage. What he has to do now is to expand the Black Technology Castle, and upgrade the 3 military buildings in the castle to prepare for the God War that may come at any time. Compared with the God War, attacking the local empire in the central area, the castle forces are no longer taken seriously by Tang Xiaofan. For him, he is already invincible in the castle forces, and the new target will be the local empire in the central area. Well, there is also Stark. When thinking of him, Tang Xiaofan's mood is difficult to calm down. The Alliance of Gods, once known as the strongest alliance among castle forces, is now in a bleak state. When Bear Grylls withdrew from the alliance, he took a group of top castle lords with him. During the siege of the Black Technology Castle this time, a large number of top castle lords in the alliance were killed by Tang Xiaofan, and even the high-level counselors died, leaving only 3 out of 5. As for the top castle lords, the Alliance of Gods had 9 counselors and hundreds of top-level castle lords at the beginning, which was definitely the strongest alliance among castle forces, with infinite glory. But now, however, the few surviving counselors and those top castle lords are very lucky that they did not join this war. If they had gone to the forest, they would have been dead now. After all, those top castle lords who besieged the Black Technology Castle were directly wiped out by Tang Xiaofan. How could they not be lucky? Chapter 393. Even Brotherhood died. Luckily I didn't go this time. I originally thought of waiting 2 hours before teleporting over. Now that I think about it, I'm really scared. If you had gone, you would have been dead, and your body wouldn't even be found. That's right. It's such a pity that Brotherhood died. He was the second on the Beast Tide event battle power rankings, second only to Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, but he died before he even started to shine. Tang Xiaofan is too strong. Millions of troops can be suppressed. Even a demigod will die. There is news from the Black Technology Castle that Tang Xiaofan already has the body of a demigod. To be honest, even a demigod can't think of conquering the Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan is already invincible in our castle. Brothers, have you seen the information in the World Chat channel? Tang Xiaofan is making a deal with the castle masters on the battlefield. Once successful, he will get a huge amount of resources. I saw it a long time ago. The castle lords on the battlefield had no choice but to survive. If Tang Xiaofan gets the resources stored by the more than 200 castle lords, it would be too terrifying. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang Xiaofan will choose to trade. Nonsense? If it were me, I wouldn't refuse either. After all, killing those ordinary castle lords is meaningless. On the contrary, the castle resources they store are treasures. The resources of the more than 200 castle lords are absolutely huge. It's probably several billion in total. The resources in my castle are only 800,000 units in total. Several billion units of resources, I can't even imagine it. Tang Xiaofan is going to make a fortune this time. After this war, it will be even more impossible to destroy the Black Technology Castle in the future. Who dares to attack the Black Technology Castle at this point? I don't have the courage. I'm afraid of death too. The top castle lords in the Alliance of Gods were all a little sad. Everyone was glad that they didn't participate in this war, but they felt very uncomfortable with the sudden increase in the strength of the Black Technology Castle. After all, the ultimate goal of the 10,000 Races tournament is to fight for the only throne of the God King. As the masters of the top castles, they are naturally ambitious. But now, Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle has become so powerful. And it is possible to get billions of units of resources, which will become even more terrifying. How can they fight the Black Technology Castle in the future? They can't do it now, let alone in the future. They all hope that Tang Xiaofan will refuse the deal and kill all the ordinary castle masters on the battlefield. But this is obviously impossible. Even a fool knows what is more important. Compared with billions of resources, the hundreds of ordinary castle lords are nothing. Any castle lord would know how to choose. Moreover, in addition to the castle upgrade materials, the soul stones and other materials stored by ordinary castle lords add up to an astronomical figure. It is completely possible for Tang Xiaofan to upgrade the military buildings to the maximum level, and Tang Xiaofan has 3 military buildings. When thinking of this, the top castle lords left in the Alliance of Gods felt their scalps tingling. I just want to know where Tang Xiaofan got the Elf Mother Tree and the Monastery of Light. You know, these are super top-level troops. I'm also curious about how he got the troops' blueprints. And he got 2. From the time I arrived until now, I have killed at least 300,000 or 400,000 wild monsters and local intelligent creatures. But let alone the blueprints of top-level troops buildings, even the blueprints of low-level troops buildings have not been dropped. Who doesn't? Among hundreds of castle lords, there are definitely no more than 100 castle lords who have 2 military buildings, not to mention Tang Xiaofan, who has 3 top military buildings. I simply suspect that Tang Xiaofan is the illegitimate child of the game official. His luck is simply invincible. The most terrifying thing is that Tang Xiaofan also has a godhood. Tang Xiaofan also has a godhood. What's the godhood? Tang Xiaofan is already a demigod now. With his promotion speed, maybe he will become a god before the 1-month seal period of the godhood is over. For Tang Xiaofan, it doesn't matter whether he is godhood or not. Damn it, Tang Xiaofan crushes us in every aspect. What's the point of playing here? I doubt one thing. What? I strongly doubt that someone is fishing for Tang Xiaofan. Look at Tang Xiaofan now, he has 8 demigods, thousands of level 21 warriors, and billions of resources that are about to be obtained, all of which are sent to him by the major alliances. Without the millions of troops of the major alliances, how can Tang Xiaofan be so strong? Now that you put it like that, it really sounds like fishing. No doubt. Damn! This is official cheating. Many level castle lords are complaining, and of course, they also believe that the game official would not do such a despicable thing. But the problem is that the game official rewarded Tang Xiaofan with divine power, and issued a world announcement saying that killing Tang Xiaofan would definitely result in divine power. In addition, destroying the Black Technology Castle has a chance to reveal the architectural drawings of the demon army. Directly lured hundreds of castle lords to go there and die. This series of operations is too much like fishing. They are luring these castle lords to go there and give Tang Xiaofan heads, experience, and supplies. This wave of operations is quite cool. If you stay in the alliance, you will be liquidated by Tang Xiaofan sooner or later. I'm withdrawing too. Many top castle lords are very worried. After all, the Alliance of Gods is the mastermind of the alliance army. There are still 100 or 200 ordinary alliance members left on the battlefield over at the Black Technology Castle. If Tang Xiaofan wants to settle accounts with the Gods Alliance in the future, he will definitely start with these remaining top castle lords. If you don't withdraw from the alliance, you will die sooner or later. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The Gods Alliance aims to destroy the Black Technology Castle, and now it must change its name. The reason is very simple, we can't do it. The core purpose can only be to quietly grow crops and strive to become gods. I agree. The name of the new alliance is the Dawn Alliance. I hope that we, the top castle lords, can usher in our own hope and dawn in the future. Yes. Soon, the Alliance of Gods was disbanded, and the New Dawn Alliance emerged. As for the ordinary members of the Alliance of Gods, who remained on the battlefield, they were all abandoned. They were recruited as cannon fodder to besiege the Black Technology Castle. Now that all the leaders were killed, who would care about their lives? The war in the Black Technology Castle was no longer fierce. All the castle lords restricted their troops and prohibited them from attacking the Black Technology Castle. Now only a small group of troops were still fighting with Tang Xiufan's castle troops. The masters of those troops were dead, and their loyalty made them avenge their dead masters. Chapter 394. But in general, the war has calmed down relatively. This made many castle lords on the battlefield feel relieved. At least it means that they have a greater chance of survival. Boss Tang Xiufan, we will sign the notarization agreement immediately. When we return to the castle, we will immediately trade the castle materials to you. We will never dare to disobey in secret. Many castle lords hiding behind the battlefield stood up, hoping that Tang Xiufan would let them go, and for this, they were willing to pay all the castle materials. With the witness of the game official, they really didn't dare to deceive Tang Xiufan, unless they wanted to give up their status as castle lords. But how could this be possible? It was just supplies. If they lost them, they could just collect them again. It was not as important as the status of the castle lord. No castle lord wanted to become a wanderer unless it was absolutely necessary. Okay. Tang Xiufan didn't continue to torture them. He had made a decision and agreed to let them go. After all, compared with billions of units of castle supplies and a large number of soul stones, the lives of these hundreds of ordinary castle lords really had no value. If he wants to gain experience, there are still 200,000 or 300,000 soldiers on the battlefield for him to gain. In addition, he has a bigger plan. That is to recruit soldiers from the light, good, and lawful camps on the battlefield. All of them will be expanded to his castle soldiers and his believers. He estimates that with the help of the faith magic of the Angel of Hartiga, this wave can at least recruit tens of thousands of soldiers and convert them all into his believers. A castle with tens of thousands of light soldiers is a very terrifying thing. Once it was spread, it was enough to shake the entire castle power and terrify countless castle lords. In addition, after having these tens of thousands of soldiers, he could smoothly dominate the entire forest and attack the surrounding Balalai Highlands, Death Swamp, and Karami Prairie where Bear Grylls was. Once this move succeeds, the development speed of the Black Technology Castle will exceed everyone's imagination. Seeing the castle lords on the battlefield cheering excitedly, Tang Xiufan didn't say much. The value of these ordinary castle lords is only to contribute the castle supplies to him. It would be a waste to kill them if they don't have more value. Sign the contract. After Tang Xiufan communicated with the game official, he obtained a way to sign a contract collectively. With a thought, he directly released the power of the demigod's law, condensing it into a huge contract magic circle, and placed it on the battlefield. In the center of the magic circle was an illusory golden contract. The content of the contract was very simple, that is, the content of the transaction. If the spirit of the contract was violated, then the game official would deprive him of his status as the lord of the castle. Thank you, Boss Tang Xiufan. After returning to the castle, I will immediately put all the supplies on the shelves for you, and I will not leave a single cent. I promise that I will never go against Boss Tang Xiufan again. The castle lords on the battlefield were very excited, and they rushed to step onto the magic circle and sign a contract with Tang Xiufan, fearing that if they were one step late, Tang Xiufan would regret it. It took more than an hour, and hundreds of ordinary castle lords on the battlefield all signed contracts with Tang Xiufan. There are also a few castle lords who are sneaky and think they can blend in with the crowd and return to the castle safely without paying anything. They don't know that when the contract takes effect, the two parties will establish a contractual relationship. Tang Xiufan can tell at a glance who has not signed the contract and wants to get away with it. The fate of these castle lords is also very simple. They are killed by Tang Xiufan directly with the power of the semi-god law. It can be said that he is merciless. He doesn't give them any chance to quibble. The remaining castle lords all felt cold in their hearts, and at the same time, they were glad that they were honest and did not do such a thing. Otherwise, they would also become a ball of blood mist, not to mention the corpse. It seems that even the soul was dissolved, which can be said to be completely dead. Finally, I don't have to die. I swear that I will never come to the forest again in this life. This is my nightmare place. Who else is coming? I don't want to experience the first time again. Compared to those castle lords who have died, we are already very lucky. The castle supplies are nothing, we can collect them later. The most important thing is that the people are fine. Long live Tang Xiufan. For a moment, many castle lords cheered, as if they were not enemies of Tang Xiufan before, but supporters of Tang Xiufan. Soon after, Tang Xiufan ordered his demigod to open portals for them to leave on the magic band covering the entire battlefield. As for their troops, they were all left on the battlefield, away from the battlefield. A castle lord said, "My soldiers' loyalty has dropped significantly, from more than 80 points to less than 60 points, and it is still dropping. It's all the same. We abandoned them. How could they be loyal to us? Okay, let's go." Luckily Tang Xiufan didn't destroy those teleportation arrays, otherwise it would be difficult for us to go back. That's right, go back quickly and hand over the castle supplies to Tang Xiufan. If the contract expires, then the game official. We will be deprived of our status as castle lords. The contract lasts for 5 hours, and they must hand over all the castle supplies to Tang Xiufan within this time period. Otherwise, it would be considered a breach of contract, and no one can admit the cost of breaching a contract. The hundreds of ordinary castle lords, who escaped by chance, did not dare to stay for long, and they ran towards the space teleportation magic circle in the distance like crazy. As for the troops on the battlefield, they no longer wanted to care about them. Besides, they could just recruit more troops. Anyway, they are the lords of the castle and can recruit soldiers every day. Being able to survive is enough for them to cheer and celebrate. Why would they care about the lives of those soldiers? Lord. The angel of Hartiga flew over and asked respectfully, "I wonder how to deal with those heretics and evil creatures on the battlefield." After being abandoned by the lords of the castle, the loyalty of the soldiers on the battlefield suddenly dropped sharply, and almost all of them were in a state of defection. Even if the lords of the castle returned, their loyalty would not be able to increase. Now, this army of 200,000 or 300,000 soldiers has become a masterless thing. But it is not easy to subdue them. After all, they have been betrayed twice. The soldiers recruited by the lord of the castle are not thoughtless tools. They are creatures with souls who have been betrayed once, so they will not be easily surrendered. But this problem is not difficult for Tang Xiufan. The angels are professional in spreading faith. Tang Xiufan said to the battle, "Kill all the soldiers in the dark, evil, and chaotic camps, and surrender the remaining light, good, and lawful soldiers. Leave the surrender to the angel of the Hartiga." "Yes, my Lord Almighty." Chapter 395. Soon the fighting started again. After receiving Tang Xiufan's order, the soldiers of the Black Technology Castle attacked the soldiers in the dark, evil, and chaos camps. As for the soldiers of other camps, if they resisted, they would be killed. This was an order from the Lord. All the soldiers of the castle were extremely loyal in their execution. It was unknown how much time had passed. Finally, all the soldiers of the dark, evil, and chaos camps on the battlefield were killed, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in dazzling holy light, purifying the dark evil, and the breath of the undead in it to prevent the birth of undead creatures. There are only about 50,000 soldiers left. Of course, some of them are humanoid soldiers, and some are beast-like soldiers. These soldiers are generally not of high rank, but they have a large number. And the killing has continued until now. They have almost given up resistance. Even if they are soldiers, they are afraid of death. What's more, they now have no castle lord to be loyal to, and their loyalty is 0. Naturally, they don't need to fight for anyone. Under the divine magic of the angel of Hartiga, all the soldiers present gave up resistance and chose to surrender. At the same time, the gentle voice of the angel of Hartiga resounded throughout the battlefield. "Lord, have mercy on the world. The world should believe in the Lord and worship the Lord. The omnipotent Lord created the world, created all things, and created living beings. Love, selflessness, mercy. The world should pray to the Lord, pray for the Lord's blessing." Accompanied by Tiga's whispers, endless light rain fell from the void and merged into the bodies of every soldier, including their souls. Even so, they still did not resist, not only because they had lost their loyalty to the lord of the castle and had no motivation to resist, but also because of the influence of the magic from the angel of Hartiga. They no longer had the desire to fight. After a long time, the light rain dissipated, and only the holy light still covered the battlefield. Tens of thousands of soldiers gathered together, looked at the figure standing on the towering city wall with great reverence, and then knelt on the ground fanatically. "Almighty Lord, may the holy light always be there. Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life." Their voices rolled like a torrent, shaking the heaven and earth. Even the alien beasts among the tens of thousands of soldiers could not speak human language, but they also roared and expressed their reverence for the God of faith. The world chat channel was shaking. The reason was simple. Those hundreds of castle lords left the forest alive. The deal between them and Tang Xiaofen had been reached. When this news reached the world chat channel, it immediately caused heated discussions and shocked countless castle lords and wanderers. It was not that this news was unbelievable to them, but because the benefits Tang Xiaofen got from it were too amazing. As expected, Big Boss Tang Xiaofen chose to let those castle lords go. This is normal, and normal people will make such a choice. That's right. After all, several alliance leaders and top castle lords have been slaughtered by Tang Xiaofen. The hundreds of castle lords are just ordinary castle lords and pose no threat to Tang Xiaofen. Killing them is just to gain some experience. But letting them go can get a huge amount of castle supplies. The Black Technology Castle is currently a high-level main city. After obtaining the trading materials, it may be directly upgraded to a royal capital. Billions of resources can directly upgrade to a mid-level capital or even a high-level capital. Indy! My castle is still only a high-level town. It belongs to the upper-middle level of castle forces. Most castle lords generally only have low-level and mid-level towns. The gap between us and Boss Tang Xiaofen is too big. Damn it, the bosses of those alliances are really out of their minds. Tang Xiaofen's development speed is much faster than ours, and now he is going to give away heads, experience, and supplies. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. If this continues, which force will be able to surpass the Black Technology Castle? I can understand the million-strong army. With such a powerful war force, it's no wonder that the top castle owners are overconfident and underestimated Master Tang Xiaofen. Not only did they not destroy the Black Technology Castle, but they also helped it become more powerful. I really don't know what to say. From the beginning of the war to now, Master Tang Xiaofen has never used the Sky City. Damn, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that Boss Tang Xiaofen also has the Sky City. So the alliances headed by the Alliance of Gods were doomed to fail from the beginning. Boss Tang Xiaofen didn't use the Sky City, obviously to gain experience with their troops. Don't mention the Alliance of Gods. Not only did the Alliance of Gods disband, but all the participating alliances, such as the Alliance of Killing Gods, the Alliance of Punishing Gods, the Alliance of Destroying Gods, etc., were all disbanded without exception. The Great Alliance they formed to destroy demons was also wiped out. Big Brother Tang Xiaofen destroyed at least 5 big alliances by himself. Too strong. Big Brother Tang Xiaofen is my idol. The World Chat channel was very lively, and the alliances in the castle forces were hotly discussed. Although the Alliance of Gods has become history, there are still many alliances in the castle forces. The more famous one is the Goddess House, and the internal groups of these alliances have all set off a wave of enthusiasm. It's hard to calm down. Especially in the Grassland Paradise, many members of the alliance are worried. The reason is very simple, because it is too close to the Black Technology Castle, and their alliance center is in the Kaoami Grassland. And the Kaoami Grassland is the neighbor of the forest. After Tang Xiaofen conquered the forest, he would definitely continue to expand to the surrounding areas. The Kaoami Grassland where they are located will obviously become one of Tang Xiaofen's attack targets. Brothers, we are in big trouble. We are in danger. The dynasty-level forces in the forest have been wiped out by Tang Xiaofen. After he completely rules the forest, he will definitely come to trouble us. The Black Technology Castle is so powerful, who can stop its invasion? It's not that serious, right? I also think it's a bit alarmist. The forest is so big, with the current number of troops in the Black Technology Castle, it will definitely take a long time to conquer all the local forces and unify them. It seems that Tang Xiaofen only has 100,000 troops in total. Only? But that is relative to our castle lords. A mere 100,000 troops are scattered in a forest with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, and they can't even make waves. That makes sense. We have enough time to develop. We do have time to develop, but what to do in the future? Who can compete with Tang Xiaofen? The castle lords of Grassland Paradise were silent, and no one could answer this question, because the strength of the Black Technology Castle was too terrifying. Today, they directly destroyed several alliances and millions of troops. Compared with destroying the Demon Alliance, their Grassland Paradise is nothing. If Tang Xiaofen attacks the Kaoami Grassland, then they will definitely not be able to stop him. Whoever goes up will die. In front of Tang Xiaofen, the lords of the top castles are just weak ants. Chapter 396. Don't worry. In the short term, Tang Xiaofen's troops are insufficient, and it is impossible for him to capture the Kaoami Prairie. We still have time to develop the strength of the castle. Again, what should we do if Tang Xiaofen leads a large army to attack us? I have already said to develop the strength of the castle. The Kurami Prairie is more than 100,000 kilometers long and wide, much larger than the forest. There are also a large number of dynasty-level forces in the prairie. What we have to do now is to unite and attack those dynasty-level forces. Once we succeed, the strength of our troops will be greatly improved. As long as we unite together and continue to capture those dynasty-level forces, I believe that soon, we will have a large number of level 21 troops and even demigod troops. Isn't it because of his 8 demigods and thousands of level 21 troops that Tang Xiaofan was able to suppress the millions of troops of those alliances? If we have more demigods and level 21 troops than him, what are we afraid of? That's right. Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle also developed rapidly after conquering the dynasty forces in the forest. If we can conquer the dynasty forces, we can also develop rapidly. Dynasty-level forces. After destroying them, our strength will become very strong. The development speed of the castle will also be unimaginable. At that time, even if Tang Xiaofan comes to kill us, we can fight against his castle army. Indeed, we still have hope. This statement was recognized by many members of the Grassland Paradise Alliance. They believe that the reason why the alliances led by the Alliance of Gods were defeated was because they had no demigods, and the number of level 21 troops was too small. If they had more demigods and more level 21 troops, they would not have to worry about Tang Xiaofan. How can Tang Xiaofan's development speed be faster than our entire alliance? The demon-killing alliance underestimated Tang Xiaofan's strength, but we are different. After this battle, we know Tang Xiaofan's strength very well, and it is not impossible to compete with him. Our top priority is to unite and attack those dynasty-level forces on the grassland. Rapidly increase the number of level 21 and demigod arms in our alliance. Once Tang Xiaofan really attacks the Kurami grassland, we will fight him to the death. Second, other alliances in the castle forces also had similar discussions, and they all formulated the same development plan. Although they could not independently capture the dynasty-level forces like Tang Xiaofan, they were an alliance and could unite, cooperate, and attack the local dynasty together. As long as they succeeded in this path, their 21st level troops, even demigod troops, would emerge like mushrooms after rain. At that time, would they still be afraid of Tang Xiaofan? Tang Xiaofan is just ahead of us, but it doesn't mean that we, the top castle lords, are standing still. A single top castle lord is obviously no match for Tang Xiaofan. But we are an alliance. As long as the entire alliance develops, what does it matter if Tang Xiaofan is unique? In the distant Ice and Snow Alliance, there are also top castle lords, who are boosting morale. There is no need to over-mythologize Tang Xiaofan. No matter how strong he is just one person. We won't be as stupid as the Gods Alliance. Before investigating the strength of the Black Technology Castle, they started a war with Tang Xiaofan. What we have to do next is for all members to unite, develop together, and jointly attack the local dynasty-level forces to speed up our development. We need to produce more 21st-level demigod soldiers. Take Tang Xiaofan's path and leave him with nowhere to go. As for the Wanderers Alliance, the result of the discussion was very simple and pure, and they were very confident. Why are you afraid of Tang Xiaofan? We are wanderers, not castle masters. We don't belong to castles. The world is at the feet of wanderers. No matter how powerful Tang Xiaofan's castle is, can it still control wanderers? Brothers, stand up. We are going to kill the level 21 boss of the God and Demon Continent to improve our strength. As long as everyone is a level 21 warrior and everyone is a demigod, even Tang Xiaofan has to give our Wanderer Alliance 90% of face. 9 points for face? What about the other one? The last point depends on who is more handsome. Old Zhong, you have no chance. There is news that Tang Xiaofan is very handsome. Get lost. Soon after, when countless material trading information appeared on the trading channel, it shocked all the castle lords and wanderers in the world in just a moment. It also made countless people envious. When they opened the trading channel, they saw all the similar trading information, selling 25,304 units of food, metals, gems, and some monster materials. Exchange price, 1 unit of wood. Designated exchanger, Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan. Selling 412,782 units of food, 121,457 units of wood, 21,124 units of stone, equipment, blueprints, and some monster materials. Exchange price, 1 unit of wood. Designated exchanger, Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan, and so on and so forth. All the similar information was seen all the way down. All the designated exchangers and all the designated exchangers designated exchanger, Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan looking at the trading information on the trading channel, not to mention the ordinary castle lords. Even the top leaders of the major alliances and the top castle lords were envious, because there were hundreds of such transaction messages. It was really crazy. The world chat channel exploded because of this. Oh my god, boss Tang Xiaofan really made a fortune this time. All the supplies of hundreds of castle lords, I am jealous. Fuck, how much do all these supplies add up to? At least tens of billions of units, and it may even be more, and it doesn't include soul stones, equipment, monster materials, and other things. Boss Tang Xiaofan made a fortune. I really want to buy it. You can get it in exchange for just 1 unit of wood. What are you thinking? Didn't you see that the designated buyer is boss Tang Xiaofan? No one else can make the exchange except boss Tang Xiaofan, so we can only watch with envy. Are these people crazy? Are they crazy? Are they going to trade shells and other things to Tang Xiaofan? It is said that this is the content of the transaction. Hundreds of castle lords have signed notarized contracts with boss Tang Xiaofan. All the materials in the castle must be handed over to boss Tang Xiaofan. Even if you leave a few piles of green grass, it will be considered a violation of the contract. Once you violate the contract, the identity of the castle lord will be revoked by the game official. Who dares to cheat? What kind of supplies is green grass? Some soldiers eat it, and some eat grass. For example, the Tavern of the Orcs. Hundreds of millions of units of supplies. How many levels does this castle have to be upgraded to? At least it should be the level of the royal capital. What is the royal capital? It is already a high-level main city now. With billions of supplies, maybe the castle can be directly upgraded to the imperial capital. Chapter 397. The imperial capital is an exaggeration. It's only a high-level capital at best. That's also terrifying. My castle is still only a high-level town, 6 levels behind a high-level capital. It's the same with mine, because, at my speed of development, I can catch up with Tang Xiaofan in a year. 1 year is impossible. 100 years would be good enough to catch up with Tang Xiaofan. The brother above is bragging. He's even said it took 100 years. Not only castles, but also military buildings. With the soul stone stored by hundreds of castle lords, it is possible to upgrade to a higher level, even to level 9. Those monster materials are also a huge fortune. To be honest, castle lords don't have much other supplies, but monster materials are the most. The monster materials collected by hundreds of castle lords are probably worth tens of billions. By the way, how much equipment do you need to build? I'm afraid it will take decades to consume them all. Boss Tang Xiaofan has made a fortune. Whoever can destroy the Black Technology Castle can also become the richest man in the world. Brother upstairs, haha. How dare he? The world chat channel at this time was like a pot of boiling water, so hot that it burned your hands. It attracted countless castle lords and wanderers to discuss it. Everyone envied Tang Xiaofan, even jealous. After all, Tang Xiaofan obtained countless resources at once. Who wouldn't envy and be jealous? Obviously, everyone is the lord of the castle. Why is the gap so big? Therefore, even the girls in the goddess house were jealous and breathing rapidly. Master Tang Xiaofan has made a lot of money. This time, Master will probably build a kingdom. Of course. Master Tang Xiaofan has obtained so many resources, it is very easy to upgrade to a kingdom. I heard that several forces with primary main cities have already established kingdoms. I also heard that the pseudo-dynasty above cannot be recognized by the world laws of the gods and demons continent because it does not have the heart of a dynasty. Tang Xiaofan wants to build a real kingdom. Does Tang Xiaofan have enough fragments of the heart of the dynasty? It shouldn't be enough. After all, there are only a few dynasty-level forces in the forest. That's a pity. Even if Tang Xiaofan upgrades the castle to the level of a royal capital, he can't build a kingdom right away. I'm planning to settle in Tang Xiaofan's kingdom. Z, you have so many ideas. Humph, bad tong tong, don't you want to? Karami Prairie, looking at the information in the internal group of the goddess house. Bear Grylls didn't know why, but he was inexplicably happy. Could it be because he was the only one who knew that Tang Xiaofan had already obtained the only reward, the heart of the dynasty, during the Beast Tide event? I think it will be soon. Tang Xiaofan's kingdom will be established. A kingdom recognized by the world's laws. Perhaps it won't be long before the world announcement comes again. Bear Grylls believed that the establishment of the first kingdom was such a big thing that the game officials would definitely not be stingy with a world announcement. When announcing to the world, to encourage other castle lords, I hope Tang Xiaofan can open the teleportation array by then. My gifts are all ready. The Black Technology Castle, the demigod magic band covering the entire battlefield has been removed, and tens of thousands of soldiers, who have defected to the Black Technology Castle are cleaning up the battlefield. Under the influence of the power of faith, their loyalty has directly reached more than 90 points, and it is only a matter of time before they reach 100 points of loyalty. Faith is loyalty. This sentence is not just a casual remark, and Tang Xiaofan did not immediately inspect his castle legion, but exchanged for the supplies traded to him by the castle lord. One transaction information, a unit of food, or a unit of wood, stone is lost. This is not a big deal. The key is that there are hundreds of transaction information, and his eyes are dazzled. Finally, he couldn't help but wonder if he could trade in batches. After all, the transactions he made all designated him as the buyer, not ordinary daily transactions. He thought that he could apply to the game official. Finally, he got good news. Game official. Tell him that the trading channel has such a hidden function. This is indeed good news, which prevents Tang Xiaofan from clicking on hundreds of trading information in a row. Even as a demigod, he would collapse from clicking. Then Tang Xiaofan used the hidden function of the trading channel to directly conduct a large-scale transaction. In just a moment, a large amount of supplies appeared in his castle warehouse. When he opened the warehouse information, even Tang Xiaofan was stunned. After Tang Xiaofan completed all the transactions in the trading channel at one time and obtained supplies from hundreds of castle lords, he couldn't wait to check the reserve information of the castle warehouse. At this moment, he was stunned. Castle warehouse. Capacity. Contains a small extra-dimensional space, the size of which will expand as the level of the castle increases. Reserve materials. More than 13.765 billion units of food, more than 5.843 billion units of wood, more than 3.6928 billion units of stone, more than 2.549 billion units of refined iron, more than 40.172 billion types of monster materials, gold coins, gold and silver utensils, gemstones, noble jewelry, and other materials. Current status, invincible. Special reminder, if the heart of the castle is destroyed, the extra-dimensional space of the warehouse will collapse, and the reserve materials will all fall and become the spoils of the hostile forces. Please protect your heart of the castle. Oh my god, is this crazy? Looking at the supplies stored in the castle warehouse, even Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but scream and gasp. It was really too much. Just the food alone was more than 13.7 billion units. What is this concept? Even if his current more than 100,000 troops ate together, it would take several years to eat up the 13 billion units of food. In addition, the monster materials obtained were even more outrageous, with a total of more than 40 billion items, which was simply unbelievable to him. In addition, the three materials used to upgrade the castle, wood, stone and refined iron, although much less than the food and monster materials, but the quantity of each type is also several billion units. In total, there are more than 10 billion units of wood, stone and refined iron. This wave is really crazy. Tang Xiaofan's body trembled a little. He was too excited. Originally, all the materials he had stored added up to a total of more than 10 million units, far from enough to upgrade the advanced main city to the royal capital. But after this transaction, his stored materials, apart from the monster materials, only the food, wood, stone, and refined iron added up to more than 20 billion units. There were too many, so many that Tang Xiaofan couldn't believe it. At the same time, he was extremely excited because the castle of the royal capital level was already waving at him. It was not until a long time later that Tang Xiaofan calmed down. It seems that it is normal to get so many supplies. After all, there are hundreds of castle lords who trade with me. Although they are all ordinary castle lords, most of them are low-level and mid-level, and only a few are high-level castle lords. The stored supplies are definitely not as much as the top castle lords, but they have a large population. On average, the food stored by each of the hundreds of castle lords is less than 1 million units. You should know that the food in Tang Xiaofan's own warehouse, plus the food sold in the trading channel, totals several million units. Compared with his millions of units of food, the average food stored by the castle lords is less than 1 million units. Is this a lot? Of course not. It can even be said to be very little. After all, there is no market for the food now, and it can't be eaten up, so it can only be stored. From the end of the Beast Tide event to now, after such a long time, the castle lords have only stored such a small amount of food, which is really poor. Chapter 398. However, thinking that most of them were only low-level and mid-level castle lords, Tang Xiaofan felt relieved. He could not expect too much from these castle lords. By the same token, Tang Xiaofan's harvest of more than 10 billion units of wood, stone, and refined iron at a time was not too much. After all, The total of these three types of materials was more than 5.8 billion units of wood, nearly 3 billion units of stone, and just over 2 billion units of refined iron, which added up to about 11 billion units. On average, the wood, stone, and refined iron stored by each of the hundreds of castle lords also totaled less than 2 million units. The total amount of wood, stone, and refined iron stored by a castle lord does not exceed 2 million units. It can be said that it is really very little. Take Tang Xiaofan for example. Even if his castle is constantly upgraded to the current advanced main city level, a large amount of materials are consumed during the period, but even so, the total amount of wood, stone, and refined iron he has stored is more than 10 million units. The materials of those castle clan lords are nearly 5 times less than his, which is indeed very little. However, Tang Xiaofan is already very satisfied. Could he still ask those ordinary castle lords to store the same amount of materials as him? Obviously, this is impossible. After all, the strength of those castle lords is not high, and it is already quite difficult to store these materials. Tang Xiaofan roughly counted the other materials in the castle warehouse, especially the monster materials, which amounted to 41 billion. But then again, it is not an easy task to consume more than 40 billion units of monster materials. Before, the dwarf equipment master Andre told Tang Xiaofan that the dwarf blacksmiths and goblin blacksmiths in the castle could forge more than 30,000 pieces of equipment every day if there were sufficient metal resources such as monster materials and refined iron. This was the daily forging volume. Several billion pieces of equipment divided by more than 30,000 pieces of equipment, which means that if he wanted to use up the more than 40 billion monster materials he currently had, it would take about 100,000 days, or less than 300 years. 300 years? Tang Xiaofan rolled his eyes several times and whispered to himself, but now it was different. Among the tens of thousands of soldiers who surrendered, there were also a large number of equipment forgers from various races such as goblins, dwarves, and humans. If nothing unexpected happens, with their black technology castle, they can produce more than 100,000 pieces of equipment every day, or even more. The more equipment masters there are, the more equipment they can make. Tang Xiaofan is also planning to train more dwarves, goblins, humans, and other intelligent races to become equipment masters to make more equipment. He now has more than 40 billion monster materials, and it would be a waste if he doesn't use them. Moreover, the number of soldiers under his command is only 200,000, and many of the humanoid soldiers except the farmers are not equipped, because the ordinary castle masters are too poor. What he planned to do next was to recruit more soldiers and farmers to turn his existing 200,000 soldiers into 5 million people. The 5 million soldiers were divided into two types. One was the life type, which did not need to participate in the war. They were responsible for organizing the construction of castles, building castle buildings, collecting resources, making equipment, battlefield logistics, etc. The other was the pure combat type, which was responsible for fighting. This type of soldier should be well equipped and consisted entirely of steel warriors. The core combat power should be built around giant steel armor robots. According to the army building plan given by Jarvis, there should be no less than 100 large steel armor robots, and around these large robots, there should be regular steel armor soldiers and air forces, as well as supply bases, etc. Let these large robots have the power to destroy a local empire. This is a huge plan, but it also requires a lot of technical difficulties to overcome. At present, it is impossible to implement it by relying solely on Dr. Ethan and Winter Soldier. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan's top priority is to improve the level of the farmer's factory as soon as possible and recruit more scientists, such as Tony Stark. As for these local troops, their next job is to sell all the equipment they have built in exchange for various materials. As for the management of these local troops, Tang Xiaofan handed it over to his Jarvis, and he didn't need to do such trivial things. Just give Jarvis an order, and Jarvis will use the authorization to start allocating production and get things done properly. In addition to common resources such as monster materials, a large amount of other materials were also harvested, all kinds of them, such as pure water, honey, fresh fruit, bread, rice, wild wheat, fish products, etc. Also, decorative gems, gold coins, silver coins and copper coins, antique ornaments, etc., strange things, as well as shells, fresh grass, edible dried insects, branches that exude magic power, various magic potions, etc. There are really many kinds. Whatever you want you can get. There are also a large number of blueprints, nearly 10,000 in total, but they are all ordinary blueprints and have no use. After all, the useful blueprints have already been used by the castle lords themselves. The useless blueprints were only put on the trading channel by them. These are the blueprints that have not been sold yet. After being taken off the shelves, they were traded to Tang Xiaofan. Those castle lords would not think that the things put on the trading channel were not castle supplies, and they did not dare to try to challenge them. After all, once they were regarded as violating the contract by the game officials, their castle autonomy would be instantly stripped away. Losing the status of the castle lord for a useless blueprint is not worth it. So they collected all the things listed on the trading channel and traded them all to Tang Xiaofan. Those hundreds of castle lords became penniless, the castle warehouses were empty, and the rats had to starve to death. As for the nearly 1 million blueprints, Tang Xiaofan directly used the spiritual consciousness of the demigod to count them, and soon, he finished checking them all. It was found that except for a few dozen blueprints of the Liao Watchtower, the refining shop, etc., which were still useful, the other blueprints were of no great use. He also put them all on the trading channel for sale at a low price, and exchanged as many supplies as possible. In addition, there were fresh grass, edible dried insects larvae. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly, and he decisively ignored it, and stored them in the castle warehouse. He would use them when he needed them in the future, and keep them in the warehouse if he didn't need them. Anyway, his warehouse was big enough to hold a whole forest, so he didn't need that little space. In addition, there were more than 700,000 pieces of equipment, which should have come from the castle lords, who had alien beast-shaped soldiers. Their soldiers could not wear equipment, so they were either stored or put on the trading channel. In the end, they were not sold yet, and they were all packed and given to Tang Xiaofan. But no matter what, these equipment belonged to Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan called Jarvis, and asked him to command the farmers to count all the equipment. Those with lower grades and poor attributes were put on the trading channel. Chapter 399. The slightly better equipment was stored and distributed to the local troops. I have to say that among the tens of thousands of surrendered troops, there are indeed some interesting troops. Just like the green jelly-like slimes, under the influence of the belief in the sacred tree, they also became believers of Tang Xiaofan. Slimes can't speak, they can only smack and spit bubbles from time to time. They look a bit cute. In addition to the common troops, there are also top troops such as forest giants, paladins, dragon knights, silverback giant bears, etc. The number of top-level soldiers is not large, ranging from dozens to only 1 or 200. However, if you add them up, the number is very impressive. Nearly 4 or 5,000. These top-level castle soldiers will become the main force of his army in the future. After all, they have high growth potential. Most of them are level 21, and a few are at the peak of level 21. Although they are far inferior to his farmers, they are not bad. At least they are at the top of the entire castle force's soldiers. Gold and silver coins, antique decorations, gems, gold and silver wares, the number of these things is also very large. Added together, there are only tens of millions of pieces. When Joanna from Yuanxianji Chamber of Commerce comes again, I will sell these things to her. In addition, the treasures of Dragon Nest have not been sorted out yet. Tang Xiaofan let out a long sigh. Today's harvest is simply too big for him. It can be said to be a real wave of fat. Just sorting and counting will take a long time. But he didn't feel tired, but was in a good mood. I think Yuanxianji Chamber of Commerce should have already set off, but it will take a long time to cross the 200 million kilometers of wilderness and uninhabited areas. Tang Xiaofan Bu didn't know that in order to maintain a cooperative relationship with Tang Xiaofan, in order to remove the magic restriction in the soul as soon as possible, Miss Joanna of Yuanxianji Chamber of Commerce did not walk through the wilderness and uninhabited areas with her men and horses as before. Instead, she directly applied to her father, the president, to call for an airship. With the speed of the airship, Joanna's caravan will soon be able to reach the forest again. Before, Joanna's caravan did not use airships because they were worried about being intercepted by local intelligent creatures when flying over the forest at high altitude. But now it is different. Joanna knew before she left that the southwest of the forest had been occupied by the Black Technology Castle. They can smoothly pass through from the southwest and reach the Black Technology Castle. And if Joanna knew that Tang Xiaofan had now eliminated all the dynasty forces in the forest, including the Dragon Nest, her caravan would not take a detour, but would fly to the Black Technology Castle in a straight line. Of course, it didn't matter when Yuan Xiangyue Chamber of Commerce arrived, and Tang Xiaofan didn't think much about it. What he had to do now was to upgrade the castle. Just as he returned to the main castle, a petite figure threw himself into his arms. "Big brother." A clear and pleasant voice sounded. It was the little lowly from the inner world. Behind the little lowly was the old dwarf Moore, who was at the peak of level 21. Lord. The old dwarf saluted Tang Xiaofan, but his expression seemed a little resentful. Tang Xiaofan patted the little Lolita's head and said to Moore with a smile, "Next time there is such a war, I will definitely inform Saint Moore." When the Alliance army besieged the Black Technology Castle earlier, the little Lolita had already come. She was very worried about Tang Xiaofan's danger, so she wanted to bring the Black Iron Dwarf Legion in her castle to help Tang Xiaofan defend the Black Technology Castle. But Tang Xiaofan refused. It's not that Tang Xiaofan was reluctant to let the little Lolita share the experience, but because it was really dangerous. After all, there are millions of troops outside the city. Tang Xiaofan's army of light, goblins, and dwarves have died and resurrected countless times. Little Loli's Dark Iron Dwarf army joined the battlefield. Since they were not his type of soldiers, those Dark Iron Dwarves could not be resurrected by him. If Tang Xiaofan agreed, Little Loli's Dark Iron Dwarf warriors would definitely die in this horrific war. So he refused Little Loli's help, and Little Loli had no choice but to stay in the main castle and wait. As for Saint Moore, he probably learned the news later, and missed a great opportunity. Old Dwarf Moore sighed, "I don't know when a war of this scale will occur." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Saint, don't worry. After I build my country, I will consider attacking the Blood Moon State. At that time, Saint will definitely be able to participate in the war. Promotion to demigod is just around the corner." Old Dwarf Moore said seriously, waiting for the Lord's arrival. After Tang Xiaofan returned to the main castle, he did not upgrade the castle immediately because the battlefield outside the city had not been cleaned up yet. Once the castle was upgraded and the direct territory expanded outward, the useful monster corpses, equipment, soul stones, blueprints and other spoils on the battlefield would disappear directly. Then his loss would be huge. He brought the little Lolita to the castle hall. After a day of fighting, he was hungry. After dinner, he upgraded the castle and the farmer factory. He took a look at his personal information and soul stone reserves. Lord of the castle, Tang Xiaofan. Strength, late demigod. Castle level, advanced main city. Castle troops, farmers, angels, phoenix guards, dragon clan, natural elves, light troops, pure-blooded dwarves, dragon swordsmen, forest giants, slimes. Castle troops and buildings, farmer factory, elf mother tree, light monastery. Equipment, natural elf protection, holy light ring, dynasty heart, sky city. Soul stones, 1.2432 billion. After destroying nearly 1 million troops, Tang Xiaofan's strength was directly promoted to the late demigod. As for the reserve of soul stones, it was also sufficient. Tang Xiaofan's eyes trembled slightly. More than 240 million soul stones, this is the total reserve of hundreds of castle lords. On average, each castle lord has more than 40,000 soul stones, which is too little. After all, he alone has more than 1 million soul stones, and these ordinary castle lords can only be described as poor. However, as I said before, there are too many castle lords, only about a few hundred people, and the total number of soul stones is an astronomical figure. Not only can the farmer's factory be upgraded to level 9, but even the elf mother tree can be upgraded to level 9. As for the Monastery of Light, it is at least level 8. The reason why it is at least is that the battlefield outside the city has not been cleaned up yet, and the spoils have not been collected. If you are lucky, you may be able to gather all the supplies and upgrade the Monastery of Light to level 9. 3 level 9 military buildings. Who else can be the lord of the whole castle except Tang Xiaofan? Tang Xiaofan laughed loudly, causing the little Loli and Saint Moore to look at him in confusion. After dinner, Tang Xiaofan sent little Loli and Saint Moore back to rest. He then came to the side of the farmer's factory and looked closely at the increasingly advanced factory. I hope that this time when it is upgraded to level 9, my star can really be summoned. He has been waiting for this for a long time. Oh, it seems not long, only less than a month. Chapter 400. Tang Xiaofan's eyes fell on the inside of the farmer's factory. At the same time, information about the farmer's factory also appeared in his field of vision. Farmer's factory, unique military building. Current level, level 7. Unlimited recruitment of farmers. Upgrade required, 10 million soul stones. Special reminder, there is a 50% chance that a level 7 farmer's factory can breed farmers with special abilities. It takes 10 million soul stones to upgrade the farmer's factory to level 8. For Tang Xiaofan before, this was a very large number. But now this little bit of soul stone is nothing to him. Putting aside the battlefield being cleaned outside the city, the hundreds of castle lords alone compensated Tang Xiaofan with more than 200 million soul stones. Upgrading the farmer factory is completely stress-free. After the battlefield outside the city and the battlefield in the Dragon Nest area are cleaned up, Tang Xiaofan can get more soul stones. It is a foregone conclusion that the farmer factory will be upgraded to level 9. He even expects that after all the spoils are collected, he can upgrade his other 2 military buildings, the Elf Mother Tree and the Monastery of Light, to level 9. By that time, he would have 3 level 9 military buildings. In the current era, when most military buildings are level 5, his 3 level 9 military buildings are invincible, enough to shake the whole world. In fact, the world has been shaken by him. Because he just put up hundreds of thousands of equipment, nearly 10,000 blueprints, and a full 10 billion units of food at one time. In addition to leaving a few billion units of food for the castle, he put all the other food on the trading channel. This incident alone shook the entire world chat channel. Countless castle lords and wanderers were shocked. 10 billion units of food, how many troops can be fed? Even if it is a 100 million army, it can be fed for many days. Is this the reserve of hundreds of castle lords? It's so terrifying. As I expected, boss Tang Xiaofan made a fortune this time. The food sold alone is as high as 10 billion units, and there are nearly 10,000 blueprints. You can imagine how many other supplies there are. I envy boss Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan didn't pay attention to the world chat channel. He was only paying attention to the farmer factory in front of him. Do you want to upgrade the unique military building, the farmer factory? Yes, Tang Xiaofan chose yes without hesitation. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared out of thin air, covering the farmer factory. It can be vaguely seen that the diameter of the farmer factory is constantly expanding in the golden light. Even Tang Xiaofan, who was standing aside, retreated. In the dazzling golden light, there were countless little angels as big as palms flying and singing hymns. The scene was very dreamy and beautiful. Tang Xiaofan also quietly waited for the upgrade of the farmer factory to be completed. Time passed quickly. After an unknown period of time, the singing of the hymn disappeared, and the little angels as numerous as stars returned to the farmer factory. The golden light also gradually dissipated. When the golden light completely dissipated, the upgraded farmer factory also appeared in Tang Xiaofan's field of vision. The most obvious change was the diameter of the farmer factory, which was expanded from 300 meters to 500 meters. It was like a huge warehouse, and the previous level, level 8. Summonable professional farmers. Random summon once a month. Extremely talented scientist prototype. Super talented hero prototype. Special reminder. Level 8 farmer factory. There is a 60% probability of breeding farmers with special abilities. Upgrade required. 100 million soul stones. This is the information after the farmer factory is upgraded to level 8. In addition, the number of soul stones required for its upgrade has increased tenfold again, becoming 100 million soul stones. According to Tang Xiaofan's previous inference, there is no difference at all. As expected, Tang Xiaofan took a look at the remaining soul stone reserves, and there are still more than 200 million soul stones, as if there is no reduction. This only shows one thing, that he is now rich and powerful, and the 10 million soul stones consumed by the farmer's factory to upgrade to level 8 just now are just a drizzle for him. Not a big deal. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan opened the upgrade option of the farmer's factory again, prompt whether to upgrade to a first-line soldier building farmer's factory. Yes, Tang Xiaofan still chose yes, and was excited. After this upgrade, his farmer factory will reach level 9. Level 9 military buildings are the highest level military buildings revealed by the official game. It is impossible to upgrade further. In other words, after this upgrade, Tang Xiaofan's farmer factory has reached the top level. In the future, he doesn't need to worry about the farmer factory anymore, he just needs to breed farmers peacefully every day. As Tang Xiaofan whispered, the farmer factory that had just been upgraded was once again covered by a golden light. This time, the golden light was even more dazzling, like the sun. In the gradually fading sky, it was like a dazzling star, illuminating his entire black technology castle. This scene also attracted the attention of many farmers, angels, and elves. As if summoned, the warriors, angels, and elves all gathered together. Even the lonely figure of the Terminator guide, who liked to stay in the void, walked out of the void, and gathered near the farmer's factory. Olivia and the great elf Monica also came, while the other angels and elves stood in the distance and watched. Lord. John E. respectfully saluted Tang Xiaofan, and said in a trembling voice, I feel a strong breath. It is a strong man from our farmer clan. John Eyre said excitedly, Praise your almighty Lord. With the help of this strong man, your glory will cover the world faster. The other warriors were also very excited, only Olivia and the great elf Monica were confused. Are the farmers summoned by the upgraded military building strong? But they did not ask without authorization, because now is not a good time. As time passed, the diameter of the farmer factory became larger and larger, and the golden light was filled with dense little angels. The soft hymn rang throughout the world, even reaching the battlefield outside the city. The military believers who were collecting spoils knelt on the ground devoutly, and prayed in the direction of Tang Xiaofan. Not only the humanoid soldiers, but also the beast-shaped soldiers were crawling on the ground, their eyes filled with the glory of faith. They were also Tang Xiaofan's believers. Tens of thousands of believers of the military, including those in the outer city, knelt on the ground in unison, all worshipping the god of their faith. The scene was quite spectacular. Only after the prayer ended did the military get up and continue their work. After a long time, the bright golden light of the upgrade, like a star, finally dissipated. The top-level 9th-level military building, the farmer factory, also appeared in Tang Xiaofan's vision. First of all, after the farmer factory was upgraded to the 9th level, its area increased again, and the diameter directly expanded from 500 meters to a full 1,000 meters. Within the field of vision, there was a huge factory community. Because the entire farmer factory was shrouded in a strong holy light, it was impossible to see what was inside. Chapter 401. Another thing is whether Stark can be summoned after the upgrade, which is the thing that Tang Xiaofan is most concerned about. After all, there is no complete information about the super-large steel armor in Jarvis's database, and all solutions must be solved by Stark, an expert in Mecha. Tang Xiaofan found that as the farmer factory was upgraded to level 9, the feeling of power became stronger. According to this speculation, if the level 9 farmer factory can summon Stark when he descends, even if he does not ascend to the sky and become a true god in one step, he is still in the state of a farmer, then his strength must have entered the level of a true god. He is a god as soon as he is born. He is worthy of being the most powerful farmer. He is really strong. Tang Xiaofan was very envious of this. Up to now, his omnipotent master was only in the late stage of demigod. There was still a distance to become a god. Stark was born as a god, and he was invincible. Of course, if he was not a scientist after his arrival, but had full combat skills, he would be even more invincible. Iron Man at the main god level, what else did he need to develop? He could directly take Iron Man to conquer the local empire in the central area. What true god in the god and demon continent could resist Iron Man at the main god level? But it's impossible for him to be born as a main god. According to convention, he will most likely grow into a scientist. The game officials will not let me directly have a main god level soldier. That would completely destroy the balance. Not to mention the castle forces, even the native empire of the god and demon continent could be directly swept away by me. Tang Xiaofan had no hope for this. He was almost certain that Stek would also be a scientist after he was born, and it was impossible for him to be a combat hero directly. Even if it is only in the scientist state, it must be a god. Invincible in the surrounding areas, Tang Xiaofan has already made a plan. After the kingdom is established and the entire forest is ruled, he will take his Iron Man and millions of soldiers to attack the surrounding areas. The first target is Camilla Prairie. Tang Xiaofan turned his eyes to the farmer factory again, and suddenly new information appeared in his vision. Farmer factory, unique soldier building. Current level 9. Summonable professional farmers. Randomly summoned once a month. The strongest talent scientist prototype. The strongest talent hero prototype. Special reminder. The 9th level farmer factory has a 70% probability of breeding farmers with special abilities. Upgrade required. Unknown the strongest talent scientist prototype. As expected, the 9th level farmer factory can definitely summon Stark. Tang Xiaofan's mood at this moment could not be described in words. Tony Stark, Iron Man. This is the scientist he has always dreamed of. Once the summoning is successful, no castle lord can threaten his position in the castle power. Give him some time, and he will be able to gather a terrifying steel army with the help of Iron Man. Not to mention the castle power, even if he faces the local empire in the central area, he has the courage to launch an expeditionary campaign and sweep across the world. After the farmer factory is upgraded to level 9, the probability of summoning farmers with special abilities is also increased by 70%. That is to say, for every 100 farmers, there is a high probability that about 70 special farmers will appear. Of course, probability is like luck, a very metaphysical thing. It may be more or less, but after all, such a high probability is there, and it can't be much less. But at this time, Tang Xiaofan's expression was slightly stunned. The upgrade required unknown. What does this mean? Didn't the game officials say that the highest level of the military building is level 9? Tang Xiaofan immediately asked the game officials, And soon a message came, the highest level of military buildings is level 9, but there are also unknown artifacts that can upgrade military buildings to a higher level. Related information requires the castle owner to explore on his own. Tang Xiaofan decisively stopped thinking about it. Even the game officials claimed that it was an unknown artifact, so where could he find it? So he directly assumed that his farmer's factory had been upgraded to the highest level and stopped thinking about other things. However, Tang Xiaofan did not leave, but began to summon the special summons once a month. Do you choose to randomly summon the most gifted scientist now? Tang Xiaofan immediately chose yes. A golden light flashed, and the farmer factory began to work. Compared to the time spent on summoning Ethan and Winter Soldier before, the time for this summoning was a bit shorter, and the golden light kept shining, and the golden light soon ended. A man with a mustache, wearing a high-end suit, wearing black sunglasses, holding a big cigar in his mouth, constantly fiddling with a small metal flying saucer in his hand, walked out casually. It seems that you are my lord. Jarvis, you are here too? The strange world suddenly makes people feel full of conquest. Tony Stark, Iron Man, an incomparable scientist, a true genius. The soldier Tang Xiaofan hopes to summon the most after upgrading the farmer's factory to level 9. Iron Man is a god as soon as he is born. A terrifying pressure suddenly emanates from him, which is the power of a god. Although it cannot affect Tang Xiaofan, the soldiers around him are constantly retreating and it is difficult to get close. The power of God has appeared. The god and demon continent, a distant outer world. There is a temple inside a certain gray and dead star. There are several beautiful figures gathered in the temple, one of which is the elf goddess Isabel, who was projected in the Treeman Canyon. It's time. Suddenly, the elf goddess Isabel whispered in the deadly temple. The other figures trembled slightly when they heard this. Your Majesty, is it so fast? Yes. The elf goddess Isabel's eyes swept over them one by one, saying, Ocean goddess, moonlight hunting goddess, flame goddess, storm goddess. Someone told me that the faith god system can return to the god and demon continent. Believe, the light god system, the dark god system, the titan god system. They should have received the news too. Please wake up the other sleeping goddesses. The god war is coming. We, the goddess of nature, will work with the gods to take back the land of faith that belongs to us. How can the gods and demons continent be occupied by those ignorant gods of truth? As you wish, your majesty. The goddess of the sea and other natural goddesses all bowed to the goddess of the elves. The reason is simple. The goddess of the elves, Isabel, is the most powerful god in the natural goddess play, just like the light faith god system led by the goddess of light. Chapter 402. Very abruptly, a small-scale war of gods broke out in the outer world of the gods and demons continent. The attacking party was a god of faith who had been retreating in ancient times. The defending party was the god of truth of the new era ruler of the gods and demons continent. Damn bastard, the gods and demons continent is the world of our god of faith. What qualifications do you have to dominate it? Get out of here. The roar of the god of faith shook the outer world. With the help of divine power, sound can be transmitted even in a vacuum. As the divine power swept across, several nearby asteroids exploded in an instant. However, the figure standing at the edge of the starry sky of the god and demon continent remained motionless, and directly used the golden power of truth to annihilate the whistling power of faith. Boom 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 boom. The war broke out again, and the terrifying divine power stirred the world outside the domain, and the phantom of the kingdom of God descended to bless the power of the gods. Hundreds of stars exploded in the battle between the two sides, and turned into nothing. As for the void, it was shattered in pieces, and the black holes of the universe were all hit, revealing the dark universe behind it. Compared to the god and demon continent, which is protected by the laws of the world, the space of the outer world is more fragile, and cannot resist the power of the gods. Under the collision of two different divine powers, the space of the outer world was torn into pieces like thin paper. It is unknown how long this battle of gods lasted. Finally, the god of faith was defeated and forcibly killed. The divine body was blown up, and the dazzling godhead was taken away and sealed. At the same time, cheers resounded throughout the outer world. It can be seen that at the junction of the god and demon continent and the outer world, a large number of figures stand. They are all gods of the god of truth. Among them, there are powerful gods, sitting on the throne, looking down at other gods of faith in the outside world. Two god systems, countless gods. Millions of kilometers apart, facing each other. However, it is obvious that the number of gods in the god of truth is greater, while the number of gods in the god of faith is not only less, but also split and standing in different places. This is because they belong to different god systems. Horus has fallen. A peak lower-level god, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, has been lingering from ancient times to today, just to return to the gods and demons continent, but he fell in the outer world. He was too anxious. He wanted to force his way in. A god whispered, "How could those guys in the truth god system easily let us return to the gods and demons continent and compete with them for the power of the world's laws and the throne of the god king? The truth god system can't stop us. The powerful Titan god system will definitely return to the gods and demons continent." A giant sitting on the throne under the starry sky roared, and behind him stood thousands of giants, each several thousand meters tall. On the bodies of the giants, all were wrapped in golden thunder. They were the Titan gods of the ancient times. For the return to the continent of gods and demons, the gods of the Titan pantheon were also bound to do so, and no god could stop them from returning. "If you dare to stop me, I will kill you. Even if a new war of gods breaks out, it is worth it." At the same time, gods of the light pantheon, the goddess of nature, the dark pantheon, and other pantheons also descended one after another. As time went by, more and more gods gathered in the phase system of the outer world. They were as dense as the stars in the sky, and behind each god was a vast phantom of the kingdom of God. In those kingdoms of God, there were endless believers praying to them and providing them with the power of faith. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the gods of truth on the edge of the god and demon continent also changed. The cheers had disappeared. Their expressions became solemn. Sure enough, we can't underestimate these gods of faith. Even if they are losers in the ancient war of gods, we can't despise them. During the years of faith's passing, it seems that they have not stagnated, and are still recruiting believers in other planes and life planets. So what? The continent of gods and demons belongs to us. A god of truth roared at the world outside the domain. "Failures of the ancient times, the continent of gods and demons has no living space for you. This world is dominated by our system of truth gods. How dare you, young man, speak so arrogantly?" A believer who looked very old stood up, exuding a terrifying divine power, so powerful that it shook the entire outer world. Superior god. A sea god who was said to have fallen. I didn't expect that he was still alive. So what if he is a superior god? He is not the main god, and the truth god system is fearless. At the same time, an equally terrifying divine power collided with him. The owners of the last two divine powers groaned at the same time, and golden divine blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The old gods retreated, but more gods of faith stood up, including the goddesses of the natural gods. For returning to the gods and demons continent, the faith god system can be said to be imperative. Even if countless gods fall, they cannot be stopped. The reason is simple. In addition to fighting for the world law power of the gods and demons continent, somewhere in the gods and demons continent, there is also a legendary throne of the God King hidden. The God King is more powerful than the Lord God, the supreme existence. No god can resist the attraction of becoming the God King. Even the dimensional demon god, who invaded the god and demon continent, was looking for the throne of the God King. Although the throne of the God King has not been found until now. But all gods know very well that the throne of the God King is hidden in the god and demon continent. As long as you get the throne of the God King, you can become the God King, master the authority of the supreme god, and rule all the gods. The God of truth cannot stop us from returning. The God of gods and demons belongs to the God of our faith. Back off. The God of faith glared at the gods of truth standing on the edge of the starry sky of the gods and demons continent, and said murderously, "You youngsters of the later generations, do you want to go to war with us?" Facing the gods of faith that existed in ancient times, the God of truth of the gods and demons continent is really a youngster. Even in the faith pantheon, there are still some gods that the God of truth once believed in. For example, in the camp of the natural elf empire, there are many gods of truth who were once believers of the elf goddess Isabel. In ancient times, after the elf goddess disappeared, they gave up their faith and pursued the truth in order to fight against the dimensional demons. Finally, they became gods and have lived until now. So when they saw the elf goddess standing in the natural goddess camp, some of the gods of truth in the natural elf empire had complicated expressions. If it was not involved in the battle between the goddesses, they would be happy to have friendly conversations with the former god of faith, the mother goddess, and the elf goddess, and even become friends. But now, in order to protect the gods and demons continent and protect their world, they can only stand up and prevent the natural goddess, where the elf goddess is located, from returning to the gods and demons continent. Facing the angry rebuke of the God of faith, the God of truth responded with a serious expression. "We, the God of truth, expelled the dimensional demons, and protected the continent of gods and demons. Similarly, we can expel you. Things that have passed away should not have appeared. What you, the God of faith, should do is not to return to the continent of gods and demons, but to go to other planes and life planets to spread the so-called faith. The continent of gods and demons no longer needs the God of faith. How could it be? There are still believers praying to me. A goddess with a beautiful face walked out of the void, staring at the gods of truth with indifference, and said, "Since faith exists, then we must return." Chapter 403. Goddess of Light. Seeing this beautiful goddess, many gods of truth changed their expressions instantly, as if they couldn't believe it. You didn't die. Didn't your divine body get blown up by the third demon back then? The goddess of light ignored their questions and said coldly, "Get out of the way. Today is destined to be the day of the return of the faith god system. Those who stand in the way will die." Hearing this, the gods of truth were all extremely angry, because they felt the contempt from the goddess of light. Just a loser. It's nothing more than living longer. Why do you look down on them with such pride? You know, they are the savior gods who defeated the dimensional demons and saved the gods and demons continent. No god of faith can set foot on the gods and demons continent. Along with this voice, the void cracked, and a beautiful figure sitting on the throne appeared. Seeing this figure, many gods of truth hurriedly stepped back. Among them, the gods of truth belonging to the natural elf empire camp saluted respectfully and said, "Your Majesty the Queen." This figure, it is the ruler of the natural elf empire today, the Elf Queen. She is also the third generation queen of the natural elf empire. As for the first and second generation queens, they had already fallen in the ancient war of gods. After that, she succeeded to the throne of queen, developed and expanded the natural elf tribe, and at the same time cultivated a large number of gods of truth to protect the elf tribe. The elf queen nodded slightly, then ignored the goddess of light, and cast her eyes on the elf goddess Isabel in the natural goddess camp, with a slight smile on her lips, and said, "Your Majesty the elf goddess, it is my honor to meet you." Elf goddess Isabel had a complicated expression. The elves she created have now become the ones who stand in her way. And the ruler of the elves seems to be as powerful as she is. Where can she go to reason? Is truth stronger than faith? How is it possible? Elf goddess Isabel immediately forgot this terrible idea in her mind. Her Majesty the Elf Queen said again, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, in order to protect the peace of all races, we have to appear here to stop the god of faith from leaving the god and demon continent." Elf goddess Isabel said, "The faith god system is not here to invade the god and demon continent. This is also the hometown of the god of our faith." The Elf Queen shook her head. She didn't say anything, but her attitude was quite clear. Soon, a stalemate appeared in the two god system camps. Although both sides were willing to start a god war for their own purposes, no god really wanted a god war to happen. After all, it would lead to the fall of countless gods. Of course, the gods of the evil god system hidden in the void didn't think so. If the god of slaughter or the god of war appeared, they would probably initiate a war between gods, because war and killing can enhance their divine power. But no matter what, the world outside the domain has fallen into a strange silence. It was not until the ancient gods spoke that the two sides reluctantly extinguished their anger and held a negotiation between the gods, led by the powerful gods. Black Technology Castle. Tang Xiaofan did not know what happened in the world outside the domain. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much, because he had already speculated that the god of faith would return to the land of gods and demons. This was destined to happen, because the elf goddess Isabel had revealed her true colors in front of him earlier. Tang Xiaofan even speculated that it was possible that the dimensional demons would also come and realize the long-awaited four-camp war of gods. Tang Xiaofan was only concerned about one thing now, that was Tony Stark, Iron Man, in front of him. He finally came completely. The real world. "I'm finally here." Stark stretched his incredibly strong body, his voice was filled with a terrifying majesty, and the other warriors all knelt on one knee respectfully. He then looked at Tang Xiaofan again, his smile suddenly faded, and became extremely solemn. He then walked slowly to Tang Xiaofan and saluted respectfully. "Praise you, Almighty Lord. Thank you for bringing me out of that illusory world." "Illusory world?" Tang Xiaofan looked puzzled. Stark said respectfully, "That is a world woven by faith and holy light. It is still in an illusory space. Only you, the Supreme, can make that world become reality." Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized that the illusory world was most likely the farmer's divine world in the minds of farmers. That is not a real world, and even the farmer clan does not belong to real life. Except Tang Xiaofan, there are no farmers in the thousands of plains. There is no summoning restriction, and any profession can be engaged. Once you master the power of tools, you can burst out with unparalleled power, and kill gods as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. This is a unique type of soldier. Compared with other farmers, the Tony Stark in front of him seems to know more clearly that the farmer's world is a product of illusion and is not real. That's why he expects Tang Xiaofan to turn illusion into reality. Let the farmer's world descend into the real world. That should be the Marvel world descending into the gods and demons continent, with mobile phones, TVs, fine wine and bikinis. That's the real world. Tang Xiaofan didn't think much about it. If possible, he would naturally create a farmer's world to rule over thousands of planes. But now he has to gain a foothold first. His eyes fell on Stark. Unlike other farmers, he didn't wear the same uniform, but a unique suit. At this moment, Stark's information appeared in his field of vision. This was what he was most concerned about, and everything else was secondary. Scientist, Tony Stark. Current growth status, Scientist. Strength level, Early Middle God. Loyalty 100. Complete form, Peak Superhero of the Gods and the Early Middle God. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath and felt that his worldview had collapsed. He was born as a middle god, which was really terrifying. At this moment, Stark suddenly looked up at the dark sky and said to Tang Xiaofan, "My lord, there are gods fighting in the outer world." Observing the power of gods, it is a battle between the faith system and another system. Tang Xiaofan was surprised. He could not feel anything. But thinking about Stark's mid-level god level, he was relieved. Tang Xiaofan said, "It seems that the faith system can't wait to return to the god and demon continent. It is willing to use a god war to compete for survival space with the true system of the god and demon continent." Stark's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said, "A group of weak gods dare to covet the Lord's domain. Lord, rest assured, when I recover to my full form, I will definitely suppress them all." His full form is the top superhero of the main god, a super strong man who can kill Thanos, so he is naturally qualified to say such words. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Don't pay attention to them for the time being. What we have to do now is to work hard to develop the castle and improve our strength. When we become stronger, everything will be easy to talk about. Follow your instructions." Stark retracted his gaze, and at the same time restrained his divine power, and even the fluctuation of divine power. He did not want to attract the attention of the gods outside the domain because of his own existence, thus affecting the development and expansion of the Lord. Tang Xiaofan had no choice. If Stark was at the level of the main god, he would go to the outside world to join in the fun. At this time, a soldier reported that the battlefield outside the city had been cleaned up. Tang Xiaofan immediately put aside the affairs of the outside world. What he had to do next was to upgrade the Black Technology Castle to the capital and establish his own kingdom, the Black Technology Heaven. Stark has arrived, and the Black Technology Heaven is about to be established. It can be said that it is a double happiness. Chapter 404. The holy white light enveloped the Black Technology Castle. Even though it was dark, and the blood moon was in the sky, the Black Technology Castle was still as bright as day. Looking down from the sky, in the entire forest, only the Black Technology Castle was the most dazzling. It was like a bright star dotted in a black sea. The battlefield outside the city had been cleaned up, and tens of thousands of soldiers returned to the castle in an orderly manner. The top soldiers, mid-level and high-level soldiers, and even low-level soldiers all lived in the outer city area. They were the most numerous, and the outer city area was the widest, suitable for them to settle down. In a blink of an eye, the population of Black Technology Castle has exceeded 200,000. You should know that the population of Black Technology Castle just exceeded 100,000 2 days ago. This war has given Black Technology Castle too many bonuses, especially the millions of troops assembled by several alliances, which helped Tang Xiaofan a lot and indirectly promoted the development of Black Technology Castle. If there were no alliances with the Alliance of Gods to besiege Black Technology Castle, it would be unknown when the population of the castle under Tang Xiaofan would break through the 200,000 mark. Even if you want to exceed 1 million, you have to clear the entire forest before you can achieve it. For Tang Xiaofan, those top castle lords, who were slaughtered by him, were considered to have done a great thing. In the core area, 2 dazzling golden lights shone from the Elf Mother Tree and the Monastery of Light. These 2 top military buildings are also being upgraded. Before, their levels were all level 6, and they are currently being upgraded to level 7. It only takes 1 million soul stones to upgrade a military building from level 6 to level 7. This amount of soul stones was nothing to Tang Xiaofan, so he chose to upgrade the Elf Mother Tree and the Monastery of Light without any hesitation. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan took a look at his own Soul Stone Reserve Soul Stones. More than 133.2 million pieces upgrading the farmer factory consumed a total of 110 million Soul Stones, and the remaining Soul Stone reserves were enough to upgrade the Elf Mother Tree to level 9. As for the Monastery of Light, it all depends on the harvest on the battlefield this time, but there is a lack of Soul Stones. Tang Xiaofan roughly estimated that if the Soul Stones harvested from the battlefield outside the city, and the Dragon Nest area battlefield can add up to 90 million, then the Monastery of Light can also be upgraded to level 9. So, it depends on whether the harvest from the battlefield is strong enough. Tang Xiaofan did not pay much attention to the upgrade of the Elf Mother Tree and the Monastery of Light. It is always the same mode, and there will be no accidents. After the upgrade is completed, he will click the upgrade button separately. He is taking his warriors to count the spoils. Since there were so many spoils, he would have to wait until tomorrow morning to count them all by himself. The main spoils counted were soul stones, equipment, blueprints, and other items. As for the bodies of the alien beasts on the battlefield, they were handed over to the light hunters, light nuns, and goblins under their command, and the dwarves were asked to decompose and collect them. The alien beasts were not much different from wild monsters. Some edible meat could be obtained by decomposing and collecting. The human-shaped soldiers were not the same. Of course, Tang Xiaofan didn't dare to imagine that he could extract food from a humanoid soldier. That was too terrifying. After Tang Xiaofan and the soldiers worked together and counted for about an hour. Finally, all the spoils were sorted out. This also included the harvest from the battlefield in the Dragon Nest area. In addition, all the treasures in the Dragon Nest were also gathered in Tang Xiaofan's hands. However, those treasures were not brought back by Tang Xiaofan's soldiers, but were offered to him by the dragons. Today, there are about 2,000 dragons still alive in the Dragon Nest, and all of them have become devout believers of Tang Xiaofan. They are very happy to be able to offer their treasures to the God of Faith and receive the protection of the God of Faith. What is the treasure? What they want is eternal life. Only by believing in the Almighty Lord can they obtain eternal life. So when facing Tang Xiaofan, the stingy dragons also became very generous. They collected all their treasures, and the treasures of those fallen dragons, and sent them all to Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle. In the treasures of the Dragon's Nest, the most numerous are not soul stones or equipment, but gems, crystals, and gold coins. The dragons like these shiny and golden things the most. These gems and crystals seem to be of little use. But if they can be sold to the local empire in the central area, the value will be very high. Especially the noble ladies in the human empire love these things the most. This matter still depends on the upcoming Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the piles of gems, crystals, gold coins, gold and silver wares not far away, Tang Xiaofan was also looking forward to the arrival of Miss Joanna. In 2 wars, a total of more than 48.6 million soul stones were harvested. It's a bit too little, Tang Xiaofan whispered with some regret. If he wanted to upgrade the Monastery of Light to level 9, he only had about 90 million soul stones. But the soul stones he harvested were only half of the difference, which obviously could not upgrade the Monastery of Light to a level 9 military building. Actually, this is expected. After all, the strength of the soldiers in the Alliance army is too low, and there are many soldiers at the lowest level of level 2 and 4. I thought too much about wanting to explode up to 90 million soul stones. The stronger the soldiers, the higher the probability of exploding soul stones. And those soldiers in human form cannot explode soul stones, so the number of soul stones is too scarce. It's okay. After all, the Elf Mother Tree can be upgraded to level 9. Tang Xiaofan comforted himself and took another look at his own soul stone reserves. Soul stones. More than 181.8 million the total of all the spoils of war. The soul stone reserves are less than 200 million. Naturally, it is impossible to upgrade 2 military buildings to level 9 at the same time. At this time, Tang Xiaofan saw that the Elf Mother Tree and the Monastery of Light in the distance had been upgraded to level 7, so he immediately walked over and continued to upgrade these 2 military buildings. The next level is the 8th level military building. A total of 20 million soul stones will be consumed. For Tang Xiaofan, this is still nothing. Seeing the 2 military buildings once again covered by brilliant golden light, Tang Xiaofan turned back and dealt with the equipment in the spoils. There are more than 670,000 pieces of equipment in a damaged state. More than 140,000 pieces of intact equipment. Except for leaving more than 70,000 pieces of equipment of slightly better quality to arm the non-warrior combat arms under my command. All other equipment will be put on the trading area. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and immediately put all the equipment, totaling more than 700,000 pieces, on the trading channel. This time, the equipment was put on the shelves, which once again set off the entire world chat channel. Because the number of equipment was too much, as high as 700,000 pieces. Here it comes again! It's worth waiting for so long. More than 700,000 pieces of equipment, it's crazy. Chapter 405. So many equipments, enough to arm 1,000,000 soldiers? Horrible. Boss Tang Xiaofan is making a lot of money. Over 700,000 pieces of equipment. How many resources must have been exchanged for this? Although most of the equipments are in a damaged state, the total amount of materials that can be exchanged is also an astronomical figure. How can so many pieces of equipment be harvested in one war? Nonsense. That's 1,000,000 troops. In addition to the soldiers in the form of alien beasts, there are also hundreds of thousands of humanoid soldiers, hundreds of thousands of troops, harvesting more than 700,000 pieces of equipment. Isn't that a normal thing? I still think it's too little. It's not a small amount. After all, there are many low-level and mid-level castle lords in the Alliance army, and the number of their equipment is not much. I envy Big Brother Tang Xiaofan. I can't sleep. I'm just waiting to see the world announcement. World announcement? Big Brother Tang Xiaofan's castle has been upgraded to a high-level main city, and the next level is the royal capital. A castle of the king's capital level will definitely have a world announcement. I see. Boss Tang Xiaofan is about to establish a kingdom. I wonder if the territory of Boss Tang Xiaofan's kingdom allows the lord of the castle, and us wanderers to settle there. I want to know too. If it's allowed, I will immediately move out of the heart of the castle and head to the forest. Tang Xiaofan didn't pay attention to the lively world chat channel. He continued to deal with his spoils. After the equipment was dealt with, the next step was the blueprint. A total of more than 108,600 blueprints were harvested. It's really terrifying. Even Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel his heartbeat speed up when he saw the blue blueprints piled up like a mountain in front of him. Nearly 110,000 blueprints. How amazing is this? Tang Xiaofan has been here for so long, and he has never obtained so many blueprints at once. In the past, hunting and even attacking those dynasty forces, at most only a few hundred blueprints were harvested. This time, the blueprint harvest exceeded 100,000. Once it is spread out, it will inevitably shake up the entire world chat channel again, making countless castle lords envious and even jealous. Put away all the drawings of the number of troops and the evolution of troops. Put away the advanced drawings as well. Put away some other special drawings, such as equipment drawings and magic skill drawings for the time being. I will use them later. There are more than 90,000 drawings left, all of which are ordinary building drawings. These ordinary building drawings, the ones that are needed, such as the lookout tower, the refining shop, the smelting furnace, etc., are all given to the elves under his command to build. The unnecessary ones, such as arrow towers, fences, palisades, city walls, etc., were all put on the trading channel by him. As for the selling price, he did not mark them one by one. That would be too tiring. Just like the more than 700,000 pieces of equipment, he left the selling price to the game official to customize, and automatically sold them according to the market price. This special function of the game official is very suitable for castle owners like him. In addition, the remaining gems, crystals, gold and silver wares, antique artworks, Tang Xiaofan stored them in the castle warehouse. A total of more than 10 million pieces. And all of them are treasures from the dragon nest. Add to that the gems, gold and silver wares he had obtained from hundreds of castle lords before. He now has more than 20 million of these items in his hands. These things have no practical value for the castle lords, but they can be sold to the local empires in the central area. Then, they can be exchanged for a large amount of supplies. Tang Xiaofan's actions are equivalent to sucking the blood of the local empire to feed its castle forces, and speed up the development of the Black Technology Castle. Almost done! Tang Xiaofan let out a long sigh. The mountains piled up on the castle grounds had been cleared away by it. He now only had about 10,000 drawings of troop evolution, troop quantity, advanced building drawings, and rare special magic skill drawings left to deal with. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The reason was simple. It was too late. The world outside the city was as dark as ink. Looking at the time in the world chat channel, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Tang Xiaofan had more important things to do. Seeing that the upgrade of the 2 military buildings had been completed, and they had all been upgraded to level 8, he did not hesitate to upgrade the Elf Mother Tree again. Upgrading the Elf Mother Tree to level 9 also consumed 100 million soul stones, and the soul stones he had in reserve were completely enough. As for the upgrade of the Monastery of Light to level 9, he would wait and see. It was just because he was short of money. 1 hour, there's still time. Under Tang Xiufan's gaze, the Elf Mother Tree was once again enveloped in brilliant golden light. As long as the Elf Mother Tree is upgraded to level 9 before midnight, the breeding of elf troops tomorrow will be carried out according to the specifications of the level 9 troop building. If it is past midnight, the upgrade is not over yet. Then the number of elf troops bred tomorrow can only be the number of level 8 troop buildings. There is still a big difference in the number of elf troops bred between level 8 and level 9. Huh? Tang Xiufan suddenly wondered, and waved to the big elf Monica standing not far away. Monica, Natural Elf. Identity: Captain of the Natural Elf Corps of the Black Technology Castle. Current growth status: Adult. Level: Mid-stage Demigod. Loyalty: 100 points, Diehard. Maximum growth potential: Peak Demigod. Lord. The great elf Monica saluted respectfully. Since being promoted to Demigod, this former great elder of the elf tribe has become even more beautiful and charming. Every move exudes a suffocating charm. Tang Xiufan asked, "Where is Olivia?" The great elf Monica replied respectfully, "Reporting to the Lord, the mother has returned to her original body. She should be in seclusion to upgrade her level." What level did she upgrade? Tang Xiufan stopped abruptly before he finished speaking. He suddenly remembered that Olivia's original body was the troop-building Elf Mother Tree. When the Elf Mother Tree was upgraded, Olivia could also gain great benefits. This time, he upgraded the level of the Elf Mother Tree from level 6 to level 9, 3 levels in a row. Obviously, Olivia's gains would be very terrifying. Could it be that Olivia can become a god directly this time? It's not impossible. Because the Elf Mother Tree is about to become the top-level military building. As the spirit of the Elf Mother Tree, Olivia's gains will be amazing, and may even be greater than the gains from killing tens of millions of enemies. Thinking of this, Tang Xiufan also looked forward to it. Once Olivia is promoted madly and enters the level of gods, then he will have 2 gods under his command. A middle-level god and a lower-level god. Sweeping the Death Swamp, the Balalai Highlands, and the Karami Prairie, wouldn't it be like playing? He can even send 2 armies, one to capture the Balalai Highlands and the other to attack the Karami Prairie. Finally, the 2 armies join forces and push the Death Swamp. Chapter 406. I hope Olivia can successfully ascend to the true god in one fell swoop. Tang Xiufan looked at the Elven Mother Tree shrouded in golden light and silently blessed. Then he came to the vicinity of the main castle. Black Technology Castle. Current level: Advanced Main City. Ordinary buildings, warehouses, residential houses, noble courtyards, small gardens of elven, city walls, watchtowers, refining shops, smelting furnaces, moats. Special buildings: Farmer's Factory, Elven Mother Tree, Holy Light Temple, Faith Altar, Space Teleportation Magic Array, Bright Monastery. Upgrade requirements: 10 million units of wood, 8 million units of stone, 5 million units of refined iron. Next level: Primary King's Capital. Current status: Invincible. Current camp: Light, Kindness, Lawfulness. Supplies are abundant. Do you want to upgrade the castle? Yes. Tang Xiufan did not hesitate and chose yes. In an instant, golden light descended. It enveloped his main castle, and even the entire territory. This moment has finally arrived. Tang Xiufan took a deep breath. When he descended to the god and demon continent, he was looking forward to establishing a kingdom, becoming the king of a country, leading a powerful kingdom army, and attacking the central area of the god and demon continent. Now, he has finally waited. After his castle is upgraded to a royal capital, he can establish his own dynasty and integrate into the heart of the dynasty. Let his dynasty Black Technology Kingdom be recognized by the world's laws. Although Tang Xiufan didn't know what the use of getting the recognition of the world's laws was, his intuition told him that this was very important, and it was even likely related to the fight for the throne of the God King. As time passed, under the cover of golden light, Tang Xiufan's castle's direct territory was also expanding rapidly outward. Wherever he passed, countless ancient trees, bluestones, and even lakes and mountains disappeared out of thin air. Anything that stood in the way was instantly wiped out. It all turned into a flat ground paved with large bluestone slabs. After an unknown amount of time, the castle upgrade was finally completed. Almost at the same time, a world announcement appeared in the world chat channel. The golden character shone brightly. It shook the entire castle power. World announcement. Congratulations to the lord of the castle, Tang Xiufan, for taking the lead in upgrading his Black Tech castle to the level of the king's capital, opening up a new era for the castle's power. This is a great era for the struggle for dynastic hegemony. Celebrate together, and congratulate. I hope that the lords of the castles can take the Black Tech Castle as their goal, establish their own dynastic power, and compete for the only throne of the God King in the 10,000 races competition. Fight, lords of the castles. The God War is about to come, and the world will be devastated. As lords of the castles, do you hope to be annihilated in the battlefield of the gods? I wish the remaining lords of the castles to become gods. As soon as the world announcement came out, the world chat channel was boiling. Countless castle lords stayed up all night waiting for this moment, and finally, it came. Sure enough, the blood moon might be covered by dark clouds, but Tang Xiaofan never let them down. But soon, many castle lords and wanderers regretted it. They shouldn't have stayed up all night waiting, because the information revealed in the world announcement made many people feel cold. As expected, boss Tang Xiaofan finally upgraded the castle to a royal capital. This is the first royal capital among the castle forces. I heard that some top castle owners have established dynasty forces, but their castles are only primary main cities, and the dynasty forces they have established can only be called pseudo-dynasties, small kingdoms. A dynasty with a primary main city, is that also called a dynasty? Only a capital like that of Mr. Tang Xiaofan can be called a real dynasty force. That's not necessarily true. To establish a real dynasty, you need to integrate the heart of the dynasty of the divine object, so that you can get the recognition of the world laws of the god and demon continent. I don't know if Mr. Tang Xiaofan has the heart of a dynasty. Shouldn't there be any? It is said that only by conquering a dynasty-level force can you get the fragments of the heart of the dynasty, and 9 fragments are needed to synthesize a complete heart of the dynasty. No chance. Alas, it is too difficult to build a kingdom that can be recognized by the laws of the world. I didn't expect that there are things that Tang Xiaofan can't do. Brother upstairs, it is not easy for Tang Xiaofan to upgrade the castle to the capital. Okay, among hundreds of castle lords, only a few have primary main cities, let alone royal capitals. In short, Big Brother Tang Xiaofan is my idol. I envy Big Brother Tang Xiaofan. My castle is only a mid-level town, and I don't even know when I can reach the level of a main city, let alone a higher-level royal capital. Only a few castle lords can own a royal capital-level castle. For ordinary castle lords, it would be good to have a main city in the future. After all, resources are limited, and they have to be on guard against attacks from other castle lords at all times. At this moment, the information in the world chat channel suddenly became terrifying. What the hell, God War? Didn't the God War end in ancient times? It is said that in ancient times, dimensional demons invaded the god and demon continent, and countless gods of faith were killed, and had to leave this world. Later, the God of Truth rose up, and saved all the races on the god and demon continent. This world has been ruled by the God of Truth. The gods of faith have been expelled, so how can there be a God War? Oh my god! If the War of Gods comes, then we are all doomed? Fuck, my most powerful troops are only level 20, not even level 21, let alone gods stronger than demigods. Once the War of Gods comes, I won't even be cannon fodder. Will it not directly enter the difficulty of hell level? Game officials come out and give an explanation. At this stage, except for a few demigods under the command of boss Tang Xiaofan, other castle lords rarely have even level 21 troops. If there is a War of Gods, we will definitely be slaughtered. Demigods are useless in the face of immortal gods. That is to say, even Tang Xiaofan can't withstand the power of gods. If a god really attacks the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan will be finished. The attitude of this game towards ordinary castle lords is quite bad, and now even the God War has emerged, which simply leaves us no way to survive. The world chat channel was filled with wailing. Even the top castle lords were worried after seeing the content of the world announcement. In the castle forces, they are all extremely powerful. If it weren't for Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, they would be the peak of the castle forces, looking down on countless castle lords and wanderers. But it's just the castle forces. In the local forces, the power they have now is nothing. If the War of Gods really comes, then their fate will definitely become extremely bumpy. Because any god, even the weakest lower god, is enough to easily destroy their castle, and no castle lord can resist the power of the gods. They believe that even Tang Xiaofan was the same. After all, Tang Xiaofan only had 8 demigods. The power gap between demigods and gods was a world of difference. They had every reason to believe that once a god invaded the Black Technology Castle, Tang Xiaofan would be dead. Of course, this was because they didn't know that in addition to the deposed demigod, Tang Xiaofan also had a middle-level god-level Stark. If they knew, they wouldn't be so sure. A castle lord said in the World Chat channel, "Don't worry too much. The God War will definitely not come immediately. We still have time to continue to develop." Chapter 407. You know, we are the lords of the castle, and our development speed is beyond the imagination of the gods. It will only take 1 or 2 months at most for a god to appear in our castle forces. 1 or 2 months, are you so confident? I answered for him, and said that it was Master Tang Xiaofan. Indeed, within a month, Master Tang Xiaofan will definitely become a god. Although we can't compare to Master Tang Xiaofan, it is not that difficult to become a god and cultivate god-level soldiers. At least compared to local forces, it is easy for us to become gods. In half a year at most, we will not be afraid of the War of Gods. Half a year, that's too long. Don't worry, the War of Gods is unlikely to happen immediately anyway. That's right, even if there is a War of Gods, the target will not be us. After all, we don't even have soldiers at the god level, so how can we participate in actual combat? I suspect that the faith system that disappeared in ancient times has returned. Today's god and demon continent is ruled by the God of Truth. Once the faith system returns, a war of gods will inevitably break out between the two camps, and our castle forces will be outside the war of gods. That's right. We are too weak now. The God of Faith and the God of Truth will not care about us at all. The protagonists of the initial war of gods must be the God of Faith and the God of Truth, because we are not worthy. By the way, our castle lord and the God of Faith seem to be the same kind of people. After all, they both became God through faith. If the gods of faith return to the gods and demons continent, can we use their power to quickly develop the castle? It's not impossible. It would be great if I could get help from a powerful God of faith. Surpassing Tang Xiaofan is not a dream. Haha. Now that you guys mentioned it, I suddenly look forward to the return of the God of faith. Me too. Some top castle lords also had similar plans in mind. There is definitely no way for castle forces to coexist with local forces. But they and the gods of faith seem to have a chance to cooperate with each other. After all, both camps are based on faith and have a common language. If they can get the help of the body of faith, their development speed will definitely become very fast. Even surpassing Tang Xiaofan is not an impossible thing. Thinking of this, many top castle lords even began to look forward to the coming of the God War. Of course, they mainly look forward to the return of the faith gods, so that they can benefit from it. Suddenly I found that the number of castle lords is only this small number. Yes, there were so many castle lords when we first came. In the blink of an eye, almost half of the castle lords have disappeared. In the past month since we came, too many castle lords have been eliminated. Every day, a large number of castles are destroyed, and countless castle lords fall and disappear like meteors. Some castle lords have changed their jobs and become wanderers. After all, only a few have changed their jobs and become wanderers. More castle lords have died. There is no way. The game itself is cruel. Many castle lords were lamenting, feeling a sense of sympathy. They were still alive, partly because of luck. Don't worry, as the castle power develops, our strength will become stronger and stronger, and fewer castle lords will be eliminated in the future. With my current castle strength, I don't have to worry about wild monsters. Me too. Let me interject, can some castle lords who think they are powerful stop attacking my castle? Damn, if you are awesome, go attack the Black Technology Castle. I also want to say that some castle lords are so disgusting. They not only attack my castle, but also attack my army outside. They are already very weak, but they were beaten. It's terrible. I'm not afraid. It doesn't matter to me. I have contacted more than 100 castle lords, and set up a teleportation array. Once a castle lord comes to attack my castle, I will kill him directly. Haha. I have killed a top castle lord. Brother upstairs is awesome. The chat room in the world gradually went off the track, from discussing the world announcement to how to defend against the attack of the evil castle lord. Many castle lords, and even wanderers made suggestions in the world chat channel. Some evil castle lords, who mainly focused on war, felt their scalps tingling. They dared not be so reckless anymore. As for Tang Xiaofan, he continued his journey of castle upgrade. Along with the arrival of the world announcement, there was also a message prompt unique to him. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. Your Black Tech Castle has been upgraded to a primary capital. The territory directly under the castle has been expanded to 1,000 kilometers, and the castle's sphere of influence has been increased to 3,000 kilometers. The defense value of the heart of the castle has been increased tenfold. The influence and reputation of your Black Tech Castle in the God and Demon continent have been greatly improved. The influence and reputation of your castle power in the forest have been greatly improved. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle, your Black Tech Castle is world famous in the forest. Is there no reward for upgrading to king? After asking the game officials, Tang Xiaofan expressed regret. When he upgraded the primary main city, the game officials rewarded him with a natural godhead without attributes. But now he upgraded the primary capital without any reward, which made him somewhat disappointed. But he didn't take it to heart. He had already figured out the stingy nature of the game officials. He even suspected that the game officials rewarded him with the godhead not out of generosity, but to suppress his black technology castle because his development speed was too fast. As a result, he failed to suppress them, and instead destroyed several million-strong armies of the Alliance. The strength of the black technology castle became even stronger. Seeing that this method did not work, the game officials simply ignored him. Of course, this was just his random guess. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan opened the castle upgrade information again, prompt that the supplies are sufficient. Is the upgrade successful? Yes. Tang Xiaofan chose yes without hesitation. The resources consumed in upgrading the primary king just now were nothing to him. He still has more than 5.8 billion wood, more than 3.6 billion stones, more than 2 billion refined iron, and upgrading the intermediate king requires 100 million units of wood, 50 million units of stone, and 30 million units of refined iron. For other castle lords, this is a huge amount of resources. No one can take it out, but it is easy for him. Not only does he have to upgrade the intermediate king capital, but he will also upgrade it to the advanced king capital later. As for the imperial capital, it is not enough. Chapter 408. Soon, the newly upgraded black technology castle was once again enveloped by brilliant golden light. During this period, Tang Xiaofan asked the game official how to use the dynasty heart. At the same time, he thought about it, and a golden light flew out from his forehead. During the Beast Tide event, after obtaining the divine object dynasty heart, it automatically merged into Tang Xiaofan's body. When the kingdom is established, it can be taken out and used. The appearance of the dynasty heart looks like a golden gem with a diameter of several centimeters, a 72-sided polygon, emitting golden light, and is very beautiful. But that's all. There's nothing special about it. Of course, its role is not small. It can even be said that its value is comparable to a divine artifact, otherwise how can it be called a divine object? Heart of the Dynasty. Rank, Divine Object. Description: the heart of the dynasty is the core of the dynasty's power. With it, you will establish a dynasty that is recognized by the world's laws and the local empire. Effect 1. Greatly improve your dynasty's luck and the loyalty of the kingdom's people. Effect 2. Increase the cultivation speed of the kingdom's people by 20%. Effect 3. Greatly increase the growth rate of food crops in the kingdom's territory and the probability of newborns. Special effect, unknown. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan also received an answer from the game official. After building the capital, the lord of the castle can choose to fuse the heart of the dynasty with the heart of the castle to evolve into the heart of the kingdom. At that time, your kingdom will be protected by the laws of the world. So that's how it is, Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized. The heart of the castle is the core of the castle, and the heart of the dynasty should be integrated with it. Tang Xiaofan asked again, what is the special effect of the heart of the dynasty? When the lord of the castle fuses the heart of the dynasty with the heart of the castle, he can check the special effects contained in it by himself. Okay. Tang Xiaofan did not ask any more questions, waiting for the upgrade of the black technology castle to be completed. At this time, he glanced at the elf mother tree in the distance. So much time had passed, and the upgrade of the elf mother tree had long been completed. It had directly soared to more than 1,000 meters high, with lush branches and leaves, like a real towering ancient tree. The beautiful elves were all around the elf mother tree, sitting cross-legged and entering a state of meditation. It was because after the elf mother tree was upgraded to level 9, the life and natural magic it exuded was so terrifying that it almost formed a mist. For natural elves, life and natural magic are very useful, and can improve their practice speed. In other words, even if they don't kill the enemy, with the help of the 9th level troop building elf mother tree, their rank can be quickly improved. Of course, this is just daily practice. For castle troops, the shortcut to improve the rank is to kill the enemy and gain energy. But there is no way to get a faster chance of promotion than killing the enemy. In Tang Xiaofan's vision, information about the elf mother tree also appeared. Elf mother tree, top level military structure. Alignment, kind, lawful. Current level, level 9. Can breed 3,000 natural elves every day. Required for upgrading, unknown. Special reminder. The level 9 military structure elf mother tree has a high probability of breeding elemental elves, ancient elves, and other top-level military structures. Level 9 elf mother tree can breed 3,000 elf military structures every day. Horrible. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh. You know, the combat power of an elf is far beyond other arms. The number of natural elves bred by the elf mother tree is as high as 3,000 per day, which is terrifying. This is the official army recruitment mechanism of the game. For arms buildings of the same level, the lower the limit of the growth potential of the arms, the more can be recruited. Tang Xiaofan believes that once the Monastery of Light is promoted to level 9, the number of light arms that can be recruited every day will be more than that of the elf mother tree. Because the light troops are weaker than the natural elves, there is a gap between the top-level troops and buildings. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan looked at the light monastery on the other side again. After upgrading to level 8, the appearance of the light monastery looks more magnificent and exudes holy light. Light monastery. Faction, light, kindness, lawfulness. Current level, level 8. You can recruit 2,000 light troops every day, and randomly summon light nuns, light doomsday, light knights and other troops. Upgrade required. 100 million soul stones. Special reminder. The level 8 troop building light monastery has a higher probability of summoning top-level troops such as paladins, cardinals, holy light Pegasus, etc. Level 8 light monastery, recruit 2,000 light troops every day. If it is upgraded to level 9, the number of light soldiers recruited every day can still be 5,000. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. This terrifying number. If it can be exchanged for his elven mother tree, it will be great. He shook his head and took a look at the remaining soul stone reserves. Soul stones. More than 61.8 million pieces to upgrade the Monastery of Light to level 9. There is still a shortage of about 40 million soul stones. 40 million soul stones is equivalent to slaughtering the millions of troops of those alliances again. Most of the hundreds of millions of soul stones Tang Xiaofan harvested came from the castle resource reserves of hundreds of castle lords. In fact, there are not many soul stones harvested from the battlefield. Added together, there are only tens of millions. In other words, if he relies on killing enemies to explode soul stones, he will probably have to slaughter a group of enemies that are not much different from the million-strong army of the Alliance to gather the soul stones required for the Bright Monastery to upgrade to level 9. Don't think about it for the time being. Tang Xiaofan retracted his gaze and waited for the upgrade of the Black Technology Castle to be completed. Time passed, and finally, the golden light covering the Black Tech Castle completely dissipated, and Tang Xiaofan's main castle had already turned into a magnificent palace, no longer the castle it once was. After all, the castle has become a royal capital, and a royal capital should naturally have a palace. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. Your Black Tech Castle has been upgraded to an intermediate royal capital, and the territory directly under the castle has been expanded to 2,000 kilometers, and the castle's sphere of influence has been increased to 5,000 kilometers. The defense value of the castle heart has been increased by 30 times. Your Black Tech Castle's influence and reputation in the God and Demon continent have been greatly improved. This is the information prompt that appears after the Black Tech Castle is upgraded. It was very simple information, but it was enough to shock the world. While most castle lords only had town-level castles, and only a few top castle lords had primary main cities, Tang Xiaofan had a mid-level capital. Such a gap could no longer be described in words. However, Tang Xiaofan did not stop there, because there were still a large amount of supplies stored in the castle warehouse. Enough to upgrade the castle to a high-level capital. Upgrading to a high-level capital requires 1 billion wood, 800 million stone units, and 500 million refined iron units. Compared with the previous upgrade to a mid-level capital, the demand has increased tenfold. Such a huge amount of resources cannot be taken out by any top castle lord. However, it is not difficult for Tang Xiaofan. Chapter 409. Tang Xiaofan took a look at the material reserves in the castle warehouse. More than 4 billion units of food, more than 5.7 billion units of wood, more than 3.5 billion units of stone, more than 2 billion units of refined iron. Just when he upgraded to the intermediate royal capital, it seemed that his stored resources had not decreased at all. Just because he was too rich, after all, it was all the material reserves from hundreds of castle lords, which was a huge amount. It was a pity that it was almost impossible to upgrade the imperial capital. The reason was simple. Now the materials needed to upgrade the advanced royal capital were 10 times more than before. I think upgrading the imperial capital will be 10 times, or even more. With my current material reserves, if it is increased tenfold, it is not enough to directly upgrade the imperial capital. However, the high-level royal capital is enough. If an imperial capital is directly built, it may be difficult to withstand the pressure from the local empires in the central area. After all, a force that is independent of the central area has an imperial capital, and is about to establish an imperial power. What do the local empires in the central area think? It's courting death. Those empires would probably send the army of gods to conquer without hesitation. But the kingdom forces are different, because outside the central area, there are kingdom forces everywhere, which can hardly threaten the ruling status of each empire over the god and demon continent. If there is no threat, they will naturally ignore it. Don't consider the empire for the time being. It is not strong enough. Even if there are resources, it cannot be established. Now, what I have to do is to upgrade the advanced capital and establish my own dynasty-level force. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan opened the castle's information again, prompt that supplies are sufficient. Do you want to upgrade the castle? Yes. Tang Xiaofan immediately chose yes, and in an instant, the dazzling golden light appeared again. It covered all the direct territories of the Black Technology Castle. Just now, after the castle was upgraded to an intermediate royal capital, his direct territory had reached a terrifying level of 2,000 kilometers in diameter. The so-called direct territory refers to the area covered by the city wall. Inside the city wall is the direct territory of the castle. Outside the city wall, it is the sphere of influence of the castle. A direct territory of 2,000 kilometers is a very terrifying thing. You know, the entire forest is only 5 or 6,000 kilometers long and wide. In other words, his castle now occupies 1/3 of the forest area. You can imagine how huge it is, but at this moment, Tang Xiaofan was suddenly stunned. Because he suddenly thought of a problem, the direct territory expanded outward, and everything around it, including ancient trees, jungles, lakes, mountains, etc., all disappeared out of thin air and turned into a flat land paved with large bluestone floors. Doesn't that mean that those wild monsters and local forces will also disappear? Tang Xiaofan hurriedly asked the game official about this question, and soon he got a response. The ancient trees, jungles, lakes, mountains, wild monsters, local forces, tribes, etc. that disappeared because the castle lord upgraded the castle will be randomly teleported to other areas of the world. Looking at the official reply from the game, Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that he had lost more than 100 million. If he cleared all the wild monsters and local forces in the forest before upgrading the castle, he would definitely be able to obtain a large amount of supplies. But now, because of the upgrade of the Black Tech Castle, all those things were randomly distributed all over the world. Indirectly caused him huge losses. What a big loss! Tang Xiaofan felt very distressed. Originally, those things in the forest belonged to him. Just because he upgraded the castle, those things left him, which was a big loss. The most important thing is that his Black Tech Castle is still being upgraded and continues to expand outward. He is very suspicious of one thing. That is, when the Black Tech Castle is upgraded and becomes a high-level royal capital, the entire forest will disappear and become the castle's direct territory paved with large bluestone floors. This is not impossible. After all, the diameter of the territory directly under the intermediate king's capital has reached 2,000 kilometers. Once it is upgraded to a high-level king's capital, it may reach 5,000 kilometers. The narrowest part of the forest is less than 5,000 kilometers. In other words, after the upgrade, his high-level king's capital is likely to directly cover the forest. From then on, there will be no more forests in this area. There is only its Black Technology Paradise. But it won't cover everything. Because the location of the Black Technology Castle is not the center of the forest, but the southwest, the expansion of the castle's direct territory is expanding in all directions, not tilted. In other words, after the upgrade, my capital will probably occupy about half of the forest, and the other half of the capital. Tang Xiaofan remembered what Miss Joanna of the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce said. To the north of the forest is the Death Swamp, to the south is the Balalai Highlands, to the west is the Karami Prairie, and to the east is a vast wilderness uninhabited area. That means, the other half of my capital will extend to the Karami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands. Each area will occupy a corner. That's not bad. Tang Xiaofan didn't think much about it, and waited quietly for the upgrade of the Black Technology Castle to be completed. Tang Xiaofan didn't know that because of the continuous upgrade of the Black Technology Castle, the World Chat channel was noisy again. Although it was around 1 a.m., there were still many castle owners who were night owls. Especially some of the castle lords. My mood is very complicated. World Chat Channel. Oh my god, brothers and sisters, I am completely confused. I was sleeping soundly just now, but a message woke me up, saying that due to the expansion of the Black Technology Castle, my castle will be forced to teleport to other areas. Wow, I am confused too. Fuck, my castle is clearly on the edge of the Kurami Prairie, adjacent to the forest, but in the blink of an eye, I came to the Ice and Snow Kingdom. I am freezing to death. My castle in the Balalai Highlands was also affected, and was teleported away by the game officials. I just want to know, isn't Mr. Tang Xiufan's high-tech castle in the forest? Can it affect other areas? Upgrade. I boldly speculate that Mr. Tang Xiufan's high-tech castle should be upgraded to a high-level capital. It is said that the direct territory of the primary main city is 100 kilometers in diameter. I think the direct territory of the high-level capital may be thousands of kilometers. Thousands of kilometers of direct territory. It's terrifying. Fuck you, brothers. I saw it. The walls of the Black Tech Castle are rolling over me. At least 1,000 meters high, just like a bulldozer, wherever it passes, the mountains disappear. You haven't finished talking. Where are the people? Most likely, like the brothers above, they were teleported away by the game officials. The Black Tech Castle is expanding outward, and all the castle lords who stand in the way are teleported away. Oh my god, this is the official paving the way for Tang Xiufan. As expected of Tang Xiufan, awesome. He must be teleported away, otherwise, the castle of the top castle owner will be smashed into pieces with a city wall as high as 1,000 meters. Too scary. Tang Xiufan's castle has extended to the Balalai Highlands and the Kurami Prairie. Although it only occupies a corner, it also means that the castle owner in the area is in big trouble these 2 days. Chapter 410. Apart from anything else, the next war plan of boss Tang Xiufan is definitely to attack these 2 areas. A moment of silence for the castle lords of Balalai Highlands and Kurami Prairie. Boss Tang Xiufan is here. The castle lords of the area in the next 2 days should withdraw quickly. Are you going to let me live? I just moved from the forest to Kurami Prairie, and I have to move again. If you don't move, you will die. Wherever the demon army passes, which castle lord can survive? Looking at the information in the World Chat Channel, the castle lords of the Balalai Highlands and the Kurami Prairie are now in a panic. Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle has extended over, with a wall of more than 1,000 meters high, lying on the Balalai Highlands and the Kurami Prairie, occupying a corner respectively. Next, Tang Xiufan will definitely attack these 2 areas, there is no doubt about it. Only the castle lord in the Death Swamp in the north of the forest has a chance to catch his breath for the time being. Thinking that Tang Xiufan's demon army and 8 demigods might attack at any time, the castle lords of Balalai Highlands and Kurami Prairie were worried and couldn't sleep. Are we going to move too? It's really frustrating. In Kurami Prairie, it was early morning and Bear Grylls still didn't go to bed. The reason was that he was awakened by the shaking of the earth. Originally, he thought it was an earthquake, but when he came to the balcony on the top floor of the castle, he found that it was not the case at all. There was no earthquake, but there were countless wild monsters of all sizes running on the grassland. Not only did it shake the earth, but his castle was also shaking, waking him up. He looked up at the distant sky, and at the end of the grassland, there was a bright golden light, illuminating the entire night sky, as if the sun was rising there. What's going on? He was very confused, and quickly opened the World Chat Channel to see if there was any relevant information. Soon he understood. That golden light was the upgraded golden light of the Black Technology Castle. Hundreds of kilometers apart, they can still be seen. That's it. This time, we can go to the Black Technology Castle without the teleportation array. Bear Grylls never expected that after Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Castle was upgraded, the direct territory actually extended all the way from the forest to the Kurami Prairie where he was. It also means that his castle, the ancient giant bear castle, is located to the east of the Kurami Prairie, not far from the forest. The reason why he didn't know before was entirely because the prairie was too big. Moreover, it was all grass at a glance, and it was not easy to tell the direction. Even if he had a magic map, without a reference, he could not determine the exact location of the ancient giant bear castle. He only knew that the forest was next to the Kurami Prairie. But he could not calculate how far it was from him. But now it was different. He stood on the balcony on the top floor of the castle, and looked out from afar. He could actually see the upgraded golden light of the Black Technology Castle. This showed a problem. The forest was not far away. And the Black Technology Castle, which was upgraded to the advanced capital level, was very close to him. Otherwise, How could he see the golden light of the Black Technology Castle's upgrade? Maybe. The area where my castle is located has been included in the Black Technology Castle sphere of influence. Bear Grylls' eyes flickered, and this day finally came. This time, he had to surrender even if he didn't want to, but in his heart, he also had some expectations. Have a good sleep. Tomorrow morning, chase the direction of the golden light, and see if you can find the Black Technology Castle, and give Tang Xiaofan a surprise. Bai Yi turned back to the bedroom, but he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. The Black Technology Castle, the golden light lasted for nearly an hour, and then completely dissipated. The upgrade of the castle was finally over. What appeared in Tang Xiaofan's vision was an extremely magnificent palace. But it was not just one, but hundreds. It was completely a palace complex, and his palace was located in the center of the palace complex, extremely magnificent. From now on, Tang Xiaofan no longer has to live in a castle. In the palace, there are courtyards where people can live, and tens of thousands of people can live there at the same time without feeling crowded. Looking at the palace in front of him, Tang Xiaofan immediately made a decision, and all the earliest farmers moved in. And he could also divide a few courtyards for Olivia, the great elf Monica, the elf elder Becky, the elf equipment master Aida, and other beautiful natural elves. In addition, the Red Cardinal Louise, the commander of the Legion of Light, can also get a courtyard. For a moment, Tang Xiaofan thought a lot. At this time, the official information from the game arrived at the right time. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. Your Black Tech Castle has been upgraded to a high-level royal capital, and the territory directly under the castle has expanded to 5,000 kilometers, and the castle's sphere of influence has increased to 10,000 kilometers. The defense value of the heart of the castle has increased by 50 times. The influence and reputation of your Black Tech Castle in the God and Demon continent have been greatly improved. Special reminder 1. Because your sphere of influence has reached 10,000 kilometers, you have received the focus of the Huiyao Empire. Special reminder 2. You have received the focus of the Natural Elf Empire. Special reminder 3. You have received the focus of the Dragon Empire, and the hatred value has been greatly improved. Special reminder 4. 5,000 kilometers of direct territory. The sphere of influence is 10,000 kilometers. It's terrifying. Even Tang Xiaofan was shocked. Especially the 10,000 kilometer visual range, which is really terrifying. A forest can no longer accommodate him. He suspected that his visual range might have extended to the 4 surrounding areas, whether it was the Balalai Highlands, the Karami Prairie, or the Death Swamp in the north, or the wilderness in the east. All of them were infiltrated by his visual range. After all, the 10,000 kilometer area is really huge. At this time, the special reminders that appeared in the information prompt also attracted his attention. There were so many special reminders that it could be said that all the local empires in the central area were paying close attention to his Black Technology Castle, without exception. He was silent for a moment, and then he didn't think about it anymore. In short, this was something that could not be escaped. Moreover, they were about to establish a kingdom, so it was normal to be the focus of attention. If they were not paid attention to, it would be incredible. Lin Ying did not hesitate, and immediately walked into his palace hall. The palace hall looked many times more magnificent than the Dragon King Hall in the Dragon Nest. And the decoration was magnificent, exuding a noble atmosphere everywhere. In addition, at the top of the palace hall, there was a magnificent throne, which belonged to him. However, Tang Xiaofan was not very interested now. Relying on his connection with the heart of the castle, he found the heart of the castle in the shape of a stone tablet in the depths of the palace hall. At the same time, he took out the heart of the dynasty, and the information prompt suddenly appeared. Found the divine object dynasty heart. Do you choose to merge with the current castle heart? Special reminder 1. After merging with the dynasty heart, the current castle force will automatically be promoted to kingdom force and recognized by the world laws of the God and Demon continent. Special reminder 2. After integrating with the dynasty heart, your castle force will be regarded as a mortal enemy by extraterritorial creatures. Extraterritorial creatures? Could it be the dimensional demon clan that appeared in the ancient God War era? Chapter 411. Tang Xiaofan was puzzled. He did not expect that such a small incident would occur when fusing the dynasty heart. However, he did not take it seriously. He could not stop building a kingdom just because of unknown extraterritorial creatures. Wouldn't he be ridiculed by hundreds of castle lords? Fusion. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and chose yes immediately. In an instant, the dynasty heart in his hand turned into a golden light and drilled into the castle heart in front of him. Soon, the entire castle heart was shrouded in golden light. But not long after, the golden light dissipated. The heart of the castle did not look any different from the outside. However, Tang Xiufan knew that the heart of the dynasty and the heart of the castle had been perfectly integrated and promoted to the heart of the kingdom, which was the core divine object of the dynasty's power. Once the heart of the kingdom was destroyed, no matter how huge its kingdom's power was, everything would be reduced to ruins in an instant, including its 3 military buildings. So for the lord of the castle, protecting the heart of the kingdom was the most important task. Congratulations, lord of the castle. Your castle power has been promoted to kingdom power. Please name your kingdom. Black Technology Heaven. Tang Xiufan had already thought about it. Congratulations, lord of the castle. You have established a brand new kingdom power. Your kingdom Black Technology Heaven has been recognized by the world's laws, and you have obtained the qualification to compete for the throne of the God King. World announcement. Congratulations to lord of the castle Tang Xiufan for establishing the kingdom Black Technology Heaven. Since then, the Black Technology Kingdom, an orthodox dynasty-level force, has officially settled in the God and Demon continent. Tang Xiufan, the lord of the Black Technology Kingdom, has once again opened up a new era for the castle force. Special reward to Tang Xiufan, the lord of the Black Technology Kingdom, an exclusive artifact for the lord. The lord holding the artifact can mobilize part of the power of the kingdom's people. All the castle lords and wanderers of the castle force will be able to settle in the Black Technology Kingdom's sphere of influence after obtaining the consent of the Lord Tang Xiufan, and become the Black Technology Kingdom's affiliated forces and people. Loyalty to the Lord is the obligation of subordinate forces and people. No subordinate forces or people shall betray the Lord, and those who violate the rules will be wiped out. The establishment of the Black Technology Kingdom. The whole world celebrates, and it is a good thing to celebrate. I hope that the lords of the castles can take Tang Xiufan, the lord of the Black Technology Kingdom, as their goal, work hard to develop their own castle forces, and have their own kingdoms as soon as possible. The advent of the world announcement once again suddenly awakened countless castle lords and wanderers who had just fallen asleep. Some people slept soundly, but were directly awakened by friends' messages. In short, countless castle lords and wanderers gathered in the world chat channel again. Looking at the rows of large characters shining with golden light, I felt dumbfounded. Wife, come out to see God. Black Technology Heaven, Big Brother Tang Xiufan is awesome. I was just dreaming that Big Brother Tang Xiufan established a kingdom, but when I opened my eyes, it turned out to be true. Big Brother Tang Xiufan is awesome. Establishing a kingdom at 2 o'clock in the morning, Big Brother Tang Xiufan is absolutely unprecedented and will never be repeated. Watch your words above. Are you mocking the boss? Drag him out and cut him off. By the way, didn't you guys notice? The world announcement said that boss Tang Xiufan has established a legitimate dynasty-level power. I have a friend who is the owner of a top castle. He upgraded the primary main city and established a kingdom 2 days ago, but there was no world announcement, and no one said anything legitimate or not. I suspect boss Tang Xiufan is the official illegitimate child of the game. That's right, Tang Xiufan got all the benefits. Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Heaven is not the first kingdom in our castle forces, but the game officials not only gave a world announcement, but also rewarded an exclusive king artifact. It's so unfair. Is there anyone who can find out if the boss behind the game officials is also named Lin? Haha, the brothers upstairs are really wise. Many castle lords immediately retorted. The world announcement clearly states that Tang Xiufan established the Orthodox dynasty. The top castle lords you mentioned only established pseudo-dynasties. The castles are only at the primary main city level. How can they be compared with the advanced royal capital of Tang Xiufan? The key point is that the Black Technology Kingdom is an Orthodox dynasty. What is orthodoxy? It is orthodox only when it is recognized by the laws of the world. This shows one thing. Answer below. Received. This shows that the dynasty power of Tang Xiufan has been integrated into the heart of the divine dynasty. This is the Orthodox dynasty. Compared to the Black Technology Heaven, the other dynasties are simply not up to par. That's why there are world announcements and rewards for exclusive king artifacts. The Black Technology Heaven is the real first dynasty. Many castle lords and wanderers reacted immediately, integrated into the dynasty heart. Don't you say that 9 dynasty heart fragments are needed to synthesize a complete dynasty heart? Does boss Tang Xiufan have so many fragments? Impossible. I heard that only by conquering a dynasty-level force can the fragments of the dynasty heart be revealed, and it is not certain that they will be revealed. There are only 3 or 5 dynasty forces in the forest. Where do so many fragments come from? This is too unreasonable. Countless castle lords and wanderers expressed doubts, not understanding where Tang Xiaofan's divine object, the dynasty heart, came from. Because according to the number of dynasty-level forces in the forest, it is not enough to reveal 9 fragments, let alone synthesize a complete dynasty heart. In this case, where did Tang Xiaofan get the dynasty heart? At this time, a castle lord speculated, I suspect it has something to do with the initial Beast Tide event. No way. Wasn't the reward that Tang Xiaofan got from the Beast Tide event the Sky City, the war fortress of the demon clan? It can be guessed that the Sky City was drawn by Tang Xiaofan's luck, and the divine object, the dynasty heart, is the only reward that the game officials have always claimed. That only reward? Oh my god, this speculation is reasonable. I think so too. Otherwise, I have no idea where Mr. Tang Xiaofan got the heart of the dynasty. I didn't expect that Mr. Tang Xiaofan already had the heart of the dynasty when the Beast Tide event ended. This time, he used it directly when he established the Dynasty Black Technology Heaven. This is too scary. I can only say that this is Mr. Tang Xiaofan's routine operation. From this point of view, it is normal for Boss Tang Xiaofan to be rewarded with a king artifact by the game official. I envy Boss Tang Xiaofan. The best equipment I have is a king-level vibrator. Let alone an artifact. I don't even have a holy artifact. You talk as if I have one. I do have a holy artifact, but compared to the king's artifact, the holy artifact is just a cheap commodity. Nonsense, it's an artifact after all. Boss Tang Xiaofan is a demigod himself, and he has a godhood. Now he even has his own king artifact. This is simply the son of the game official. It's so terrifying. There will be no more Black Technology Castle in the future. It will only be Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Heaven. This name is obviously prepared for the establishment of the Divine Dynasty in the future. If nothing else, I just want to know whether Black Technology Heaven will open up residency rights. If Tang Xiaofan allows the Castle Lord and the Wanderer to settle in the Black Technology Heaven sphere of influence, I will immediately move the heart of the castle. If you become a subsidiary force of Black Technology Heaven, you can't betray it. Once you betray, you will be wiped out. Chapter 412. Heh. After joining the Black Technology Kingdom, would you still want to betray? I originally went to join the Big Boss. If I follow Big Boss Tang Xiaofan, maybe I can become an immortal god in the future. I have the same idea. I have never thought about competing for the throne of the God King and becoming the supreme god. As long as I can become a lower-level god, I will be satisfied. The God War is about to come. Weak gods will definitely have no way to survive. Only by relying on big bosses like Tang Xiaofan can they survive in the God War. The Black Technology Heaven is a towering tree that protects our weak castle forces. I'm crying and kneeling, begging Master Tang Xiaofan to grant us the right to live in the Black Technology Heaven. We ask for the same. The World Chat channel is very lively. The major alliances of the castle forces are also surging. The top leaders of each alliance and the top castle lords are also awakened by the reappearance of the world announcement. After seeing the content of the world announcement, they are all stunned. Unbelievable, this is crazy. The Orthodox Dynasty forces were also rewarded with an exclusive king artifact. Will the game officials let us, the top castle masters, live? It's meaningless to say this. If you can establish the first Orthodox dynasty, you can also be rewarded with an exclusive king artifact by the game officials. I'm just very unhappy. Tang Xiaofan is already so powerful. He has 8 demigods under his command. He is also a demigod and has divine power prepared. Now even the artifact is equipped for him. How can we play this game? The most important thing is that Tang Xiaofan did not get an ordinary artifact. The official introduction said that the artifact can mobilize the power of the kingdom's citizens. That is to say, the more citizens there are in the Black Technology Kingdom, the stronger Tang Xiaofan's power will be. It's terrifying. Then what can we do? Who made Tang Xiaofan establish the first kingdom of our castle power? Jealousy, dissatisfaction, all useless. Hearing this, many top castle lords fell silent. If this was a real game, they could still complain to the official, stop playing and protest. However, this is a real-life game, so complaints and protests are useless. It is also very simple to stop playing, just commit suicide. However, who dares to commit suicide? They are angry and helpless about the official practices of the game, just because Tang Xiaofan is ahead of them in every aspect, and all the good things have been taken away by Tang Xiaofan. Apart from envy and jealousy, they have no other thoughts. At this time, a senior member of the alliance said, "Don't think too much, work hard to develop. The God of Faith is about to return to the continent of gods and demons. The gods of faith from the ancient times are our hope. to surpass Tang Xiaofan. If we can get the help of the God of Faith, we can actually surpass Tang Xiaofan quickly. What are the Godhead and artifacts? I believe that in the hands of those gods of faith, there must be a large number of Godheads and artifacts. After all, they participated in the war of gods in ancient times. As long as we have a good relationship with those gods of faith, or become allies, we are likely to get the divine power and artifacts from them. So, don't envy Tang Xiaofan. Developing our castles and becoming stronger is the top priority. Because only when we are strong can we cooperate with the gods of faith and get what we want from them, and the artifacts that can surpass Tang Xiaofan. That's right. The Faith Pantheon is our hope. Brothers, to be honest, I'm already preparing to welcome a beast god of faith. Beast god? What beast god? A beast god with the highest position of a lower god, related to a tribe of pig people I conquered. I believe he will come to my castle soon. Fuck brother, you are awesome. Haha. Just average, just a little bit lucky. I accidentally got a fragment of the godhood. After communicating with him through the altar of the pig people tribe, he claimed that as long as I gave him the fragment of the godhood, he would help me 3 times. Hee. Hasn't Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven invaded our Karami prairie? Wait for the beast god to come, and see how he resists. The person who said this was from the Prairie Heaven Alliance. Many high-level officials and top castle masters in the alliance were surprised, and a little excited. Is the black technology heaven that Tang Xiaofan had just established going to be destroyed in their hands? After all, that was a god who had the peak position of a lower god. Isn't it like playing to defeat the Black Technology Kingdom, which only has demigods? Black Technology Kingdom, the information prompt from the game official also appeared in Tang Xiaofan's vision. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. In view of the fact that you have established the first dynasty force among the castle forces that is recognized by the world laws of the gods and demons continent, the Black Technology Kingdom will reward you with an exclusive king artifact as an encouragement. The God War is coming soon. I hope you will shine the glory of the castle forces in the God War. Congratulations to Tang Xiaofan, the Lord of the Black Technology Kingdom. You have obtained an exclusive king artifact. Please ask if you want to extract it. Extract. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and chose yes immediately. At the same time, he never thought that he could get such benefits by establishing a kingdom. An exclusive king artifact. It was a big profit, but thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem so incredible. After all, he established the first kingdom among the castle forces, and it was an orthodox dynasty force recognized by the world's laws, creating a precedent for the castle forces. Before, he was the first to upgrade the primary main city, and also receive the reward of the Godhead. Now to establish the first kingdom. If there is no reward, it is not justifiable. No matter how stingy the game officials are, they will not be stingy enough to not give a penny at this time. At the same time, a golden light appeared from the void. It fell into his right hand in an instant. He spread out the palm of his right hand, where there was a bright golden light, shining like the stars in the sky. After a while, the golden light changed and began to extend to the left and right. Gradually, a golden scepter appeared in his hand. King Scepter. Owner, Tang Xiaofan, Lord of the Black Technology Heaven. Rank, Lower Artifact, Top Grade. Status, Growth Artifact. Description, this is an artifact that belongs exclusively to the king. Only the most powerful ruler in the myriad planes is qualified to own it. It is the symbol of the strongest ruler. Divine Power Strength, 100 points. Effect 1. 1/10 of the power of the kingdom's people can be mobilized for the king's use. This effect can be improved. Effect 2. Under the influence of the king's scepter, the loyalty of all kingdom citizens is forcibly increased to the maximum value. Note, this effect does not apply to the lord of the castle and the wanderer. Effect 3. Greatly increase the speed of collecting the power of faith. Effect 4. Effect 5. Upgrade requirements. 1000 divine power crystals. Next level, middle god level, low level. Chapter 413. Looking at the information of the divine king's scepter, Tang Xiaofan took a breath and was shocked. Because, this is actually a growing artifact. In other words, its grade is not fixed like other equipment, but can be upgraded. Upgrade requirements, 1000 divine power crystals. Although he doesn't even have a divine power crystal now, and has never even seen what a divine power crystal looks like, it does not prevent him from looking forward to the future of this king's artifact. If nothing unexpected happens, this king's scepter will accompany him for a long time. After all, one of its effects is to mobilize the power of the kingdom's people, and use it for his own benefit. This is very terrifying. To exaggerate, if he has endless people, then his power is endless. The only limitation is the grade of the King's Scepter. At the current grade, the strongest can only burst out the power of 100 points of divine power. Tang Xiaofan doesn't know much about this. After all, he is only in the late stage of demigod and has not become a god. However, he did not ask the game officials, but called his chief think tank and commander, Tony Stark. Tang Xiaofan asked, "How strong is the power of 100 points of divine strength?" As he spoke, he handed the King's Scepter in his hand to Stark. After Stark respectfully took it and checked its information attributes, a surprised expression suddenly appeared on his cheek. "My lord, this is an extremely rare growth artifact. And there is no growth limit, which means that one day it can even evolve into the highest artifact." Stark was shocked. Even as a true god, he could not remain calm when facing a growing king artifact. Then Stark respectfully handed the King's Scepter back to Tang Xiaofan and said, "My lord, the power of 100 points of divine power is equivalent to the strongest attack of a lower-level peak true god." Lower-level peak true god? Tang Xiaofan looked at the King's Scepter in his hand. Its grade was a lower-level artifact, a top-grade one. As long as it goes one step further, it will be upgraded to a mid-level artifact. Tang Xiaofan looked at Stark and asked, "How much is your strongest attack?" Stark, as a superhero, is a master god in his complete form. He was born at the early stage of the middle god, one level higher than the lower true god. Stark replied respectfully, "My lord, I can burst out the power of 1,000 points of divine power in an instant." Tang Xiaofan was silent. The difference between 100 points of divine power and 1,000 points of divine power is 10 times, which means that Stark is 10 times stronger than the lower peak true god. Of course, this cannot be calculated, because the higher the rank of a true god, the stronger the divine power. 1,000 drops of divine power from a middle-rank god is far from being comparable to 1,000 drops of divine power from a lower-rank true god. In other words, Stark is at least 10 times stronger than a peak true god. If a lower-rank true god invades the black technology heaven, Stark can kill him with a single slap. Tang Xiaofan asked again, "What are divine power crystals?" The current rank of the King's Scepter requires 1,000 divine power crystals to upgrade. After consuming this amount of divine power crystal, the King's Scepter can be upgraded to a mid-level artifact. Stark responded, "Divine power crystals are similar to soul stones, but divine power crystals are naturally formed and condensed by the laws of a world. Generally speaking, if you want to find divine power crystals, you have to go to the heart of the world. Although there are many dangers there are divine power crystal mines." "I know." Tang Xiaofan did not ask any more questions. He just needed to understand the meaning of divine power and divine power crystals. As for the matter of the divine power crystal, we will talk about it later. He certainly has no way to go to the world center of the god and demon continent now, but he thought of a question, whether killing gods can explode divine power crystals? I think there should be no problem. After leaving the palace, Tang Xiaofan checked the upgraded castle information and found that the name of the Black Technology Castle has become a thing of the past and has been officially renamed the Black Technology Heaven. Black Technology Heaven. Current level, Advanced Capital. Territory, 5,000 kilometers in diameter. Boundary, 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Ordinary buildings, warehouses, houses, noble villas, small gardens of elves, city walls, watchtowers, equipment refineries, shops, smelting furnaces, moats. Special buildings, farmer's factory, elf mother tree, holy light temple, altar of faith, space teleportation magic array, monastery of light. Upgrade requirements, 10 billion units of wood, 8 billion units of stone, 5 billion units of refined iron, heart of the empire. Next level, imperial capital. Current status, invincible. Current camp, light, kind, lawful upgrading requires consumption of wood, stone, refined iron and nearly 23 billion units, and an empire heart is also required. Tang Xiaofan shook his head and stopped thinking about upgrading the empire for the time being. First, the resources he now has are far from enough to upgrade the Black Technology Heaven. Second, he does not have the heart of an empire. Tang Xiaofan took a look at the resource reserves in the kingdom warehouse. After the castle was upgraded to a high-level royal capital, he now has more than 4.7 billion wood, more than 2.6 billion stones, and more than 1.5 billion refined iron. This is a huge amount of resources, but it is still a long way from upgrading the imperial capital. Tang Xiaofan held the King's Scepter that exuded powerful divine power, and looked up at the dark sky in the distance. Whispered, "The next thing to do is to attack the Balalai Highlands and the Karami Prairie and conquer all areas around the Black Technology Heavenly Kingdom. Improve the strength of my kingdom." Prepare for the upcoming God War. God War. The warrior army of my black technology heavenly kingdom must intervene. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the blood moon had passed overhead, slowly moving towards the western sky. Tang Xiaofan still couldn't figure out why the blood moon could make wild monsters violent. Logically speaking, the blood moon is just an alien planet, similar to the moon. Where does the power come from to affect the wild monsters of the entire god and demon continent? He suspected that the blood moon might be related to the dimensional demon race that appeared in ancient times. However, this is just a guess after all, and the specific reason is unknown. Tang Xiaofan retracted his gaze on the blood moon, and then his mind moved, and the king's scepter in his hand changed into a golden light and drilled into his forehead. The king's scepter is his exclusive artifact, which can be stored in his body at will. Of course, all artifacts have spirituality. As long as the master is recognized successfully, all artifacts can be taken into the body. Almost all true gods also use this method to take artifacts into their bodies, nourish them with divine power, improve the compatibility between them and the artifacts, and increase the power of the artifacts. Although the grade of the artifact cannot be improved, nourishing it with divine power can still make the power of the artifact stronger. This is what Stark told Tang Xiaofan, because he has an artifact hidden in his body. That is his natal artifact. Chapter 414. Currently in the sealed stage, it can only release the power corresponding to his godly position. However, the seal of the natal artifact will be gradually unlocked as his godly position is promoted, and it can finally reach the level of the main artifact. Tang Xiaofan has no godly power and cannot nourish the king's scepter. However, he does not need to nourish it, because the king's scepter itself is a growing artifact. As long as there are enough godly crystals, it can be continuously upgraded. According to Stark, the king's scepter has no grade limit. In the future, it will be possible to be promoted to surpass the main artifact and reach the highest artifact. The supreme artifact is the exclusive artifact of the God King, and the God King has not appeared in many pantheons. Because of this, the gods of faith who believe in the pantheon will return to the god and demon continent regardless of everything, because they believe that the throne of the God King is hidden in this world. As long as you can get the throne of the God King, you can become the God King and suppress all pantheons. If nothing unexpected happens, the throne of the God King is likely to be a supreme artifact. Tang Xiaofan felt a little sleepy, so he found a palace and went to sleep. Tang Xiaofan slept very soundly this time. Maybe it was because too many things happened yesterday, from attacking the dragon's nest to destroying the millions of troops of several alliances, upgrading the military buildings, upgrading the castle, and establishing the kingdom. In short, he stayed up until the early morning. Unavoidably a little tired, he slept until dawn. He didn't open his eyes until the sun was high in the sky. With the help of the elf maid, he put on the holy weapon suit, the blessing of the natural elves, and after breakfast, they came to the outside of the palace together. Almighty Lord. Stark came forward to salute. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly, and looked at the square in the distance. The angel army, and the natural elf army were all gone. Only 100,000 warriors were left in the city. Seeing Tang Xiaofan's puzzled expression, Stark said, My lord, according to your oracle, the angel army, the natural elf army and other armies in the castle left the kingdom early in the morning to clear the wild monsters and local forces in the forest. If nothing unexpected happens, the forest can be cleared today. Yes, I understand. Tang Xiaofan nodded. Now the kingdom army under his command is very powerful, enough to sweep away any dynasty-level force. However, it is still very necessary to clear the wild monsters and local forces in the forest. First, it can collect supplies. Second, it can harvest population and increase the number of his believers. And third, it can make the kingdom's troops stronger by killing enemies. After all, killing enemies is the fastest way to improve the rank. The experience gained from daily practice is far less than that from killing enemies. Tang Xiaofan asked, Have you made the recruitment plan arranged yesterday? Reporting to the Lord, Stark said respectfully, This morning, Jarvis and I have completed the task you assigned. Currently, we plan to recruit a total of 5.1 million new farmers. We suggest selecting 2 million soldiers with relatively high strength and potential from the 5 million soldiers to form a war legion. The other 3.1 million soldiers are divided into life professional soldiers, and their main responsibility will be to see your kingdom. Well done. Tang Xiaofan nodded in appreciation. With the help of Stark and Jarvis, he didn't need to deal with these daily chores. The only thing he needed to do was to convey orders. Now, with the arrival of Stark, a super scientist and superhero, he was even more relaxed. No need to worry about anything. However, there were still some things he needed to do personally. For example, summoning farmers, nurturing angels, breeding natural spirits, and recruiting light soldiers. In addition, the remaining soldier evolution drawings, soldier quantity drawings, mini magic skill drawings, advanced building drawings, etc. from yesterday also need to be dealt with. But before that, he has to breed the soldiers for the new day. As usual, he came to the side of the farmer's factory and opened the message prompt. Energy is sufficient. Do you want to summon farmers? Tang Xiaofan made a choice immediately. In an instant, the factory burst into a dazzling light. The factory, with a diameter of 1 kilometer, was completely shrouded in holy white light, bursting out the brightest light in history. It was like a star reflecting the entire black technology heaven. Tang Xiaofan turned to look at Stark beside him and asked, "Are there farmer factories in the virtual world of God?" Lanasta nodded. Compared with other warriors, as a superhero, he was very familiar with the virtual world of God, and his memory had not disappeared. Stark said, "In the Lord's world of God, there are tens of thousands of farmer factories, and the number of farmers produced is a very large number. This is why our farmer clan can sweep across tens of thousands of plains." Tang Xiaofan sighed again. "So far, I only have one farmer factory, because the construction blueprints of the farmer factory are too difficult to get, and I haven't found the second one yet." At the beginning, he asked the game official and learned that the army construction blueprints of the farmer factory can be dropped, but the probability is very low. And even if other castle lords get the army construction blueprints of the farmer factory, they can't use them, because the farmer is his only army. If those castle lords get the army construction blueprints, either collect it or trade it to him. In any case, it cannot be used. However, after such a long time, he has not received any news about the second farmer factory troop building blueprint, which makes his wish to breed more farmers come to nothing. At this time, Tang Xiaofan suddenly looked stunned. Now that his farmer factory has been upgraded to level 9, can he summon more scientists and superheroes? When the farmer factory was still level 6, the game officials claimed that it would take a month to summon a superhero. By increasing the level of the farmer's factory, the time to summon a superhero should be shortened. Tang Xiaofan immediately asked the game official how long it would take to summon a superhero. Soon, a message came. Due to the uncertainty of superheroes, the summoning time could not be reduced. Moreover, when summoning ordinary farmers, the more special farmers appeared during the summoning process, the longer it would take to summon. Tang Xiaofan asked how long it would take if all the summoned farmers were special farmers. If all of them are special farmers, it will take about half a month. Tang Xiaofan was very excited. This time is not long at all. For the gods who can live forever, it will pass in the blink of an eye. It is a very cost-effective thing to summon 1,000 special farmers at the level of demigods, or lower true gods, in half a month. Chapter 415. Especially during this period, the god of faith is eager to return to the god and demon continent, and the god war is coming. If he had a lot of demigods and true gods, he would definitely be able to participate in this god war at a faster speed. Tang Xiaofan was still not satisfied. It would be better if the time could be shorter. Tang Xiaofan asked again, "Is there any way to shorten the cooldown time of superhero summoning?" The message prompts that you can consume the God Power Crystal at the cost of providing the farmer factory with God Power Crystals to speed up the summoning cooldown time. Another divine crystal. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. His king's scepter needed divine crystals to upgrade. Now, the cooling time of summoning superheroes also needed divine crystals to speed up the time. This thing is really important. However, he didn't have a single divine crystal now. At this time, the information prompt appeared again, which was beyond Tang Xiaofan's expectation. The lord of the castle can use soul stones to exchange divine crystals. Every 1,000,000 soul stones can be exchanged for a standard unit of divine crystal. Exchange? Tang Xiaofan paused, and then suspected that the game officials were trying to cheat him out of his soul stones. Because 1,000,000 soul stones can only be exchanged for one divine power crystal, which is ridiculously expensive. He took a look at his own reserve of soul stones. More than 61.8 million yesterday. When Tang Xiaofan upgraded the Elf Mother Tree to a level 9 troop building, his soul stone reserve was only these. It seems a lot, enough to exceed the imagination of any castle lord. But in fact, all the divine power crystals that can be exchanged are less than 70. Excluding the decimals, 60 million soul stones can be exchanged for 60 divine crystals. Tang Xiaofan turned to look at his Stark and said, "Are 60 divine crystals considered a lot?" Stark was silent for a moment, and then replied, "My lord, if it were in the illusory divine world, these divine crystals would not be a big deal. The farmer clan has stored tens of millions of divine crystals. But here, 60 divine crystals are still a lot. What Stark said fits the current situation very well, because he does not have a single divine crystal and is quite poor. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. If he didn't go to the God realm, the tens of millions of divine crystals would be illusions. He was considering whether to exchange the stored soul stones for divine crystals. The farmer's factory and the elf mother tree had both been upgraded to level 9, and only the Monastery of Light was still at level 8. And if the Monastery of Light wanted to be upgraded to level 9, it still needed 40 million soul stones. With so many soul stones, it was unknown when they could be gathered. If the cooling time of summoning superheroes could be accelerated with the help of divine crystals, it would seem to be a good choice to obtain a large number of superheroes at the level of demigods, or even true gods in a short period of time. Tang Xiaofan looked at the farmer factory covered by white light. This method could indeed be considered, but it would not work today. The farmer factory was already calling for farmers. Wait until tomorrow to call for superheroes. Tang Xiaofan had already made a decision. He wanted to call for a wave of superheroes, because the black technology heaven needed more demigods, or even true gods to protect it. Stark was just a middle-level true god, and he always felt that it was not safe enough. After all, who knew when those gods of faith would enter the god and demon continent? What if the war between gods breaks out directly? At that time, there is a high possibility that gods will fly all over the world. What's more, he has also received special attention from the elf goddess Isabel, and it is possible that the moonlight hunting goddess is also secretly spying on him. His black technology heaven needs a large number of demigods and true gods to sit in charge. In the farmer's factory shrouded in rich holy light, a large number of light balls flew out. It was a very familiar scene, but the difference was that there were more light balls this time. Densely packed like stars, they were suspended in the sky above the farmer factory. If the farmer factory had not been upgraded to level 9, summoning 5 million farmers at a time would probably take a lot of time. However, the number of 5 million was very terrifying. Soon, all the light balls flew out of the farmer factory, filling the square in front of the factory, the streets, and even the outer city. Then, after a while, they all broke apart, and in an instant, densely packed farmers appeared in the black technology heaven. Tang Xiaofan used his own spiritual will to cover all the farmers. Soon, he finished counting. As expected, the probability increased significantly. This time, he summoned more than 60,000 special farmers. The probability of 70% is indeed strong. 5 million people is a huge number. Fortunately, Stark and Jarvis had already made plans. The current production farmers in the city arranged all kinds of life and guidance for everyone. And many people, after a comprehensive comparison by Jarvis, were selected as candidates for 2 million soldiers and handed over to the waiting 2 Legion commanders, War 1 and War 2, to start combat training respectively. The remaining 3 million farmers were arranged in the huge black technology paradise. Each person will be assigned to a community, and will be uniformly received and guided by the community's management farmer. Jarvis will uniformly allocate everyone's work, whether it is farming, working in a factory, or being a barber. Jarvis will make a preliminary allocation. As for their future whereabouts and ideas, they need to figure it out by themselves. Among this group of farmers, there are not only male farmers, but also a small half of female farmers. These women were not all assigned to the production department, and many female farmers joined the combat troops. Compared with the pilots and other jobs that women had previously done in the army, many were selected by Jarvis as direct armor operators this time. And considering that the large armor robots being studied require multi-person collaboration, such delicate positions have been favored by Jarvis for female farmers. Of course, Tang Xiaofan agreed to all this after a brief look. As for Tang Xiaofan, he began to recruit natural elves and light soldiers one after another, 3,000 natural elves and 2,000 light soldiers. If this huge number was spread out, it would definitely shake the entire castle power. If anyone knew that Tang Xiaofan could breed 3,000 natural elves and 2,000 light soldiers every day, they would be shocked. Because this is simply too amazing. Up to now, no castle lord has 6,000 soldiers. Even those low-level castle lords do not have so many soldiers. Because their soldiers are of low level, even if their soldiers are weak, the number of soldiers recruited every day will not be too large. Chapter 416. Not counting the farmer factory, Tang Xiaofan can now recruit 5,000 soldiers every day. The weakest of them are top soldiers, the strongest are his farmers, and the lowest growth potential is demigod. You can imagine how terrifying this is. Unlimited recruitment of soldiers every day is something that no castle lord can imagine. But Tang Xiaofan made it a reality because his soldiers' building level is too high. 2 level 9 and 1 level 8. In the entire castle force, which castle lord can compare with him, it took about half an hour for Tang Xiaofan to recruit all the soldiers from the Elf Mother Tree and the Monastery of Light. I won't say much about the Monastery of Light. Most of the 2,000 soldiers of Light recruited were of level 20 potential, including Sisters of Light, Knights of Light, and Priests of Light. A small number were paladins of level 21 potential, cardinals, and Holy Light Pegasus that could rival unicorns. Although the soldiers of Light were not as good as the natural elves, they were still very important to Tang Xiaofan. Because the Holy Punishment Corps, the Fanatic Corps, the Light Crusaders, and other corps that Tang Xiaofan will form next will make them the main ones. These corps will become the main executors of Tang Xiaofan's spread of faith in the central area. In this respect, even angels cannot compare to them. Because they are human beings, they can be well integrated into the local empire in the central area. After that, there are the elves recruited through the Elf Mother Tree. Among the total of 3,000 elves, there are more than 2,900 natural elves. The remaining 20 or so elves are elemental elves. This is very scary. You should know that Tang Xiaofan has only recruited 5 elemental elves in total after building the Elf Mother Tree for such a long time. They are the Holy Light Elemental Elf Victoria, the Fire Elemental Elf Evangeline, and the 3 Blood Elemental Elves. But this time, a full 26 elemental elves were directly bred, which is amazing. Of course, Tang Xiaofan also knows that this is also related to the fact that the Elf Mother Tree has been upgraded to level 9, and the probability of recruiting elemental elves and ancient great elves has increased. The only pity is that the ancient great elves still did not appear in this breeding. It seems that the rarity of this kind of elves is much higher than that of elemental elves. However, Tang Xiaofan was not too disappointed. He was very satisfied to be able to breed 26 elemental elves at one time. Then he counted these elemental elves and found that there were 13 Holy Light Elemental Elves, 6 Fire Elemental Elves, 5 Blood Elemental Elves, 1 Glacier Elemental Elf, and 1 Storm Elemental Elf. The growth potential limit of these elemental elves has reached the peak of demigods. It is comparable to the top troops under his command, which is very good compared to the intelligent races in the God and Demon continent. But it is normal that they are not as good as his farmers. After all, Stark told Tang Xiaofan that the farmer race belongs to the God-level race. What is a God-level race? The weakest tribe members have the growth potential limit of demigods, which is a God-level race. Based on this basis, the natural elves, as a highly intelligent race, are far from being a God-level race. Naturally, they could not compete with the farmers. After being recruited, the light soldiers and the elf soldiers also left the capital and went to the forest area to hunt. Although they were just recruited and their strength was still very weak, Tang Xiaofan did not have to worry about their safety. Because his kingdom army was hunting in the forest, with a full 100,000 troops scattered in the forest. The newly recruited light soldiers and elf soldiers would naturally be protected after they went there. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan's eyes were cast towards the Elf Mother Tree that looked like a towering giant tree. Since he upgraded the Elf Mother Tree yesterday, Olivia entered it and practiced in seclusion. Until now, she has not appeared. Tang Xiaofan looked at Stark beside him and asked, "Can you see what is going on inside the Elf Mother Tree?" Hearing this, Stark immediately released his divine consciousness and scanned the entire Elf Mother Tree for a moment. He said to Tang Xiaofan, "Reporting to my lord, there is a figure in the Elf Mother Tree who is in seclusion to ascend to the true God level, and is currently in the state of condensing the Godhead." Tang Xiaofan was extremely happy. He didn't expect Olivia to be so powerful that she was actually going to be promoted to a true God. Of course, the upgrade of the Elf Mother Tree was even more powerful. The Elf Mother Tree was originally only level 6. After he upgraded it to level 9, the highest level military building, it also gave Olivia a great benefit. If it weren't for this, Olivia's improvement wouldn't be so amazing. She was the first to be promoted to the realm of a true god at a speed that surpassed everyone in the kingdom. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "It seems that our kingdom will have 2 gods soon." Stark said, "My lord, you will soon be promoted to a god." Tang Xiaofan nodded. His current rank was in the late stage of demigod. It was not far from being promoted to a god. Even that attributeless natural godhood might not be used, because there were still more than 20 days before the 1-month seal period of the god. And Tang Xiaofan was always confident that he could be promoted to a god within this period. He suddenly thought of a question and immediately asked the game official, "If I am promoted to a god within the seal period of the godhood, wouldn't the godhood be wasted? Can I give it to others?" Soon, a message came. After the seal of the godhead is released, the lord of the castle can dispose of it at will. Special reminder: The natural godhead without attributes has unfathomable terrifying power and growth potential. Lord of the castle, please think carefully before giving it to others. Tang Xiaofan was silent. With that said, he must have used this godhead himself. But the question is, does he have to hold it in until the seal of the godhead is released before he can become a god? If it were someone else, they would definitely not have such confidence. After all, there were only more than 20 days left before the seal of the godhood was lifted. Who could advance from the late demigod stage to the god realm in such a short time? Even the masters of the top castles would not dare to boast like this. But Tang Xiaofan was different. He was confident that he could sweep across the 3 areas of Balai Highlands, Karami Prairie, and Death Swamp within this period of time. Kill a large number of enemies. Break through to the god realm by force. Once he is promoted to a god and has his own godhood, then this attributeless natural godhood will be useless, unless he can have 2 godhoods. When Tang Xiaofan threw this question to the game official, the game official answered Tang Xiaofan very honestly that the godhood is unique. Every god can only have one godhood, which is the only origin of the god. But at the same time, the game official gave Tang Xiaofan a solution. When the lord of the castle is promoted to the peak of the demigod and begins to condense the godhood, the seal of the attributeless godhood will be automatically unsealed, and the lord of the castle can choose to use it. In this way, Tang Xiaofan does not have to worry about the godhood being wasted, and he does not have to wait until the seal period of the godhood is over before he is promoted to a true god. Through this incident, he felt that the game official was still quite humane. At least in many cases, they would not maliciously create problems for the lord of the castle. Chapter 417. At this moment, Stark beside him suddenly said, "My lord needs a creative farmer and a destiny farmer." Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" He didn't understand why Stark suddenly mentioned 2 farmers he had never heard of. Creative farmers, destiny farmers, are they both special farmers? Stark said respectfully. Just now you said that there are too few farmer factories in the kingdom, and there is only one. This problem can be solved by creative farmers and destiny farmers. Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan was immediately delighted. He quickly asked, "You mean that the creative farmer and the fate farmer can build a farmer factory?" Stark nodded and said, "In the illusory angel world, all the farmer factories are built by the creative farmer and the fate farmer. The creative farmer builds the main body of the farmer factory and gathers the farmer's heart. The fate farmer gives the farmer the heart, soul, and the power of destiny. Under the influence of their creative power and the power of destiny, the farmer factory can breed farmers." This is good news. Tang Xiaofan was almost ecstatic. He didn't expect that the farmer factory could be built directly. Although he has not summoned either the creation farmer or the destiny farmer yet, he believes that he will be able to summon these 2 kinds of farmers one day. After all, the 9th level farmer factory can summon farmers at any time. There will be a day when he will be lucky enough to encounter these 2 kinds of farmers. Once he has the creation farmer and the destiny farmer, he can build a large number of farmer factories and start summoning his own massive superheroes. By then, let alone conquering the god and demon continent, even conquering the world of thousands of planes would not be impossible. Stark said, "The farmer of creation and the farmer of destiny are 2 very rare special angels. Even in the illusory farmer god realm, there are not many of them." Tang Xiaofan didn't care and said with a smile, "One day they will appear in my kingdom." Stark nodded. He also believed that the farmer of creation and the farmer of destiny would respond to the Lord's call and descend to the black technology heaven. At this moment, Tang Xiaofan was in a good mood. He took out the drawing stored yesterday from the king's ring. Suddenly, looking at the king's ring on his fingertips, Tang Xiaofan suddenly felt that it was not worthy of the name of the king. After all, his king's scepter was a growing artifact, while this king's ring was just a top-grade holy artifact, not even a semi-artifact. However, it was still a space equipment and was very valuable. He didn't think about it anymore and looked at the large stack of drawings in front of him. There were nearly 10,000 of them. Among them, the most numerous were the drawings for the evolution of the arms, followed by the drawings for the number of arms, and then the drawings for magic skills and advanced buildings. He counted all the drawings for the evolution of the arms, about 7,000 of which were low-level drawings, a few were mid-level drawings, and there were only more than 100 advanced purification drawings. This was already very good. After all, the millions of arms of the Alliance army were weak and pitiful, and it was difficult to produce good drawings. He handed all these drawings for the evolution of the arms to Stark. As the chief scientist and superhero leader, Stark would leave such matters to him in the future. Tang Xiaofan said, "These evolutionary drawings can help warriors improve their growth potential, achieve bloodline evolution, and have more strength. You can select some warriors to use, and strive to cultivate warriors who are more suitable for this plane as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. Stark saluted respectfully, and took the drawings and put them away. Tang Xiaofan began to deal with the magic skill drawings, which were not small, more than 300 in number, but most of them were level 20 magic skills, and a few were level 21 magic skills and domain skills. As for the demigod level skill blueprints, there was none. After all, in yesterday's war, his army killed only one demigod, and that was Dragon Nest Patriarch Gallop. He thought about it, then selected the level 20 magic skill blueprints, and put them on the trading channel. As for the remaining level 21 magic skill blueprints, he gave them to Stark. See if there are any skills you like. After you select them, give the rest to the level 21 warriors in the warrior corps. As you command, my lord. After Stark respectfully took the blueprints, Tang Xiaofan began to process the architectural blueprints. These were the best quality architectural blueprints he had left yesterday, all of which were high-level architectural blueprints, with a total of more than 20 blueprints, including the Inquisition Church of the Light Camp, the Templar Knights Training Center, the Altar of Light, etc., the Tower of the Dead Souls of the Dark and Evil Camp, the high-level Blood Pool Biological Slaughterhouse, etc., and the Magic Tower and Unicorn House of the Good and Lawful Camp, etc. In short, there were all kinds of blueprints, and they came from all camps, which dazzled Tang Xiaofan. Finally, he selected all the blueprints of the Dark Evil and Undead camps, and put them on the trading channel, selling each one in the form of an auction. After all, these are high-level buildings, and the blueprints are of astonishing value. He will not set a price casually, and then let others pick them up and buy them instantly. He wants the castle lords of the Dark Evil and Undead camps in the entire castle force to bid high prices for them, and he can also get a lot of soul stones. As for other high-level building blueprints such as the Inquisition Church, the Templar Knight Training Center, the Altar of Light, the Magic Tower, the Unicorn House, etc., he built them all without hesitation. These buildings did not conflict with his kingdom camp, so there was no reason to sell them. After all, these high-level buildings were very useful. For example, the Templar Knight Training Center allowed the Paladin of Light to change his job and become a more powerful Templar Knight. It was possible to upgrade his growth potential to the demigod level. As for the Magic Tower, it contained countless kinds of magic, from ordinary low-level magic to forbidden spell level 1 magic. With the Magic Tower, the magic soldiers of his kingdom can learn a lot of magic skills in it, and improve their combat effectiveness. For example, the Unicorn House can greatly improve the defense ability of unicorns, and attract the unicorns to join. The remaining advanced buildings are also very effective, and can greatly improve the strength of its kingdom. In short, there are only benefits and no harm. The last one, Tang Xiaofan flipped his right hand, and a blue blueprint fell into his palm. He kept this blueprint separately because it was the most amazing, and it was extremely rare. The reason was very simple. It was a blueprint of a military building that was exploded after killing the Dragon Nest Chief Gallop. When Tang Xiaofan got this blueprint of a military building, he was very excited. Chapter 418. He believed. If he hadn't waited until Dragon Nest Patriarch Gallop was promoted to a demigod before killing him, he probably wouldn't have gotten this army building blueprint. This is the reward for killing a demigod, of course. Killing Gallop also got his own equipment, which he kept, waiting to return to Gallop after he was resurrected. Now Gallop's soul is being nurtured in the Holy Grail of the Holy Light Temple. After he successfully transforms into his believer, Tang Xiaofan will consider resurrecting Gallop. After all, Deluop is a demigod-level silver dragon, and a strong man is still very valuable, especially for conquering the native dragons of the gods and demons continent, in which it will play a big role. Without thinking too much, Tang Xiaofan cast his eyes on the blue blueprint in his hand. Army Building Blueprint, Dragon Island. Alignment, Good and Lawful. Grade, Top. Description, this is the exclusive army building of the dragon lineage. Army that can be summoned, Elemental Dragon, Metal Dragon, Gem Dragon, and other top dragon arms. There is a very low probability of summoning Space Dragon, Time Dragon, Destiny Dragon, and other god-level dragon arms. Construction requirements, 300,000 units of wood, 200,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of refined iron. As far as I know, the army building blueprints of the top castle owners, who can recruit dragon arms are dragon nests, not dragon islands. Moreover, the dragons they recruited were of very single types, such as Dark Dragon, Flame Dragon, Frost Dragon, etc. They could only recruit one type of dragon. My Dragon Island, on the other hand, could recruit all types of dragons. If you were lucky, you could even recruit Space Dragon, Time Dragon, Fate Dragon, etc., dragons with god-level growth potential. In comparison, my troop-building Dragon Island was worth countless times more than the Dragon Nest. Such a powerful troop building could not be sold to other castle owners, and must be used by myself, without hesitation. Tang Xiaofan found a suitable open space far from the palace, and built the military building Dragon Island directly. Yesterday he had too many things to do, and he forgot about this matter because he was fighting against the million-strong army of the Alliance. He couldn't delay it today. Do you want to build the top military building Dragon Island in the current designated area? Tang Xiaofan immediately chose, and the blueprint in his hand turned into a golden light, covering a large open space in front of him. A huge island can be seen faintly in the golden light, surrounded by the blue sea with waves surging. To the west of the capital of the Black Technology Heaven, across the moat that is thousands of meters wide, dozens of kilometers to the west, a fully staffed army of light is marching urgently. To the west of the Black Technology Heaven is the Calami Prairie. Of course, it can also be said that the kingdom of the Black Technology Heaven has occupied a corner of the Calami Prairie, because the area of the capital is too large, with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers. The forest can no longer accommodate Tang Xiaofan's kingdom. The western territory of the kingdom goes straight into the Calami Prairie, and the southern territory of the kingdom goes straight into the Balalai Highlands. At this moment, this army of light is on the western periphery of the moat of the Black Technology Heaven, patrolling the surrounding Calami Prairie. By the way, clean up the wild monsters and local forces on the grassland. They did not go deeper, but only patrolled within a range of about 40 kilometers from the moat. This is because the king of the Black Technology Heaven, their great god of faith, has not yet issued an order to attack the Calami Prairie. Otherwise, this army of light and other armies of the kingdom would have already entered the deeper part of the prairie, and wiped out the beast tribes that could be seen everywhere. At this moment, a cardinal riding on the back of a holy light horse made a gesture, and immediately a knight in the army blew the horn of war, and the sound was so exciting that it reached the sky. At the same time, the camp of this army of light changed rapidly, with several cardinals and 50 paladins in the lead, 200 knights of light in the second, followed by a large number of priests of light, nuns of light, and warriors of light. The army's formation was strict, like a sharp arrow, aimed at the end of the grassland. A large number of figures soon appeared in that direction. Once the enemy came, they would immediately attack. As believers of the Lord, they were fearless, because they knew that after they died on the battlefield, the Almighty Lord would resurrect them and give them new life. Believers get eternal life. This is not a fantasy. Each of them is a fanatical believer of the Lord, not afraid of death. At this moment, at the end of the grassland, there is a huge golden sea, moving at high speed. The earth is shaking. It can be seen faintly that the golden sea is composed of more than 1,000 ancient giant bears of huge size, led by a big man in black armor. The man stands on the back of an ancient giant bear that is more than 40 meters long, leading his ancient giant bear army to rush over. It is none other than the castle lord of the ancient giant bear capital, Mr. Bear. Early in the morning, Bear Grylls led the ancient giant bear army, chasing the golden light of last night, looking for Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Heaven. Now she finally found it. Stop! This is the territory of the Black Technology Heaven, the Lord's domain. Everyone. Before he finished speaking, the cardinal changed his words and said, Leader, put down your weapons and restrain your ancient giant bear, otherwise, you will face the judgment of the holy light. Boom! The earth trembled, and the ancient giant bear army roared in, and finally stopped urgently about 500 meters away from the Legion of Light. Bear Grylls, standing on the head of his mount is an ancient giant bear of the 21st mid-level, dozens of meters long, and also the most powerful soldier under his command. When Bear Grylls saw this army of light, a trace of joy appeared on his cheeks, and he said loudly, Don't get me wrong, I am the lord of the castle from the ancient giant bear capital, and I am not an enemy of your Black Technology Heaven. He already knew yesterday that there were 3 military buildings in Tang Xiaofan's castle. One of them is the Monastery of Light that can recruit light soldiers. So it was obvious that the bright army in front of him was the army under Tang Xiaofan. But what surprised him was that the size of this bright army was quite large, with a full 1,000 people. It was a fully staffed army. You know, the bright army was not Tang Xiaofan's initial army. Its initial army was the devil. However, the size of just one bright army was so large. How many arms did Tang Xiaofan have? The leading cardinal did not let go of his hostility. He looked at Bear Grylls standing on the head of the ancient giant bear, with a serious expression and said, This is the kingdom ruled by the Almighty Lord. Sir, what are you doing here? In fact, not only this area is the territory of the Black Technology Heaven, but also the grasslands within thousands of kilometers behind Bear Grylls are all the territory of the Black Technology Heaven. The reason is very simple. The Black Technology Heaven is now a high-level capital, and the total territory diameter reaches 10,000 kilometers. Tang Xiaofan is now focusing on clearing the forests in the east and north of the kingdom, and has not yet set his target here. Otherwise, all the lords of the grassland castles within thousands of kilometers around will be regarded as invading his kingdom. After all, who asked the game officials to divide the area within 10,000 kilometers around the Black Technology Heaven into the sphere of influence? Since it is the sphere of influence of the Black Technology Heaven, then the lord of the grassland castle in this area is an invasion. In the god and demon continent, where the stronger is the more right, there is no such thing as first come first served. Bai Yi immediately put away his weapon and said to the cardinal, I have an appointment with your king, and I came to congratulate him on the establishment of the Black Technology Heaven, and I also brought him a gift. Chapter 419. He clapped his hands, and suddenly an ancient giant bear came out from behind. On its spacious back, a pair of fox girls were tied up. The fox girl had a beautiful face, tearful eyes, and a lovely and charming figure. There was also a big furry tail behind her. Mr. Bei raised his head slightly. He kept his promise, and really sent the fox girl to Tang Xiaofan. And she was an extremely beautiful fox girl. The cardinal saw the fox girl and said to Mr. Bei, Wait a moment, I need to ask my master. Then he retreated into the army, turned his head towards the direction of the Black Technology Kingdom, and spoke in a low voice. After a moment, the cardinal turned back and said to Bear Grylls, My lord has given an oracle, allowing you to go to the capital. After a pause, the cardinal said again, Sir, I hope you can restrain the troops under your command. If these ancient giant bears are disrespectful to my lord, then they will passively accept the treatment of heretics by the Kingdom of Kings. When dealing with heretics, the troops of the Black Technology Kingdom have always been directly purified. If they cannot redeem the bodies of heretics, then they redeem the souls of heretics. I know, I will restrain them. Bear Grylls had no intention of provoking Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Heaven. Even several alliances headed by the Alliance of Gods, their millions of troops were killed by Tang Xiaofan's army. What were the more than 1,000 ancient giant bears under his command? In the ancient giant bear capital, the ancient giant bear army could sweep across the grasslands within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Coming here, his ancient giant bear army was so weak that it could not withstand a single blow. However, he was inevitably a little excited because he could finally meet Tang Xiaofan. Of course, the purpose of his trip was not just to meet Tang Xiaofan, but more importantly, he wanted to form an alliance with the Black Technology Kingdom. If he could not form an alliance, he would become a subordinate force of the Holy Angel. In short, he could not wait until Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army attacked his ancient giant bear capital before making a decision. As for Tang Xiaofan's character, Bear Grylls could not say that he understood it thoroughly, but he did understand it. He was sure that if he refused to attach himself, Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army would definitely find its ancient giant bear capital. The reason was simple. His ancient giant bear capital was located within the territory of the Black Technology Heaven. When he woke up this morning, he received a message from the game official. It said that his castle was covered by the territory of the kingdom's Black Technology Heaven, and he would face the possibility of being attacked by the Black Technology Heaven at any time. He was expected to prepare early, so he couldn't wait to appear here. Sir, please follow us. As he spoke, the cardinal made a gesture. Immediately, the other light soldiers evacuated this place, and went to other areas for inspection. As for him, he led a small team of paladins to lead the way for Bear Grylls and his ancient giant bear army. Then, the group headed for the capital dozens of kilometers away. In the core area of the capital of the Black Technology Heaven, Tang Xiaofan's face was a little strange. He didn't expect that Bear Grylls' ancient giant bear capital was located in the east of the Karei Prairie. When his capital expanded, the distance with Bear Grylls became very close. What he didn't expect was that Bear Grylls came so soon, and actually brought him a gift, the beautiful fox girl he mentioned earlier. He was a little speechless. What did he want the fox girl for? Did that guy really think that all men like girls with animal ears? His angels, elves, and the red-robed female cardinals he recruited were all beautiful. How could he possibly covet a fox? He shook his head, and didn't think about it anymore. He didn't think about the fox girl. Since Bear Grylls was here, he wouldn't reject him from the capital. It would be good to meet him. Let's see what this man recognized by countless castle lords wants to do. Tang Xiaofan cast his eyes on the military building Dragon Island in front of him. Time passed, and the golden light covering Dragon Island had all dissipated. It really looked like an island in the sea, located in his capital, with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. There was blue water all around, and if you wanted to go to Dragon Island, you had to fly over the surrounding sea. Fortunately, its capital was large enough, with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers. In comparison, an island with a diameter of only 10 kilometers was like a small black dot on the palm of an adult. Even if the area of Dragon Island is expanded tenfold, it is nothing compared to its capital. Dragon Island, top-level military building. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Initial level, level 1. You can recruit 3 dragons every day. Note, there is no limit on the type of dragon. Upgrade required, 100 soul stones. Special reminder, the level 1 military building Dragon Island has a very low probability of breeding space dragons, time dragons, and destiny dragons, and other god-level military types, like the Elf Mother Tree. At level 1, Dragon Island can also recruit 3 dragons every day. That is to say, if nothing unexpected happens, when the level of Dragon Island is upgraded to level 9, the number of dragon soldiers he recruits every day will reach 3,000, the same as the Elf Mother Tree, recruiting 3,000 dragons every day. Horrible. It's a pity that I don't have so many soul stones. With my current soul stone reserves, I can only upgrade Dragon Island to level 8. However, even if it is only level 8, it is already very scary compared to the castle lords at this stage. Their military buildings are at most level 6, and it is possible that they don't even have level 6 military buildings. It's not that Tang Xiaofan looked down on other castle lords, but because compared to him, the development speed of those castle lords was too slow. Even the top castle lords were the same, such as the upcoming Bear Grylls. As one of the top castle lords, his military building, the ancient giant bear house, was only level 5. It takes 100,000 grams of soul stones to upgrade a military building to level 6, which is also a very large number for a top castle lord. Especially soul stones are difficult to report. But for Tang Xiaofan, this amount of soul stones is nothing. After all, he destroyed millions of troops from several alliances, and obtained all the castle material reserves of hundreds of castle lords, so naturally he had countless energy soul stones. Even after upgrading 3 military buildings, there were still tens of millions of soul stones left. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaofan directly upgraded Dragon Island. It only took 100 soul stones to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and even its fraction was more than this. Soon, the Dragon Island, which had just appeared, was shrouded in brilliant golden light. In the golden light, the area of Dragon Island was also expanding rapidly. Until the golden light disappeared, after upgrading to the second-level military building, the area of Dragon Island also expanded, and the surrounding sea area was also larger. Continue. Tang Xiaofan opened the upgrade information prompt again, and continued to upgrade Dragon Island. In this way, the brilliant golden light appeared again and again, until the area of Dragon Island was directly expanded to a diameter of 200 kilometers. Surrounded by the vast blue sea, fortunately Tang Xiaofan's capital was large enough, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate such a large military building. Chapter 420. Those top castle owners, who have dragon troops, certainly don't have as big a troop building as my Dragon Island. After all, theirs is a dragon nest, while mine is a Dragon Island, which can recruit all types of dragon troops. If you're lucky, you can even recruit god-level dragons such as the Spacetime Dragon and the Destiny Dragon. Level 8 Dragon Island. Tang Xiaofan took a look at his remaining soul stone reserves. More than 52.7 million soul stones upgrading Dragon Island to level 8 consumed a total of more than 11.1 million soul stones, and the remaining soul stones were not enough to upgrade Dragon Island to level 9. After all, upgrading to level 9 military buildings requires 100 million soul stones. What is lacking is soul stones. Tang Xiaofan shook his head, and put aside the idea of upgrading Dragon Island to level 9. Then he checked the information of level 8 Dragon Island, top military building. Faction, chaotic neutral. Current level, level 8. 1,000 dragons can be recruited every day, dragon type is not limited, upgrade required. 100 million soul stones. Special reminder, level 8 military buildings have a very low chance of summoning space dragons, time dragons, and destiny dragons, and other god-level military buildings level 8 can recruit 1,000 dragons every day, and if it is upgraded to level 9, it will probably become 3,000. Just like the Elf Mother Tree. But when Tang Xiaofan saw the probability of recruiting god-level dragon soldiers in this special reminder, he was a little stunned. because the probability of recruiting God-level dragon soldiers is extremely low for the first-level Dragon Island, and now the probability of recruiting is still extremely low when the Dragon Island is upgraded to level 8, he once suspected that the game officials made a mistake. He hurriedly asked the game officials, saying, "Why is there no change in the probability of recruiting God-level dragons when the Dragon Island is upgraded to level 8? The higher the level of the Elf Mother Tree and the Monastery of Light, which are also top-level troop buildings, the higher the probability of recruiting powerful troops. Dragon Island has not been upgraded." The information prompt came at the right time. Space Dragon, Time Dragon, Destiny Dragon and other dragons are God-level dragons, and the probability of recruiting soldiers is always very low. Constantly very low, Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion. Then my farmer factory can also breed farmers with the potential to grow into true gods. Why is the probability constantly increasing? Because the farmer factory is a unique soldier building. The official reply of the game is quite direct and clear. Don't ask, just ask the unique soldier building. Compared with top-level military buildings, unique military buildings enjoy this privilege. Otherwise, wouldn't the farmer's factory be reduced to the same level as the top-level military building Dragon Island? Faced with the official answer of the game, Tang Xiaofan could not refute it. He no longer entangled the probability of Dragon Island, but opened the recruitment information prompt. The current military building Dragon Island has insufficient energy. Do you want to recruit the Dragon military? Recruit. Tang Xiaofan chose yes. It is normal to have insufficient energy, because the military building will only have the energy of the first level after it is built. Now that Dragon Island has been upgraded to level 8, it is naturally insufficient energy. It will take until tomorrow for the Dragon Island to have enough energy to recruit 1,000 dragon soldiers. As for now, we can only recruit according to the number of first-level soldier buildings, that is, 3 dragons. However, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it still has meat, let alone 3 dragons, so Tang Xiaofan will naturally not despise it. After choosing to recruit, the Dragon Island with a diameter of 200 kilometers in the distance suddenly burst into 5-color light, which seemed to symbolize the 5 elemental dragons. Among the Dragon Clan, the number of elemental dragons is the largest. There are 5 types, also known as the 5-color dragons, namely the Red Dragon Flame Dragon, the White Dragon Frost Dragon, the Green Dragon Poison Dragon, the Black Dragon Dark Dragon, and the Blue Dragon Thunder Dragon. Among the 5-color elemental dragons, the Flame Dragon, the Dark Dragon, and the Poison Dragon are the most numerous. The second is the Frost Dragon, and the last is the Thunder Dragon, which is relatively small in number. In short, the 5-color dragons are a big family in the Dragon Head faction, and their power far exceeds that of other dragons. Not long after, 3 dragons about several meters long flew out of the Dragon Island. In Tang Xiaofan's vision, they were 3 small black dots that kept getting bigger. Finally, it appeared in front of him, facing him, and prostrated on the ground with great respect. 2 flaming dragons and 1 copper dragon. Tang Xiaofan's eyes were cast on the slightly fat and dark yellow dragon with red pupils. Copper dragons, metal dragons. As dragons, they can also spit dragon breath. Their weakness is that they cannot release dragon language magic and various elemental magic. Their advantages are extremely strong strength, extremely strong physical defense, and extremely strong magic resistance. Metal dragons have much stronger defense than elemental dragons. However, in terms of destructive power, it is not as good as the elemental dragon. After all, the elemental dragon masters dragon language magic and can easily destroy an area with power comparable to forbidden spells. When Tang Xiaofan's eyes fell on the red copper dragon, its information was also revealed truthfully. Red copper dragon. Dragon family, metal dragon clan. Initial level, level 4. Current growth status, infant. Loyalty 100 points, diehard. Growth potential limit, level 21 to level 21 peak. Special reminder, after the red copper dragon falls, the corpse will gradually turn into metal tooth copper after a long period of evolution. They have a strong ability to detect naturally formed red copper veins. Initial level 4, growth potential level 21 peak. Loyalty, once born, is always loyal. Not only the copper dragon, but also the other 2 newly recruited flaming dragon hatchlings have reached 100 points of loyalty to Tang Xiaofan. This has nothing to do with faith. The dragon troops are not the light troops. The light troops are Tang Xiaofan's fanatical believers after being recruited, while the dragon troops have only reached the peak of loyalty and do not have the seeds of faith in their bodies. However, they will also quickly transform into Tang Xiaofan's devout believers in the following growth path. After all, in the capital of the Black Technology Kingdom, there are special buildings full of faith power everywhere. Whether it is the Holy Light Temple or the Faith Altar, all of them can convert the kingdom citizens into Tang Xiufan's believers to a certain extent. In addition, the holy light and sacred power emitted by the farmer himself will gradually affect the faith of the kingdom citizens. Compared with other castle forces, the kingdom citizens and soldiers of the Black Technology Kingdom are more likely to become believers. The reason why the loyalty of the three dragons reached 100 as soon as they were recruited. It was all because of Tang Xiufan's exclusive king artifact, the King's Scepter. The second effect of the King's Scepter is to forcibly increase the loyalty of the kingdom citizens to 100 points. They will always be loyal and will never betray. The only regret is that this effect is useless to the castle lords and wanderers and their troops. It can only affect Tang Xiufan's own kingdom troops and the local intelligent creatures who have come to him. But even so, this effect is very abnormal. Little did they know that countless castle lords had racked their brains to improve the loyalty of their troops. And Tang Xiufan, under the influence of the King's Scepter, all his troops were loyal. Chapter 421. Such ability is amazing, and it is enough to make countless castle lords envious. In addition to loyalty, Tang Xiufan is also very excited about the special information of the red copper dragon. I didn't expect that after the metal dragon fell, its body could gradually transform into metal. And they also have the ability to find metal veins. This is really a strange dragon species. Go. Tang Xiufan said to the three dragons crawling in front of him, go to the forest to meet the dragon army, hunt wild monsters in the forest, and improve your own strength. The three dragons roared, then flapped their wings and headed for the teleportation array in the distance. Because Tang Xiufan's capital was too large, a full 5,000 kilometers, they had to rely on the teleportation array to teleport to the outer city area, and then go to the forest separately. If they didn't use the teleportation array, they might not be able to fly out of the kingdom even if they were given 2 days. After all, they were just newborn baby dragons. As for Tang Xiufan, he cast his eyes on the huge dragon island in the distance. The 8th level dragon island has a diameter of 200 kilometers, and is surrounded by a circle of blue sea. From a distance, Dragon Island looks like an island in the sea. Blue sea, blue sky, and an island in the sea. The view from a distance looks great. Tomorrow, Dragon Island will have enough energy, and then we can directly recruit 1,000 dragons. Just like the elves, 1 legion a day, Tang Xiufan was in a very good mood at this time. Now he already had 3 top-level military buildings, plus a unique military building. What else was there for him to worry about? He believed that as time went by, the Black Technology Kingdom would become more and more powerful. Attacking the local empire in the central area was not a distant dream. Tang Xiufan left the core city, followed by Stark, and John E went to the forest to meet up with the warrior corps. As a middle-level true god, Stark did not need to participate in daily hunting work, because even if he killed a 21st level strongman, the experience gained was just a drop in the bucket for him. It would be better to give the experience to other arms. Moreover, if Stark took action himself, why would the kingdom army be needed to hunt wild monsters and local forces in the forest? With his strength, he could flatten the entire forest with a slap, killing all the wild monsters and local intelligent creatures in the forest, without the need for the kingdom army. With the help of the teleportation array, Tang Xiufan, accompanied by Stark, came to the inner city of the capital. The inner city is inhabited by the top arms of the Black Technology Heaven, such as elves, angels, light arms, dragons, and the thousands of top arms that were collected on the battlefield before. As for the core urban area, only one type of soldiers live there, Tang Xiufan's farmers. At this moment, in a noble villa, Bai was sitting alone in the hall. On one side of the hall stood the cardinal, who led the way for him. After being allowed to enter the capital of the Black Technology Heaven, Bai came to the inner city of the kingdom under the guidance of the cardinal. As for the core urban area, even the cardinal dared not enter without Tang Xiufan's permission. Is this the high-level capital? Bear Grylls' voice was slightly trembling. When he approached the moat of the Black Technology Heaven, which was thousands of meters wide, and the city wall that was as high as the sky, he was stunned. Not to mention the moat, the city wall of the Black Technology Heaven was so high that you couldn't see the top at all, just like it was as high as the clouds. It was so magnificent that he couldn't imagine it. He suspected that the city wall of the Black Technology Heaven might be more than 2,000 meters high and hundreds of meters thick. Such a wall is absolutely indestructible. I'm afraid that even gods can't think of destroying the walls of the Black Technology Heaven. After all, the walls of the Castle Lord are not made of ordinary stones, but are mixed with special metals for strong defense, and are also very resistant to magic. Yesterday, the 800,000 troops of several alliances besieged Tang Xiaofen's Black Technology Castle, but they failed to destroy the walls from beginning to end. This shows how terrifying the defense value of the Black Technology Castle's walls is, enough to withstand a level 21 attack. You must know that yesterday, Tang Xiaofen's Black Technology Castle was only a high-level main city, but now Tang Xiaofen's Black Technology Castle has been upgraded to a high-level royal capital, and the dynasty power Black Technology Heaven has been established. Its walls have also become higher and larger during the upgrade process, and the defense value is even more amazing. Bear Grylls inferred from this that even a true god might not be able to destroy the walls of the Black Technology Heaven, which was absolutely terrifying. If Tang Xiaofen set up a god-level defensive magic shield to cover the entire capital of the Black Technology Heaven, it would be like an indestructible war base, and even the true god would have to take a detour. When Bear Grylls followed the cardinal into the capital, he once again deeply felt that the capital of the Black Technology Heaven was incredibly large. To put it simply, he had to use a teleportation array to enter the inner city from the outer city of the capital. How perverted! After asking the cardinal, he learned that if he didn't use the teleportation array, even a 21st level warrior would take a long time to reach the inner city. It can be seen that the kingdom of the Black Technology Heaven is simply too big to be exaggerated. Tang Xiaofen's capital is thousands of kilometers in diameter. Bear Grylls' mouth twitched slightly. A city with a diameter of thousands of kilometers made his scalp tingle. The direct territory of his ancient giant bear capital is only 50 kilometers. Compared with Tang Xiaofen's Black Technology Heaven, his ancient giant bear castle is like a child standing under the feet of a giant. The gap is really too big. After what he had seen and heard along the way, Bai Ye's idea of joining Tang Xiaofen and becoming a subsidiary of the kingdom of Black Technology became more determined. Since he could not defeat or surpass him, he would surrender and develop under the wings of the kingdom of Black Technology. In short, he did not want to be eliminated, and he also wanted to become an immortal god. Just as Bai Yi was thinking about it, footsteps came from outside the door. The red-clothed host in the hall hurriedly greeted him, and Bai Yi also stood up. Soon he saw two figures walking into the hall of the other courtyard. At that moment, his expression froze, and he was struck by lightning. The cardinal knelt on the ground, reverent, and said, "Almighty God, your devout believer Cardinal Gro greets you. May the holy light always be with you, and may you be eternal." Tang Xiaofen nodded slightly and said, "Wait outside." "Yes, Almighty God." The cardinal respectfully left the hall of the villa, and then Tang Xiaofen looked at the shocked Bear Grylls, slightly surprised. He and Bear Grylls have known each other for a long time, but this is their first meeting. It must be said that Bear Grylls is indeed extremely tough and has a very sturdy figure. Although he is slightly inferior to his soldiers, he is also an extremely strong man. What's more, he is still a human being, and he is the same kind of person as him. Tang Xiaofen introduced himself first. "Hello, I am Tang Xiaofen, the king of the Black Technology Heaven." Chapter 422. Bai Yi suddenly woke up, and he felt a little embarrassed. He lost his composure as soon as he met someone. He was really embarrassed. "Hello, I am Belva, also known as Bai Yi. Tang Xiaofen, I am very happy to meet you." After that, he also introduced himself, and he officially met Tang Xiaofen. At this time, he felt a dangerous gaze falling on him from the middle-aged man standing next to Tang Xiaofen. He didn't understand why this man showed hostility towards him in an instant, as if he wanted to kill him. "It's okay, just communicate normally." Tang Xiaofen waved his hand, and Stark immediately retracted his gaze and stopped paying attention to this human. This vulgar human dared to call the Lord's real name directly. If he was not the guest in the Lord's mouth, Stark would have used his divine power to kill him directly. It would not be just a look without any divine status. For the farmer, the Lord is the most supreme existence. Calling the Lord's real name directly is a blasphemy and contempt for the Lord. Tang Xiaofen decisively stopped Stark. With his strength, he is really the kind of terrifying existence that can kill Bear Grylls in seconds with just a look. If Bear Grylls is killed instantly, he might have to find the Angel of Hard Tiga to revive Bear Grylls. Tang Xiaofen came over, sat in the main seat in the hall, looked at Bear Grylls, and said, "Let's talk business. You came to Black Technology Heaven to find me, not just to give me a fox, right?" Bear Grylls quickly corrected, "It's a fox girl." Tang Xiaofen said, "It's the same. You can take the fox girl back later." Bear Grylls said, "The identity of the fox girl is not simple." Tang Xiaofen glanced at him, his eyes fell on her majestic figure, and asked, "What identity?" Bai Yi said, "The fox girl is a little princess from the Fox Kingdom." Tang Xiaofen asked doubtfully, The Fox Kingdom? The dynasty-level power of the Kalami Prairie? Yes, and very powerful, Beiyi nodded and said, it is said that the Fox Kingdom has many demigods and a large number of level 21 warriors. Let the Fox Girl leave the Fox Kingdom in order to find the fragments of the Godhead that fell on the Kalami Prairie. Tang Xiaofan said doubtfully, with the strength of your castle, can you capture the little princess of the Fox Kingdom? The corner of Bear's mouth twitched slightly. It was obvious that Tang Xiaofan looked down on his ancient giant bear castle. But he was not angry either. This was normal. Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Heaven also had many demigods and a large number of level 21 soldiers, while his ancient giant bear castle only had 2 level 21 soldiers, one for him and one for his mount. Compared with the Black Technology Heaven, its ancient giant bear castle was indeed very weak. Bear explained. The Fox Princess's guards encountered grassland monsters while searching for fragments of the Godhead. They were killed and wounded. Only she escaped with the help of a magic scroll and hid in a fox tribe. After I conquered the fox tribe, I captured her and accidentally discovered her identity. Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, the fragment of the Godhead is the gift you gave me? Bear nodded and said, with the strength of your kingdom, it is very easy to defeat the grassland monsters and get the fragment of the Godhead, but it is difficult for me. So it is better to tell you the news in exchange for the opportunity to form an alliance with the Black Technology Kingdom. Very good, I want the fragment of the Godhead. Tang Xiaofan's mind moved, and soon after, a figure walked out of the void. Behind the figure was a huge sniper rifle. It was Tang Xiaofan's Terminator guide. Greetings, Lord. The Terminator guide bowed. Tang Xiaofan said, go and search the soul of the Fox Girl and find out the memory of the fragment of the Godhead. By the way, don't let the person die, and return it to her later. Yes, Lord Almighty. The Terminator guide's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Beiyi looked at Tang Xiaofan in shock. He is the time-space farmer? Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, an operator. Beiyi breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Xiaofan did not continue the topic, but said, as for the alliance, it is not feasible. Although Beiyi had been mentally prepared for this, he still felt empty inside. He showed a pitiful expression and said, you accepted my gift, but you turned around and denied it? Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, Beiyi, from the beginning when we met, I knew you were a smart person, so let's not waste time. Beiyi also immediately became serious, and it was obvious that Tang Xiaofan would not buy his tricks. Tang Xiaofan said to him, next, my kingdom's army will attack the Kalami Prairie. Your ancient giant bear castle is so close to me, and even within the territory of my kingdom. I have to say that you only have 2 choices. Before Tang Xiaofan finished speaking, Beiyi responded directly, I choose to attach myself to your Black Technology Heaven, become a subordinate castle force under your command, and lead my ancient giant bear warrior corps to fight for you. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly and said, he is indeed a smart man. As soon as he finished speaking, a message prompt appeared in his field of vision. The Lord of the ancient giant bear castle hopes to be attached to your Black Technology Heaven. Do you choose to accept it? Accept. Tang Xiaofan chose yes. He did not expect that Beiyi was so decisive. Obviously, he had already planned to surrender. At the same time, Beiyi also received a message prompt. Congratulations to the Lord of the castle. The Lord of the Black Technology Heaven, Tang Xiaofan, agrees to accept your castle force, the ancient giant bear castle, as a subordinate force under his command. Congratulations to the Lord of the castle, your castle has officially changed its faction. Special Reminder 1. Your influence and reputation in the Kalami Prairie have been greatly improved. Special Reminder 2. After becoming a subordinate force of the Black Technology Heaven, you will not betray the Black Technology Heaven and violate the orders of the Lord, otherwise you will be wiped out. Special Reminder 3. The hatred value of the goblins towards you has increased significantly. Special Reminder 4. The hatred value of the dragons towards you has increased significantly. Special Reminder 5. The hatred value of the forest giants, tree people, phoenix guards towards you has increased significantly. Special Reminder 6. Looking at the series of special reminders, Bear Grylls was a little confused. He stared at Tang Xiaofan in amazement. How many races have you offended? As for the information in the Special Reminder 2, he was not surprised, because in the previous world announcement, the game official had already mentioned this point, which was that the subordinate forces must not betray the main forces of the country, and those who violated would be wiped out. So he didn't care about this. Besides, since he chose to surrender, he didn't think about betraying. But the series of hatred values increased significantly, which made him a little confused. Black Technology Heaven actually has so many enemies? Chapter 423. Hearing what Bear Grylls said, Tang Xiaofan smiled and said indifferently, "It is normal to offend some local forces when conquering the forest. For example, the local intelligent creatures living in the forest, which tribe behind them does not hate his black technology empire? Goblins, dwarves, forest giants, phoenix guards, goblins, two-headed demons, dragons, etc. The tribes behind these local intelligent creatures all hate his black technology empire." Of course, this is not surprising, because he had captured the power camp of these intelligent creatures in the forest. He had already become an enemy, so naturally the hatred value was very high. In comparison, it seemed that only the natural elves did not have a high hatred value towards his power, and more importantly, the queen of the natural elf empire paid attention to him. In addition, the elf goddess Isabel also paid special attention to him. Tang Xiaofan even had a hunch that it would not be long before the elf goddess Isabel would appear in front of him. Tang Xiaofan thought that his intuition was very accurate, so he had to make his black technology empire stronger before the arrival of the elf goddess Isabel. This was also one of the reasons why he decided to summon 5 million farmers. In addition to dealing with the god war that could occur at any time, he also had to deal with the elf goddess. Elf goddess Isabel was not an ordinary god. She created the natural elves and could be said to be the master of a pantheon, comparable to the goddess of light in the light pantheon. You can't be careless when dealing with her. Bai Yi didn't say anything more. Since he chose to join the Black Technology Empire, he naturally had to bear some corresponding costs. After joining the Black Technology Empire's power camp, Tang Xiaofan's enemies also became the enemies of his ancient giant bear castle. This was inevitable. Similarly, the enemies of the ancient giant bear castle would also transfer part of their hatred to the Black Technology Empire. However, what made him feel dumbfounded was that, after he attached himself to the Black Technology Empire, a large number of friendly reminders appeared in the special reminder information. Especially some of the orcs he had offended before, quickly turned their hatred into a significant increase in friendship. As a result, he now has no enemies in the Kurami Prairie. It seems that those orcs also know that the Black Technology Empire is not easy to mess with. They are really guys who seek good fortune and avoid danger. Bear Grylls snorted twice, and was shocked by the strength of the Black Technology Empire. It was just an act of attachment, and those former hostile forces of the orcs dared not provoke his ancient giant bear castle again, and also increased a lot of friendship. It can be seen how terrifying the deterrence of the Black Technology Empire is. The beasts on the Kurami Prairie were very afraid, and dared not provoke. Bai Yi once again cast his eyes on Tang Xiaofan. When he saw Tang Xiaofan just now, he was surprised by Tang Xiaofan's appearance. In his eyes, Tang Xiaofan, who was wearing a white and gold holy weapon suit, was really too handsome. Moreover, Tang Xiaofan exuded an aura that made people want to worship him involuntarily. I have to admit that Tang Xiaofan's pulse is quite good. If he were to rate Tang Xiaofan, he would give him 9.9. For men, sometimes men can be described as stunning. Tang Xiaofan gave him a great sense of stunning. Coupled with a powerful man standing next to Tang Xiaofan, it was even more attractive. Bai Yi took a deep breath and tried not to look directly at Tang Xiaofan's handsome face. He finally understood what it meant for a man to be good-looking. Bai Yi asked, "You just said that you were going to attack the Kurami Prairie?" Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, "Not only the Kurami Prairie, but also the Balalai Highlands in the south. After my kingdom's army clears the forest, we will attack these two areas at the same time." Attack at the same time? Bai Yi hesitated a little, and said, "If you want to attack the castle forces, local forces, and wild monsters in these two areas at the same time, you must have at least tens of thousands of troops." Tang Xiaofan glanced at him. Tens of thousands of troops? Is this looking down on his Black Technology Empire? Tang Xiaofan said, "I have 2 million troops, enough to clear the Kurami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands." Bai Yi explained, 2 million troops? How is this possible? In his opinion, even if Tang Xiaofan had 3 military buildings and could recruit thousands of troops every day, it would be impossible to have 2 million troops in such a short time. After all, their castle forces only had 30 days to come to the god and demon continent. Where could they recruit so many troops? Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "After the battle yesterday, I recruited more than 5 million soldiers, of which more than 3 million were life professions, and the remaining 2 million were all combat soldiers. Their attributes are relatively more suitable for combat. My only soldier building does not limit the number of soldiers to be recruited. With my angel army, natural elf army and dragon army as the leaders, it is very simple to attack the Kurami Prairie and Balalai Highlands in different directions." Tang Xiaofan did not hide these, because soon, Bai Yi would know. Besides, Bai Yi is his man now. Under the constraints of the official rules of the game, there is no possibility of his betrayal. So that's it. Bai Yi suddenly realized where Tang Xiufan's 2 million troops came from. However, even though he understood, he was still shocked. After all, that's 5 million troops in the entire castle force, apart from Tang Xiufan. Which castle lord has such a large army? No one. Let alone 2 million, there are not even 10,000 troops. Even those low-level castle lords, who can recruit more troops every day, cannot have more than 10,000 troops now. This shows how powerful Tang Xiufan's only troop building is, and how terrifying these 2 million troops are. At the same time, Bear Grylls is very curious about how Tang Xiufan armed more than 2 million troops at one time. Didn't he consider the combat effectiveness of the troops? Or did Tang Xiufan's Iron Demon come with its own weapons? He was quite puzzled about this, but he did not ask more questions, because he suspected that this was Tang Xiufan's secret and could not be peeped. At the beginning, when he asked Tang Xiufan what his reward was for winning the first place in the Beast Tide event, he was directly blocked by Tang Xiufan. He always remembered this incident, and would not make the same mistake again. As if remembering something, Bai Yi took out a map from his own space equipment and handed it to Tang Xiufan, saying, "This is the magic map of the Kalami Prairie, which should be helpful to you." Tang Xiufan took it and checked the distribution of forces on the magic map. Only then did he discover that there were as many as dozens of dynasty-level forces in the Kalami Prairie. Chapter 424. Most of them are kingdoms established by orcs, such as the Fox Kingdom, the Swan Kingdom, the Silver Wolf Kingdom, the Behemoth Dynasty, the Savage Dynasty, etc. There are also a few dynasty-level forces that were not established by orcs, such as the Mermaid Kingdom, the Naga Dynasty, the Dark Magic Kingdom, etc. All the dynasty-level forces add up to about 40, far exceeding the number of dynasty-level forces in the forest. Bai Yi said, "The Karami grassland is very vast, spanning more than 100,000 kilometers. There are countless wild monsters and intelligent creatures living on the grassland. Naturally, there are many dynasty forces." Tang Xiufan nodded. Compared to the Kalami Prairie, the forest, which is only a few thousand kilometers long, is indeed much smaller. It is normal that there are many dynasty-level forces here, and this is good news for Tang Xiufan. The more dynasty forces there are, the more powerful people there are. Once these dynasty forces are conquered, he will definitely be able to obtain a large amount of supplies, and the kingdom troops under his command will also be able to obtain a large amount of energy value, greatly improving their strength. In addition, Bear Grylls continued to say that there is another force worth noting on the Kalami Prairie, that is, the Prairie Paradise, which is an alliance composed of hundreds of castle lords. Basically, all the powerful castle lords of the Kalami Prairie have joined this alliance. Their goal is very clear. He looked up at Tang Xiufan and said, "That is to resist the invasion of the Black Technology Empire." Tang Xiufan smiled and said, "They are simply seeking death." He even destroyed the millions of troops led by the Alliance of Gods and formed by multiple alliances. Why would he be afraid of a small grassland paradise? Even if the strength of the grassland paradise increased tenfold, it would not be a match for his kingdom. After all, the Black Technology Empire now has 2 million troops and a superhero of the middle god level. Even the true gods could not protect this alliance. But at this moment Tang Xiufan found that Bai Yi's rough face suddenly turned pale, and his expression and eyes were filled with a kind of horror. Tang Xiufan frowned and said, "What's wrong?" Bai Yi took a deep breath and said to him, "Just now, a good friend of mine in the grassland paradise told me that their alliance got help from a god of faith." Hearing this, Tang Xiufan was also very surprised. The lord of the castle in the grassland paradise contacted the god of faith so quickly. "It's just a coincidence," said Bear Grylls. "The owner of a top castle in the grassland paradise found an altar when he conquered a tribe of pigs. With the help of the altar, he got in touch with an ancient beast god. Coincidentally, he had a fragment of the godhead in his hand. With the help of this fragment of the godhead, he actually got the favor of the beast god of faith, who was willing to help him 3 times. At this point, Bear Grylls paused for a moment, then looked at Tang Xiufan, his voice trembling. "Once the faith system returns, the beast god will definitely come to the Karami grassland. At that time, the lord of the castle will ask him to destroy the Black Technology Empire. That is the god of faith in ancient times. I don't know how many years he has lived. Now we are in big trouble." Bear Grylls naturally put himself in the role, and stood in the same camp with Tang Xiufan. If Tang Xiufan died, and the Black Technology Empire was destroyed, he would also suffer. Tang Xiufan's expression was also a little solemn. He didn't expect that the lord of the castle would hook up with some gods of faith in the outside world so soon. You know, they haven't descended on the god and demon continent yet. Beast God of Faith. Tang Xiaofan frowned and asked, do you know what god position that Beast God of Faith holds? Bai Yi didn't understand why Tang Xiaofan would ask such a question. Because in his opinion, even a lower-level god is enough to sweep across the current Black Technology Empire. After all, the Black Technology Empire has 8 demigods, not gods. But Bai Yi still answered truthfully. When the lord of the castle communicated with the Beast God of Faith, he received information that it was a beast god with the peak position of a lower-level god. The peak of the lower god? Tang Xiaofan's serious expression suddenly relaxed. It turned out that he was just the peak of the lower god. There was no need to be afraid. For a god of this level, his superhero Stark could slap him to death with one slap. Although the beast god has lived from ancient times to the present, the lifespan of the gods cannot represent their strength. The factor that can determine the strength of the gods is the power. The peak of the lower true god can only exert the power of 100 drops of power. Stark, who was in the early stage of the middle god, could release up to 1,000 drops of divine power, which was much stronger than the beast god. Tang Xiaofan said, don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. If he dares to come, he will definitely die. Looking at the sudden smile on Tang Xiaofan's face, Bai Yi was confused. He didn't understand where Tang Xiaofan's confidence in being able to kill the lower peak true god came from. Could it be the man next to him? It shouldn't be. Even if Tang Xiaofan's warrior has the potential to be promoted to a true god, there is no reason for him to upgrade so quickly. After all, the Beast God of Faith is already at the peak of the lower true god. Bai Yi thinks that Tang Xiaofan should have mastered some forbidden skills that can check and balance the lower peak true gods. And that kind of forbidden skills is probably the reward from the game officials for building a Black Technology Empire. Thinking of this, Bai Yi's mood also relaxed a lot. Since Tang Xiaofan is full of confidence, he doesn't have to worry too much. After all, compared to Tang Xiaofan, he is just a small top castle lord. His current rank is only the early stage of level 21, not enough to pay attention to the problem of the god level. Bai Yi said, after all, you have to be careful. Yes. Tang Xiaofan nodded. At this time, the Terminator guide returned and saluted Tang Xiaofan respectfully, saying, my lord, I have found the specific location of the fragment of the godhead. After a pause, he continued, there is a Warcraft family guarding that area, and the most powerful Warcraft clan leader has reached the demigod level. Very good. Tang Xiaofan said to the guide, contact Zhang Yi and the others to go together, bring back the fragment of the godhead, and destroy the Warcraft family by the way. Yes, my lord. The Terminator guide walked into the void again and disappeared. The conversation between the two shocked Bear Grylls. It can be seen that neither Tang Xiaofan nor his warriors took the demigod-level Warcraft patriarch seriously. And he casually decided the fate of a Warcraft family. Is this the foundation of the Black Technology Empire? If it were him, even if he knew the location of the fragment of the godhead, he would not dare to covet it. Because with the strength of his ancient giant bear warrior army, once they provoke the Warcraft family guarded by the demigod, they will definitely be wiped out. There is no other possibility. Chapter 425. Tang Xiaofan put away the magic map in his hand, stood up and said to Bai Yi, it's almost time, so let's stop here for now. In addition, when my kingdom's army attacks the Karami Prairie, you will join the army with your ancient giant bear warriors. Bai Yi nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, some castle lords of the Holy Light Alliance hope that you can open up the right to reside in the Black Technology Empire, and they are willing to become a subsidiary force of your kingdom. Tang Xiaofan said, tell them that what they should do now is to work hard to develop their own castle power. When I attack the local empire in the central area, I will consider taking them with me. Okay, I will reply to them temporarily. After saying this, Bai Yi said goodbye and left. When he walked out of the courtyard, he saw the depressed fox girl. Bai Yi turned his head again, looked at Tang Xiaofan, and said with a smile, such a beautiful beastard girl, do you really not want it? Tang Xiaofan glanced at the fox girl. Under his attention, the fox girl subconsciously shrank her body, and with her extremely beautiful cheeks and good figure, she looked quite charming. Tang Xiaofan didn't look at it a second time. Compared with the fox girl, isn't his angel good? Seeing Tang Xiaofan's statement, Bai Yi understood and said to Tang Xiaofan with a smile, I will keep it in my castle. Whenever you want it, I will bring it to you. It will be there whenever you call. Tang Xiaofan's eyelids twitched slightly, watching Bai Yi and the fire girl. The extremely beautiful woman walked towards the teleportation array in the distance, until their figures disappeared in the teleportation array. Tang Xiaofan retracted his gaze and looked at Stark beside him, and said, "Look for an opportunity. If the beast god mentioned by Bear Grylls really comes to Karami Prairie and cooperates with Prairie Paradise, then kill him." "Yes, my lord." Stark nodded respectfully, with a hint of coldness in his golden pupils. Those who covet the Lord's domain, even gods, should be regarded as heretics and purged. After returning to the core city, Tang Xiaofan received a large amount of food from the harvest on the battlefield yesterday. After a whole night and a morning of hard work, his sisters of light, hunters of light, and the goblins and dwarves who participated in the work finally decomposed and collected the corpses of tens of millions of alien beasts. A total of nearly 3 billion units of food were obtained. As usual, Tang Xiaofan stored the high-quality food for the castle troops. Because the higher the quality of the food, the more energy it can increase when it is eaten. As for the low-quality food, all of them were put on the trading channel. So far, the food he has put on the market in the trading area has reached more than 10 billion units, which is a huge number and has shocked countless castle lords and wanderers. In addition, the millions of equipment, nearly 100,000 blueprints, and other various items he put on the market yesterday have been sold by now, and he has also obtained a generous amount of supplies. When all these things are sold out, I believe the supplies he has obtained will be an astronomical figure. After all, although these things are ordinary, they are in large quantities. Moreover, he has a large number of advanced equipment and advanced blueprints that are being auctioned. These are the big deals, which can increase his soul stones. In short, the benefits brought by yesterday's war are far from over. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was evening, and the blood moon had already arrived. The 2 million troops who cleared the forest also returned to the Black Technology Empire one after another. Tang Xiaofan looked up at the blood moon hanging in the distant sky. "Tomorrow I will give birth to an adult angel. I just hope my luck will be better, not to mention the upper gods. As long as they can breed angels of the middle god level, it will be fine." He didn't ask for much, just the middle god. The angels corresponding to the middle god are the 10-winged angels and the 12-winged angels. That is to say, as long as there are 10-winged angels or 12-winged angels, his wish will be fulfilled. In the evening, the angel army also returned with the main force. Now the size of the angel army has grown to more than 3,000. It was precisely because Tang Xiaofan spent soul stones on the farmer factory that was upgraded to level 9 this morning, and bred a full 1,000 angels at one time, which made the size of the angel army soar. If it was the first time he descended, he couldn't imagine it at all. After all, when he first descended, the farmer factory in the god and demon continent was only level 1, and there were not many soul stones. He didn't have the strength to summon fanatics to transform into angels. Now that he is no longer restricted by soul stones, Tang Xiaofan decided to recruit 3,000 angels every day. This way, 1 angel legion per day is terrifying. "My lord." At this time, Hailan Winnie, who had already entered the level of a 10-winged angel, appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan and handed over today's harvest to Tang Xiaofan with great respect. The 3 sisters of the sea and blue angels, Winnie, Vita, and Agatha, have now been promoted to the level of 10-winged angels with the help of the army evolution drawings. I believe that it won't be long before the 3 sisters can be promoted to 12 wings. After all, Tang Xiaofan gave sure to several thousand army evolution drawings, and the 3 sisters of the sea and blue angels should be able to get some of them to achieve the evolution of their bloodline. If they are lucky, they may even be able to use the advanced army purification drawings to achieve super evolution of their bloodline, directly promoted to the level of 14 wings. Just like Hailan Winnie. If she achieves super evolution, she can be promoted from a 10-winged archangel to a 14-winged seraph comparable to Tiga. Of course, this is just Tang Xiaofan's expectation for them. To achieve blood super evolution, it depends on their luck. Every angel is the same. If they are lucky, they will soar into the sky, just like Tiga. If they are unlucky, ordinary blood purification may not be successful. In short, luck is the most important thing in the process of evolution. Tang Xiaofan took a look at the spoils submitted by the 10-winged archangel Hailan Winnie, which were stored in a space ring. There were about 6 million soul stones, and a large number of blueprints, equipment, etc. As for other ordinary spoils, they were all dealt with by the various legions of the Black Technology Heaven, such as the corpses of wild monsters, etc. Good harvest. Tang Xiaofan smiled, and then stored all the soul stones in the space ring into his own king's ring, because the king's ring was a top-grade holy weapon with a large enough space. Energy stone, more than 57.3 million. The 10-winged archangel Hailan Winnie said respectfully, "Reporting to my lord, in accordance with your oracle, My Angel Legion and other legions, totaling more than 2 million troops, have cleared all the remaining areas of the forest. Chapter 426. It took a day. Purified more than 20 million wild monsters. Destroyed more than 3,000 local forces of all sizes, purified millions of local intelligent creatures, and captured more than 1 million local intelligent creatures. Under the influence of the faith magic of the Angel of the Heart, Lord Tiga, the more than 1 million native intelligent creatures have all been shrouded in your glory. In other words, the population of the Black Technology Heaven has now reached more than 6 million, and they are all believers of Tang Xiaofan. It provides Tang Xiaofan with a lot of faith power every moment. These faith powers are collected by the Faith Altar and the Holy Light Temple. When Tang Xiaofan becomes the God of Faith in the future, he can directly use them and condense them into his own divine power. Compared with the gods of faith in ancient times, Tang Xiaofan's millions of believers are not many at all. It can even be said that they are pitifully small. However, his believers have a high level of faith. The lowest are devout believers, and there are also a large number of fanatical believers among them. The warriors and angels under Tang Xiaofan are all believers at the Holy Spirit level. Holy Spirit, the highest level of faith. It was very difficult for the ancient gods of faith to cultivate a Holy Spirit believer, but Tang Xiaofan has more than 5 million Holy Spirit believers, and the number can be increased at will, which is terrifying. If those ancient gods of faith knew, they would also be envious of Tang Xiaofan. And the higher the level of the believer, the more faith power can be given to Tang Xiaofan. So although the number of Tang Xiaofan's followers seems to be only a few million, the power of faith they provide to Tang Xiaofan is indeed very huge, comparable to tens of millions of followers of gods. Tang Xiaofan said, "Does that mean the forest has been cleared?" "Yes, my lord." The 10-winged archangel, Hylian Winnie, nodded respectfully. Tang Xiaofan thought for a while and said, "Pass the order down, stop hunting tonight, pray if you need to, rest if you need to, and attack the Karami Prairie and Balalai Highlands tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." Hylian Winnie retreated respectfully. Now that the 14-winged Seraphim Tiga is not here, she temporarily commands the kingdom's angel army. As for Tiga, at noon, she received Tang Xiaofan's order and took the guide, John Air and other kingdom demigods, as well as a large number of warriors, to destroy the monster family. That monster family is still very powerful. From the Fox Princess's memory, in that monster family, there is a demigod-level monster patriarch, hundreds of level 21 monsters, and tens of thousands of level 20 monsters. With such a strong power, no castle lord can capture it, not even the Alliance. Only Tang Xiaofan has such power. It can even be said that for his Black Technology Heaven, the Warcraft family is not strong at all. It only takes a few demigods to destroy it easily. The reason why Tiga brought a large number of steel warriors over was obviously to let them gain experience. See if you can kill a demigod beast and hundreds of level 21 beasts to pile up more demigod warriors. It shouldn't be a problem. Many iron warriors have reached the limit of the peak of level 21. They only need to take half a step to be promoted to demigod. If nothing unexpected happens, after conquering the Warcraft family, the number of demigods in my Black Technology Heaven will exceed 10. Tang Xiaofan said to himself secretly, "This is the benefit of walking in front of hundreds of castle lords. Those big bosses in the local world belong to him. Whenever he encounters them, he will push them away, leaving no chance for other castle lords. It is not a good habit to eat alone, and it is easy to be beaten by a group of people, but Tang Xiaofan is not afraid. It's not like he hasn't been attacked before. It can even be said that among all the castle forces, only his force has been attacked once by a large-scale gathering. One time was the anti-demon alliance of the forest, and the other time was a million-strong army composed of several alliances. What was the result? The enemy forces that gathered twice were all wiped out by him. Now that he has established the Black Technology Heaven of the Dynasty Force, he is no longer afraid of being besieged by the top castle lords, who are jealous of him. Facing his god-level wall that is more than 2,000 meters high, even if another 1 billion troops come, they can't break through his capital. John and other upper-level warriors have not returned yet, but Tang Xiaofan is not worried about their safety. Even if they encounter irresistible danger, he can quickly find out through Jarvis, and then send Stark to help. With Stark's strength as a middle-level god, he can appear next to John and others with a teleportation. Stark is equivalent to a trump card in Tang Xiaofan's hand, which will not be played easily. But once it is used, all lower-level true gods will die. Even with the help of Stark's high-level suppression and his own main artifact that is part of its power sealed, he can now compete with even the middle-level gods at the peak level. It can be seen how terrifying Stark's divine power is. Tang Xiaofan had nothing to do, so he counted the other spoils with his Stark. As usual, the useful things were used or stored, and the unnecessary items were all put on the trading channel in exchange for supplies and soul stones. Things that were already useless in Tang Xiaofan's eyes were indeed quite useful to the castle lords and the castle forces. For example, various magic skill drawings, some mid to high level building drawings belonging to the dark, evil, and undead camps, high level equipment in a damaged state, etc. These things can greatly enhance the strength of their castles. In comparison, they are useless to Tang Xiaofan. It didn't take long for all the spoils to be counted. Tang Xiaofan waved his right hand, and a large number of azure drawings suddenly appeared in front of him. The common point is that they are all initial troop quantity blueprints. A small part of them are the harvest of the kingdom army's clearing of the forest today, and most of the troop quantity blueprints are from yesterday's wars. The total number seems to have reached more than 400. This is very scary, because even if each troop quantity blueprint only gives Tang Xiaofan 10 angels, he can get more than 4,000 angels at one time. What's more, there are more than 10 angels, because even low-level troop quantity blueprints can randomly get at least 10 angels. Among the more than 400 troop quantity blueprints, there are more than 100 intermediate blueprints and dozens of advanced blueprints. The advanced troop quantity blueprint can obtain at least 50 angel holy spirits, and at most 100 angel holy spirits. Yesterday's million-strong alliance army, plus the more than 20 million wild monsters and millions of local intelligent creatures cleared today, only harvested more than 400 troop quantity blueprints in total. The explosion rate is really low. Tang Xiaofan sighed secretly. You know, the troop evolution blueprints that have exploded in the past 2 days have added up to more than 10,000, but the troop quantity blueprints are only more than 400. In comparison, the explosion rate is really a bit low. After all, it's free, and it's good to have more than 400. Chapter 427. Tang Xiaofan comforted himself, and his mood instantly became better, because he estimated that after using all the more than 400 arms quantity drawings, the number of angels under his command would likely exceed 10,000. This was the main reason for his good mood. I have to thank the alliances headed by the Alliance of Gods. If it weren't for their millions of troops besieging the city, how could I have obtained so many arms quantity drawings? Tang Xiaofan laughed loudly, and then he chose to use all the arms quantity drawings in front of him. In an instant, all the drawings collapsed, and in the air in front of him, a cloud of golden light formed. More than 400 golden clouds of various sizes gathered together, and the scene was simply incomparable. My lord, this is? Stark asked doubtfully. Tang Xiaofan said, the drawings of the number of arms I used just now can directly breed angels. If nothing unexpected happens, the number of angels in our kingdom will soon exceed 10,000. Stark was stunned, looking at the golden clouds in the sky in front of him, showing a look of surprise. It can actually directly breed angels and holy spirits. What kind of power is this? Tang Xiaofan didn't know how to answer. Could it be that this was the power from the game officials? At this moment, dense balls of light flew out from the golden clouds in the sky. Each ball of light was dazzling. Like the stars in the sky, extremely dazzling. Tang Xiaofan was mainly concerned about the dozens of golden clouds with the largest area. They were all transformed from the drawings of the number of advanced arms, and each one could breed a large number of angels and holy spirits. The lowest is 50, the highest is 100. It was unknown how long it took, but finally, hundreds of golden clouds all dispersed. And above the sky, there were already countless balls of light. There were too many to count with the naked eye. Tang Xiaofan could only use his spiritual consciousness to scan a total of 10,260 angels and holy spirits. Tang Xiaofan took a breath of cold air, and the whole person fell into a dazed state. Even he was completely shocked. It was not until a long time later that he came back to his senses. 300 low-level blueprints gave birth to more than 4,000 angels. More than 100 intermediate blueprints gave birth to about 3,000 angels. The other 40-odd high-level blueprints gave birth to a total of 2,750 angels, which added up to more than 10,000. Adding the more than 3,000 angels in my kingdom, the number of angels under my command has reached nearly 14,000, which can be divided into 14 angel legions. This wave is really a big profit. Tang Xiaofan's heart was surging with excitement. You have to know that he has been in the spirit god and demon continent for such a long time, and the total number of angels and holy spirits he has bred through soul summoning is only about 3,000. And now, with the help of yesterday's war and today's clearing of the forest, he has obtained hundreds of drawings of the number of arms, and he has directly obtained tens of thousands of angels and holy spirits for free, which can be called the strongest version of free in history. If it is spread out, it will definitely shock the entire castle force. Hundreds of castle lords and wanderers will all be dumbfounded and unbelievable. As for the top castle lords, who died in the alliance, I am afraid they will regret it even more. Because it was them who made Tang Xiufan's power grow rapidly. It was them who made Tang Xiufan's black technology kingdom stronger. Yesterday, when counting the war harvest, Tang Xiufan thanked those top castle lords more than once. Now, he is even more moved from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for their million-strong army's help, how could he get so many angels and holy spirits for free? Soon after, all the light balls in the sky collapsed, and one by one, the white and tender little angels appeared in Tang Xiufan's sight. Each one was so beautiful and cute. Tens of thousands of little angels flapped their snow-white wings and flew in the sky. The scene was simply shocking to the extreme. Even Tang Xiufan saw such a grand occasion for the first time. I couldn't help but tremble in my heart, and it was difficult to calm down. The number of little angels was really too many. There were so many that Tang Xiufan felt a little dazzled and couldn't see them all. Tang Xiufan tried to calm down and use his spiritual consciousness to scan the number of wings behind the tens of thousands of little angels. Soon, the smile on his face became very bright. There were 10,260 angels, of which there were about 7,000 multi-winged angels, and only 3,000 little angels were double-winged angels, which was worthy of a 70% probability. Among these 7,000 multi-winged angels, there were 5,000 four-winged angels, more than 1,000 six-winged angels, more than 500 eight-winged angels, and about 110 winged angels. The most important thing is that Tang Xiufan took a deep breath and found that there were still 3 12-winged angels and 1 14-winged angel. This is absolutely terrifying. You should know that the growth potential limit of the 12-winged angel is as high as the peak of the middle god. And the growth potential of the 14-winged angel has entered the terrifying upper god level. After such a long period of development, and the use of a large number of military evolution drawings, Tang Xiufan has less than 10 12-winged angels under his command, and there is only 1 14-winged angel Tiga. But now, he got 3 12-winged angels for free, plus a 14-winged angel, and about 110 winged angels, more than 500 8-winged angels, which can be called a big explosion of luck. However, Tang Xiufan also knew that this was directly related to the upgrade of his farmer factory to level 9, with a 70% probability of breeding special farmers. If the level of the farmer factory was not high enough and reached the top level, it would be impossible for so many upper angels to appear, not to mention that there were 12-winged angels and 14-winged angels among them. Praise you, Almighty Lord. Led by the 14-winged angel, tens of thousands of fair-skinned and tender angels gathered and saluted Tang Xiufan solemnly. Their voices were clear and uniform, making Tang Xiufan smile even brighter. He then checked the information of the 3 12-winged angels, and found that the 3 angels were of different types. One was a 12-winged archangel, one was a 12-winged cherubim, and the other was a 12-winged angel. The common point was that their initial level had reached the peak of level 21, and they were only one step away from being promoted to demigod. Moreover, their growth potential limit has also reached the peak level of the middle level true god, that is to say, even if they have not evolved, they can be promoted to the peak level of the middle level true god in the future, which is terrifying. As for the information of the 14-winged little angel, it made Tang Xiufan feel a big surprise, because he was a special angel, and an angel similar to the creation farmer and the destiny farmer mentioned by Stark before, and it turned out to be an extremely rare destiny angel. Destiny angel, 14-winged angel. Current growth status, Holy Spirit. Initial level, demigod peak. Loyalty 100, die hard. Complete form, upper true god level 14-winged destiny angel. Chapter 428. Angel of Destiny, and it's a 14-winged angel. Looking at the newly bred Angel of Destiny, even Stark showed a look of astonishment. Angels of Destiny are special angels, and among special angels, their number is also very rare. Not to mention that this is a 14-winged Angel of Destiny, whose growth potential limit has reached the level of a higher true god. Angels of Destiny of this level are even rarer. What Stark didn't expect was that the 2 special farmers he mentioned to Tang Xiufan today, an Angel of Destiny responded to Tang Xiufan's call and came to this world. What a surprise! Tang Xiufan was also very surprised. But he was more surprised. The Angel of Destiny had already been bred. How far would the Angel of Creation be? As long as he had both the Angel of Destiny and the Angel of Creation, he could build the Angel Reincarnation Pool, the Angel Clan's military structure, by himself, and no longer needed to think about its drawings. Tang Xiaofan was very yearning for the farmer's world mentioned by Stark. Because in that illusory world, the farmer's world had tens of thousands of farmer factories, and the powerful farmer clan swept across thousands of plains. Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven now only has a farmer factory. It is completely incomparable with the farmer god realm. Even if there are no fate farmers and creation farmers, there are angels. So he is looking forward to the arrival of the creation angel. In the future, my black technology heaven will also have tens of thousands of angel reincarnation pools. The number of angels born every day is an astronomical number. No need to collect the souls of fanatics and use soul stones to give birth to angels. By that time, my angel army will surely be able to sweep across thousands of plains. What is a mere god and demon continent in the world? Of course, this is Tang Xiaofan's best expectation for the future. At this stage, he still has to honestly develop his kingdom. Compared with the local empire in the central area, its black technology kingdom is still quite weak. Tang Xiaofan's eyes fell on the angel of destiny in front of him. Her initial level is as high as the peak of demigod. She is only one step away from condensing the godhood and becoming a god. It can be said that he is now the most powerful angel in the black technology heaven besides Stark. Even John E., who has the highest rank, is one level lower than her. She is so powerful just after she was conceived, which is enough to shock Tang Xiaofan. It is precisely because her initial level has reached the peak of demigod that she is currently in the state of Holy Spirit. Her height has also reached about 1.7 meters, and she looks no different from an adult angel. She held a platinum-colored scepter and wore a snow-white dress. Her pupils were golden, her skin was fair, her figure was proud, and her cheeks were breathtakingly beautiful. The aura she exuded was very different from that of other angels. Her aura seemed even more ethereal and illusory. The 3 pairs of snow-white angel wings and 4 pairs of energy wings behind her all exuded a very beautiful stream of light, and contained a rich mysterious color. Although she stood in front of Tang Xiaofan, she seemed to be just an illusory figure. The trajectory of her own destiny is unpredictable. This is the angel of destiny, holding the power of destiny. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xiaofan named the angel of destiny Claire. Then he named the 3 12-winged angels Philly, Daisy, and Ada. As for the other 10-winged angels and 8-winged angels, because there were too many of them, he could do nothing to help. As for the name issue, they could only solve it themselves. Praise you, Almighty Lord. The angel of destiny, Claire, and other high-ranking angels saluted respectfully, and Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. Then, he counted the other high-ranking angels, and finally found more than a dozen special angels. Among them, the largest number was the guardian angel, with a total of 7, and there were also 2 angels of love, 3 angels of peace, and 1 angel of paradise. A total of 13. Most of these 13 special angels were 8-winged, and only 2 were 10-winged. Sure enough, it was really a big explosion of luck. Special angels that were rarely seen in the past. This time, 14 were bred. Of course, in addition to luck, the most important thing is that the number of angels bred is large enough and the level of the farmer factory is high enough. All the factors combined can breed so many special angels at once, as well as thousands of multi-winged angels. The only pity is that no zodiac god angels appeared. So far, I have only bred 1 zodiac farmer, that is, Estella, the god-favored person of Aries. If I can breed zodiac angels this time, if I can try to form a zodiac farmer angel combination. Unfortunately, there are no other angels, and Tang Xiaofan is a little disappointed about this. After all, the strength of the zodiac god farmer is extremely strong, and even better than the farmers of the orthodox faction at the same level. Unfortunately, the probability of breeding is too low. Hundreds of drawings of the number of arms have bred more than 10,000 angels, and the results show that there is not even a zodiac angel. It can be seen that the probability is ridiculously low. However, Tang Xiaofan did not think much about it. In his opinion, as long as he keeps breeding angels and recruiting farmers, one day all the zodiac angels or farmers will come. By the same token, he constantly summoned angels and farmers, and the creation angels or farmers would also appear in front of him. He only needed to develop the black technology heaven step by step, and what was supposed to come would definitely come. Tang Xiaofan then let the newborn angels retreat, leaving only the angel of destiny Claire. Tang Xiaofan asked, "Claire, what is your main job?" The angel of destiny Claire said respectfully, "My lord, my main job is to control the power of destiny you have given me and modify the destiny trajectory of all things in the world." Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion, "How to modify the trajectory of fate?" The angel of fate Claire said, "The Lord said that everything in the world has its own destiny, and their destiny is governed by the laws of the current world. My ability is to modify the destiny trajectory of everything without touching the laws of the world." While speaking, the angel of fate Claire waved the scepter in her hand, and suddenly, a bird fell from the sky. Tang Xiaofan saw that the bird was dead, and was killed by Claire's holy light. But at this moment, Claire waved her scepter again, and the falling bird miraculously revived, screaming in fear and flying to the distant sky. Claire, the angel of fate, said, "I killed it, and its fate has ended, but I gave it a new fate, so it revived. This is the control of the power of fate. If my strength is strong enough and I enter the rank of true God, I can also cut off the thread of the God's fate and make it disappear from the world. For the fate of all things, I can also reverse the straight line of its fate. Make something that is destined to happen not happen." Chapter 429. Tang Xiaofan was extremely surprised. Such an ability was simply abnormal. He didn't know what fate was, but he could see that the ability of the angel of fate, Claire, was very terrifying. At this time, Claire continued, "But if I change the fate of everything, and everything, I will also be backlashed by the laws of the world. The greater the impact of the fate I change, the greater the backlash I will receive. Just like me now. I am unable to change the fate of the true God. If I now forcibly cut off the fate of a true God and wipe him out, I will also be annihilated by the backlash of the world's laws. At this stage, I can still withstand the backlash below the level of true gods." Tang Xiaofan nodded. It is normal for such a terrifying ability to backlash, otherwise Claire would really become a bug, stronger than Stark. Tang Xiaofan looked at the beautiful angel of fate Claire and said with a smile, "Work hard and strive to condense the godhood as soon as possible and be promoted to a true god. By then, your strength will be even stronger." "Yes, Lord." The angel of destiny Claire saluted respectfully. Seeing Tang Xiaofan wave his hand, Claire also retreated respectfully. Together with the newly bred little angels, they gathered near the farmer's factory and prayed. Although the farmer's factory is not an angel reincarnation pool, it does not prevent them from reciting the Lord's 7 days of creation and praying to the Lord. Stark said, "Now that the Lord has bred the angel of destiny Claire, we only need to wait for the angel of creation to appear, and the Lord's kingdom will be able to build an angel reincarnation pool. After having a large number of angel reincarnation pools, the Lord's glory can quickly cover the entire continent of gods and demons. The angel army under the Lord will also clear the phase system and the true system, sweeping across this plain world." "Yes." Tang Xiaofan nodded, and he was also eagerly looking forward to the appearance of the angel of creation. The angel of destiny and the angel of destiny can work together to build the angel reincarnation pool. Tang Xiaofan also consulted the game official about this matter, and got a positive answer. The game official replied that not all arms and buildings need blueprints to be built. As long as the race of the arms has the ability to build arms and buildings, they can be built without blueprints. For example, the angel reincarnation pool of the angel clan, and the cemetery-type arms building of the undead clan. Compared with the farmer factory, the undead clan is actually easier to build cemetery-type arms buildings. Another example is the elf mother tree of the elf clan. The elves can also cultivate the elf mother tree that can breed elf arms. So in fact, many races can produce their own armies, but no one can do it now. Of course, there is another prerequisite, that is, the self-built armies buildings need to be approved by the game official, otherwise there is no way to upgrade and increase the number of recruited arms. As for how to recognize it, Tang Xiaofan didn't know and didn't ask much. After all, he hadn't created an angel yet. After the angel was created, he would consider building military buildings. At this moment, a petite figure appeared in the distance. At this moment, a petite figure appeared in the teleportation array in the distance. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation array, the little guy ran towards Tang Xiaofan, shouting happily, "Big brother." Such a cute and delicate little guy, except for the little lowly in the underground world, there is no one else. Seeing the little lowly, Tang Xiaofan was in a better mood and asked with a smile, "Where did you go during the day? Why didn't I see you come to my capital?" Hee hee. The little lowly held Tang Xiaofan's hand and acted coquettishly, and then said, "Kur didn't come during the day because a very beautiful sister came to Kur's castle." While speaking, she looked around with big eyes, and then exclaimed, "Big brother, how come your castle has become so big?" Tang Xiaofan said, "I upgraded to the advanced capital last night, so the territory has become larger." "Master, you are really awesome." The little girl raised her head and looked at Tang Xiaofan, her big watery eyes full of admiring stars. Tang Xiaofan was in a better mood and said with a smile, "There are still many supplies in my warehouse. Do you want to take some and upgrade your castle?" "Master, it's not necessary." The little girl shook her head and said, "Kur's castle has been upgraded to a high-level town, and the area is large enough. And Master Moore said that Kur's castle can't be upgraded for the time being, because once it is upgraded to a primary main city, it will be. It seems to be the focus of the Chaos City." "Master, do you know the City of Chaos?" "Yes," Tang Xiaofan said. "The City of Chaos is a fairly powerful force in your area. There are many demigods, and a large number of level 21 warriors living in it." After saying that, Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment, and then continued, "Then don't upgrade your castle for the time being. Wait until I conquer the City of Chaos." "Okay." The little loli nodded. She didn't care about upgrading the castle at all. Anyway, she is Tang Xiaofan's little follower. As long as he is powerful enough, she will be satisfied. If she encounters danger in the underground world, she can also teleport to Tang Xiaofan's castle immediately. In this case, what does it matter whether she upgrades the primary main city or not? She doesn't want to dominate the world. At this time, the little loli saw Stark standing next to her and said politely, "Hello, handsome uncle, I am Kur. I am very happy to meet you." Stark said calmly, "Hello." The little girl was very enthusiastic, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Stark and his iron armor and said, "Uncle, your armor is so beautiful. It's more beautiful than any other armor I've ever seen, and it's more handsome than yours." There was no other way. The genuine Iron Man was here, and he naturally made many parameter adjustments to the armor he built for himself, or in other words, the latest experimental model of the armor was tested by Stark. The cooperation between Jarvis and him, plus the cooperation of Dr. Ethan, made Stark, who had only been here for a day, already find the feeling of being in the Marvel world. Stark adjusted his equipment, and then his mouth corners slightly raised, feeling extremely satisfied, and said, "You are also very beautiful." "Thank you, handsome uncle." The little girl was very happy. Her big eyes narrowed into a beautiful crescent shape. Tang Xiaofan rubbed her little head and asked, "You just said that a very beautiful sister came to your castle. Is it the Dark Elf Carrera?" The Dark Elf Carrera lives in the Blood Moon State, a city built by the native Dark Elves. Tang Xiaofan met her when he went to the Dark Iron Dwarf Castle. It was also the necromancer Theodore she brought with her, who made a deal with him, and gave him a large number of soul stones. Chapter 430. Tang Xiaofan would not forget the Dark Elf Carrera, not to mention that the Blood Moon Nation behind Carrera wanted to trade equipment with the little loli's Black Iron Dwarf Castle. It's just that a long time has passed, and the deal has not been done. It's obvious that Carrera, or the Blood Nation, is in trouble. Tang Xiaofan knows that the Blood Moon Nation has been at war with the human-faced Spider Clan. "Big brother, it's not the Dark Elf sister." The little loli shook her head and said, "That's a very, very beautiful sister." She didn't tell Kur her name, but she asked Kur to call her Goddess Sister. Goddess Sister? Tang Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, suspecting that the Goddess of Luck had descended on the little loli's Black Iron Dwarf Castle. Because he had learned from the old dwarf more earlier that the little loli was really favored by the Goddess of Luck, so the aura of the Emperor of Luck was so strong. Stepping on a small spider to death can explode the blueprint. This was an unimaginable aura of the Emperor of Luck for Tang Xiaofan at the time. Tang Xiaofan asked, "What did she come to your castle for?" "Well," the little loli tilted her head and said, "The Goddess Sister didn't do anything, just let Kur chat with her, and then gave Kur a crystal for Kur to eat. Kur didn't want to eat it at first. Because the crystal is very hard, I'm sure she can't digest it. But the Goddess Sister told Kur not to worry. Wow! The crystal is not delicious." The little girl smacked her lips, and it was obvious that the little girl ate it in the end. The little girl said to Tang Xiaofan happily, "Big brother, that crystal is really amazing." Wow! After eating it, Kur immediately reached the peak of level 21. The Goddess Sister also said that after the power of the crystal is fully dissolved, Kur can become a god. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. He just realized that the little girl's rank had really reached the peak of level 21. There was an extremely powerful force hidden in her petite body. She was just one step away from becoming a demigod. You have to know that Bear Grylls fought with his ancient giant bear army and killed countless wild monsters, but he has only been promoted to the early level 21. If Bear Grylls knew that the little girl was promoted to the peak of level 21 by a crystal and could become a god in the future, he would be jealous to death. That crystal is most likely a divine power. And the Goddess Sister that the little loli mentioned must be the Goddess of Luck. Tang Xiaofan was now more certain, But he still secretly communicated with Stark beside him to let him make the final confirmation. Soon Stark told Tang Xiaofan that there was indeed a divine power in the little lowly's body, and that divine power had been refined by the gods with powerful divine power, and could be directly absorbed. It was because of this that the little lowly's rank could grow so fast. This can also directly prove that the woman who appeared in the Dark Iron Dwarf Castle is the goddess of luck. After all, apart from the gods, who can easily take out and send out a divine power that has been refined by divine power? Thinking that only the goddess of luck who favors the little lowly will do such a thing. The only thing that Tang Xiaofan can't figure out is what is the purpose of the goddess of luck? Tang Xiaofan looked at the cute little lowly and asked, "Is that sister still in your castle?" "Yeah." The little girl nodded and said, "The goddess sister told Kur that she would leave after Kur became a god, and Kur also likes the goddess sister very much. If you meet the goddess sister, you will definitely like her." After hearing the little girl's words, Tang Xiaofan shook his head secretly. Before he was sure of the strength of the goddess of luck, he would not go to see her. If the goddess of luck was stronger than Stark now, and was hostile to him, he would be in big trouble. At least we must first determine whether the goddess of luck is an enemy or a friend before we can have further communication. At that time, we can find out what her purpose is for favoring the little lowly, and giving her the divinity. Although it is likely that the goddess of luck came with good intentions, Tang Xiaofan must not be careless. Tang Xiaofan looked at the little lowly and said, "Remember not to tell your goddess sister about the crystal mark of the space teleportation array, my kingdom. Only you can come, understand?" After saying that, he felt that it was unnecessary. With the strength of the goddess of luck, if she really wanted to get the crystal mark of the teleportation array from the little lowly, it would be a very simple matter. After all, she is a god of faith from ancient times. Her power is unpredictable. The little girl nodded her head seriously and said, "Kur knows. Without your consent, Kur will not tell anyone about the crystal mark." "That's good." Tang Xiaofan smiled and rubbed her head. "Has the dark elf from the Blood Moon Kingdom not come to see you yet?" "No." The little girl said, "Maybe the dark elf sister was delayed by something." Tang Xiaofan did not ask any more questions. At the beginning, due to the shortage of supplies in the castle, he was looking forward to making an equipment transaction with the dark elf Carrera and upgrading the castle after obtaining a large amount of supplies. But now, he is not so looking forward to it. After all, his castle has been upgraded to a high-level royal capital. So the upgrade materials needed cannot be exchanged for just tens of thousands of equipment. And even if all the gains from the exchange are soul stones, it is far from enough to upgrade his remaining 2 level 8 military buildings to level 9. Therefore, he didn't care whether the dark elf Carrera would appear again. Moreover, if she didn't have any accidents, he would see her again when his kingdom's army attacked the Blood Moon State. At this moment, the little lowly suddenly screamed, stared at the distant Dragon Island with wide eyes, and exclaimed, "Big brother, there is a sea and a big island in your kingdom." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "Do you want to go to the island to have a look?" "Really?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, and looked at Tang Xiaofan with longing. "Of course." Tang Xiaofan smiled and held her little hand, and flew to Dragon Island. Along the way, the little girl was excited and screaming. She hadn't seen the sea yet. "It's so beautiful here. Wow, look, there are many big lizards on the island. That's a giant dragon." "Oh yes, the big lizards in this world are called giant dragons, big sir. Kur's little black charcoal has also grown very big. Grandpa Moore said he is more than 80 meters long. The growth rate is not too slow. You have to cultivate it well." The lucky little Lolita opened a dragon egg from a wild treasure chest a long time ago, and hatched a dark dragon. Now it has grown to more than 80 meters long. It is expected to be promoted to the king level. The growth rate is indeed not slow. Chapter 431. Tang Xiaofan took the little Lolita to walk around Dragon Island for a few times. To be honest, the scenery of Dragon Island is really good, and there are good places to check in everywhere. And there are a lot of dragons, more than 2,000. There are no dragons in the dragon nest anymore, and all the dragons have moved to the kingdom's Dragon Island. The scene of more than 2,000 dragons flying together is shocking enough. It also made the little Lolita clap and shout, laughing happily. Finally, Tang Xiaofan took the little Lolita and rode a sparkling diamond dragon, flew a circle in the blue sea, and then returned to the palace. After dinner, the little girl was reluctant to leave Tang Xiaofan's kingdom. Tang Xiaofan asked her the reason, and the little girl told her that the goddess sister was waiting for her to help her digest the crystal she had eaten. Until now, the little girl didn't know that it was actually a godhead. It was a treasure that would make all the castle owners jealous. But she was confused and thought it was a crystal. After the little girl left, Tang Xiaofan became more relaxed. The reason was simple. Stark was a very qualified and competent housekeeper. It only took one day to manage his kingdom in an orderly manner. Under the management of Stark and Jarvis, the millions of people in the kingdom were all doing orderly work without any chaos. In fact, for Stark, managing Tang Xiaofan's kingdom is effortless. Millions of people are nothing. When he was in the illusory farmer god realm, he managed trillions of farmers. Under his rule, the farmer god realm not only became more prosperous and powerful, but the farmer army under his command was invincible and conquered thousands of planes and countless life planets. So, the kingdom was handed over to Stark. Tang Xiaofan has always been very relieved. My lord, Stark appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan and saluted respectfully after an unknown amount of time. I have distributed the evolution drawings of the soldiers. I believe that many soldiers will achieve blood purification. In addition, I have reserved some evolution drawings, and will give them to Zhang Yi and his men after they return, but what? Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion. Stark said, I checked the purification drawings and found that the success rate is lower when the soldiers with higher blood genes use them. For Zhang Yi, even the advanced purification blueprint is useless to him. And the advanced evolution blueprint can barely have some effect on other warriors. Yeah. Tang Xiaofan nodded. He had already seen this. Stark asked, My lord, are there any higher level evolution blueprints? Tang Xiaofan said, Of course there are, but you need to kill more powerful enemies to get them. If you want Zhang Yi to continue to evolve into a god, I'm afraid you have to kill gods to get the blueprints. There is a top level above the advanced level, but the top level blueprints are very difficult to get. The drop rate of killing demigods is pitifully low. Tang Xiaofan felt that if he wanted to get the top level soldier evolution blueprints, he could only kill gods. Suddenly, Tang Xiaofan thought of a question and looked at Stark and asked, Are there any heroes more powerful than you? For example, other supervillains? Stark shook his head and said, In the illusory farmer god world, as a peak main god, I am the most powerful warrior, but there is no warrior stronger than me. Tang Xiaofan said, Does that mean your destination is the peak of the Lord God? Stark thought for a moment and said, My lord, there is no end to the path of advancement for any living being. Even the most humble goblins can be promoted to God King. However, the chance of a goblin being promoted to God King is so low that it can be ignored. My limit is the peak of the Lord God, but if I am lucky enough to see through the God King's law, I can also be promoted to God King. As for whether I can evolve into a stronger me by then, I don't know. Heroes are the pinnacle of the farmer clan. There has never been a warrior stronger than Stark, but that is just because there has never been one before. It does not mean that superheroes are the end of farmers. Perhaps one day in the future, a farmer under Tang Xiaofan will be lucky enough to break through the superhero level, break through the peak of the main god, and be promoted to the God King who commands all major gods. As for Tang Xiaofan, even if a farmer becomes a God King, his identity, as the omnipotent Lord and Creator will not change. Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, It is a good thing to have hope. I wish you can break through the limit and become a God King in the future. Praise you, my Lord Almighty. Stark bowed respectfully. In the World Chat channel, at night, countless castle lords and wanderers gathered here, chatting and talking. Perhaps for the castle lords, browsing the chat channel is also a way to relieve loneliness. After all, many castle lords haven't seen people of the same kind for a long time. For these castle lords, humans from other worlds are not the same kind as them. Only castle lords are of the same kind. They can only find a familiar feeling in the World Chat channel. Of course, many castle lords have also achieved offline gatherings with the help of the teleportation array and formed groups with a solid foundation. I just want to know one thing. When will the Black Technology Heaven of Boss Tang Xiaofan be open? I want to ask too. I can't wait to settle in the Black Technology Heaven. Let's be more cautious first. Before Boss Tang Xiaofan agrees, trespassing into the territory of the Black Technology Heaven without authorization is equivalent to invasion. If I get killed by Tang Xiaofan's demons, I won't be able to complain. That makes sense. I can't go now. I can only wait for Tang Xiaofan to open the kingdom. If there is a chance, I will be the first to sign up. If nothing else, I will definitely become the first castle lord of the Black Technology Heaven. There are so many people who want to join the Black Technology Heaven. The world announcement clearly stated that after joining the Orthodox Kingdom forces, you cannot betray or disobey the orders of the king. Such restrictions are too terrible. Who would want to betray if they can join the Black Technology Heaven? With the protection of Big Brother Tang Xiaofan, there is hope of becoming a god in the future. That's right. In the entire castle force, there are countless castle lords and wanderers who want to join the Black Technology Heaven. It is very difficult for ordinary castle lords like us to become gods, but with the protection of Big Brother Tang Xiaofan, it is different. Big Brother Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Heaven is our hope of becoming gods. What's more, the God War is coming soon. Without the protection of Big Brother, we are likely to be annihilated in the battlefield of gods. Agree. Many castle lords and wanderers spoke in the World Chat channel, expressing their desire to join Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Kingdom and become citizens of his kingdom. The reason is simple: they want to follow Tang Xiaofan and become immortal gods in the future. According to their development speed, it is unknown how long it will take to become a god, and it is very likely that they will die during this period. So they put their hopes on Tang Xiaofan. Chapter 432. At this time, a castle lord spoke up. I heard that the kingdoms of the Black Technology Heaven each occupy a corner of the Karami Prairie and the Balai Highlands, and many castle lords in these two areas are running for their lives. If it were me, I would also run away. Once the demon army of Tang Xiaofan swept over, which castle force could stop it? Before the Black Technology Heaven was opened, Tang Xiaofan would most likely regard all castle lords as hostile forces, destroy their castles, and annihilate their troops. So, we must escape. I am one of the castle lords who escaped. I wonder when the kingdom army of the Black Technology Kingdom will attack these two areas. It shouldn't be too soon. Tang Xiaofan still has to clear the forest. I agree. Hee. Even if Tang Xiaofan sends troops to attack the Karami Prairie, we are not afraid. The one who should be afraid is him, and the Black Technology Kingdom will soon be destroyed in our hands. Let's not talk about the strength of the brother upstairs. You are quite arrogant. At this point, who dares to say that they can destroy Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Heaven? Let alone one or two top castle lords. Even the Alliance can't do it. Look at the ID. That person seems to be a member of the Grassland Heaven Alliance. Since when did Grassland Heaven become so awesome? It even claims to be able to destroy the Black Technology Heaven. Many castle lords were laughing. Tang Xiaofan was undoubtedly powerful, and suppressed the entire castle force. At this time, another castle lord spoke up, causing the wind direction to change drastically. I do know some gossip. I heard that the Prairie Paradise has the support of a beast god of faith from ancient times. It is said that the beast god of faith has the throne of the lower-level true god. Lower-level true god, is it true? Oh my god, has the faith god system arrived so soon? If there are gods who really attack the Black Technology Heaven, I'm afraid that all the demigods in the kingdom of Tang Xiaofan will be dead. Not just the demigods, the entire kingdom will be razed to the ground. After all, he is a god. Fortunately, I didn't go to Tang Xiaofan, otherwise I would have died with him. If the news is true, then Tang Xiaofan is in big trouble. The Black Technology Heaven is in danger. I didn't expect that the Grassland Heaven would act so quickly. No wonder the members of their alliance are so active today, and no alliance member has escaped from the Karami Grassland. It seems that they have something to rely on. It's a pity for Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan finally established the kingdom, and it is also an orthodox dynasty force recognized by the world's laws. It is really a bit tragic to see that it is about to be destroyed by the beast god of faith. I asked a friend of mine, who was in the Grassland Paradise Alliance, and got confirmation of the news. Now it depends on when the beast god will descend on the Black Technology Heaven. I asked too, and the news is true. It's over. It looks like boss Tang Xiaofan is really going to die. Not necessarily. What if the beast god descends again in a few months then? He will be the one to die. With boss Tang Xiaofan's development speed, it will be absolutely easy to destroy a lower-level peak true god in a few months. Haha, that makes sense. The World Chat channel was very lively, and many castle lords and wanderers were discussing the matter of the beast god of faith. Even the major alliances were discussing it. The top castle lords in the alliance were eagerly looking forward to the arrival of the beast god of faith, so that they could destroy Tang Xiaofan's kingdom with a slap, and then they would be happy. From the time they descended on the god and demon continent to now, these top castle lords have been suppressed by Tang Xiaofan. Even if they assembled 1,000,000 troops to besiege the Black Technology Castle, they could not turn over. Now, the opportunity finally appeared. They were naturally looking forward to the destruction of the Black Technology Heaven. Brothers from Grassland Heaven did a great job. I just hope that the beast god of faith can act faster and destroy Tang Xiaofan's kingdom as soon as possible. I am about to collapse. Same collapse. Yes, we have to act faster. After all, if it is really like what the people in the World Chat channel said, it will come again in a few months. I am afraid that it will not be Tang Xiaofan who dies by then. Contact the top castle lords of Grassland Heaven. let them urge the beast god of faith, and explain the interests involved, especially Tang Xiaofen's growth rate. Don't worry, someone has already contacted the Grassland Paradise. I believe it won't be too long before the beast god of faith will descend on the black technology heaven. Brothers, as long as Tang Xiaofen dies, the good days of our top castle lords will come. Haha. Many top castle lords in the alliance were very excited. The opportunity to push down the mountain of Tang Xiaofen was right in front of them. How could they not be excited? But it was a pity that they were happy too early. If they knew that Tang Xiaofen already had a superhero of the middle-level true god level under his command, they would not be so eager to look forward to the beast god of faith descending on the black technology heaven. Because that was to give Tang Xiaofen a head. The true god came to give Tang Xiaofen heads, experience, and treasures. TSK, if they knew, they would be stunned. Collapse is nothing, it's instant madness. Black technology heaven, royal palace. My lord. Johnny has led the team back and handed over the harvest of this trip to Tang Xiaofen. Tang Xiaofen glanced at it and was immediately delighted and said with a smile, well done. The only pity is that the demigod monster killed by Zhang and others did not drop the blueprint. Otherwise, at least it would be a high-level blueprint. Unfortunately, it didn't explode, only tens of thousands of soul stones. Of course, there is also its Warcraft corpse, which can collect a large number of demigod-level monster materials to create very powerful equipment. In addition, its soul was captured by the Terminator Guide and placed in the Holy Light Temple for transformation. Tang Xiaofen stored all the soul stones he harvested, and gave the other spoils to Stark to deal with. He only left one item, which was the core mission of Zhang and others' trip, the fragment of the Godhead. At this time, the fragment of the Godhead was placed in Tang Xiaofen's palm. It was a 36-sided body, like a dazzling crystal. It exuded an extremely bright light, and a very terrifying divine power. Fragment of the Godhead. Grade, Divine Item. Description: this is a fragment of the Godhead from the beast god of a swan man, containing a very terrifying divine power. Contains divine power, 78 drops. Contains laws, 9 laws of destiny. Special reminder, do not use this fragment of the Godhead before refining it, otherwise you may explode and die directly due to the conflict of laws. Do you still need to refine it? I wonder if the fragment of the Godhead used by Dragon Nest Patriarch Gallop has been refined? Tang Xiaofen was a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. Just refine it. With Stark's strength as a mid-level god, it shouldn't be a problem to refine a fragment of the Godhead. And once the refining is successful, he can absorb the power in it, and be promoted to the peak of demigod. At that time, he can use the attributeless Godhead awarded to him by the game official to directly be promoted to a true god, and become an immortal god. Looking at the fragment of the Godhead in his hand, and thinking that he will soon be able to become a god, Tang Xiaofen's heart was also excited. Chapter 433. Tang Xiaofen's eyes left the brilliant fragment of the Godhead in his palm, and looked at one Johnny standing in the hall, while he sat on the throne in the hall, with Stark standing beside him. Such a picture gave him an illusion that he really became the omnipotent lord, the supreme creator of the farmer clan, and his kingdom, the black technology heaven, was the farmer god realm. Of course, this was really just an illusion. The current black technology heaven was far inferior to the farmer god realm in the virtual world. He has to become stronger, to realize his dream and goal. Tang Xiaofen leaned against the throne and asked Zhang who was standing in the hall, after killing the demigod monster, did any warriors advance to the demigod realm? Zhang replied respectfully, my lord, there are 3 upper warriors, who have been promoted to the demigod level. Very good. Tang Xiaofen nodded, expressing his satisfaction. In this way, he had 12 demigods under his command, namely, Spirit Olivia, John Air, Angel of the Heart Tiga, John 27, John 12, Great Elf Monica and Terminator Guide, then the new Guardian Angel, and the 3 warriors who had just been promoted. Battle 75, Battle 69, and Battle 12. Tang Xiaofen still remembers that they were warriors summoned a long time ago. With the help of the Army Evolution Blueprint, they were promoted to the peak level of level 21. Now, they were promoted to demigods in the process of killing demigod monsters and exterminating the monster family. It can be said that he is very satisfied. However, Nong Yi and Nong Air, who were born on the first day of Tang Xiaofen's arrival in the god and demon continent, have not been promoted to demigods so far. You know, Nong Yi and Nong Air were already at the peak of the saint level when they killed Gallop, the leader of the Dragon Nest. Now he has participated in this operation again, but he still hasn't been promoted to demigod. This makes him somewhat disappointed. In theory, although Nongyi and Nong-er are just farmers, auxiliary soldiers. But their growth potential and infrastructure have reached the demigod realm. With the potential, why can't they be promoted? Is it necessary to increase the growth limit of Nongyi and Nong-er? Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan said to Stark beside him, "You pay attention to the initial batch of farmers, Nongyi and Nong-er, and find a way to train them into demigods." The first batch of farmers who followed Tang Xiaofan, such as Nongyi, Nong-er, Jianyi and others, have already reached the limit of the peak of level 21. They have made great contributions to Tang Xiaofan's castle on his development path. Now, he can get a large number of army evolution drawings at any time, and Tang Xiaofan will naturally not forget them. "Yes, my lord." Stark nodded respectfully. Zhang Yi, who was standing in the hall, lowered his head in great respect. "The Lord is merciful." After Zhang Yi left the palace hall, Tang Xiaofan looked at the dazzling fragment of the godhead in his hand again and asked, "Stark, with your power as a middle-level god, can you refine this fragment of the godhead?" Stark said respectfully, "My lord, don't worry. For me, refining this fragment of the godhead is just a small matter. At most, I can refine it into the pure source of godly power in one night, and let the Lord absorb it." "That's good." Tang Xiaofan smiled, and handed the fragment of the godhead to Stark. Stark took it respectfully, and then said again, "My lord, this fragment of the godhead contains 9 god-level laws of destiny. The god-level laws of destiny are very useful to the Angel of Destiny Claire." Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan understood what he meant. Nodding slightly, he said, "Do as you wish, and give the laws of destiny to the Angel of Destiny Claire." "Praise you, my omnipotent lord." Stark's mouth corners slightly raised, and said, "With these 9 god-level laws of destiny, Claire has a great chance to directly condense the godhead and be promoted to a true god." Tang Xiaofan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was normal. The Angel of Destiny Claire was at the peak of demigod when she was born. If she could obtain 9 divine-level laws of destiny in a row, then it would not be impossible for her to be promoted to a true god. After all, she already holds the power of destiny. It has the same origin as the power of the law of destiny in the fragments of the godhead. For others, the law of destiny is useless. If she absorbs it forcibly, there is a great probability that it will cause a conflict of laws and tear apart her demigod body. But for Claire, who holds the power of destiny, these 9 laws of destiny are the most perfect treasures for cultivation, and they can be easily absorbed and refined into her own laws of destiny. After obtaining the 9 laws of destiny at the level of gods, the strength of the Angel of Destiny Claire will be greatly improved, and it is not impossible to condense the godhood and ascend to the true god. Once Claire successfully ascends, then my black technology heaven will have 3 gods: Stark, Claire, and Olivia, who has been in seclusion until the last moment. "Oh, and me too." Tang Xiaofan smiled widely. When Stark refined the fragments of the godhead into the pure source of divine power, and let him absorb the divine power, his rank would be able to quickly rise to the peak of demigod. At that time, he could use the natural attributeless godhead awarded by the game official, and then directly become an immortal god. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan's smile became brighter. After all, that was a god. After reaching the level of a god, he didn't even need to consider the issue of lifespan. As long as he is not killed, he is immortal. God, immortality. This is the realm that hundreds of castle lords dream of. It is also one of the goals of the 10,000 Races tournament. Soon, I will be able to enter this realm. It will take less than a month. Such a speed, let alone the castle lord. Even the gods of the faith and true system may find it unbelievable. In 1 month, from a mortal to a true god, who dares to believe it? Even Tang Xiaofan himself did not expect that his growth rate could be so fast. Of course, I have to thank Bear Grylls. If it weren't for the gift he sent, Tang Xiaofan wouldn't have gotten the fragment of the godhead. Without the fragment of the godhead, he would have to wait a while longer if he wanted to rely on killing enemies to advance to the peak of the demigod, and then use the attributeless review. A new day, a new atmosphere. Tomorrow will be a good day. Tang Xiaofan opened the trading channel. Except for the food, the items that were put on the shelves yesterday were basically sold out, including the advanced architectural drawings, level 20 magic skill drawings, holy tools and equipment, etc., which were auctioned. They have all been auctioned off. Tang Xiaofan also obtained a large amount of supplies, including wood stone, refined iron and soul stones. Chapter 434. For other castle lords, the materials he harvested this time were huge, enough to upgrade their castles and military buildings to a very high level, but for Tang Xiaofan, The materials he harvested were only a part of his reserves. Because he was too rich, the various materials in his warehouse added up to more than 10 billion units. There were also tens of millions of soul stones, which was unimaginable for any castle lord. So facing the proceeds from the sale and auction, Tang Xiufan could be said to be calm. At the same time, Tang Xiufan also found that there were more and more castle lords and wanderers selling the architectural blueprints of space teleportation magic arrays in the trading area. At a glance, the trading channel was full of information on the sale of space teleportation array blueprints. It can be seen that the teleportation array has almost become popular. The popularity of the teleportation array has allowed the castle lords to form a group alliance, and the frequency of castle battles will be reduced accordingly. After all, even the top castle lords cannot guarantee whether the low-level castle lords they attack have a large number of companions behind them to support them. Once you encounter a weak castle lord who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger, I am afraid that even the top castle lord will suffer. But then again, the frequency of castle battles has decreased, but the scale will also expand accordingly. I believe that various castle group battles have appeared now. Tang Xiufan has no doubt about this. The castle lord has always been an uneasy problem. Attacking local forces, attacking other castle lords, plundering resources, and speeding up the development of their own castles are almost the instincts of castle lords. Therefore, the castle war will not stop. On the contrary, as time goes by, the strength of the castle lords will become stronger and stronger, and the scale and influence of the castle war will become larger and larger. Once it develops to the later stage, after the powerful castle forces and castle alliances are formed, the castle lords will not stay in their respective areas to develop, but will change the target of the war to the local empire in the central area of the god and demon continent. This is the development trend of the castle forces. Even without the guidance of the game officials, those castle lords will naturally embark on the road of hegemony among all races. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a destined fate, even for Tang Xiufan. Like other castle lords, he will never live in a corner, because he knows that if he does not make himself stronger, he will be eliminated by this cruel world one day. Even if he becomes a god, it is the same. Little does he know that the war of gods is coming, and the true god is just an inconspicuous corpse on the battlefield. After visiting the trading area, Tang Xiufan browsed the world chat channel for a while. At this moment, there are still many people discussing the topics between the Grassland Paradise, the belief in the Beast God, and the Black Technology Kingdom. Many castle lords are worried about Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Kingdom. After all, a beast god of faith from ancient times is about to invade Tang Xiufan's kingdom. Who can resist the invasion of gods? Tang Xiufan may not be able to do it either. However, there are more castle lords and wanderers waiting to watch the show. They all want to see whether a beast god of faith, who has survived from the ancient god war era, can destroy the mountain above their heads. Especially some of the top castle lords. I am really looking forward to this moment. I didn't expect that the news has spread. Bai Yi is right. The Grassland Paradise Alliance is really hooking up with a beast god of faith in ancient times. It's a pity. I have to disappoint you again. Tang Xiufan looked at the information scrolling on the world chat channel and muttered to himself. Soon he, Claire, and Olivia will all become gods. In addition, Stark is at the level of a middle god, and a beast god of faith at the peak of a lower true god is nothing to him. If he dares to come, the beast god will surely die. I will definitely give him a god head. Tang Xiufan closed the world chat channel, and didn't think about it anymore. Stark had already gone to refine the fragments of the godhead for him. It was late at night, and Tang Xiufan also returned to his palace. It was a very beautiful night. The next morning, Tang Xiufan woke up early. After breakfast, Tang Xiufan and Zhang Yi came to the outside of the palace hall. What caught his eye was the dense crowd of angels praying around the farmer's factory. To date, the number of angels under his command has exceeded 10,000, reaching nearly 14,000, which is very terrifying. If the news spreads, it will surely terrify countless castle lords. After all, angels are the highest combat force in the castle forces, and it is difficult to deal with one, not to mention that Tang Xiufan has 14,000 angels, a total of 14 angel legions. Such a war force is terrifying. It is just as Tang Xiufan said, even if 1,000,000 troops besieged his capital, they would be annihilated. Just the 14 angel legions under his command are enough to kill the castle's 1,000,000-strong army. Of course, if the 1,000,000-strong army comes from the local empire in the central area, that's another story. It has to be admitted that the war strength of the local empire is absolutely terrifying. So far, no castle force dares to provoke the local empire in the central area. Even Tang Xiufan does not have such a mind, at least until he captures the surrounding Boliri Highlands, Kalari Prairie, and Death Swamp, and has a stronger kingdom strength. He would consider attacking the native empire. His first target, if nothing unexpected happens, would be the Huiyao Empire, because the Huiyao Empire is closest to him, located at the easternmost part of the wilderness. It is only 200,000 kilometers away. At this time, Tang Xiaofan turned his gaze to the fairy mother tree that was thousands of meters high in the distance. The beautiful natural elves surrounded the fairy mother tree and sat cross-legged together in meditation. For them, the life and natural magic emitted by the fairy mother tree can accelerate their growth. As the level of the elf mother tree was raised to level 9, the life and natural magic it exuded became more intense, almost condensing into mist, shrouding nearly 10,000 beautiful natural elves. Yes, Tang Xiaofan has nearly 10,000 natural elves under his command. The reason is very simple. Yesterday, he bred 3,000 elf soldiers at one time, plus the thousands of natural elves bred before and from the original tribe. The total is nearly 10,000. When today's breeding is over, the number of natural elves under his command will exceed 10,000. Perhaps soon, the scale of the natural elf army will become larger than that of the angel army. Because both are level 9 military buildings, the farmer factory needs souls to transform into angel holy spirits, while the elf mother tree can breed a full 3,000 elf soldiers every day. If Tang Xiaofan had not used a large number of initial military drawings, it would be impossible for the angels under his command to be more than the natural elves. Chapter 435. If Tang Xiaofan does not obtain more initial troop number blueprints in the next war, it will only be a matter of time before the number of natural elves under his command surpasses the angels. Of course, Tang Xiaofan believes that by attacking the 3 areas including the Karami Prairie, he will definitely gain a lot and obtain a large number of troop number blueprints again. Because within these 3 areas, there are countless castle forces and local forces, the number of enemies is large, and his gains are naturally great. Just as Tang Xiaofan was heading to the farmer factory, preparing to continue to replenish some living farmers, the elven mother tree in the distance suddenly shone with dazzling light. At the same time, there was a very terrifying pressure emanating. The natural elven elements surrounding the elven mother tree, the elves, also woke up from meditation, looked up at the giant tree in front of them, and their expressions were extremely excited. Mother's retreat is over. This is divine power. Mother has been promoted to a true god. Praise his majesty. The elves were extremely excited, especially the natural elves from the tribe. They could hardly control their excitement. At the beginning, the most powerful elf in their tribe was only at the peak of level 21. Now, not only their elder Monica was promoted to a demigod, but Olivia, the spirit of the mother tree of elves who bred them, was promoted to a true god. All this was brought to them by his majesty. Praise his majesty. After a long time, the light of the mother tree of elves dissipated and returned to its previous calm state. At the same time, a beautiful figure walked out of the tree of the elf mother tree. She stepped into the air and exuded a powerful divine power. It was Olivia. Lord. Olivia's figure flashed and appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. At this time, he seemed to have discovered something and said with a bright smile, "It should be His Majesty the King. Praise you, my Majesty. You have made me what I am now." Tang Xiaofan also smiled and nodded. "Congratulations on becoming a god. Praise you, my king." Olivia bowed to Tang Xiaofan with great sincerity. She was infinitely grateful to him, because if it weren't for him, she would still be at the peak of level 21, repeating the failed promotion journey again and again. Before she met Tang Xiaofan, she had tried to ignite the divine fire hundreds of times in hundreds of years, but she never succeeded, and she couldn't even be promoted to a demigod. After meeting Tang Xiaofan, she not only successfully ignited the divine fire and was promoted to a demigod, but now she has directly condensed the godhood and promoted to the realm of a true god. Becoming an immortal god, her improvement is really huge, and all of this is the help given to her by Tang Xiaofan. It was Tang Xiaofan who upgraded her body again and helped her become a god. So she is naturally very grateful to Tang Xiaofan. It can be said that without Tang Xiaofan, there would be no her current promotion to god. But Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded. He was also very happy that Olivia could be promoted to the realm of true god. In this way, his black technology heaven has 2 true gods, one early middle god and one early lower god. With 2 true gods, the power to protect the black technology heaven will naturally become stronger. At the same time, he checked Olivia's information. Olivia. Identity. Spirit of the elf mother tree. Strength level. Early lower true god. Power possessed. 10 points. Growth potential limit. Unlimited. Special reminder. As the spirit of the elf mother tree in an alienated state, after Olivia's body is transformed into a military building, her growth potential limit is equivalent to that of the lord of the castle. Early lower true god, 10 points of power. Although she is many times weaker than Stark, Stark is a middle-level god after all, and Olivia is just a newly promoted lower-level god. Olivia is still very powerful, after all, she is a god. The divine power she releases casually is enough to suppress demigods. There is only one word difference between true gods and demigods, but the strength they possess is a world of difference. Even if 10 demigods are added together, they are no match for a true god. It can even be said that if Olivia, who has just been promoted to the level of a lower true god, fights against 10 veteran demigod peak powerhouses, she will still win. True gods can easily suppress demigods. The power of the gods is beyond doubt. As for Olivia's unlimited growth potential, Tang Xiaofan knew it when the elf mother tree was transformed into his military building. Due to the transformation into a military building, Olivia has no growth limit like the lord of the castle. However, she is also bound to Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven. Of course, even if there is no binding, Olivia is 100% loyal to Tang Xiaofan, just like his farmer, and will never betray him. Tang Xiaofan looked at the beautiful Olivia and said with a smile, "Time flies, you have also been promoted to a true god, and I have also established a dynasty." Hearing this, Olivia's beautiful girlish cheeks flushed slightly, and then she said softly, "Olivia has been waiting for you to establish a kingdom, my dear majesty." Tang Xiaofan also grinned. He and Olivia have not forgotten. The promise they made to each other at the beginning was that when he established the kingdom, he would make Olivia the queen. Olivia had also been looking forward to this moment. At the same time, she looked up at Stark and Tiga standing side by side behind Tang Xiaofan, and seemed to see something. Her expression changed slightly, but then she smiled at Tiga and Stark. Tiga also nodded slightly in response. Tang Xiaofan came to the vicinity of the farmer's factory, and checked the status of the soul reserves. The information indicated that 1,000 souls had been transformed. "Do you want to breed the angel Holy Spirit?" This time, Tang Xiaofan did not choose yes, but directly chose no. Suddenly, the message prompt came again, "Do you want to breed a complete angel?" Yes, the new message prompt did not give Tang Xiaofan any room to choose. There was only one option. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and decisively chose to breed a complete angel. This was the decision he had made yesterday. After receiving Tang Xiaofan's order, the farmer factory with a diameter of 1 kilometer immediately absorbed the transformed souls, and bloomed with a dazzling light. In the light, there were countless palm-sized angels flying, and hymns echoing. At this moment, a new information frame appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. The current gestation time of a complete adult angel is 23 days, 7 hours and 45 minutes. This time is still decreasing. That is, if Tang Xiaofan does nothing, then his adult angel will be conceived in 23 days. Of course, it is not just one adult angel, but a full 1,000 adult angels. Chapter 436. This is because the efficiency of soul conversion is low now. There are not so many souls. The number of angels bred each time is 1,000, so naturally the number of adult angels bred will also be 1,000. After 23 days, he will have a legion of adult angels. The game official told me before that the gestation time of adult angels is about half a month. However, the gestation standard I told is 6-winged angels, and angels with 6 wings or less. Now the gestation time is postponed to 23 days later. That means that among the 1,000 adult angels randomly bred this time, there are 8-winged angels, and even 10-winged and 12-winged angels. Although the time has become longer, this is obviously good news. The breeding mechanism of the farmer factory for adult angels is to randomly breed higher-level angels. The more the number and the higher the level, the longer the breeding time. So Tang Xiaofan said this is good news. However, 23 days is still too long. After all, Tang Xiaofan will come to the god and demon continent, and it will only take a month at most. 23 days, I can't wait. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and immediately contacted the game official. I want to use soul stones to exchange for divine power crystals. Divine power crystals can speed up the breeding of adult angels, that is, shorten the breeding time. In order to breed this batch of 1,000 adult angels as soon as possible, Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate to consume a large number of soul stones to exchange for divine power crystals. What he is doing now is equivalent to exchanging time. But he believes that he will not lose out, because the sooner he has this batch of adult angels, the faster he can capture the 3 surrounding areas, and then get more resources. Then breed more adult angels, and capture more areas. In this way, the power of his kingdom will grow rapidly like a snowball. The speed of development will also exceed the imagination of the castle forces, and even the local empire forces. When the War of Gods comes, the strength of his kingdom will become stronger. So he will not lose in the short term or in the long term. His 4 military buildings, the Farmer Factory, the Elf Mother Tree, the Monastery of Light, and the Dragon Island, have been upgraded to level 9 and level 8 respectively. His existing soul stones are far from enough to upgrade the Monastery of Light and the Dragon Island to level 9. Basically, they can only be stored and have no use value. It would be better to take it out now and exchange it for divine crystals to speed up the breeding of adult angels. This is equivalent to investing, and it is a guaranteed investment. Naturally, Tang Xiaofan did not have the idea of refusing. The official reply of the game also directly gave the exchange ratio of divine crystals, 1 million soul stones for 1 divine crystal. How many divine crystals does the current castle lord need to exchange? Seeing this information prompt, Tang Xiaofan checked his soul stone reserves. More than 58.6 million soul stones. The soul stone reserves are a little more than yesterday. Some of the increase comes from the Warcraft family, and some comes from the auction of advanced blueprint equipment and magic skills in the trading channel. Tang Xiaofan thought about it, and then communicated with the game official, saying that all soul stones should be exchanged for divine power crystals after removing the decimals. Exchanging for divine power crystals. Exchange successful. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle, you have obtained a total of 58 grams of standard units of divine power crystals. Excuse me? Do you want to extract now? Extract. Tang Xiaofan chose to extract, and suddenly, a golden light flew out from the void, and when it landed in front of him, it had already turned into a dazzling divine power crystal. Each one is about the same size, the size of a thumb, with a very perfect cross-section, and looks like a very beautiful gem. The reason why gems appear is that apart from the appearance, these divine power crystals do not emit any energy fluctuations, and there is no pressure from the divine position and the law. They look like beautiful decorative gems. However, this also shows that their energy structure is very stable. Even after a very long time, the divine power in them will not dissipate on its own. It can be preserved for quite a long time. Perhaps, it is not a problem to preserve it for tens of thousands of years. Olivia on the side looked over, staring at the divine power crystals that appeared out of thin air, as if she felt something, and said in surprise, "Your Majesty, this is the divine power crystal." Tang Xiaofan took over her words and added, "It belongs to the path of cultivation of gods. With their help, you can condense divine power, and even improve your status as a god. However, for the god of faith, in addition to using divine power crystals, the way to condense divine power can also be obtained by refining the power of faith. For example, when Tang Xiaofan is promoted to a god and becomes the god of faith, even if he does not have divine power crystals in his hands, he can collect the power of faith of believers in him, refine his own divine power, and store it in his divine body. Divine power crystals. Olivia was shocked. She didn't expect that Tang Xiaofan even had the legendary divine power crystals. You have to know that this is a thing from the gods. The most important thing is that there are a lot of divine power crystals floating in front of Tang Xiaofan, weighing more than 50 grams. This makes her feel unbelievable. If Olivia knew that these 50 or so divine power crystals were exchanged by Tang Xiaofan at the cost of more than 50 million soul stones, she would not be so surprised. After all, in order to exchange for these divine crystals, Tang Xiaofan almost sacrificed all his soul stones, and only a small amount was left, more than 630,000 soul stones. Looking at his remaining soul stone reserves, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was really emptied. With the remaining soul stones, Tang Xiaofan couldn't exchange for divine crystals, but as long as he could breed adult angels as soon as possible, this loss was completely worth it. Then he asked the game official how to use the divine crystals. Throw it directly into the farmer's factory. Yes, Lord of the Castle, yes. Tang Xiaofan nodded. This method of use was simple and crude, and he didn't have to worry about it. Tang Xiaofan didn't hesitate. While opening the information prompt, he threw a divine power crystal into the farmer's factory. Accompanied by a strong energy fluctuation, the divine power crystal was directly absorbed by the farmer's factory. At the same time, the gestation time shown in the information prompt was instantly reduced by 4 hours. One divine power crystal, in exchange for 12 hours, is not bad. After all, there are 1,000 adult angels in the gestation. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan once again put the divine power crystals into the farmer's factory one after another, and the gestation time was shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tang Xiaofan didn't feel sorry at all, and directly put nearly 50 divine power crystals into the farmer's factory. In an instant, the gestation time of an adult angel was reduced from 23 days to only a fraction, 7 hours and 30 minutes. Chapter 437. That is to say, in a little over 7 hours, his 1,000 adult angels will be born. Tang Xiaofan took a look and found that there were still 55 divine power crystals left. He did not continue to release them. He could afford to wait for this time. He could not waste any more divine power crystals. After all, true gods were constantly appearing in his kingdom. He needed to use this kind of thing to gather divine power, especially in the process of fighting. If the divine power loss was too great, he would need divine power crystals to replenish it. Therefore, the remaining 55 divine power crystals were all stored by Tang Xiaofan in the king's ring. In the next half an hour, Tang Xiaofan bred the other arms of the new day, namely 3,000 elves, 2,000 light arms, and 1,000 dragon arms. More than 40 elemental elves appeared again in the elves, which was extremely lucky. Among the 2,000 light arms, there were also a large number of top arms such as paladins, red robe commanders, and holy light Pegasus. As for the 1,000 dragons recruited from Dragon Island, they were all kinds of things. Because there are all kinds of dragons, such as the hunting dragon, frost dragon, dark dragon, and other 5-color evil dragons, such as copper dragon, bronze dragon, black iron dragon, gold dragon, silver dragon, and other metal dragons, in addition to emerald dragon, diamond dragon, sapphire dragon, emerald dragon, etc., almost occupying all dragon systems. When they flew high in the sky, Tang Xiaofan was dazzled. With the newly recruited 1,000 dragons, the number of dragons on Dragon Island has exceeded 3,000, reaching about 3,600, which is not a small scale. Tang Xiaofan was very satisfied with this. The only regret was that he did not recruit magical dragons such as space dragons, time dragons, and destiny dragons, which made Tang Xiaofan a little disappointed. However, he was not in a hurry. He believed that one day, these magical dragons would fly out of Dragon Island and bring benefits to his kingdom. In the palace hall, Tang Xiaofan sat on the throne, and in the spacious hall, there were dozens of important officials such as Stark and Jean-E, as well as Olivia, the great elf Monica, the elf elder Becky, the red dragon queen Xiaoyan, the red cardinal Louise, etc., so almost all the high-level officials of the kingdom were present. Tang Xiaofan leaned against the throne, holding his exclusive king's artifact, the king's scepter, exuding supreme majesty. He said calmly, "After the efforts of the various legions yesterday, the forest has been cleared by us. There is nothing else there except dense forests and mountains. The next war plan of our kingdom is to clear the Karami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands, all castle forces and local forces in these two areas, including those wild monsters, are all targets that need to be eliminated. If you don't surrender, you will die. There is no mercy on the road of war." Hearing this, the warriors, angels, and elves in the hall all looked serious. Tang Xiaofan continued, "The warrior army is divided into two routes. The first route leads the angel army and the natural elf army to attack the Lamy Prairie. The second route leads the dragon army, the light army, the 100-man army, and the goblin army to attack the Balalai Highlands. The 2 million warriors are divided into two routes, that is, one area, and each is allocated 1 million troops. These kingdom troops are commanded by the commanders of each legion. I will not interfere with your combat methods. I have only one request, that is, to sweep across these two areas as quickly as possible and clean up all the forces that refuse to bow their heads to my black technology heaven." "Yes, my lord." The warriors, angels, and elves all saluted respectfully. "Go!" Seeing Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, they quickly left the palace hall. Soon, the kingdom's major legions quickly assembled, and more than 2 million troops were divided into two armies, one attacking the Karami Prairie and the other attacking the Balalai Highlands. With the current size and strength of the kingdom's army, plus the demigods and a large number of level 21 and level 20 warriors, the two armies will surely be able to sweep across the two areas with overwhelming force. Tang Xiaofan is least worried about the castle forces in the area. Compared with his kingdom's army, the castle lords are too weak. They are not enough to compete with his army. The only thing he needs to pay attention to is the local dynasty-level forces guarded by demigods. These forces are not weak, and there are many of them, so they need to be treated with caution. But the initiative of the war was in his hands after all. In his army, there was Olivia, a god. At this moment, a figure walked out of the void. Tang Xiaofan looked up, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Stark!" Tang Xiaofan immediately asked, "Have you refined the fragment of the Godhead?" "Yes, my omnipotent lord." Stark nodded, and then handed the refined fragment of the Godhead to Tang Xiaofan. Fragment of the Godhead. Grade, Divine Item. Description: This is an extremely pure fragment of the Godhead, from a beast god of the Swan clan, containing a very powerful source of pure divine power. Source Divine Power, 1. Contained laws, none. This is the new information after the fragment of the Godhead was refined. The original 78 drops of divine power were forcibly refined by Stark into one source of divine power, which can be absorbed by any living being without worrying about conflicts. At the same time, the 9 laws of destiny contained in it were also stripped away. In a word, Tang Xiaofan is now able to absorb this fragment of the Godhead, and thus directly ascend to the peak of the demigod. Stark said respectfully, "My lord, I've stripped the laws of destiny from it, and handed them over to the Angel of Destiny Claire. Now Claire is in retreat to merge, and it is only a matter of time before she enters the level of a god." "Well done." Tang Xiaofan nodded, expressing his appreciation. Fortunately, Stark was there, otherwise even if he got this fragment of the Godhead, he might not be able to use it, and it would be even more impossible for him to help the Angel of Destiny Claire. Now, once the Angel of Destiny Claire is promoted to the True God, and he is also promoted to the True God realm, then by then, the Black Technology Heaven will have 4 gods. With such a powerful force, is it possible to sweep across the Kurami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands? It can be said that the surrounding areas are destined to be ruled by him. Tang Xiaofan looked at the dazzling fragment of the Godhead in his hand and asked Stark, "How do you absorb this thing? Eat it directly into your stomach?" Before, the little lowly swallowed a complete Godhead raw, which was a gift from the Goddess of Luck. Stark nodded and said, "My lord, after eating it, I will help you to absorb the original divine power in the fragment of the Godhead." "Okay." Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate, and put the fragment of the Godhead into his mouth and swallowed it. Chapter 438. Soon, he felt a terrifying energy appear in his body, almost bursting his demigod limbs. But at this moment, another more terrifying energy surged into his body, quickly suppressing the violent original divine power. Then, the original divine power transformed from the fragments of the Godhead began to strengthen his demigod body under the effect of that power, and quickly increased his own strength. In this process, Tang Xiaofan could clearly feel that his strength was soaring, and he was getting closer and closer to entering the peak of demigod. Kurami Prairie, hundreds of kilometers away from the capital of the Kingdom of Black Technology, a million-strong army led by Zhang Yi's warrior corps, angel corps, and natural elf corps swept in like a vast ocean. Wherever they passed, all the wild monsters in the prairie and local forces were wiped out. No enemy could resist the army of the Kingdom of Black Technology. Under the sweep of the army, all enemies were wiped out. The only pity was that the lord of the nearby castle had already fled. Otherwise, the army would have been able to harvest a lot of supplies. However, this is not a big problem, because only the castle forces around the capital of the Black Technology Heaven Kingdom escaped. In the depths of the Kurami Prairie, there are still a large number of castle lords waiting for hope. For example, the castle lords of the Prairie Heaven Alliance are waiting for the arrival of the beast god of faith to destroy Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Heaven Kingdom in one fell swoop. As long as there is no Black Technology Heaven Kingdom, they naturally don't have to worry about encountering the attack of the Black Technology Heaven Kingdom Demon Legion. At the end of the grassland, a majestic castle stood tall. The area directly under the castle reached a diameter of 50 kilometers. In the castle, there were also a large number of various buildings, and the walls were also very tall. Such castles are rare in the Kurami Prairie. It can even be said that there are only a few, because it is a primary main city. No surprise, it is Bear Grylls Castle, the castle of the ancient giant bear. I don't know when Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army started to attack the Kurami Prairie. It's easy for his 2 million troops to clear the forest. I believe it will be soon. Bear Grylls stood on the balcony on the top floor of the castle, and his ancient giant bears also gathered in the open space of the castle, as many as more than 1,000. Like a brown ocean. Today, Bear Grylls rarely went out hunting, because he was waiting for the arrival of the Black Technology Heavenly Kingdom army. As the lord of the castle, who had surrendered to the ruling nut, he was looking forward to the war, because at that time, he could lead his ancient giant bear army and follow Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army to attack the castle forces on the Kurami Prairie, and even the local dynasty-level forces. Compared with such a war, the gains from hunting are nothing. Isn't this why he joined Tang Xiaofan and became a subsidiary of the Black Technology Heaven? Bai Yi didn't finish his words, but suddenly stopped, because he saw a dense crowd of figures appearing in the distant sky, rushing towards his castle, the ancient giant bear castle, like a tsunami, so fast. Baiye's pupil shrank slightly, and his expression also revealed a hint of excitement. He didn't need to think at all. He knew that the army in the distant sky, like the sea, came from Tang Xiufan's black technology heaven. What surprised him was that Tang Xiufan actually attacked the Kurami Prairie so quickly. Could it be that in just one day, the Black Technology Kingdom had already cleared the forest, but he didn't have time to think about it. He immediately jumped down from the balcony on the top floor of the castle, which was more than 200 meters high. Then he jumped directly onto the back of an ancient giant bear that was tens of meters long. Ancient giant bear Legion, listen to my orders, follow me to the battle, meet up with the army of the Black Technology Kingdom. The war has come. Roar! More than 1,000 ancient giant bears stood up and roared with their heads raised. The roar was like rolling thunder, which seemed to tear apart the clouds in the sky. Soon, the ancient giant bear army completed its assembly. Under the leadership of Bear, they rushed out of the ancient giant bear castle like a tide, and headed straight for the Black Technology Heaven army in the distance. Are you the lord of the castle, Bear? Johnny flew towards him, with a cold mask and dark pupils staring at Bear, who was riding on the back of the ancient giant bear. The demigod power he exuded completely shocked Bear's mount, and the ancient giant bears behind him, and they all lowered their heads in fear. As a top-level soldier, the intelligence of the ancient giant bear is not low, and it can be said that it is no different from that of the dragon. If Zhang-Yi is an enemy, they will definitely not be afraid at all, because they are castle soldiers and fearless. But the situation is different now. They are already a legion belonging to the Black Technology Heaven Kingdom. When facing Zhang-Yi, who is a demigod of the kingdom, they naturally dare not raise their heads, but on the contrary behave very submissively. Yes. Bear Grylls nodded at the cold Zhang-Yi. Zhang-Yi held a giant sword, exuding a dazzling cold expression, and said seriously, "My name is Zhang-Yi, and I am the Supreme Commander of the First Legion. From now on, you and your ancient giant bear legion will follow my army to fight in the Kurami Prairie. Remember not to violate the war orders I issued." "Yes, Commander Zhang-Yi." Bear Grylls nodded again. He did not resist Zhang-Yi's words at all. After all, compared with the kingdom army behind Zhang-Yi, which was like the sea, the more than 1,000 ancient giant bears under his command were nothing. His pride, as the master of the top castle, had completely disappeared when facing the Black Technology Heaven. What shocked Bear Grylls the most was not Zhang-Yi's identity, but the sheer number of steel demons flying high in the sky behind him. They were as dense as a swarm of bees, definitely more than 1,000,000. I didn't expect that Tang Xiufan would have so many steel demons under his command. No wonder it is called a warrior army. Tang Xiufan's farmer factory must have reached a very high level, maybe directly to level 9, and it must have used a large number of initial troop number drawings. Bai Yi secretly speculated that if Tang Xiufan had not used a large number of troop numbers, he would not have been able to have so many demons. After all, there were more than 1,000,000 demons. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Seeing the drones flying in the distance, he was trembling all over. If Tang Xiufan was his enemy, he would lose the courage to fight. Because the combat power of both sides was not at the same level, it could even be said that even the demigod-level demon in front of him was enough to sweep his ancient giant bear legion, and even flatten his ancient giant bear castle. Therefore, he naturally would not be arrogant, not to mention that he was a smart person, who knew what to do, and what not to do, and knew how to get to the top. Chapter 439. He secretly said to himself that one day, he would become a legion commander under the Black Technology Kingdom, commanding a large-scale legion to go to war with the local empire. At this time, Johnny passed on his war order, and soon the 1,000,000-strong army in the rear was divided into 14 legions, which went to clear the wild monsters and local forces in different areas. Each legion had a large number of level 21 and level 20 strong men. As for the kingdom demigods, who followed the army, they randomly selected a legion to follow. Bear Grylls also received his war mission, which was to follow one of the legions to participate in the attack. This legion was led by Zhang 178. Soon, the mighty 14 legions went away like a torrent, and disappeared at the end of the grassland. Soon after, the World Chat channel also began to stir. The reason was simple. The Castle Lord's power was destroyed by the army of the Black Technology Heaven, and the castle, and the buildings in the city were all turned into ruins. There are more Castle Lords. When they were hunting, they saw Tang Xiufan's kingdom army from afar. Without saying anything, they turned around and ran. World Chat channel, it's crazy. The army of the Black Technology Kingdom is really coming. It's so scary. At first glance, the army of the Black Technology Kingdom is like the sea, and the number of troops is terrifying. At least more than 100,000. I also think there are so many, it's so dense. Agree. Brothers upstairs, are you seeing the same army? It's not such a coincidence. I also encountered Tang Xiufan's kingdom army. I didn't hesitate at all. I dismantled the heart of the castle and ran away, and I didn't even care about the supplies in the castle. I have a friend whose castle in Balalai Highlands was also captured. Although he was lucky enough to survive, the heart of the castle was destroyed, and my friend was forced to change his job to a wanderer. Wait, isn't Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Kingdom army attacking our Karami Prairie? Kalami Prairie? That shouldn't be the case. Many castles in the Balalai Highlands have suffered. Tang Xiufan's troops have ruthlessly destroyed the castles and looted their supplies. Which area is Tang Xiufan's kingdom army attacking? I want to ask that, too. I received news that Tang Xiufan is attacking Karami Prairie and Balalai Highlands at the same time, and his kingdom army is so large that it is terrifying, at least more than 1 million. 1 million troops? How is it possible? For Boss Tang Xiufan, nothing is impossible. I was just wondering how so many castle lords could be attacked by the Black Technology Heaven. It turns out that Tang Xiufan has a 1 million-strong army. A 1 million-strong army? This is too scary. My castle has only more than 800 troops. I have even fewer, only about 500. Unbelievable. Where did Tang Xiufan get so many troops? How long would it take to recruit a 1 million-strong army? Even if I were given a year, I might not be able to recruit so many troops. Is there any need to ask this? Tang Xiufan's 1 million-strong army is definitely not recruited. Where did they come from? Local intelligent creatures. In the World Chat channel, countless castle lords and wanderers were shocked, and they all expressed disbelief and were scared to the point of scalp numbness. After all, that was a 1 million-strong army. In the entire castle force, there were hundreds of castle lords, and there was no castle lord with 10,000 troops, let alone Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Kingdom, which had a 1 million-strong army when it went out. This moment shocked everyone. It's strange. There are no angels or elves in the Black Technology Heaven army attacking the Balalai Highlands. Instead, there are countless steel demons, thousands of dragons, and Tang Xiufan's army of light. That's because Tang Xiufan's angels and elves are attacking the Karami Prairie. I saw at least thousands of angels. I saw it too. And me, the whole sky is full of steel demons. And angels with white wings. Horror. Fuck. Back to the question just now, how many demons does Tang Xiufan have? At this time, a top castle lord spoke. I contacted many castle lords, who were attacked by the Black Technology Heaven, and made a rough statistics. Tang Xiufan mobilized an army of about 2 million this time, divided into 2 groups, attacking the Karami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands respectively. As for the number of Tang Xiufan's demons, it should be more than 2 million, and the number of angels should be more than 10,000. 2 million demons and more than 10,000 angels. This is incredible. It's hard for me to believe. This number is too terrifying. The combined forces of all the castle lords in my alliance are not as many. Is this the war strength of the Black Technology Heaven? It's so terrifying. Is this news true or false? Most likely true. Tang Xiufan must have subdued many local intelligent creatures when he cleared the forest, and I suspect that he also subdued some of the alliance troops that besieged the Black Technology Castle last time. This explains why Tang Xiufan has 2 million troops. What about Tang Xiufan's steel demons and angels? 2 million steel demons and more than 10,000 angels. I'm going crazy. That's even simpler. Use the army number blueprint. Don't forget that Tang Xiufan's initial army was demons. After destroying the 1 million-strong army of those alliances, Tang Xiufan must have obtained a large number of army number blueprints and recruited a terrifying number of demon troops. So that's how it is. I can only say that I envy Big Brother Tang Xiufan. The Black Technology Heaven is so strong now. It's all because of those alliances, including the Alliance of Gods. If they hadn't gathered millions of troops to besiege the Black Technology Castle and were wiped out, how could Tang Xiufan become so powerful? If there hadn't been that war, maybe Tang Xiufan wouldn't have established the Black Technology Heaven yet. Seeing this information, the members of the former Alliance of Gods, Alliance of Gods, Alliance of God Killers, and other alliances all rolled their eyes. If they knew they would lose, they wouldn't have given Tang Xiufan heads, experience, supplies, and a wave of soldiers. The key is, how could they have thought that a 1 million-strong army could not break through the Black Technology Castle? It can only be said that Tang Xiufan's strength is too abnormal. Not only the castle lords in the World Chat channel, but also the top castle lords of various alliances are also frightened by the powerful black technology heaven. 2 million steel demons, more than 10,000 angels. It's simply terrifying. Chapter 440. I just realized that Tang Xiaofen's black technology heaven is so powerful. As the lord of the top castle, I only have more than 500 types of troops. Compared with Tang Xiaofen's 2 million troops, I am nothing. This game is simply unplayable. Tang Xiaofen is too strong. At least hundreds of times stronger than us. If we don't destroy the black technology heaven and eliminate Tang Xiaofen, we, the top castle lords, will never be able to make a breakthrough. Once Tang Xiaofen's army conquers the Kurami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands, his kingdom will only become more powerful, and we will have less hope. Don't worry, let Tang Xiaofen show off for a while, he will be gone soon. When will the beast god of faith come? We really can't wait any longer. The people in the grassland paradise are already in emergency contact. Most likely in the next 2 days. That's not bad, let alone another 10 days, or half a month, maybe even the true god-level angels under Tang Xiaofen's command will appear. And by then, maybe even the beast god of faith will be sent to die. It won't take 2 days, wait for good news. 2 days later, it will be Tang Xiaofen's death. In the palace of the Black Technology Kingdom of Heaven, a terrifying aura emerged from Tang Xiaofen. With the help of Stark, he successfully absorbed the source power of the fragment of the Godhead, and directly promoted to the limit of the peak of the demigod. He is only half a step away from becoming a god. Tang Xiaofen even has a feeling that with the support of the huge source of divine power, he can condense the Godhead and promote himself to become a true god. However, Tang Xiaofen still suppressed his inner impulse, because he knew that the natural Godhead without attributes was the best. The reason was simple. The Godhead from the game official could contain all the laws of divine power, and would not cause any conflicts in the laws. Such a Godhead could be said to be more valuable than the main artifact, and this was the fundamental reason why Tang Xiaofen suppressed his impulse to advance. Tang Xiaofen opened his eyes, and felt his own rank. He did not hesitate and immediately took out the attributeless Godhead that was still sealed, and contacted the game official at the same time. Okay, unseal it. The message prompt came at the right time. The seal has been lifted instantly. The Godhead exuded a divine power, which was amazingly powerful. Stark next to him also changed his expression slightly, but Tang Xiaofen didn't care and opened the message prompt. Do you want to use the current Godhead to merge with yourself? Tang Xiaofen took a deep breath and chose yes. In an instant, the attributeless Godhead turned into a golden light and drilled into his forehead. I am finally going to become a god, Tang Xiaofen said to himself, and then closed his eyes. No one in the entire castle power knew that Tang Xiaofen was ascending to the realm of true god. With Stark's help, he successfully absorbed the original divine power in the fragment of the divine nature. With the help of the natural divine nature without attributes awarded by the game official, he was directly promoted to the level of god. It won't be long before he will become a god and live forever. Eternal life is the first goal of hundreds of castle masters, followed by the struggle for hegemony among all races. If the castle masters knew that Tang Xiaofen was about to open the door to eternal life, like the gods of faith in ancient times, eternal and immortal, they would probably be extremely jealous. At the same time, they would also feel incredible. After all, so far, there are not many castle lords and wanderers who have successfully promoted to level 21. There is not even a demigod, let alone a true god who surpasses demigods. Tang Xiaofen's promotion speed can almost be said to be hundreds of times faster than them. They can't even see Tang Xiaofen's back. Even those castle lords with top-level troops are the same. For the entire castle force, Tang Xiaofen is a visible but intangible mountain, pressing on the heads of hundreds of castle lords, and no one can shake his existence. No one can challenge his position as the strongest castle lord. It is precisely because of this that some top castle lords are eager to see Tang Xiaofen disappear, so that the Black Technology Heaven Kingdom is reduced to ruins. Without Tang Xiaofen, they will be reborn and can pursue a brighter future. In fact, these top castle lords are very anxious now. Especially the top castle lords of the Grassland Heaven Alliance, who are impatient. The reason is simple. The millions of troops of the Black Technology Heaven Kingdom have come and are frantically clearing the wild monsters, local forces, and castle forces on the Kurami Prairie. Wherever the million-strong army passed, everything was reduced to ashes. Their grassland paradise was also affected. Some castle lords in the Alliance encountered the attack of the Black Technology Heaven Army. Those who reacted quickly took the castle heart with their troops and ran away, not even caring about the supplies in the castle, and fled madly to the depths of the Kurami grassland. Those who reacted slowly did not have time to take the castle heart away, so they could only grit their teeth and take their troops with them, using the teleportation array to escape to the forces of other castle lords. In this way, although they saved their lives, they would lose their status as castle lords, because their castle hearts were not taken away in time and were directly destroyed by the army of the Black Technology Kingdom, which forced them to change their jobs and become wanderers, and thus lost their qualifications for the 10,000 Races tournament. In short, the Grassland Paradise Alliance suffered heavy losses, and even many castle lords withdrew from the alliance and dared not to confront the Black Technology Kingdom. This also caused the Grassland Paradise Alliance to be in a state of panic and chaos. Internal Alliance Information Group: damn, my castle was destroyed, the soldiers were killed, the castle supplies were all looted, and even my castle heart was destroyed. It's the same for me. I worked hard for a month, but in an instant I became penniless, and even my identity as the lord of the castle was taken away. Tang Xiufan's army was too brutal. Those who ran fast got lucky, and took away the castle heart. Those who ran slowly even lost their lives. Alas! It was Tang Xiufan who forced me to change my job to a wanderer and lose the qualification to participate in the 10,000 Races tournament. This hatred is irreconcilable. I swear, I will do everything in my life to destroy the Black Technology Heaven and kill Tang Xiufan. Me too. Damn it, I won't be a human if I don't destroy the Black Technology Heaven. Hateful. Inside the Grassland Paradise, many castle lords were roaring, venting their anger and hatred. Just because the millions of troops from the Black Technology Heaven swept in, they lost everything. Although they didn't die, they also lost too many things, even including the identity of the castle lord. They were filled with hatred and vowed to destroy Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Paradise and take revenge. Although the Tarami Prairie covers more than 100,000 kilometers and is incredibly large, you should know that the Prairie Paradise is the largest alliance in this area, bringing together hundreds of castle lords. Their castles are scattered in every corner of the Karami Prairie. Chapter 441. Naturally, some of the unlucky castle owners encountered the attack from the army of Tang Xiufan Kingdom. And there were quite a few of them, hundreds of them. The million-strong army of the Black Technology Kingdom rushed into the Karami Prairie. In just a few hours, hundreds of castle forces were swept away. It is conceivable how terrible their offensive power was. It was really like destroying withered trees and rotten wood. No castle force could resist, they either fled or died. Of course, there were also some castle lords who, seeing the army of the Black Technology Kingdom coming, immediately raised their hands and surrendered without any thought of resistance. As for the way to deal with these castle lords, Tang Xiufan issued a war order to kill their troops, confiscate all the castle materials, and leave them with only a bare castle, and accept them as affiliated forces of the Black Technology Kingdom. Even though Tang Xiufan was so cruel, those castle lords were almost grateful. After all, they saved their lives and their identities as castle lords. For them, castles, troops, and castle materials were nothing. As long as they were still alive, and their identities as castle lords were not deprived, they still had the opportunity to develop. What's more, they have become a subsidiary force of the Black Technology Kingdom. Apart from having to regularly hand over a certain number of troops and castle supplies to the Black Technology Kingdom, they have no other losses. Even after becoming a subsidiary force of the Black Technology Kingdom, they no longer have to worry about being attacked by other castle forces. They can develop peacefully, and just need to wait until a certain time limit and hand over some troops and castle supplies to the Black Technology Kingdom. They even felt that they were lucky compared to the castle lords, whose castle hearts were destroyed. As time went by, more and more people withdrew from the Grassland Paradise Alliance. I'm sorry, brothers, I'm withdrawing too. There's nothing I can do. The army of the Black Technology Kingdom has come to my castle. I can't stop it. I can only surrender and become a subsidiary force of the Black Technology Kingdom. I'm the same. I can't do anything. The million-strong army of the Black Technology Kingdom cannot be stopped by anyone. I want to know, what are the requirements to become a subsidiary of the Black Tech Kingdom? Requirements? No requirements. You only need to hand over 1/5 of the recruited troops to the Black Tech Kingdom every day, and 1/3 of the harvested resources. 1/5 of the recruited troops, and 1/3 of the harvested materials. This is too dark. It's really dark. If it were me, I would never agree to it. Don't think too much. The army of the Black Tech Kingdom will not force you to agree, and it can even be said that if you surrender slowly, the castle will be directly destroyed. As soon as these words came out, the castle lords inside the Prairie Paradise felt their hair stand on end. The strength of the Black Technology Kingdom was far beyond their imagination. It really fulfilled the saying, if you don't surrender, you will die. At this time, some castle lords were kicked out of the alliance. They all surrendered to the castle forces of the Black Technology Kingdom. They were kicked out by the top leaders of the Prairie Paradise to prevent them from becoming spies and passing information to the army of the Black Technology Kingdom. After cleaning up these castle lords, a top leader of the alliance finally spoke up. Lao Lin, when will the beast god of faith come? It won't take too long, at most one day. The 14 armies of the Black Technology Kingdom can crush the castle forces of our alliance. The million-strong army of the Black Technology Kingdom is simply crazy. According to what they learned, the million-strong army is divided into 14 legions, each led by a demon legion, 20-level strongmen, 20-level strongmen. Too many to be incredible. In some of the legions, there are even demigod-level strongmen. These 14 armies are like 14 torrents, invading from the east of the Kurami Prairie. Wherever they pass, no castle force can resist. It really won't take long before the alliance camp of the Grassland Paradise will collapse. Many castle lords, who see no hope, will withdraw from the alliance, and then escape from the Kurami Grassland with the castle heart. They must speed up. The sooner the beast god is invited, the better. And the old Lin mentioned by the alliance's top leaders is the top castle lord, who is lucky enough to contact the beast god. Don't worry, I'm urging you, said old Lin. Not in a hurry. Now the hundreds of members in the alliance are as anxious as ants on a hot pot, afraid of being attacked by the Black Technology Heaven army. I can't do anything about it, said Lao Lin. The old pig god told me before that the negotiations in the outer world have not yet ended. The gods of the faith god system have all been blocked in the outer world by the truth god system, and cannot enter the god and demon continent at all. Oh no! It's been 2 or 3 days, and the negotiations haven't ended yet? No, the two god systems are still fighting, and even small-scale wars of gods will break out from time to time in the outer world, causing the stars to collapse and the sun and moon to lose their light. What the hell are you talking about? I just want to know when the pig god boss will come. Pig god is the nickname given to the beast god by the high-ranking officials of the Grassland Paradise Alliance, because he was once the beast god of the pig people, and he himself is a pig. Pig, to put it simply, is half pig man. Like werewolves and dog-headed people, with a human body and a pig head. At this time, Lao Lin sent a message. Here he comes. What's coming? The pig god boss contacted me. Don't worry, I asked him. Oh no! The old pig god finally sent a message. Suddenly, the members of the Prairie Paradise Alliance were excited, and some castle lords, who were ready to surrender to the Black Technology Kingdom, also immediately put away their thoughts. Compared to becoming a subsidiary force of the Black Technology Kingdom, and handing in soldiers and castle supplies every day, they would rather become free castle lords and fight for hegemony among all races. Everyone stay calm and wait for Lao Lin's news to see what Lao Lin says. Expectation is good news. Waiting is a process that will make time very long. For the members of the Prairie Paradise Alliance, this time of waiting is very tormenting. After an unknown amount of time, Lao Lin finally came online and sent out a message. Brothers, our pig god guardian is coming soon. Fuck, is this true? Of course it's true. He will appear in the Kurami Prairie to meet me in half an hour at most. At that time, I will give him the fragment of the Godhead and let him destroy the Black Technology Heaven. Great. Lao Lin, have the negotiations with the gods in the outer world ended? It should be. Lao Lin replied, if nothing unexpected happens, the god system of truth will choose to give in and let the gods, who believe in divinity, return to the god and demon continent. As for why the god system of truth gave in, and what price the gods of faith paid, I don't know. Chapter 442. It doesn't matter if we don't know, as long as the old pig god comes. It's not easy. After so many days of suffering, the pig god boss is finally coming. The pig god boss is mighty. This time it depends on how Tang Xiufan dies. As long as Tang Xiufan dies, the Black Technology Kingdom will be destroyed, and with the help of the pig god boss, our alliance can definitely wipe out the million-strong army on the grassland. We don't need to take action. The pig god boss can handle it alone. After all, he is a god. A true god at the lower peak can destroy the millions of troops of the Black Technology Heaven with a single slap. We just need to follow the pig god boss and take advantage of him. This is the best news I have heard in a while. The members of the Grassland Heaven Alliance were extremely excited. Nothing could make them happier than the arrival of the pig god boss. The other alliances that received this news were also in a state of excitement. Every top castle lord secretly breathed a sigh of relief, especially those top castle lords who hoped to see the destruction of the Black Technology Heaven. They were all overjoyed. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. On the World Chat channel, a new world bulletin suddenly appeared, instantly frightening all the top castle lords and members of the Grassland Alliance, making their hearts turn cold. At the same time, the appearance of the world bulletin also directly shook the entire castle force, leaving hundreds of castle lords and wanderers stunned. World announcement. Congratulations to Tang Xiaofan, Lord of the Black Technology Kingdom, for being the first to be promoted to the first god in the castle forces, mastering the power of immortality, and becoming an eternal and immortal god. Congratulations to Tang Xiaofan, Lord of the Black Technology Kingdom, for opening the era of gods for the castle forces. Celebrate together, congratulations. As the first lord of the castle to be promoted to a god, Tang Xiaofan is specially rewarded with a random divine power law. I hope that the lords of the castle can take Tang Xiaofan, Lord of the Black Technology Kingdom, as their goal, and become gods and immortal as soon as possible. The God War is about to come. I also hope that the castle forces will prepare early. In an instant, the World Chat channel was boiling. Countless castle lords and wanderers gathered here, sending messages frantically. Too crazy. Boss Tang Xiaofan actually became a god? The first god and devil in the castle, immortal. Damn, I'm so jealous. Why is it not me who became a god, sob? I can't figure it out. How could Boss Tang Xiaofan suddenly become a god? It's so unexpected, just like the blood moon suddenly exploded. It's incredible. Brother upstairs, the blood moon hasn't exploded yet. By the way, didn't Master Tang Xiaofan just get promoted to demigod a few days ago? How come he became a god again in just a few days? Who knows? I know one thing, as long as it happens to Master Tang Xiaofan, nothing is impossible. Eternal God, Master Tang Xiaofan is so terrifying. I also want to become a god, but I'm only in the late 20th level now. I don't know when I'd be able to become a god. I envy Tang Xiaofan. Did Tang Xiaofan become a god using only the godhead? Didn't the game official say that the godhead would be sealed for a month? It seems that there are still more than 20 days before the seal is lifted? Sorry, I just asked the game official, and he gave Tang Xiaofan the green light. I also asked, and the game official claimed that after Tang Xiaofan was promoted to the peak of demigod, the seal of the godhead would be automatically lifted, and he could choose to use it directly. Wow, is it such a fair and above-board green light? Sure enough, my speculation was correct. Tang Xiaofan is the official illegitimate son of the game. Such good things can only happen to Tang Xiaofan, and we can never get them. That requires you to be promoted to the peak of demigod. Yes, with the promotion speed of big brother Tang Xiaofan, even without the godhead, it won't take long for him to become a god. The unlocking of the godhead only makes Tang Xiaofan's time to become a god a little earlier. Big brother Tang Xiaofan is invincible. After becoming a god, Tang Xiaofan will be immortal. That's not necessarily true. Even if Tang Xiaofan becomes a god, he is only at the early stage of the lower god. You should know that the beast god that the Grassland Paradise Alliance hooked up with is at the peak of the lower god. It's very easy for a peak lower god to kill an early lower god. There are a few small realms difference. Even if Tang Xiaofan becomes a god, he is not the opponent of the beast god. That is to say, even if Tang Xiaofan becomes a god, he can't protect the black technology heaven. Definitely. Instantly many castle lords and wanderers changed their mindsets. They were just shocked by Tang Xiaofan's godhood and shouted loudly, but in a blink of an eye, they began to mourn for Tang Xiaofan. The top castle lords in various alliances, including Grassland Paradise, quickly calmed down after a moment of panic. Don't worry, even if Tang Xiaofan has become a god, it won't change anything. With the power of the pig god boss, who is at the peak of the lower true god, suppressing Tang Xiaofan, who has just been promoted to a god, is like playing. Maybe we can kill Tang Xiaofan and reveal his newly condensed godhood. Tang Xiaofan's godhood is just to help others. It's a pity that we can't get Tang Xiaofan's godhood because of the old pig god. What's the godhood? As long as we kill Tang Xiaofan and destroy the black technology heaven, it will be the best news for us. That's right, Lao Zhou Lao Qin, I discuss it with the pig god boss. He allows me to take a few people to the battlefield to see how he destroys the black technology heaven. Do you want to go? Go, of course. Several high-level officials of Grassland Paradise agreed immediately. The destruction of the Kingdom Heart of Black Technology Heaven will surely reveal a large number of blueprints and a large amount of supplies. They are first come first served, so why would they not go? As for whether the pig god boss can destroy Black Technology Heaven and kill Tang Xiaofan, they have no doubt about it. If the pig god takes action, Tang Xiaofan will die. Even the Sky City can't save Tang Xiaofan, because they don't believe that a mere war fortress can kill a lower-level peak true god. After all, even if the power is enough, the old pig god will not stand still and be bombarded by the Sky City. We must go. Soon, the leaders of the entire Prairie Paradise Alliance gathered in Lao Lin's castle with the help of the teleportation array. After an unknown amount of time, a huge figure finally appeared out of thin air, carrying a terrifying divine power. The figure was several meters tall, with a pig's head and a human body, wearing a black robe. Although gods can easily change their appearance after becoming gods, it is obvious that the old pig god prefers his original body. You summoned me? The old pig god's indifferent eyes swept across, and several high-level leaders of the Prairie Paradise Alliance present were so scared that they lowered their heads and dared not look directly at the god's eyes. But their mood was extremely excited. The pig god boss was really strong. Chapter 443. In the castle, the beast god Balk was several meters tall, with a human body and a pig head. It can be said that his face was hideous, at least in the eyes of several high-level officials of the Grassland Paradise. His face was quite hideous. From the outside, the beast god Balk did not look like the god of the beast tribe in the chaotic neutral camp, but more like an evil god in the dark and evil camp. The beast god Balk looked down at them with an indifferent expression, and an ancient breath and powerful divine power from the ancient times came to their faces, making several top castle masters feel under great pressure and panic in their hearts. Not bad, said the beast god Balk expressionlessly. Being able to withstand his divine power and not kneel on the ground was indeed good. If it were the native intelligent creatures of the gods and demons continent, let alone a few level 21 professionals, even demigods would have long been unable to withstand his divine power and kneel before him. These castle lords from other worlds do have some skills, the beast god Balk muttered to himself. Like the native forces of the gods and demons continent, the gods of their faith system also knew the existence and origin of the castle lord. However, due to some terrible restrictions, even though they knew the purpose of the castle forces coming to the god and demon continent, the god system of truth and the local empire in the central area did not take action against the castle forces. It is said that the restrictions will only disappear when the castle forces invade the central area. At that time, the gods of the local empire and the god system of truth will personally take action to clean up the castle masters around the world with a crushing force. Before the terrible restrictions disappear, the local empire and the god system of truth can only ignore the existence of the castle forces, but their belief system is not included. Because when the restriction appeared, their belief system had not yet returned to the god and demon continent. Now that it has just returned, the belief system is naturally not restricted by that terrible power. This is why he dared to do something dirty to a castle lord. A fragment of the godhead is enough for him to do a little favor. It's nothing more than killing a small castle lord. For him who has the peak position of a lower-level true god, what's the difficulty? Respected Lord Beast God. A young man with a red face said respectfully, I may need to tell you something. He was the old Lin, and the beast god Balk looked down at him. Speak. The old Lin was under great pressure, but he still gritted his teeth and said, there was a little accident. Tang Xiaofan, who I asked you to kill, has just been promoted to the realm of true god. Became a god? The beast god Balk frowned slightly, then looked at the old Lin and several other high-level people in the Grassland Paradise, and said, we are all the masters of the castle. Why did he become a god? While you are so weak, they have just entered the 21st level, not even demigods. Hearing this, Lao Lin and several high-level officials of Grassland Paradise had distorted faces. The complaints from the ancient belief in the beast god left them speechless. Tang Xiaofan is developing so fast, what can they do? You must know that the millions of troops composed of alliances as powerful as the Alliance of Gods, the Alliance of Killing Gods, and the Alliance of Red Gods were all wiped out by Tang Xiaofan. Now, those alliances have all been disbanded, including the Alliance of Gods, which is known as the strongest alliance, and has also been renamed the Dawn Alliance. Only a few top castle lords are left in the alliance. From the beginning of his advent to now, Tang Xiaofan, who possesses the unique demon army, has been stepping on the heads of these top castle masters, and they have not been able to turn over until now. How can they compete with Tang Xiaofan? Beast God Balk said, it seems that you top castle masters are useless. Young man Lao Lin couldn't help but say, among the entire castle forces, only Tang Xiaofan is an outlier. As long as he and his kingdom forces are eliminated, our top castle masters can immediately turn over. Whether you turn over or not is meaningless to me. Beast God Balk glanced at him, and the young man Lao Lin immediately understood what the old pig god meant, and quickly took out the fragment of the godhood, saying, my lord god, this is your reward. He was not worried that the beast god Bulk would go back on his word, because the two parties signed an agreement approved by the game officials. If the old pig god took the things and did not do the work, he would be immediately wiped out by the game officials for violating the agreement. For the power of the game officials, the castle lords have always been very trusting. However, the situation has changed now, because Tang Xiaofan was only a demigod, but now he has become a true god. He was worried that the old pig god would not help, which was allowed by the game officials. The young man Lao Lin looked at the beast god Bulk nervously. Only if the old pig god accepted his reward, the agreement would be established. Once the agreement is fulfilled, the old pig god must do his best to kill Tang Xiaofan and destroy the black technology heaven. Heh! The beast god Bulk snorted coldly, but did not immediately take over the fragment of the godhead, but said, in addition to the artifact that was agreed before, Tang Xiaofan's godhead also belongs to me. Everything is up to you. Young Lao Lin and the others naturally did not dare to object. They had already guessed that this pig god who survived the ancient war of gods would not give Tang Xiaofan's godhood to them after killing him. The old pig god wanted even fragments of the godhood, let alone a complete godhood. As for the artifact mentioned by the beast god Bulk, it was the king's artifact awarded to Tang Xiaofan by the game official after Tang Xiaofan established the Black Technology Kingdom. It was used as a bargaining chip by the young Lao Lin to ask the beast god Bulk to make a move. It was also under the temptation of the fragment of the godhood and the king's artifact that the beast god Bulk could not wait to descend on the Karami grassland. Lao Lin and several high-level officials of the Grassland Paradise Alliance present were very clear about this. They did not want Tang Xiaofan's godhood. They also did not want Tang Xiaofan's king's artifact. They only wanted Tang Xiaofan to be eliminated and the Black Technology Kingdom to be destroyed. In this way, they, the masters of the top castles, could raise their heads and participate in the 10,000 races competition. Of course, they also need Tang Xiaofan's kingdom supplies. Tang Xiaofan had previously put millions of pieces of equipment and a large number of advanced blueprints and equipment on the trading channel, so he must have gained a lot of supplies. Adding the reserves of the Black Technology Heaven, it was enough for them to make a lot of money. With these supplies, they could upgrade the castle and military buildings to a very high level. What do they need to covet for godhood and artifacts? Beast god Bulk seemed to be able to see through the thoughts of several people, and said nonchalantly, "Things from the mortal world are useless to me, and the other supplies belong to you." Great. Thank you, Lord God. Several people smiled happily, and then the beast god Bulk took the fragment of the godhead and swallowed it in one gulp. Old Lin was surprised and said, "The fragment of the godhead can be eaten directly, but it needs to be refined." From the game official, he learned that the fragment of the godhead needs to be refined into the purest source of divine power before it can be absorbed. But the beast god Bulk ate the fragment of the godhead directly, which surprised him. Chapter 444. Beast god Bulk glanced at him. "You are only level 21, but you know a lot." Old Lin laughed dryly, and beast god Bulk retracted his gaze, and said expressionlessly, "The fragments of the godhead naturally need to be refined, and my stomach is the place for refining." Old Lin suddenly realized, and a high-level official of Grassland Paradise asked, "My Lord God, I wonder what the specific situation of the negotiation between your faith god system and the truth god system is." "Really? Did the truth god system let your faith god system return so easily? I thought there would be a large-scale war of gods." Several people spoke up. They were very interested in the negotiations of gods in the outer world. Hearing this, the beast god Bulk looked at them coldly. "How can you, the little castle lords, spy on the content of the gods' negotiations?" Everyone was speechless, and they said they dared not. Beast god Bulk snorted coldly and said, "We believe in the gods so much that we have an agreement within this system that we are not allowed to attack your castle lords. Now, I have accepted your benefits, and I have already broken the agreement. So don't ask too many questions, lest..." Beast god Bulk didn't continue to speak, but his murderous eyes still let the people present understand what he meant. If you ask too many questions, someone will die. Thinking of this, several people suddenly dared not ask any more questions. Then, beast god Bulk waved his right hand, and took a few people to fly high in the sky. At an extremely terrifying speed, he flew towards the east of the Karami Prairie. The Black Technology Heaven is located in the eastern part of the grassland. The Black Technology Heaven, the palace? Tang Xiaofan didn't know that the beast god Bulk was coming with several high-level members of the Grassland Heaven Alliance, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. What's a lower-level peak true god? If you dare to come, you will die. Tang Xiaofan doesn't even need to use the Sky City. Stark alone is enough to suppress the holy god Bulk. The strongest attack method of the Sky City. It is prepared for more powerful gods. Beast god bulk, he is not worthy of it. At this time, Tang Xiaofan was sensing the divine nature in his body. The attributeless, natural divine nature from the game official had perfectly merged with his body, and then directly strengthened his demigod body to the level of true god body. With his current true god body, he was enough to ignore the attacks of the demigod level. Powerful semi-divine weapons. Don't even think about breaking his defense. This is the true god, once you become a god. It is equivalent to ascending to heaven, no longer immortal. At the same time, his mind moved. In an instant, all the power of faith in the kingdom gathered together, merged into his body, and quickly transformed into his own divine power. These powers of faith all came from his believers, so he could easily collect and transform them. If it were other gods, even if they stole his power of faith, it would be difficult to transform it into divine power. At this moment, the huge power of faith poured in like a sea, filling every corner of Tang Xiaofan's body. As time passed, the power of faith condensed in his body became more and more. It was not until he condensed more than 100 drops of power that all the power of faith in the kingdom was exhausted. If other gods of faith saw this scene, they would be very surprised, because Tang Xiaofan's kingdom had only more than 6 million believers. Under normal circumstances, the power of faith provided by this number of believers could only condense a dozen drops of power at most, or even less. However, the power of faith that Tang Xiaofan condensed reached more than 170 points, which was terrifying. The reason was that the faith level of Tang Xiaofan's followers was very high. Among the more than 6 million followers, none of them were ordinary believers or true believers. At the very least, they were devout believers, and there were also a large number of fanatical believers. In addition, Tang Xiaofan also had 14,000 angels, all of whom were believers of the highest level of the Holy Spirit. Naturally, the power of faith provided by the kingdom's believers to Tang Xiaofan was terrifying. Enough to rival some gods, the power of faith collected from hundreds of millions of believers. Tang Xiaofan stopped and checked his personal information. Lord of the Castle, Tang Xiaofan. Identity, Lord of the Black Technology Kingdom of Heaven. Rank, Early Lower True God. Divine Power Strength, 10 Divine Power. Possess Divine Power, 178 points. Master the Law, Space Law. Equipment, King's Scepter, King's Sword, Blessing of Natural Elves, Holy Light Ring, Sky City. Soul Stone, more than 630,000. Divine Power Crystal, 55. Divine Power Strength, 10 Divine Power. In other words, if I don't use the King's Scepter, I can only burst out 10 points of divine power with my own divine position. This is the strongest power of the lower level true God in the early stage, and if I use the King's Scepter, my divine power will directly reach 100 drops of divine power, comparable to the peak of the lower level true God. Tang Xiaofan looked at the King's Scepter in his hand. This growing artifact is really strong enough. Of course, if it is upgraded to a mid-level artifact, its power will be even more terrifying. It is powerful, but the consumption is also very large. To release the strongest power, one must consume 100 drops of divine power, and I only have 178 drops of divine power now. In other words, after one strongest burst, I will be exhausted and cannot come again. TSK. Now that he has become a god, Tang Xiaofan feels very poor again. Then Tang Xiaofan took another look at the laws and his personal information. The space laws that appeared in it were not his own comprehension, but directly from the game official's reward for his promotion to the first true god in the castle force. Randomly got the law of space. It seems that my luck is pretty good. The law of space is rarer and more powerful than the conventional laws such as the law of flame, the law of frost, the law of light, the law of corrosion, etc. As he spoke, Tang Xiaofan showed his right hand and moved it lightly. The space in front of him suddenly collapsed, and then turned into a translucent ball of light, floating in the palm of his right hand. The ball of light was condensed by the power of the law of space. It contains an independent space, and the space inside is not restricted by the laws of the world of gods and demons. This is equivalent to a space cage that can trap any life form. As long as it is weaker than me, it cannot escape the independent space I created. If I am strong enough, even a true god can be imprisoned. This is the law of space. Stark, who was standing aside, saw the space light ball in Tang Xiaofan's hand and said, if the Lord can master the law of time, then time and space can be integrated to form a more powerful law of space and time. In the future, you will create another space and time. Chapter 445. Stark said respectfully, I believe your power will soon be restored to the level of the Supreme God King. In the hearts of the farmers, Tang Xiaofan is the supreme creator, the god of creation, weakness is only temporary. It won't take long for Tang Xiaofan to recover to his peak, master the authority of the supreme god, and reshape the farmer's world. Tang Xiaofan just smiled faintly at Stark's words. Whether he can become the supreme god king depends on whether he can grab the throne of the god king in the future god war. If you can get it, it's fine. If you can't, you can only find another way to be promoted to god king. Stark is right. I just need the law of time. When space and time merge, I can be promoted to the law of space and time. Tang Xiaofan said to himself secretly. Generally speaking, gods don't master many laws. Generally, there is only one. For example, the gods of the flame god system master the law of flames, and the gods of the dark god system master the law of darkness. Different laws appearing in the same godhead will directly cause a conflict of laws. In serious cases, it can even destroy the godhead and make the god fall instantly. Only a very small number of gods can fuse different laws and powers together to evolve into more powerful laws, such as the god of space and time, the god of storms, etc. But such gods are very rare. Gods generally only master the power of one law. But Tang Xiaofan is different. His godhood is a natural godhood without attributes. As early as when he just obtained this godhood, Tang Xiaofan had learned from its information description that it can perfectly fuse all the laws and powers, and there will be no problem of law conflicts. In other words, it is not impossible for him to become the god of space and time who controls the laws of space and time. Even the more laws he integrates into his divine nature, the more likely he is to become the god of all laws, mastering all the laws and divine power in the world, and suppressing thousands of planes. At that time, perhaps the god king will not be a big deal in his eyes. Therefore, the attributeless natural divine nature in his body is very precious. Even if he is only a lower-level true god-level divine nature now, his value exceeds that of the main artifact. Just then, Tang Xiaofan received a friend message from Bear Grylls. He opened it, and was immediately shocked. Bear Grylls, Tang Xiaofan, emergency. The negotiations between the Faith God system and the Truth God system have ended, and all the gods of faith have returned to the God and Demon continent. The beast god of faith that Prairie Paradise hooked up with has also arrived. If nothing unexpected happens, he is now rushing to the capital to harm you. It seems that he has brought several high-level officials of Prairie Paradise with him, so you have to be careful. So fast, Tang Xiaofan was not worried about the beast god of faith. He just didn't expect the negotiation between the Faith God system and the Truth God system to end so quickly. What surprised him most was that the War of Gods did not break out on a large scale, and the Truth God system seemed to have given in and allowed the gods of the Faith God system to return to the God and Demon continent. This was quite incredible. If he were the boss of the Truth God system, he would definitely not let the Faith God system return, because their return was equivalent to competing with the Truth God system for living space. This is also a concession. Something must have happened during the negotiation, causing the gods of the Truth system to stop insisting and be forced to give in. As for what happened, Tang Xiaofan did not participate in the negotiations among the gods, and was still unaware. He couldn't figure it out, and didn't think about it anymore, and replied to Bear Grylls, "Got it." After that, he waited quietly for the arrival of the beast god of faith. After an unknown period of time, Stark, who was standing aside, suddenly said, "My lord, I feel a breath of alien gods approaching rapidly. Let's go!" Tang Xiaofan suddenly stood up from the throne, and then the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they had already arrived on the wall of the outer city. Looking up, several figures appeared in the distant sky. They were as fast as lightning and arrived in an instant. The leader was the Beast God Bulk. Lord Beast God, that is Tang Xiaofan's capital. Several high-level officials of the Grassland Paradise Alliance were very excited. Really? Beast God Bulk looked over with a look full of contempt, and soon, he saw the extremely glorious capital of the Black Technology Heaven. At the same time, he saw Tang Xiaofan and Stark standing on the city wall. At that moment, his eyes widened, seemingly unbelievable. Finally, he took a deep breath, turned around and ran without hesitation. Inside the Grassland Paradise, many castle owners were discussing. Everyone was looking forward to good news. Boss Qin said that they saw the old pig god in Lao Lin's castle. He was several meters tall, with a human body and a pig head. His divine power was incredible. As expected of the boss of the gods, his divine power is vast. It's not easy. After waiting for such a long time, the pig god boss finally came. At present, they have set off for the Black Technology Heaven. With the pig god boss's action, the Black Technology Heaven will definitely be razed to ruins. After all, the pig god boss is a true god at the peak of the lower level. Even if Tang Xiaofan is promoted to a god, he is only at the early stage of the lower level true god. Compared with the pig god boss, he is several levels lower. Tang Xiaofan is dead this time. Not to mention the devil, even the gods can't save him. By the way, doesn't Tang Xiaofan have the Sky City? I wonder if the pig god can withstand the bombardment of the Sky City? The Sky City is useless. Even if the Sky City can kill the true god, will the true god stand there and wait to be bombarded, tearing the void with the power of the true god? Teleportation is just a piece of cake. The old pig god can avoid the attack of the Sky City with a teleportation. Indeed, the Sky City, as the war fortress of the farmer clan, can still be of some use on a large-scale battlefield, but it is very difficult to bombard and kill a single true god. For the true gods, Tang Xiaofan's Sky City is just a decoration, so I'm relieved. Haha, you are just worrying nonsense, don't think too much. This time the pig god boss will personally take action. With the position of the true god, he will definitely sweep the entire black technology heaven, and there will never be a second result. That's right, I'm just waiting for Boss Qin and the others to report the good news. I envy the bosses. Once Tang Xiaofan died, the black technology heaven was destroyed. Such a big kingdom, all the blueprints, massive materials, all belong to the bosses. We can't even drink the soup. The greater the effort, the greater the reward. Lao Lin lost a fragment of the divine nature. For us, as long as Tang Xiaofan dies, the Karami Prairie will not be invaded by the army of the black technology heaven. We should be thankful. I agree. The members of the Prairie Heaven Alliance are full of confidence. They don't believe that a beast god of ancient times can fail in his personal actions. In their opinion, the fate of Tang Xiaofan and the black technology heaven is already determined. Unless a god comes to help Tang Xiaofan. Chapter 446. At the same time, the news that Beast God Balk led several high-level members of the Grassland Paradise Alliance to attack the Black Technology Heaven was also passed on to the World Chat Channel and other alliances by the alliance members of the Grassland Paradise. In an instant, the World Chat Channel and major alliances were all boiling. For them, this was equivalent to an unprecedented war of gods. Even if Tang Xiaofan had just become a god, he was still a true god. The battle between gods, isn't it a war of gods? Is the future of Tang Xiaofan going to end from now on? The beast god of ancient times has come. Even if Tang Xiaofan is known as the strongest castle lord of our castle, he can't resist it. It can put an end to Tang Xiaofan's life. It's a pity. Tang Xiaofan has just become a god and has eternal life, as immortal as the heaven and earth, but in the blink of an eye, he is facing the crisis of death. It's all because Tang Xiaofan is too aggressive. He's too strong. Since the castle forces came to the god and demon continent, Tang Xiaofan has suppressed all the castle lords. Even those arrogant top castle lords have not been able to turn over. Naturally, many people hate Tang Xiaofan very much. It's normal for Tang Xiaofan, who has made countless enemies, to capsize accidentally. It's a pity. If Tang Xiaofan doesn't die, he will definitely have a great chance of getting the throne of the God King, and holding the power of the high gods in the future. It's meaningless to say all this, Tang Xiaofan will die. The World Chat Channel was full of discussions, and all of them were similar remarks, believing that Tang Xiaofan would not be able to stop the beast god Bulk. Not only would he perish, but the Black Technology Heaven would also be razed to ruins by the beast god Bulk. The major alliances were also celebrating, such as the Sea Kingdom, the Ice and Snow Alliance, the Dawn Alliance, etc. The top castle lords, who ruled these alliances, were eager to see Tang Xiaofan fall under the power of the beast god Bulk. As long as Tang Xiaofan dies, the castle lords with top-level troops can immediately turn over and no longer be suffocated by Tang Xiaofan. They know that with their current strength, it is impossible to pose any threat to Tang Xiaofan. Even if they gather 100 million troops again, it is difficult to capture the Black Technology Heaven. They can't deal with Tang Xiaofan, so they can only rely on external forces. The appearance of the beast god Bulk gave them hope. Naturally, the top castle lords of the major alliances are all looking forward to the arrival of good news. Among all the alliances, perhaps only the Holy Light Alliance and the Goddess House have different attitudes. They don't want to see the Black Technology Heaven destroyed, and they don't want Tang Xiaofan to die in the hands of the beast god Bulk. The reason is simple. The members of the Holy Light Alliance are all Bear Grylls, carefully selected castle masters, and supporters of Tang Xiaofan. Each of them hopes to become a subsidiary force of the Black Technology Heaven. On this basis, how could they hope that Tang Xiaofan would fall? As for the girls in the Goddess House, most of them are Tang Xiaofan's fans, so naturally they don't want to hear bad news. Sister Chimeng, will God Tang Xiaofan really be in trouble? I don't know. Alas. I hope God Tang Xiaofan is fine, and even kills the beast god of faith in desperation. I also hope that this will happen, but it is obviously unlikely. After all, that is a beast god of faith who survived the ancient war of gods, and his position is as high as the peak of the lower true god, and Tang Xiaofan has just been promoted to the realm of true god. By the way, where is Bear? What happened? Bear, aren't you a good friend of Master Tang Xiaofan? Can you ask about the situation in the Black Technology Heaven? We are all very worried about Master Tang Xiaofan's safety. Don't worry, there is only one result of this war of gods, and that is the demise of the god of faith beast. Is this true? Bear, do you have any gossip? Don't ask too much, just wait for the news. Bear, what are you doing now? I am following the kingdom army under Tang Xiaofan, clearing out the enemies on the Kurami Prairie, very busy. Bear, don't tell me that you have joined the Black Technology Heaven, and have seen the great god Tang Xiaofan with your own eyes? Yes. Wow, Bear, you are not a sisterly person. You actually hid such a big thing from us. Tell us the truth. Is the great god Tang Xiaofan handsome? Bear will become fat as a pig if he eats alone. Tell me. Well, he is very handsome. To be honest, I was stunned for 5 seconds when I saw Tang Xiaofan for the first time. Oh my god, our Bear Grylls is actually in a trance. I have decided that my goal in this life, besides becoming a god, is to conquer the great god Tang Xiaofan. TSK, leave this difficult task to me. You are too young, Bad Tong Tong. The topic changed instantly. The girls in the goddess house no longer discussed the safety of Tang Xiaofan and the Black Technology Heaven, but instead discussed how to conquer the boy Tang Xiaofan. A handsome man plus a god equals a male god. In their eyes, people like Tang Xiaofan are the real male gods. Compared with the lively World Chat channel and major alliances, the Black Technology Heaven is very calm. Seeing that they are getting closer and closer to the capital of the Black Technology Heaven, Lao Lin and several senior officials of the Grassland Paradise Alliance became excited and could not suppress their excitement. That is the capital of the Black Technology Heaven. The highest level castle in the castle force has reached the level of a high-level royal capital. Only one step away, this royal capital can be upgraded to an imperial capital. As rumored, the royal capital of the Black Technology Heaven has a diameter of thousands of kilometers, and a god-level city wall that is more than 2,000 meters high. Seeing it now is really shocking. Such a castle cannot be broken even by 1 billion troops. Tang Xiaofan must have consumed a huge amount of resources to build such a royal capital. It's a pity that it will become a ruin today. Several people were talking excitedly, but at this moment, something happened that made them confused. When they looked up, the beast god Balk had disappeared, gone? Where is the old pig god? He must have rushed into Tang Xiaofan's kingdom without waiting? Wait. Is the person standing on the wall in the distance Tang Xiaofan? A human youth, with a demon in steel armor standing beside him. If nothing unexpected happens, he must be Tang Xiaofan. Since Tang Xiaofan is there, where is the old pig god? Fuck. A senior executive looked back and screamed, damn it, that pig didn't attack Tang Xiaofan's kingdom at all, but ran away. Hearing this, the other people also looked back, and could only see a black dot disappearing into the distant sky and earth at a terrifying speed. Chapter 447. That black spot exudes a powerful divine power. Who else could it be but the beast god Balk? He actually escaped. What the hell? What the hell? Lao Lin immediately shouted, Lord Pig God, Tang Xiaofan is here, you are running in the wrong direction. Get lost. The voice of the beast god Balk came from afar, the agreement is void, I will return the fragments of the godhead to you later. The ruler of the Black Technology Heaven, this matter has nothing to do with me. The 5 high-level officials of the Grassland Paradise Alliance, including Lao Lin, were stunned. The agreement is void? Beast God Balk easily voided the agreement. Isn't he afraid of being wiped out by the game officials? Unless. Encounter force majeure. This condition was added to the agreement by Beast God Balk. He was worried that when attacking the Black Technology Heaven, he would encounter a being stronger than him and slap him to death, so he left himself a glimmer of hope. This is a very smart pig. At this time, several people also reacted instantly. It was obvious that there was a terrifyingly powerful being in the Black Technology Heaven, which scared away Beast God Balk, and made him dare not even approach and flee directly. But the problem is, the Beast God Balk ran away. What should they do? They haven't gotten on the car yet. No, they are still staying where they are. The faces of several people turned pale, and without saying a word, they also flew back the way they came. As 20-level strongmen, they can certainly fly, but their speed is far inferior to that of the beast god Balk, who is at the peak of the lower true god. Old Lin shouted in fear, "Boss Pig God, even if you want to escape, take us with you." Old Lin, stop shouting, that pig is not loyal, we need to escape. Several people ran away quickly. Not only did they fail to kill Tang Xiaofan and destroy the Black Technology Heaven, but they were also forced to flee for their lives. What a loss. What is inside the Black Technology Heaven? How could it scare the pig away in panic? I guess it was probably the steel demon standing next to Tang Xiaofan, because the color of his armor is different, and his strength must be many times stronger than that of the beast god Bulk. Isn't that a middle-level god? Of course, otherwise the pig would be so scared that it would run away directly. Oh my god, Tang Xiaofan has even demons at the middle god level under his command. It's incredible. I just hope Tang Xiaofan doesn't take us seriously. As they flew, they looked at the high-tech Heavenly Kingdom wall behind them. Tang Xiaofan was still standing on the wall, but the demon beside him disappeared. Instantly, they felt a sudden jump in their hearts, and had a bad premonition. At this moment, in the direction of their escape, a terrifying divine power fluctuation suddenly came, shaking the clouds tens of thousands of meters high to pieces, and dazzling light bloomed in the distant sky. When the light fell to the ground, in an instant, the earth trembled, and mushroom clouds rose up. They saw with their own eyes that at the end of the grassland in the distance, the space collapsed, the sun and the moon were dark, and the earth was broken into pieces. Even a large grassland hill in another direction was flattened by a divine light. Although the distance was far, it was still extremely terrifying. And they immediately guessed that a war of gods must have broken out in the distant sky. The two sides fighting were the beast god Bulk and Tang Xiaofan's demon. Retreat! The road ahead is blocked, flee separately. Without saying a word, several people fled in different directions. Who can escape depends on who has better luck. They have made up their minds. If they can escape this time, they will never come to the Black Technology Heaven again, and they will move the heart of the castle when they go back, away from the Karami Prairie. Tang Xiaofan actually had demons of the middle god level under his command, which was completely beyond their imagination. They were also scared to death, and dared not to go against Tang Xiaofan anymore. Their only thought now was to escape back to the castle, and then leave the Karami grassland. They didn't know how long they had been running, at least thousands of kilometers. Several people in different directions were all exhausted and panting. In order to escape as quickly as possible, they did not hesitate to consume all the magic power in their bodies, and even use the power of the domain. The consumption was too great, so that everyone's face turned pale, and was about to collapse. Seeing that they had escaped without any accidents, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They finally escaped. Fortunately, Tang Xiaofan's target was the pig, not us. Suddenly, the expressions of several people were dull at the same time. Looking behind them, they were all terrified at that moment. Lao Zhou, Lao Qin, why are you here? Lao Lin, Lao Chen, didn't you just flee in another direction? Several people were horrified. They had obviously fled in different directions, but after running for thousands of kilometers, they actually gathered together again, and they were still in the same place. In front, the War of Gods has not yet ended, and in the back, it is still the capital of the Kingdom of Black Technology. And the five of them, not one more, not one less. Don't scare me, Lao Qin. Why are you back again? What the hell? I'm flying forward. I didn't look back. Me too. Could it be that we encountered a ghost wall? Several people were silent at the same time, and then they said angrily at the same time, what the hell is a ghost wall? We must have been hit, or it's an illusion, or we are trapped in a circular space. As level 21 warriors, they still had some knowledge. It must be Tang Xiaofan's doing. Tang Xiaofan has become a god. His strength is far beyond our imagination. We can't escape from him. What kind of power is this? The voices of several people trembled, and they were extremely frightened. They ran thousands of kilometers in different directions, but in the blink of an eye, they all returned to the original place, as if they had never moved. Who wouldn't be afraid when encountering such a thing? If it were the pig, it would also be trembling. This is my crude application of the law of space. Sorry, I'm not very familiar with this law just now. Accompanied by a gentle chuckle, a figure appeared out of thin air not far away, only a few dozen meters away from them. The figure was wearing platinum armor, with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his handsome face, and a powerful divine power emanating from his body. Tang Xiaofan. Several people screamed, and Tang Xiaofan said calmly, friends from the grassland paradise, Since you have come to my capital, it is too rude to leave without saying hello. Tang Xiufan, I was wrong. Let me go. This time I promise to move out of the heart of the castle and leave the Kurami Prairie immediately. This has nothing to do with me. It's Lao Lin. The fragment of the godhead is his, and he is also the one who contacted the gods. Yes, we were all deceived by Lao Lin. Several high-level officials of the Prairie Paradise Alliance shouted, and Lao Lin, who they mentioned, was almost angry to death. Chapter 448. He said angrily, "You idiots, do you think he will let you go? Since he trapped us, he never thought of letting us go." These words immediately woke up the people who were begging for mercy. They looked at each other, and then released the 21st level domain without hesitation and killed Tang Xiufan. Bang 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 bang. The powerful 21st level power burst out, enough to destroy the mountain, but what frightened them was that all their power was isolated within a few meters of Tang Xiufan. No matter how hard they tried, they could not get close to Tang Xiufan. Have you forgotten? I am a god. Tang Xiufan stretched out his right hand and grabbed the void. In an instant, the surrounding space collapsed layer by layer, and then gathered into a huge space ball cage, imprisoning all the people inside. Even if they tried their best, they could not destroy the space created by Tang Xiufan. Tang Xiufan, let me go. I will never dare to do it again. I don't want to die. I am the lord of the castle with top-level troops. I am also the boss of the Grassland Paradise Alliance. Tang Xiufan, please let me go. I will give you everything you want, including troops, castles, and supplies. In addition, I can join your kingdom, become your affiliated force, and fight for you. The imprisoned people all collapsed. Even the old Lin couldn't hold it anymore and begged for mercy. However, Tang Xiufan ignored them and cast his eyes into the distance. There was a bright red figure coming back from the sky. It was Stark. In his hand, he dragged a long golden chain, and at the end of the chain, the beast god Bulk was tied up. What? The old pig god was also caught? Is the demon's strength so terrifying? At this moment, Lao Lin was trembling with fear. Two figures flew over from the distant sky. One was Tang Xiufan's demon, and the other was the beast god Bulk they had found to destroy the black technology heaven. The sharp-eyed Lao Lin saw at a glance that in the hand of Tang Xiufan's demon there was a long golden chain, and at the other end of the chain, the wounded beast god Bulk was tied up. Soon, the other people also saw the scene, all trembling, and at the same time felt unbelievable. Originally, they thought that even if the beast god Bulk was no match for Tang Xiufan's demon, with his strength at the peak of the lower true god, he would still have no problem escaping. But now, not only did the beast god Bulk fail to escape, but he was directly tied up and caught back. The strength of that terrifying steel demon was too terrifying, so powerful that it exceeded their imagination. What kind of demon was the demon in bright red armor? Boss Pig God. A high-ranking member of the Grassland Paradise Alliance shouted. Hearing such a title, the beast god Bulk's eyes immediately turned red, and he almost went berserk. He was a god of the Pigman clan. Pig was a half-pig man with a pig head. He didn't care about revealing his true form to others, but he was very concerned about others associating him with pigs. He was a great ancient beast god, and was no longer an ordinary pig. Asshole! The beast god Bulk roared in anger. These human castle masters used a mere fragment of the godhead to lure him to destroy the black technology heaven and kill the king of this kingdom. As a result, the intelligence of several people was not accurate at all. How could the black technology heaven have only Tang Xiufan, an early true god? On the contrary, there was a middle-level god who was at least 10 times more powerful than him guarding the black technology heaven. Although he reacted quickly and chose to escape immediately after sensing the powerful divine power, he was still a step slower and was forcibly suppressed. And he was tied up, like a slave, by the middle-level god using divine power chains. He felt that he was quite tragic. The belief in the gods returned to the gods and demons continent and should have been shining, but he fell into this situation now, and could be wiped out at any time. He suspected that he might be the most miserable god of faith, and all this was caused by the human castle lords in front of him. If they hadn't lured him with the fragments of the godhood, how could he appear here? These humans are really too hateful. Even the intelligence is not accurate. What's the point of living? Now hearing them call him the pig god boss, the beast god Bulk was furious and wanted to slap these human castle lords to death. However, before he could do anything, the golden chains on his body released a series of terrifying thunders that struck him. He screamed uncontrollably. He felt the double pain from his body and soul. Even if he was a god, he couldn't bear this kind of pain, and he couldn't help but scream. On the other side, several high-ranking members of the Prairie Paradise Alliance, who were imprisoned in an independent space by Tang Xiaofan, all had drastic changes in their expressions. Their legs trembled, and they almost collapsed on the ground. If a powerful god like the beast god Balk became like this, how miserable would their fate be? It is very likely that Tang Xiaofan would kill them directly. After all, Tang Xiaofan had killed top castle masters before. As early as when the Black Technology Castle was besieged by millions of troops from several alliances, he personally killed hundreds of top castle masters. None of the top castle masters who participated in that war could escape. Hundreds of top castle lords were killed by Tang Xiaofan, so what were the 5 of them? Killing them was normal, and they should be thankful if they were not killed. Thinking of this, several high-level officials of the Grassland Paradise immediately stopped paying attention to the beast god Balk. They were all captives, so who was in a better situation than who? They began to beg for mercy again, claiming that they were willing to give everything as long as Tang Xiaofan could let them go. Just like the hundreds of ordinary castle lords, who made a deal with Tang Xiaofan last time, they were also willing to give all the troops and resources in their castles to Tang Xiaofan, just to save their lives. Since you're here, don't even think about going back alive. Tang Xiaofan no longer cares about the supplies of a few castles, even if these 5 people are the masters of top castles. The castle supplies they stockpiled are just a drop in the bucket compared to his kingdom supplies, and they don't attract his attention at all. What's more, these people are all trying to destroy his Black Technology Kingdom with the beast god Balk, and eliminate him. How can Tang Xiaofan be merciful to such an enemy? Tang Xiaofan, don't kill us. We are not ordinary top castle lords. We are the bosses of Grassland Paradise. There are hundreds of castle lords in our alliance. As long as you let us go, we promise to bring the entire alliance to join you, fight for you, and even help you attack the local empire in the central area with all our strength. With our Grassland Paradise alliance as your help, you will definitely become the supreme god in the future. Tang Xiaofan, please, don't eliminate us. The 5 people were desperately begging for mercy. At this time, they were almost desperate, and fell into the fear of death. You know, before they set out, they never thought that they would fall into such a situation. Chapter 449. The only thing they thought of was the beast god Balk. Relying on this terrifying divine power, they destroyed the Black Technology Heaven and killed Tang Xiaofan. Then, they shared the fruits of victory, and moved all the materials of the Black Technology Heaven to their own castle to improve the strength of their castle. How could they have thought that the god of death would descend on them? If they had known that there was a demon god more powerful than the beast god Balk hidden in the Black Technology Heaven, they would not have appeared here at all. They would have even escaped from the Karami Prairie long ago, and would never have been enemies with Tang Xiaofan. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world, and they also do not have the power to turn back time. The only thing they can do now is to beg for mercy, hoping that Tang Xiaofan can let go of the past. Grassland Paradise, a bunch of rabble. The masters of those hundreds of castles have all surrendered. Whose supplies should I rob? Tang Xiaofan glanced at a few people with a calm expression, and with a pinch of his right hand, the entire space cage exploded in the eyes of several people with fear and despair, and the 5 of them all shattered into a ball of blood mist in an instant, and died cleanly. Tang Xiaofan was kind-hearted and gave them a quick death. If they were evil gods, it would be difficult for these guys to die. At the same time, a large number of items exploded after the death of several people, including equipment, soul stones, blueprints, etc., which were piled up into a pair of small mountains. Having just become a god, he was not very proficient in the use of the power of the space law, resulting in excessive power, forcibly destroying their space equipment, causing the materials in those space equipment to explode together. Tang Xiaofan sighed, and then his mind moved, and he put the exposed items into his king's ring. Then, his eyes fell on the beast god Balk, who said, I am a god from the faith system, and I have many powerful beast god companions behind me. If you kill me, your kingdom will be destroyed. Do you know why I want to capture you? Tang Xiaofan stepped on the air and walked slowly. Why? Why? Beast god Balk had a bad feeling in his heart. Tang Xiaofan smiled at her, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, Of course, I want to maximize your value. You are a god who has reached the peak of the lower true god status. You can't just kill him. As Tang Xiaofan spoke, a series of light gates suddenly appeared in the void around him. Then, angels and elves with beautiful faces flew out of the light gates. Nearly 100 kingdom demigods, who had entered the late stage of demigods, were all present. In addition to them, the other angels and elves were also at the peak of level 21. Almighty Lord, Your Majesty the King. The angels and elves who saw Tang Xiaofan immediately saluted respectfully. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. The reason why he summoned them here was very simple, that is, by killing the beast god Balk, he could have more demigod angels and demigod elves under his command. As for the warriors, with the help of missiles and armor, they would basically eat up most of the experience in each battle, and angels and elves could contribute more divine power. Now, the godhood of the beast god Balk has reached the peak of the lower true god. I think the experience is very rich. Maybe it can allow those who have entered the late stage of demigod to directly condense the god core and be promoted to true god. After all, the two sides were more than one realm apart. Even if a lot of experience was taken away by other angels and elves, some angels at the peak of demigods could also be promoted to a higher level. After all, they would either be at the peak of demigods or directly become gods. At Tang Xiufan's command, the angels and elves used their most powerful forces to summon the beast god Balk. After a long time, the beast god Balk still did not fall. The reason was very simple. The gap in strength between the two sides was too big. Tang Xiufan's angels and elves besieged and failed to kill the beast god Balk for a long time. Instead, the severe pain made Shochan Balk scream continuously. He suspected that Tang Xiufan was fighting a group of demigods and level 21 professionals besieging him, a lower-level peak true god, not to kill him, but to torture him. After all, his true god body had too high a defense. Even if he couldn't resist, it would be quite difficult for these demigods, level 21 peak angels and elves to kill him. And this process was equivalent to torture for him. Who could stand being worn down bit by bit? Anyway, the beast god Balk couldn't stand it. Because he was forcibly suppressed by Stark, he could hardly resist, and could only shout at Tang Xiufan in fear, "Don't do it first, we can talk it out." Tang Xiufan looked up at Stark. "This is not a solution. It will take until tomorrow to kill this guy." Hearing Tang Xiufan's words, the angels and elves who were besieging the beast god Balk felt ashamed, so they attacked the beast god Balk more vigorously, vowing to kill him as quickly as possible. Stark's mouth twitched slightly and said, "My lord, I can only seal the godhood and power in his body, but I can't do anything about his true god body. The god and power of the true god can be sealed, but the body of the true god has been forged by the power of the god, and has a strong defense, which cannot be sealed. Then we can only grind it slowly." Tang Xiufan glanced at the beast god Balk with a distorted expression, and said again, "By the way, seal his soul as well, don't let him contact his companions. Come to the black technology heaven, and ruin my good deeds." Stark said respectfully, "My lord, don't worry, when I suppressed him before, I sealed his soul so that he could not contact other gods of faith." "Yeah," Tang Xiufan nodded. Time passed quickly until the blood moon came and the sky darkened. The angel elves and others continued to attack the beast god Balk. The beast god Balk also wailed from time to time. He really had no strength. His true god body was numb with pain and his voice was hoarse. He couldn't even shout. For him, this was definitely the darkest day in his life. Even in the ancient god war era, facing the dimensional demon god from the outside world, he had never been tortured like this. Each of those angels and spirits was desperately attacking him, trying to kill him, but he still hadn't died. Instead, he was tortured to the point that he wanted to commit suicide. However, the cruelest thing was that his divine nature, divine power, and divine soul were all sealed, and even his true divine body was imprisoned. He couldn't commit suicide, and could only wait to be slowly consumed to death. Chapter 450. "Stop it," beast god Balk looked at Tang Xiufan with tears in his eyes, and said, "Can you wait a moment? I can commit suicide." Tang Xiufan shook his head and said, "Don't think too much. I won't let you commit suicide. Otherwise, wouldn't my angel elf's efforts for so long be in vain? An enemy who commits suicide cannot gain experience, so Tang Xiufan can't let him commit suicide." Beast god Balk said angrily, "Then give me a quick death. After all, I, Balk, am also a powerful true god of faith. How can I die in such a cowardly way?" Tang Xiufan said, "This won't work either. With Stark's strength, it would be very easy to kill the beast god Balk. Of course, he could kill the beast god Balk directly, but this went against his original intention. He wanted to share the experience of killing the beast god Balk with the demigods in the kingdom, to help them reach a higher level. In addition, those angel elves at the peak of level 21 also need to use the experience of killing the beast god Balk to advance to the realm of demigods. So neither he nor his Stark could do it, so as not to share a lot of experience. "Human, what on earth do you want to do?" Beast god Balk said angrily, "I am also a believer in the gods. I participated in the holy war in ancient times, and killed powerful dimensional demons. Can't I die with dignity?" He no longer had any hope of escaping. He just wanted to die quickly, and not suffer torture anymore, because even if he was a true god and his mind was stable, he couldn't accept it. He was killed for a day, and didn't kill it. How cruel it was. Tang Xiaofan looked at him and said, "Relax, I won't let you fall completely. After killing you, I will resurrect you, and give you a new life." Beast God Balk's eyes widened immediately. This human castle master wanted to revive it, and then kill it? What did he do to deserve such cruel treatment? Beast God Balk was confused. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "While you can still hold on for a while, let's chat." Beast God Balk ignored Tang Xiaofan. There were nearly 100 demigods and 21st level warriors surrounding him. One attack after another fell on him. For him, the endless pain was like being cut into pieces. How could he have the heart to chat with Tang Xiaofan? He wanted to die right now. Tang Xiaofan said to himself, "I'm curious about what you, the Faith God system and the Truth God system, talked about in the outer world. Why did the Truth God system give in the end?" Hearing this, the Beast God Balk glanced at Tang Xiaofan with his eyes slanted, and then lowered his head again, waiting to die. Tang Xiaofan didn't care, and said with a smile, "When I catch your soul, you will tell me everything." Beast God Balk glared at him and said, "Human, you should be the evil god of the dark evil undead camp, not the god of faith in the bright and kind camp." Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "The evil god will not resurrect you, and give you a new life." Beast God Balk trembled all over. He suspected that the reason Tang Xiaofan wanted to resurrect him was to kill him again. Beast God Balk said anxiously, "Don't resurrect me, and don't destroy my soul. Let me go to the underworld and tell you everything I know." Tang Xiaofan looked at him. "Can you still negotiate with me now?" Beast God Balk. Soon after, he suddenly said, "I believe in the goddess of fate of the pantheon, and I have joined forces with the powerful god of the pantheon of truth to open up a corner of the future. The demons from another dimension are about to descend on the gods and demons continent. The war force far exceeds the ancient god war era. The demon king, the 12 abyss demon lords, and billions of demons will all appear. Such a demon disaster is not something the truth god system can resist, so they chose to retreat and let us believe in the god system and return to the gods and demons continent to cooperate with them and jointly resist the demons. There is an agreement, that is, we believe in the god system and are not allowed to spread our faith in the gods and demons continent, otherwise the god war will surely start." Hearing the words of the Beast God Balk, Tang Xiaofan suddenly understood. It turned out that the dimensional demon was coming, forcing the truth god system to choose to cooperate with the faith god system. He was not surprised by this, because he had long ago speculated that in the future, there would be a four-camp war of gods in the god and demon continent, the castle forces, and the local forces. The faith god system and the dimensional demon will have a great war of gods, and now the dimensional demon will also return, which is really not beyond his expectation. At this time, Tang Xiaofan suddenly looked at the Beast God Balk in confusion and asked, "If you are not allowed to spread faith in the god and demon continent, why do you gods of faith come back?" The Beast God Balk said sarcastically, "What are believers? We have been operating in the outer world for tens of thousands of years, occupying a large number of plane worlds and life planets, and have countless believers far beyond the ancient times. We no longer need the faith of the god and demon continent. We return to the god and demon continent just to find and fight for something." The Beast God Balk glanced at Tang Xiaofan and sneered, "As for what it is, I will never tell you even if I die." "Really?" Tang Xiaofan thought for a while and said, "But I think what you are looking for is most likely the throne of the God King." Beast God Balk widened his eyes. "How did you know?" "This is the secret of the gods." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "What secret of the gods?" "All of us, hundreds of castle lords, know the existence of the throne of the King of Gods. If we get it, we can become the highest god again." Hearing this, Beast God Balk was stunned. After a long time, the true god body of Beast God Balk was finally pierced by a holy sword. Beast God Balk, who had been killing for a day, was finally killed. And Beast God Balk himself also breathed a sigh of relief before he died, as if he was relieved. However, his soul was not able to escape after all, and was caught by Stark and thrown into the Holy Grail of the Holy Light Temple. "Human, you are not trustworthy." Tang Xiaofan thought to himself, he didn't seem to agree to anything just now, right? Just as the Beast God Balk was killed, a new message appeared in Tang Xiaofan's vision. "Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. Your troops killed the Beast God Balk, the peak faith of the lower true god, and you gained 5 million energy, 10 points of divine power, 1 godhood, and 1 godhood fragment in an instant." A huge amount of energy poured into Tang Xiaofan's body, forcibly raising Tang Xiufan's godhood from the early stage of the lower true god to the middle stage of the lower true god. As the lord of the castle, he also received a huge gift from his troops killing gods, and directly increased a small realm. Chapter 451. The harvest was huge. The most important thing was that the nearly 100 angels and elves present were shining with golden light of promotion, especially those angels and elves at the peak of level 21. They were all covered by the golden light of promotion, which showed that they had broken through level 21 with the help of huge experience and started the road to promotion to demigod. As Tang Xiufan expected, it didn't take long for the divine fire to burn on the bodies of the angels and elves. As long as the golden light dissipated and the divine fire entered their bodies, they would all be promoted to demigods. As for failure, as long as the castle troops reach their growth potential, they will not fail in promotion. In other words, Tang Xiufan will soon have nearly 100 demigod-level angels and elves under his command. Such a promotion speed is terrifying. In addition to these 21st-level angels and elves, there are also 4 demigod-level angels covered by the promotion golden light. They are also covered by the dazzling golden light. In the process of the golden sand beast god bulk, the 4 of them contributed the most, so they gained the most experience, which enabled them to break through the demigod level and promote to the peak of demigod. And their promotion road has not ended yet, and they are still climbing up to the next level of true god. Tang Xiufan could sense that the 4 angels under his command were already condensing their godhood. He believed that they would all become gods in a short time. This was another piece of good news. The only thing that made Tang Xiufan feel regretful was that other kingdom demigods, such as the great elf Alita, the 12-winged angel Angelia, the 12-seat angel Irene, the guardian angel Mia, etc., did not become gods directly. They all only promoted to the peak of demigods and stopped, which made Tang Xiufan a little disappointed. After all, if they were promoted to the god level, the number of true gods under his command would directly exceed 10. It is conceivable how horrible that would be. Unfortunately, the experience given by the beast god bulk is still too little, not enough to help them to be promoted to the god level. In general, as the peak of the lower true god, the beast god bulk can help more than 80 angel elves at the peak of level 21 to be promoted to demigods, and help Kadi's, Cheryl, Nina, and Dale to be promoted to gods. This is already very good, so don't be greedy. At worst, next time you meet a god like the beast god bulk, use the same method to help Erica, Angelica, and the guardian angel Mia to be promoted to true gods. They have all reached the peak of demigods. They are only one step away from becoming a true god. Most likely, they can break through directly by killing a weaker true god. Now that the belief system has returned to the god and demon continent, it seems that hunting gods is not a very difficult thing. Thinking of this, Tang Xiufan's mood also became very happy. After tonight, there will be 7 gods under his command, including him, which will be 8. In addition, there are more than 80 demigod-level angels and elves. What else is he not satisfied with? No, not only 7 artifacts, I also have a full 1,000 adult angels in the process of breeding. Calculating the time, they will soon arrive. Tang Xiufan suddenly remembered that his adult angels were still being nurtured in the farmer's factory. This seemed to be the most important thing. Once they were nurtured, the power of his kingdom would become even more terrifying. The number of true gods would definitely be close to 20. There might even be more. As for demigods, the total number would directly exceed 1,000, because the weakest 2-winged adult angels were all demigods, and the 6-winged adult angels and 8-winged adult angels that were nurtured would directly step into the level of true gods. This was the best news today. He was happier than killing the beast god bulk. Then, Tang Xiufan checked the other gains from killing the beast god bulk, and gained 10 points of divine power. In total, the divine power I now have has reached 188 points, which is not bad. In addition, I also gained a divine body fragment, and 2 artifacts. Huh? Why is there an extra divine body fragment? Tang Xiufan wondered that the divine body release must have come from the beast god bulk. Where did the other divine body fragments come from? After thinking carefully for a moment, he suddenly realized. Bai Yi told me before that a top castle owner in the Grassland Paradise Alliance got a fragment of the godhead, and used it to contact the beast god bulk. The extra fragment of the godhead that exploded should be the reward given to bulk by the Grassland Paradise Alliance. It exploded at the same time when the beast god bulk was killed. What an unexpected gain! Tang Xiufan grinned, and then cast his eyes on the 2 artifacts. One of them looked like a big black iron hammer. It was so big that it was exaggerated, more than 3 meters long, which was quite suitable for the beast god bulk's body that was several meters tall. This is the natal artifact of the beast god Bulk. It's a pity. Stark took the Warhammer artifact and handed it to Tang Xiaofan. He said with some self-blame, in the previous battle, Bulk's natal artifact was severely damaged by my quasi-artifact, and its spirituality was destroyed, and its power also dropped sharply. Tang Xiaofan immediately checked its information, glorious Warhammer of the Pig People. Owner, the god of faith of the Pig People in ancient times, the beast god Bulk. Grade, the best of the lower true artifacts. Description, it is the natal artifact of the beast god Bulk, made of rare foreign metals, and the power of faith of the Pig People. It is a very terrifying divine power. Status, damaged, spiritual annihilation. Divine power strength, 100 points. Special reminder 1. This artifact is in a seriously damaged state, and its power has decreased by 50%. Special reminder 2. Equip this artifact, you will gain hatred from the god of the beast tribe. It is really a pity. Tang Xiaofan shook his head. As for whether he would be hated by other gods of the beast tribe, he didn't care. He cared about the value of the artifact. Its power decreased by half, and its value also plummeted accordingly, unless he could find a divine equipment maker to repair it to a complete state. But even so, its value is not as good as before, because his spirituality is annihilated, and it needs to use divine power to cultivate a new artifact spirit, so that its power can be restored to its heyday. From here, we can see how terrifying Stark's power is. He almost blew up the life artifact of the beast god Bulk. If it were Tang Xiaofan, he would definitely not be able to do it. It can even be said that he is not the opponent of the beast god Bulk. Even if he uses the King's Scepter, he can't beat the beast god Bulk. After all, the beast god Bulk is a real lower-level peak true god. And Tang Xiaofan can only use the King's Scepter to release a power comparable to the lower-level peak true god once. As a middle-level god, Stark can easily suppress the beast god Bulk. Chapter 452. Then Tang Xiaofan waved his right hand, and another artifact fell into his hand. This was a green ring, not a defensive artifact, nor an offensive artifact, but a space artifact belonging to the category of space equipment. As a god of faith who has lived from the ancient times of the War of Gods to the present, it is reasonable for the beast god Balco to have a space artifact that can store things. God Green Ring. Rank, lower true artifact low level. Description, it is an artifact made by the great elves of the ancient times. It has a very large storage space, and can store a large number of items. It is in good condition. Divine power strength none. Connotation space, 100,000 cubic meters. Special reminder, return this lost artifact to the natural elf empire in the central area of the god and demon continent, and you will get the friendship value of the natural elf clan. It turned out to be an artifact belonging to the natural elf clan. It should have been lost in ancient times, and later obtained by the beast god Balco. However, it was impossible to return it. Tang Xiaofan was jealous of a space artifact. How could he return it to the natural elf empire? You should know that the King's Ring, the top-grade holy artifact made by the elf equipment master Aida, which he was wearing on his fingertips, only had 500 cubic meters of space, while this space artifact had 100,000 cubic meters of storage space, a full 200 times difference in size. For him, it was a rare treasure. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate, and directly released his divine consciousness, and pierced into the magical green ring. With a faint scream, the divine consciousness of the beast god Bulk attached to the artifact was forcibly annihilated by him, and then he merged his divine consciousness with the artifact and dripped a drop of blood to complete the recognition of the master. Seeing what was inside, Tang Xiaofan was still very much looking forward to the material reserves of a true god. With a thought, his consciousness appeared in the inner space of the green ring, and soon, he was disappointed, because the beast god Bulk, as a true god at the peak of the lower level, was a little unbelievably poor. In the green ring, there were a large number of items piled up, including tens of thousands of equipment alone, but all of them were decayed. It should be that it has gone through too long, resulting in the loss of magic power. The runes collapsed and turned into a pile of rubbish. There were also hundreds of thousands of gems. Those were not ordinary gems, but rare magic gems that could be inlaid on equipment like soul stones to increase the power of the equipment. However, these gems also lost their magic power and turned into useless crystals. Tang Xiaofan grabbed them with his divine mind, and they even turned into ashes. As expected, magic gems could not resist the erosion of time. In addition, there were a large number of potions, magic scrolls, magic potions, etc., all of which had deteriorated under the invasion of time and could not be used. After all, he is a god of faith, but he is so poor. Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but complain with some disdain. He still had dozens of divine power crystals, but Balk, the beast god at the peak of the lower true god, not only had no divine power crystals, but even his reserves were all a pile of rags. It really disappointed him. Stark on the side was speechless. It was strange that a true god was so poor. It was probably because Balk was severely injured in the ancient God War era, and only woke up recently, so he was so poor. Tang Xiufan's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "This guy just claimed to me that they believe in the gods, conquer the outer world, and occupy countless resource planes and life planets. It seems that all of this was done by others." At this time, Tang Xiufan found a jade box in a corner of the green ring. Opening the jade box, there is a golden token. There is an ancient text engraved on both sides of the golden token. He couldn't recognize it. With a thought, he took out the golden token and played with it in his hand. But Tang Xiufan found that neither divine thoughts nor divine power were useful to it. It looked like an ordinary iron object. Tang Xiufan handed the golden token to Stark and asked, "Do you recognize the words on it?" Stark took the token, looked at it carefully, and then nodded and said, "My lord, this is the writing of the ancient titans. I have seen it in the virtual world. It means gods." Gods? Tang Xiufan was a little surprised, because the token that looked ordinary was engraved with the word gods. It was a bit exaggerated. Stark carefully examined the order of the gods and continued, "There is nothing strange about it, but the metal used to make this token is very rare, and it is an extremely rare divine metal." Divine metal, yes, it can be used to make artifacts, so... Tang Xiufan thought for a while and said, "This should be its special place. It doesn't make sense for ordinary tokens to be made of magical metal. After the transformation of the soul of the beast god Balk is completed, I will ask him about the origin and use of the order of the gods." Tang Xiufan's intuition told him that this token was not an ordinary thing. Stark nodded and handed the token back to Tang Xiufan. Then he spread his right hand, and two crystals with extremely strong divine power appeared in his palm. One was a fragment of the godhead, and the other was the complete godhead from the beast god Balk. Stark looked at the complete one and said deeply, "Balk is a little poor, but in his godhead, he has stored hundreds of thousands of drops of divine power. He should have used all the divine power crystals, refined them into divine power, and stored them. Hundreds of thousands of drops of divine power." Tang Xiufan was surprised. Why does he store so much divine power? As a lower-level peak true god, Balk's divine power strength is 100 points, which means that the beast god Balk will only consume 100 drops of divine power when releasing his strongest power. As for ordinary battles, it does not consume too much divine power at all. However, in his godhood, there are hundreds of thousands of drops of divine power stored. "Isn't this a bit exaggerated?" Stark said. "These divine powers should be prepared by the beast god Balk for the promotion to the middle god. In the process of promotion to the godhood, a lot of divine power will be consumed." Tang Xiufan suddenly realized that it seemed that the beast god Balk was not far from becoming a middle-level god. As a result, due to greed, he fell into the hands of his angels and elves. Of course, it was not completely dead. Tang Xiufan was still preparing to revive it. Tang Xiufan said to Stark, "You can take the godhead and the fragments of the godhead to ascend to the godhood. Now that the phase system has returned to the god and demon continent, there is no guarantee that one day, a more powerful god of faith will descend on our black technology heaven. Your strength must be improved. When you enter the level of the main god, I won't have to worry." "Yes, my lord almighty." Chapter 453. Stark said respectfully, "My lord, rest assured, Stark will recover to the peak of the Lord God as quickly as possible, help you rule the god and demon continent, and grab the throne of the god king." Tang Xiufan nodded. With hundreds of thousands of drops of divine power, and a fragment of divine power, Tang Xiufan believed that Stark's position as a god would be able to rise rapidly. The reason was very simple. As a castle soldier, Stark did not need to comprehend the law of divine power and break through the shackles of the realm. As long as the refined divine power was enough, he could quickly ascend to the position of God. This was the biggest advantage of the castle soldiers, especially after entering the realm of gods. This advantage of the castle soldiers would become more obvious. At this moment, Tang Xiufan suddenly cast his eyes towards the distant capital. At this moment, he felt a series of extremely powerful divine powers appearing in his capital. "Finally bred, my 1,000 adult angels." Tang Xiufan laughed, feeling extremely happy. Then he flashed and teleported directly back to the core area of the capital. Tang Xiufan really didn't know that because of his killing of the beast god Balk, the entire castle force was in chaos. All the castle lords and wanderers learned the news of the death of the beast god Balk, But this news did not come from the top castle lords killed by Tang Xiaofan. After all, they were only concerned with escaping and begging for mercy throughout the whole process, so how could they care about passing on news to other castle lords? The reason why the castle forces knew about it was very simple, that is, there was a regional announcement. Although the game officials did not give a world announcement, the regional announcement was not absent. In just a moment, hundreds of castle lords in the Karami Prairie all learned about Tang Xiaofan's killing of the beast god Bulk, which indirectly shook the entire castle force's world chat channel. I didn't see it wrong, Tang Xiaofan killed the god. It doesn't matter if you saw it wrong, hundreds of castle lords in the prairie will not see it wrong. Everyone has received the regional announcement that Tang Xiaofan killed the beast god Bulk. It's unbelievable. I thought that the ancient belief in the true god would come, and only the black technology heaven would be destroyed, and boss Tang Xiaofan would also be killed. I didn't expect that the one who died was the one who believed in the beast god. Beast god Bulk, a true god at the peak of the lower level, is dead just like this? I suspect he is a false god. This is incredible. Not only did beast god Bulk die, but the 5 bosses of the Grassland Paradise Alliance also died directly. They followed beast god Bulk to boss Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven, hoping to take advantage of it, but they were wiped out by boss Tang Xiaofan. Classic Pentakill. That's it, Prairie Paradise is leaderless, it's over. All 5 bosses are dead. You asked for it. Didn't Tang Xiaofan just become a god? Where did he get the strength to kill the beast god Bulk? You know, Bulk is a true god at the peak of the lower level. It can only be said that the god Bulk is a false god. It's impossible to be a false god. I suspect there are 2 reasons. First, the king's artifact awarded to Tang Xiaofan by the game officials is so powerful that it killed the beast god Bulk. The second is that Tang Xiaofan has a mid-level god under his command, and because of the god-level suppression, he killed the beast god Bulk. Maybe it's possible. I don't know how to evaluate Tang Xiaofan's demon ability. It feels like there is more than one. So strange, I have this feeling too. Don't make a fuss. Tang Xiaofan is more than one god-level demon under his command, and it's far more than that. The Angel of Fate Claire has become a god, Hades, Shirley, Nina, and the Angel of Death Dale are about to become gods, plus Tang Xiaofan's 1,000 complete angels have also been bred, including a large number of 6-winged angels, 8-winged angels, and 10-winged angels. They are all true gods. If this matter is passed to the World Chat channel, it will definitely make all the castle lords and wanderers crazy and completely explode. Compared to the bustling World Chat channel, the internal situation of the Grassland Paradise Alliance and other alliances was bleak. After learning that the beast god Bulk was killed by Tang Xiaofan, the top castle lords and ordinary castle lords in the alliance were all dumbfounded. Just a few minutes ago, they were still imagining how they would develop their own castle power and expand the strength of the alliance after Tang Xiaofan died and the Black Technology Kingdom was destroyed. They even imagined the scene of competing for the throne of the God King in the future. In the blink of an eye, it was not Tang Xiaofan who died, but the beast god Bulk. All of a sudden, all the members of the alliance were stunned, full of disbelief. The beast god Bulk, a faith god with the peak position of the lower true god, had experienced the war of gods in ancient times and lived for a long time. But he failed to start and died directly. To them, such a result was like a joke to them. A faith beast god died so cleanly and neatly, it was just a joke. At the same time, this also made them feel incredible, even scalp-numb, and terrified. Especially the hundreds of members of the Grassland Paradise Alliance. All of them were terrified. Wow, the old pig god is dead? I was just saying that the old pig god would definitely destroy the Black Technology Kingdom. But when I turned around, the regional announcement came that the old pig god was killed by Tang Xiaofan. I can't believe this is true. My god, how strong is Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Kingdom? A true god at the peak of the lower level couldn't destroy it, but lost his life instead. Tang Xiaofan must have a power that surpasses the peak of the lower true god. You are talking nonsense. If there is no such power, the old pig god will not die. By the way, do you think it was Tang Xiaofan who killed the old pig, or the demons, angels and elves under his command? It is most likely the demons under Tang Xiaofan. He has just been promoted to the realm of true god, and his strength is definitely not as good as the old pig god. So I suspect that he must have a very powerful demon, angel or elf under his command, who is stronger than the pig god. How high is his position? Don't be a pig god, it's just a pig. I'm so disappointed. This time, not only did the beast god Bulk die, but the 5 bosses of our alliance also died cleanly, with heavy losses. Lao Lin, Lao Qin, Lao Chen, what a pity. They wanted to take advantage of Tang Xiaofan's kingdom and occupy his resources, but ended up hurting themselves. The most important thing is that our Grassland Paradise Alliance has become a joke of the entire castle power. Look at what those people say in the chat channel. It's really infuriating. Don't blame others for mocking us, who made us confidently promote how powerful the pig was, and that it would definitely destroy the Black Technology Kingdom. But it turned out to be useless, just like the millions of troops of the Gods Alliance before, who went to give Tang Xiaofan a head. Chapter 454. As a pig god, Bulk must have artifacts. Now that he is dead, those artifacts will surely fall into Tang Xiaofan's hands, making Tang Xiaofan's strength even more terrifying. Don't forget that our castle lord is experienced in killing enemies. After killing the old pig god, Tang Xiaofan will most likely be promoted to the godhood, and his strength will increase again. This head is worthless. Not only did it not cause the Black Technology Heaven to suffer heavy losses, but it made Tang Xiaofan stronger. Where can I go to complain? It's a very critical question. What should we do now? The members of the Grassland Paradise Alliance were silent. This question is indeed very critical, and it concerns their lives. Now that the beast god Bulk is dead, the 5 alliance bosses who followed to watch the fun and take advantage of the situation were collectively wiped out and killed by Tang Xiaofan in a classic way. The Grassland Paradise Alliance can be said to be leaderless now. Many alliance members don't know what to do and are very panicked. At this time, they can be said to have no trump cards. Once Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army continues to move forward, they will definitely be finished. What else can we do? A member of the alliance said, I would just run away and take the castle hard to other areas. Anyway, we can't stay in the Kalami Prairie any longer. Not to mention the strength of our alliance. Even if the entire Kalami Prairie and all the castle lords unite, they are no match for the Black Technology Heaven. The gods of the Black Technology Heaven can slap us to death with one slap. If we don't leave, we will die. Of course, we can surrender. Anyone who wants to join Tang Xiaofan and become a subsidiary force of the Black Technology Heaven will hand over troops and supplies every day. Just ignore what I said. Why surrender? Why should I hand over the troops I worked so hard to recruit and the supplies I hunted to the Black Technology Heaven? No matter what you say, I will not surrender. I won't surrender either. Not all castle lords are willing to become subordinate forces of other forces. The reason is simple. Once you become a subordinate force, you cannot betray, otherwise you will be wiped out. This is the official restriction of the game on subordinate forces. As castle lords, how could they be willing to be restricted like this? Those castle lords, who don't want to fight for hegemony, are only a minority after all. The vast majority of castle lords still fantasize about grabbing the throne of the God King and becoming the supreme god one day. So who is willing to surrender to others? Except for those castle lords, who only think about farming, most other castle lords are unwilling to bow their heads to the Black Technology Heaven. They also fantasize about replacing the Black Technology Heaven one day, becoming the most powerful force in the castle camp, and fighting for hegemony among all races. I won't say much. I'm already packing up the supplies in my castle and preparing to flee the Karami Prairie. The million-strong army of the Black Technology Kingdom is unstoppable in the Tarami Prairie. If we don't evacuate, we will only have 2 choices, either death or surrender. Fuck, I'm evacuating. Sorry, I'm already on my way to evacuate. Wait a minute, maybe there's still hope. The beast god Bulk is dead, where is our hope? I'm not referring to us, but to the local forces on the prairie. Although those local forces are pursuing the truth and no longer believe in the ancient gods, they still have various connections with the ancient gods. Now all the gods have returned to the gods and demons continent. I understand. You mean, once the army of the Kingdom of Black Technology attacks the dynastic forces on the grassland, it is very likely to encounter the hatred of some ancient gods of faith? Yes, just look at the beast god Bulk. He used to be the god of faith of the pig people. Now that he has returned, he will most likely protect the pig people. The same is true for the gods of faith of other races. After all, they are from the same race. How can those gods of faith be indifferent to their descendants being slaughtered by the army of the Kingdom of Black Technology? I believe that once the Black Technology Kingdom attacks those dynasty-level local forces, some believers in gods will definitely not be able to resist attacking the Black Technology Kingdom. Brother, your analysis is good, but then again, what does this have to do with our Grassland Paradise Alliance? Can we, hundreds of castle lords, just wait for the Black Technology Kingdom's army to step on the mine? Brothers, believe me, before the Black Technology Kingdom's army encounters the mine, most of our castle lords will definitely be killed by the Black Technology Kingdom, so we have to escape. That's right. At worst, we can come back after the Black Technology Kingdom is destroyed. That makes sense. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. After the tone was set, the castle lords of the Grassland Paradise Alliance began to evacuate the Kalami Prairie. They wanted to leave this troubled place under the cover of night. Only a small number of castle lords chose to stay. Some of them were lucky, while others did not want to escape at all. They just waited for the Black Technology Kingdom to kill the army, and then surrender. In short, on this night, the vast Kalami Prairie seemed very lively. Looking down from the sky, you can see castle lords everywhere moving and evacuating like ants. Their figures are scattered all over the prairie, and not just the prairie. Members of the Heavenly Alliance and other castle lords on the prairie also evacuated quickly after learning that the beast god Balk was killed. According to incomplete statistics, hundreds of castle lords evacuated the Karami Prairie that night, which can be called the largest evacuation operation in the history of the castle camp. The northern plateau of Karami Prairie is an endless snow-capped mountain. At this moment, a towering temple fell from the void, accompanied by a rumbling sound, and the temple directly smashed on the top of the largest mountain, sitting majestically. Not long after, figures flew from the distant sky and gathered in the temple. These figures, some are tens of meters tall, covered with golden hair, and are the golden behemoths of the beast tribe. Some have a pair of snow-white wings on their backs, and are swans in the beast tribe. Some have human bodies and lion heads, and are golden lions in the beast tribe. Some have human bodies and wolf heads, and are werewolves in the beast tribe. There are also beautiful butterfly people, fierce tiger-headed people, and thin fox people. There are about dozens of figures entering the temple. From the outside, they are all from the beast tribe without exception. The most important thing is that they all exude powerful divine power. It is obvious that they are all gods, and they are all believers in beast gods who have survived from ancient times. At this time, the master of the temple came, a woman. She was wearing a golden long dress, with divine symbols all over her body, and she looked terrifying. Chapter 455. Her face and figure are both breathtakingly beautiful, but what is surprising is that under her golden skirt, there is a long snake tail. The most shocking thing is that the hair on her head is also all small golden snakes. The snake hair is winding and swimming, revealing its tongue and making a hissing sound. It makes people feel creepy, and she is the legendary goddess Medusa. The goddess Medusa leaned on the throne of the temple, with a perfect figure under her golden skirt. Under the gaze of her golden pupils, the beast gods of faith in the hall bowed their heads to show their respect. Goddess Medusa glanced at the hall. Compared with the past, there were many fewer gods in the temple now, but she didn't care. Goddess Medusa said, "It is a good thing that the faith system has returned to the god and demon continent, but you should not forget our purpose. Recently, please behave yourself and don't conflict with the magic of the true system." Her voice was very plain, but it was full of extreme charm, and there was an indescribable terrifying pressure, which made the faith beast gods in the hall dare not neglect and said yes. Although the goddess Medusa is not the god of their beast tribe, she possesses terrifying divine power and saved them in the ancient war of gods, so they are willing to take the goddess Medusa as their leader, at least on the surface. They believe in the beast god and will not go against the goddess Medusa. At this time, a fierce beast god with a human body and a tiger head said, "Your Majesty, Balk has fallen." "Balk?" The goddess Medusa cast her eyes lightly and said, "That ugly pig?" The tiger tribe's beast god twitched his face slightly, and then nodded, "Yes, Your Majesty, it was that ugly pig. It fell shortly after it came to the god and demon continent." Goddess Medusa asked lazily, "Then who killed her? The gods of the true system?" The tiger tribe's beast god shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, I went to the place where Balk fell, located in the east of the Kalari Prairie. What surprised me was that there was a capital belonging to the lord of the castle in the other world. There were also a large number of gods in that capital, and the most powerful god's aura reached the peak of the middle god. If nothing unexpected happened, the murderer who killed Balk came from that capital." Hearing his words, the beast gods of faith in the hall looked at each other and talked about it. It turned out that the one who killed Balk was the lord of the castle. Those castle lords from other worlds have only been in the god and demon continent for a short month. How could such a powerful castle lord appear? There are so many gods, the highest middle-level gods, and the development speed of this castle lord is so fast that it is unimaginable. I find it hard to believe this is true. The beast gods of faith present felt incredible. At this time, the golden behemoth beast god in the hall looked at the tiger tribe beast god of faith with some sarcasm and sneered, "Gabriel, you are also a high-level god after all. Are you scared away by a mere castle lord?" Tiger god Gabriel snorted coldly, ignoring the golden behemoth beast god, and then said to goddess Medusa, "Your Majesty, I intend to avenge Balk and destroy the castle, but due to the agreement of the gods, I chose to give in. However, the most important thing is that I sense the aura of Her Majesty Anastora and Isabel in that kingdom, which is the fundamental reason why I stay away from the lord of the castle." "Huh?" Goddess Medusa finally showed surprise in her lazy and beautiful expression. Anastora is the goddess of fate in the faith system. Isabel is the elf goddess in the faith system. These two goddesses are extremely powerful and ancient gods in the faith system, even older than the years she has experienced. When she saw the elf goddess and the goddess of fate, she had to call them sister. Such powerful and ancient goddesses. They all left their aura in the kingdom of the castle lord, which was enough to attract her attention. "Your concession is justified," Goddess Medusa said lightly. "The gods agree that all gods of faith shall not wantonly slaughter castle forces, because they can help our faith system fight against the truth system, and you should not cross the line. As for the cause of Balk's death, I will investigate it myself." "Yes, Your Majesty." The beast gods in the hall saluted respectfully, but they knew very well that Goddess Medusa didn't care about the life or death of a pig. She wanted to find out what was hidden in the castle. Why did it attract the attention of the two ancient goddesses? Soon the gods retreated and left, and the light of the temple gradually dimmed. Goddess Medusa was silent for a long time, and then she transformed into a beautiful woman in a purple dress. Without hesitation, she tore open the space and left the temple. Black Technology Heaven, King's capital. The light of the farmer's factory has disappeared, and the surging sacred energy has returned to a calm state. Because Tang Xiufan's 1,000 adult angels have all been bred. At this moment, they are gathering into the camp of the Angel Corps and appearing in front of Tang Xiufan. "Almighty Lord, may the holy light always be there, and may you be eternal." 1,000 adult angels saluted Tang Xiufan in unison. Their eyes were fanatical, and they had the most firm belief in Tang Xiufan. As angels, they are believers of the Holy Spirit level as soon as they are born. Their faith level is unmatched by any other believers under Tang Xiufan, even the farmers. Natural elves, light troops and other native troops are incomparable. The faith level of angels is the most contributed by Tang Xiufan's troops. Not bad. Tang Xiufan smiled brightly at this time, because the 1,000 angels are all adult angels, and have entered the complete body. The most important thing is that there is a 12-winged angel, 3 10-winged angels, 7 8-winged angels, and 19 6-winged angels. The remaining 900 or so angels are all 4-winged and 2-winged. The complete adult angels, 2-winged, 4-winged demigods are the peak demigods, 6-winged lower true gods, 8-winged lower true gods, 10-winged middle true gods, and 12-winged middle true gods. In other words, just this one breeding, he got more than 900 demigod-level angels, 19 6-winged angels at the early stage of lower true gods, 7 8-winged angels at the peak of lower true gods, 3 10-winged angels at the early stage of middle gods, and 1 12-winged angel at the peak of middle gods, totaling 30 true god angels. Chapter 456. With just this one wave of breeding, his Black Technology Heavenly Kingdom strength has increased by more than 10 times, and he got 30 true god angels at once. It is worthy of being a 9th level farmer factory, and it is worth it that I consumed nearly 300 divine power crystals to breed them into the complete state of adult angels. Even Tang Xiufan was shocked at this moment. Obtaining 30 true god level angels at once, even if it was transmitted to the world chat channel, which Castle Lord and Wanderer would dare to believe it, this wave of breeding is simply invincible. Among the thousands of adult angels, there are several angels of love, guardian angels, and peace angels, a total of 5. The appearance of 5 special angels gave Tang Xiufan a surprise, because the abilities of special angels are stronger than those of orthodox angels, and they are very rare, requiring good luck to breed. The most important thing is that the number of wings of special angels is at least 6. And adult angels with 6 wings have already entered the level of true gods. In other words, the 5 special angels that Tang Xiufan bred this time are all magical angels. Their appearance is enough to greatly enhance the strength of the angel army. So for Tang Xiufan, this is a big surprise. Unfortunately, this time, the Zodiac God angels still failed to be bred. Until now, Tang Xiufan's Zodiac God favorite person is still only Estella. Now, after experiencing the siege of the beast god Balk, Estella has also been promoted to the demigod level as she wished, and is in the middle stage of demigod, with a significant increase in strength. In addition, the creation angel that Tang Xiufan had been thinking about did not appear either, which made him a little disappointed. because the combination of the creation angel and the destiny angel would enable his kingdom to have the ability to build its own military structure and angel reincarnation pool. Unfortunately, he now has the destiny angel, but not the creation angel. The construction of the angel reincarnation pool has to be delayed again. But in short, this wave of Yun and Tang Xiaofan still gained a lot. After all, no matter what, he also obtained 970 demigod-level angels and 30 true god-level angels at one time. The price he consumed was only a few dozen divine crystals. What else could he not be satisfied with? Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, and the newly bred 12-winged angel and 3 10-winged angels immediately came over respectfully. Almighty Lord. The 4 beautiful angels saluted Tang Xiaofan respectfully, and all of them exuded powerful divine power, because their divine positions had actually entered the level of middle-level gods. Especially the 12-winged angel, whose divine position was as high as the peak of middle-level gods, and the divine power he exuded was even more powerful than his Stark. Of course this is normal, because this 12-winged angel is an adult angel, and has already reached a complete form. Before achieving bloodline evolution, and having more wings, the peak of the middle god is her limit. As for Stark, although he is already a middle god, his growth state is still in the early stage, and his growth potential limit is as high as the peak level of the main god. In the future, he is destined to become the most powerful god messenger under Tang Xiaofan, and it is basically impossible for any other angel to surpass him. Tang Xiaofan then checked the information of the 4 angels. 12-winged seed angel. Current growth status, complete. Strength level, peak of middle level god. Loyalty, 100 die hard. 10-winged lord angel. Current growth status, complete. Strength level, early middle level god. Loyalty, 100 die hard. 10-winged power angel. Current growth status, complete. Strength level, early middle level god. Loyalty, 100 die hard. The last 10-winged angel is also a 10-winged power angel, whose strength level has reached the early middle level god. Yes. Tang Xiaofan smiled brightly. He now has more than 30 true god level angels under his command, 5 of whom have reached the middle god level, and the rest are lower god level. In addition, the number of demigod level angels and elves under his command exceeds 1,000. It can be said that the current Black Technology Kingdom is very powerful, and can suppress the entire castle force. Even if there are more gods of faith attacking, he is not afraid. After all, in addition to more than 30 true god angels and elves, he also has the Farmer Clan's war fortress Sky City. Although he rarely uses the Sky City, it is entirely because the enemies killed by the Sky City are inexperienced. If the strongest war force of the Sky City is really unleashed, then even if there are upper gods coming to kill, they will die in front of him. For this, Tang Xiaofan has absolute confidence, because he knows what the strongest attack method of the Sky City is, and this killer is only in his hands. Even Stark does not have the authority to activate it. So far, the castle lords of the castle forces only know that the Sky City has a large number of magic cannons, which are extremely powerful and can kill ordinary true gods. But they didn't know that the Sky City also had a hidden strongest attack method, similar to the main gun of an interstellar battleship, which could kill more powerful enemies with one blow. This move consumed too much energy, and would instantly drain all the energy of the Sky City. In addition, Tang Xiaofan had not yet encountered an enemy worthy of using the Sky City's strongest attack method, so he had never used it until now. Then, Tang Xiaofan also had the Terminator mushroom in his hand. No matter how powerful this thing was, as long as it was a carbon-based creature, it would basically be finished if it was hit by one blow. Looking at the 4 beautiful angels in front of him, Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment, and named them respectively. The 12-winged angel was named Austin Tiffany, the 10-winged main angel was named Austin Natalie, and the other 2 10-winged power angels were named Austin Dina and Austin Nancy. These 4 beautiful upper angels were grouped together by Tang Xiaofan and called the Austin 4 Sisters. Compared with the 3 Hylian angel sisters under Tang Xiaofan, Winnie, Vita, and Agatha, the Austin 4 Sisters are much more powerful. After all, they are all middle-level gods. However, in terms of growth potential, the 3 sisters of Hylian Angel are not much behind, because they are all angels of the 10-wing level. However, since they were born in the state of Holy Spirit, they need to grow step by step. Naturally, their strength is not as strong as the 4 sisters of Austin, who are directly in the perfect form. Praise you, the Almighty Lord. The 4 sisters of Austin were extremely excited. It was the highest honor for them to be named by the Lord. Chapter 457. At this time, Stark came over. Seeing him, the 4 Austin sisters also bowed respectfully and said, "Respected His Majesty Stark, the Lord's letter Austin, Tiffany, Natalie, Nancy, Dina, greetings to you. Although the four sisters are all middle-level gods, Tiffany is at the peak level of middle-level gods, and her godhood is several small realms higher than Stark, but Stark is the future peak main god of the black technology heaven. So when facing Stark, they must pay great respect. In the hearts of the angels, Stark can be said to be the spokesperson of the Lord and the highest manager of the farmer's god world. Stark nodded slightly at them, and then said to Tang Xiaofan, "My lord, in accordance with your oracle, I have ordered the various legions fighting outside to stay where they are and rest. Tomorrow morning, they will continue to attack other areas of the Karami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands." Seeing Tang Xiaofan nodded, Stark continued, "The various legions have sent back all the spoils they harvested today. I sent your angels and elves to count them. In addition," he took out a few blue drawings and handed them to Tang Xiaofan. "You need to look at these drawings." "Special drawings?" Tang Xiaofan took them and found that the drawings had been identified, and he could directly view their information. Soon, Tang Xiaofan's eyes lit up. There were 4 drawings in total, all of which were architectural drawings. Although they were not special drawings, Tang Xiaofan was very excited. The reason was simple. One of the 4 drawings was a military building drawing, and 3 were castle drawings. Arms building blueprints are very rare blueprints. From the advent of the gods and demons continent to now, the number of arms building blueprints that have been continuously exposed can be said to be very few, and there are only 3 of them, namely the Skeleton Warrior Arms building blueprint, the Monastery of Light, and the Dragon Island. This shows how low the explosion rate of arms building blueprints is. Now, the 4th arms building blueprint has been exposed by Tang Xiaofan. Arms building blueprint, Dire Wolf Lair. Faction, Chaos, Neutral. Grade, Advanced. Description: this is an arm building belonging to the Beastmen camp, which can summon the Werewolf Warrior, and has a low probability of summoning advanced arms such as Dire Wolf Cavalry. Construction requirements: 80,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of refined iron. Werewolf Warriors are intermediate arms, while Dire Wolf level soldiers are advanced arms. Because of the appearance of Dire Wolf Cavalry, this arm building blueprint is listed as advanced. But no matter what, its value is still amazing, but it's useless to me. Tang Xiaofan didn't think much about it, and directly put this advanced military building blueprint on the trading channel for a 24-hour auction. This building can only recruit advanced military units at most, and it is not worth wasting resources to build and upgrade it. After all, each of the 4 military buildings he owns can recruit top-level military units, even super-top military units and god-level military units. In comparison, advanced military units are nothing at all. Even in his 2 million kingdom army, they are just cannon fodder. Naturally, he looked down on this blueprint. What's more, the Beastmen belong to the chaotic neutral camp, which is incompatible with the light, goodness, and lawful camp where his kingdom is located. If the Beastmen are recruited on a large scale, it will inevitably cause chaos in the camp, which will not be good for his kingdom. So he didn't have much to regret, and directly sold this army building blueprint, hoping to exchange it for a large number of soul stones from the hands of those top castle lords. Compared with the areas where he was, because of his existence, the castle lords in these areas could not develop well. Some died, some fled, and some surrendered. Even if some castle lords had not encountered his army attack, they were also trembling with fear, and they had no intention of developing the castle. The castle lords in other regions around the world have developed very smoothly, especially those top castle lords. After such a long period of development, the castle resources must be rich. In addition, there are those middlemen in the castle forces, who are rich and good at doing business. They have already made a lot of money. Tang Xiaofan wanted to knock out a few middlemen a long time ago, but due to the restrictions of the war zone, he did not knock out any of them. There is no way, he could only exploit the wealth in their hands by selling items. The middlemen are also castle lords, and they cannot escape the law of the true fragrance of the arms building drawings. Once a middleman takes a fancy to his arms building drawings, he will raise the price to a very shocking level. After all, it is a high-level arms building drawing, and the price should not disappoint me. Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself. Then he closed the trading channel and looked at the remaining 3 blueprints. All 3 blueprints were the same, called castle blueprints. Tang Xiaofan's power had grown to the point where he had obtained more than 10,000 blueprints, but this was the first time he had encountered a castle blueprint. Castle blueprints? Can they be used to build castles? Tang Xiaofan thought of those wanderers who had lost their status as castle lords. If they had these castle blueprints, would they be able to rebuild castles and become castle lords again? He immediately checked the information of these castle blueprints. Special building blueprints, castle. Rank, none. Description, this is a castle building blueprint. With it you can build an affiliated castle territory. Usage restrictions. Limited to dynasty level castle forces. Construction requirements. 500,000 units of wood, 300,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of refined iron. Special reminder 1. Before the capital owned by the owner is destroyed, the affiliated castle can only be upgraded to a high-level main city at most, and the second dynasty force cannot be established based on the affiliated castle. It can only be used for the affiliated castle. Special reminder 2. The construction location of the affiliated castle cannot exceed the territory of the kingdom. Sure enough, it still didn't work. Tang Xiaofan shook his head. It was just a usage restriction that non-dynasty level castle forces could not use it. Using it was enough to destroy the hopes of all wanderers. After all, they don't even have their own castles, so where do the dynasty level castle forces come from? The castle blueprints are specially prepared for the castle lords, who own the kingdom. Tang Xiaofan remembered that he had asked the game officials whether he could see the branch city. The game official's answer was very direct, that he could see the branch city, as long as he had the relevant building blueprints. I think the relevant building blueprints refer to the castle blueprints in his hand. If it's not unexpected, the castle blueprints should be exploded by destroying the enemy's castle. Of course, how it exploded is not important. As long as there is a chance of exploding, it is a good thing. With these 3 castle blueprints, I can build a branch city. At the same time, I can build a space teleportation magic circle in the branch city, and I can also directly teleport the army. And with the branch city as the center, I will continue to expand to the surrounding areas. In addition, the construction location of the branch city cannot exceed the territory of the kingdom. This is also reasonable. After all, how can the subsidiary cities of my kingdom be built outside the territory of the kingdom? Chapter 458. After upgrading to a high-level capital, my kingdom's sphere of influence has grown to an area with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, which is enough to occupy large areas of the Karami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands. Tang Xiaofan handed the 3 castle blueprints in his hand to Stark. This is the castle blueprint. With it, we can build the kingdom's branch cities. The construction is left to you. The 3 kingdom branch cities, 2 will be built in the Karami Prairie, and 1 will be built in the Boliri Highlands. Bring some drawings of the space teleportation magic array, and build the teleportation array as well. Yes, Lord Almighty. Stark nodded and took the blueprint. Tang Xiaofan continued, now we are a dynasty-level castle power. We no longer need to expand our sphere of influence by upgrading the castle as before. Now, any area we have captured belongs to the territory of our kingdom, so our war plan is very simple. We will use the kingdom army to attack those local forces and castle forces, open up new kingdom territories, and then use the exposed castle blueprints to continuously build branch cities. With the branch cities as the base, the kingdom army will advance all the way outward. Wherever the army advances, the kingdom's branch cities will be built there. In this way, we will soon be able to conquer and rule the Karami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands. My lord is wise. Stark nodded immediately. The moment he received the castle blueprint, a similar war plan appeared in his mind at the same time. With branch cities and a large number of teleportation arrays, the kingdom's army fighting outside does not need to stay in place, let alone return to the capital. It can use the branch cities as bases to capture the surrounding areas at a faster speed. In addition, after the branch city is built, some of the goblins, dwarves, and other ordinary believers in the capital can be migrated there to collect resources around the branch city. In this way, the main kingdom will become stronger at a terrifying speed, like a snowball. Then Tang Xiaofan roughly checked the other harvests. The harvest of wood, stone, refined iron and other materials exceeded 1 billion units. Most of them came from the castle forces captured by the kingdom army, and a small part came from local forces. The rest were more than 7 million soul stones, more than 2 million pieces of equipment of various grades, and more than 7,000 blueprints. It can be said that the harvest was quite rich. With Stark's help, Tang Xiaofan only took a short time to process all the spoils. He stored what needed to be stored and sold what needed to be sold. With Stark as his assistant, Tang Xiaofan is now very relaxed. He no longer has to spend a long time just processing the spoils like before. Stark can be called his perfect butler. With him, even the entire kingdom has become well organized. Tang Xiaofan himself was also in a good mood. At this time, Olivia came over. She walked barefoot in the void, wearing a long green dress, with soft long hair scattered around her waist. She was incredibly beautiful. Tang Xiaofan looked at her, their eyes met, and then they both smiled. Compared to Tang Xiaofan, the girlish Olivia had a slightly shy smile on her face. The next thing was quite simple. The two of them had dinner together, slept together, and everything went smoothly. The next morning, Tang Xiaofan got up with Olivia's service, and after having breakfast together, Olivia did not stay in the kingdom, but tore through the space to meet the kingdom army. The other angel gods and angel companions of the kingdom also set off to the Kurami Prairie, or the Balalai Highlands in the south. A new day. A new war. I believe that the attack speed of the kingdom's army today will be faster than yesterday, because today the Black Technology Heaven has thousands of demigods and more than 30 true god-level upper angels participating in the war. With the help of these complete angels, the kingdom's armies can definitely be unstoppable and capture one force after another. Correspondingly, as the kingdom's army continued to expand outward, Tang Xiaofan's kingdom's territory would also expand rapidly until the Kurami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands were completely occupied. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan received a message from the game official. Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. 3 subsidiary cities have appeared in your Black Technology Heaven's territory. Please name these 3 cities. At the same time, in Tang Xiaofan's mind, the 3-dimensional images of the 3 subsidiary cities and their locations also emerged. 2 of them were located in the Kurami Prairie, one in the north and one in the south, which could form a 2-way pincer attack on the Kara Prairie. The 3rd branch city is located in the Balalai Highlands. After getting Tang Xiaofan's approval, Stark upgraded all 3 branch cities to the level of advanced main cities, consuming a total of more than 20 million units of wood, more than 10 million units of stone, and more than 7 million units of refined iron. This amount of materials is nothing to Tang Xiaofan. After all, the kingdom's materials he currently reserves, totaling nearly 10 billion units of wood, stone, and refined iron. So Tang Xiaofan was not stingy, and asked Stark to upgrade them to advanced main cities, as subsidiary cities of the kingdom. The advanced main city is their highest level, and the next level is the royal capital, which is not something that the subsidiary cities can achieve, because a kingdom can only have one royal capital. Name it? Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment, and named the 2 sub-cities located in the Kurami Prairie as the City of Radiance and the City of Glowing Light, and the sub-cities located in the Balalai Highlands as the City of Holy Light. Naming successful. Congratulations to Tang Xiaofan, the Lord of the Black Technology Kingdom. You have 3 sub-cities. Your sub-cities also enjoy the effects of all the special buildings in the royal capital. You can move your kingdom's people to the sub-cities to expand the deterrence of your sub-cities. At the same time, you need to vigorously expand your kingdom's population to prepare for the 10,000 Races Tournament. 10,000 Races Tournament. Tang Xiaofan whispered that the mission of all castle lords who came to the God and Demon continent was to participate in the 10,000 Races competition and compete for the throne of the God King. But the 10,000 Races competition has not been officially launched by the game until now. Tang Xiaofan originally thought that the so-called 10,000 Races competition was that the castle forces attacked the local empire in the central area of the God and Demon continent, and went to war with the imperial forces there. This was the 10,000 Races competition. However, when the Faith system descended yesterday and returned to the God and Demon continent, Tang Xiaofan had a clearer understanding that the 10,000 Races competition should be a war of gods. This war of gods has not started yet, but once it starts, it will be a fight that will cause the world to collapse. The strength of the castle, the local forces, the faith of the gods, and the dimensional demons will probably all get involved. At that time, the flames of war will burn the whole world, and only the final winner will be qualified to obtain the throne of the King of Gods. Chapter 459. If nothing unexpected happens, the real battle for supremacy among all things will be the battle of gods. The war between the castle lord and the local intelligent forces can only be regarded as a minor fight. The battle for supremacy among all races has not really arrived yet. Once it arrives, the whole world will be plunged into a war. The suffering of all living beings is just a small matter. The truly terrifying thing is that even gods will perish in this war. After all, even the dimensional demons from the outside world will participate. The scale of this war will surely far exceed the battle of gods in ancient times, and more lives will be lost as a result. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath, and when he thought of the god war that could come at any time, he became anxious. Even though he now has more than 30 true gods and thousands of demigods, he still feels unsafe. He must develop faster. Especially Stark must find a way to promote him to the level of the main god before the god war comes. With the protection of the main god, the security of my black technology kingdom will be greatly enhanced, and I am not afraid of being besieged by the local empire or even the dimensional demon army. At that moment, Tang Xiaofan thought a lot, and he did not forget the most important thing, which was to breed the angels of the new day and recruit the soldiers of the new day. As usual, he first bred the angels. After arriving near the farmer's factory, the information prompt also came in time. The spirit has been converted. The farmer's factory has sufficient energy. Do you want to breed the angel Holy Spirit? Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and gave the answer directly. After tasting the sweetness of breeding adult angels, he no longer considered continuing to breed angel Holy Spirits. After all, the initial level of the angel Holy Spirit is too low, and it needs to kill enemies before it can grow step by step. Adult angels are born in their perfect form, and their strength level reaches the peak. Just like the 4 Austin sisters, they are all middle-level gods as soon as they are born. Especially Austin Tiffany, whose god status is as high as the peak of the middle-level god, which is several small realms higher than Stark. The 1,000 adult angels born yesterday directly increased the strength of Tang Xiaofan's kingdom by more than 10 times. In comparison, if you breed angels and holy spirits, the growth rate is too slow. In the past, he would definitely choose to breed angels and holy spirits, because he had a small number of troops and insufficient strength, so he could only breed angels and holy spirits. But now it is different. He has more than 2 million troops under his command, dozens of true gods, and thousands of demigods. He no longer needs angels and holy spirits to make up the population. Just like the game official said, he has to prepare for the battle of all races. Adult angels are the new force for his 10,000 races tournament. Unfortunately, I don't have enough divine power crystals now. Otherwise, I can use the consumption of divine power crystals to forcibly shorten the breeding time of adult angels. Just like yesterday, it took only more than 7 hours to breed 1,000 adult angels. Tang Xiaofan took a look and found that his own divine power crystal reserve was only 35, which was too few. Do you want to breed adult angels? Yes, the information prompt appeared again, just like yesterday, without giving other options. Tang Xiaofan made his choice immediately, and the farmer factory immediately burst into dazzling light, covering the entire factory. Countless palm-sized angels were flying in the light, and gentle hymns were playing. At this time, a new message appeared in Tang Xiaofan's vision. The current gestation time of a complete adult angel is 37 days, 8 hours and 24 minutes. This time is constantly decreasing, which means that after 37 days, the 1,000 adult angels gestated this time will come. 37 days? This time is much longer than yesterday. Yesterday, the full time of nurturing an adult angel was 23 days, and a little over 7 hours, but this time it was directly extended by 14 days. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath. He did not regret it. Instead, he was excited and could not hide the smile on his face. Because the longer the gestation time, it means that among the 1,000 adult angels nurtured this time, there are either a large number of upper angels or very powerful angels. Only these 2 reasons will lead to a longer gestation time. Maybe this time we can directly breed a 14-winged angel. A 14-winged angel is a higher god. If it is a 16-winged angel, it is the peak of the higher god, the archangel of the god realm. Tang Xiaofan smiled. Only 37 days, as long as a 14-winged angel or even a 16-winged archangel of the upper god level can appear, this time is nothing. What's more, he can shorten the breeding time, and he doesn't need to wait for 37 days. I have to find a way to get some divine power crystals. As long as there are enough divine power crystals, I can breed these 1,000 adult angels directly. Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment, and a title popped up in his mind, the God of Faith. Now that the God of Faith has returned to the God and demon continent, a large number of gods of faith have descended. If he wants to get the crystals of divine power, he can start from those gods of faith. Tang Xiaofan believes that not every god of faith is as poor as the beast god Bulk. There will always be gods of faith who have a large amount of divine power crystals stored in their bodies. As long as such a god of faith is caught and killed, he can fly away in one wave. The question is how to find the god of faith and then hunt it down. Tang Xiaofan frowned. With the current strength of his kingdom, it was not difficult to kill a god of faith at the middle level. Even if he sent out the Sky City to hunt down the god of faith at the upper level, there was a great probability. The key point is to find the location of the god of faith. If you can't find it, everything is empty. At this time, he suddenly remembered that there was a god of faith in the Black Iron Dwarf Castle of Little Loli, and that was the goddess of luck. My kingdom has a teleportation array that can go directly to the Little Loli's castle. Otherwise, I can just suppress the goddess of luck and snatch all the divine crystals from her body. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan was immediately moved, but at this moment, Tang Xiaofan suddenly felt a little cold, as if a pair of beautiful big eyes were staring at him. This is an intuition. But he believed that his intuition would not be wrong. There must be a powerful existence staring at him, and the strength is very terrifying. He instinctively felt danger. Could it be the goddess of luck? Tang Xiaofan was just talking to himself, saying that he was going to the little lowly's castle to suppress and rob the goddess of luck. As a result, she was stared at by a terrifying existence the next second, which made him suspect the goddess of luck. Tang Xiaofan thought about it and asked the game official, "Is the goddess of luck trying to mess with me?" After a long time, he didn't get a response. Normal, the game official is not his butler. How can he do everything according to his will? If it was really the goddess of luck, then her strength was too terrifying. She discovered it just by mentioning her divine duties. Tang Xiaofan decisively stopped thinking about robbing the goddess of luck, because he was worried that he might fail to rob her and be beaten up by her, which would be a big loss. Not long after, the feeling of being watched disappeared, which made Tang Xiaofan more certain that the goddess of luck was not easy to mess with. She was probably an extremely ancient goddess with terrifying divine power. Chapter 460. In the following time, Tang Xiaofan summoned the New Day's elf troops, light troops, and dragon troops one by one. Among the 3,000 elf troops, more than 40 elemental elves appeared again. Lucky explosion. Among the 2,000 light troops, there are more than 200 top paladins, cardinals, and holy light pegasi. The luck is pretty good. As for the 1,000 dragon troops, there are all kinds of dragons, including elemental dragons, metal dragons, gem dragons, etc. Without exception, they all have a growth potential limit of 20 level. But at this moment, Tang Xiaofan suddenly discovered that among the newly recruited dragon soldiers, there was a dragon that was different from the others. Its figure was translucent, and it was difficult to find its existence among the dragons if you didn't look carefully. Of course, it was not that his body was translucent, but because he exuded a strong spatial force, which caused him to semi-merge with the surrounding space, creating a translucent phenomenon. Today's luck was really good. Tang Xiaofan grinned and waved at the dragon. Soon, the translucent dragon flew over and crawled in front of him respectfully. Space Dragon, an extremely rare god-level dragon. Tang Xiaofan recognized its identity at a glance, because he himself possessed the power of space magic, and could easily see that the body of this dragon was almost completely condensed by space magic. It was not a pure flesh and blood body, but a spirit like an angel. When Tang Xiaofan checked his information, his speculation was directly confirmed. Space Dragon. Current growth status, Larva. Rank, 7th rank. Loyalty, 100 points, diehard. Growth potential limit, lower level true god Space Dragon. Special reminder, this is a natural dragon king, mastering powerful and mysterious space power, with the hope of becoming a god, worthy of the castle lord's key training. A rare god-level dragon, with the growth potential to become a true god, yes, it is indeed worth cultivating. Tang Xiaofan nodded with satisfaction. He planned to wait until this space dragon was promoted to a true god, and then give it a few army evolution drawings to increase its growth potential limit to a higher level. In short, a high-level space dragon must have extraordinary combat power. From now on, you will be called Caroline. Tang Xiaofan had just confirmed with his divine sense that this space dragon was a little female dragon. Roar. The space dragon Caroline roared and obediently rubbed Tang Xiaofan's trouser legs with her head, which made Tang Xiaofan think of the red dragon Queen Xiaoyan. Could it be that all dragons like to rub trouser legs? What kind of habit is this? Tang Xiaofan reached out and patted the space dragon Caroline on the head, saying, "Go, take your people to the Boliri Highlands to meet the dragon army and open up the kingdom's territory for me." Roar! The space dragon Caroline nodded respectfully, and then roared at the dragons behind her. The dragons also roared in response, and then followed the space dragon Caroline to fly to the teleportation array and teleported to the kingdom's branch city, the Holy Light City, located in the Boliri Highlands. As for the newly bred elf soldiers and the light soldiers, they also used the teleportation array to go to the Shining Light City and the Radiant Light City, where they would meet the kingdom army to attack the local forces on the Karami Prairie. "My lord," Stark flew over and said to Tang Xiaofan, "all the magic materials are ready. Since there are not enough divine crystals, we can only use soul stones as a substitute, which will consume about 5 million soul stones." "Okay." Tang Xiaofan waved his right hand, and immediately a full 5 million soul stones flew out from his space artifact, the Ring of Divine Green Grass. and piled up into a small mountain in front of the two of them. After considering the incident of the beast god Bulk attacking the capital, Tang Xiaofan decided to let Stark set up a magic defense shield to cover his entire capital. If a more powerful god attacked, even if Stark and others could suppress it with their strength, it would inevitably cause huge casualties to his people in the capital. Therefore, the deployment of the magic defense shield is urgent. The magic defense shield deployed by Stark is called the Holy Angel Shield, which is a god-level defense. The shield's defense power is very strong. Even if a true god at the peak of the middle level attacks, it cannot be penetrated in a short time. For the current black technology heaven, such a defensive magic shield is temporarily sufficient. When there are a large number of divine power crystals and more rare magic materials in the future, Tang Xiaofan will consider asking Stark to deploy a more powerful magic defense shield. After all, Tang Xiaofan's kingdom cannot afford to lose anything, so he remained calm in the face of the huge loss of 5 million soul stones. At this time, the World Chat channel was also very lively, as expected of boss Tang Xiaofan, another troop construction blueprint. From the time I descended to now, I have never revealed a troop construction blueprint, but Tang Xiaofan has revealed so many early in the morning. His luck is simply invincible. Luck? Don't you see how many enemies boss Tang Xiaofan has killed and how many forces he has destroyed? I heard that yesterday, hundreds of castles were destroyed by Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army in Karami Prairie alone. The speed of the attack is too terrifying. After all, there are millions of troops. Last night, hundreds of castle lords were frightened by Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army and evacuated from Karami Prairie overnight. There are also a large number of castle lords fleeing in Balalai Highlands. If it were me, I would flee too. 2 million troops, attacking Karami Prairie and Balalai Highlands all the way, and demigods joining the battle. Which castle can resist it? In our castle faction, Tang Xiaofan is invincible. Fortunately, I am far away in the ice and snow kingdom, so I don't have to worry about being attacked by the army of the Black Technology Kingdom. Is the ice and snow kingdom far away? I landed directly on an island far away from the land. If it weren't for the company of the fishermen, I would have gone crazy. Don't worry, brother upstairs, you are the future master of the sea. I randomly landed on an island that is not in conflict with the world. This luck is unmatched. Brothers, I received a message that another top castle lord has hooked up with the faith god system, and the one who flirted with him is a faith evil god. By creating large-scale killings and madly evolving his castle troops, it is said that his own rank will soon become a god, catching up with Tang Xiaofan. How is it possible? With the help of the evil god, nothing is impossible. I also know one thing, that is, the spider goddess has descended into the underground world, making the human face spider clan more powerful. The return of the faith system has led to the appearance of more and more faith gods. Those faith gods seem to want to have a good relationship with our castle forces, and try to use our power to deal with the true system of local forces. This is a good thing for our castle lords. Tang Xiaofan's prestige will not last long. Soon there will be a top castle lord who will surpass him. Where did this lunatic come from? Drag him out. Seeing this, Tang Xiaofan immediately closed the World Chat channel. If nothing unexpected happens, more and more castle lords will hook up with those faith gods, and use the power of the gods of faith to speed up the development of their castle forces. Then again, why doesn't any god of faith look favorably on me? These gods of faith are too short-sighted. Chapter 461. At this moment, on the grassland more than 2,000 kilometers away from the capital of the Black Technology Heaven, the kingdom's army is clearing out the forces within 300 miles of the surrounding area. The wild monsters on the grassland, the local forces, and even the castle forces are all the targets of the kingdom's army. And Bear Grylls, and the ancient giant bear legion are also in this army. He is now leading his ancient giant bears to besiege a castle force belonging to the Dark Evil camp. That is, the castle soldiers are dark magic bears. The castle lords on the grasslands don't all have orcs in their castles. After all, the castle lord's troop construction is random, so it's not surprising to see castle troop types like the undead on the grasslands. Bai Yi. The castle lord of the Magic Bear Castle said angrily, "You are a man recognized by the castle forces, with a very high reputation and popularity. Why do you want to join Tang Xiaofan to help the tyrants?" Bai Yi sat on the back of a 20-level ancient giant bear, and after a half-second of silence, he said, "You've read too many novels, right?" The lord of the Demon Bear Castle paused and said angrily, "Anyway, I have no hatred towards you, and I have never invaded Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Heaven. You have no reason to attack my castle." Bear Grylls squinted at him. In the game of hegemony, there is no such thing as peaceful coexistence. My king is still very kind and gives you, the lords of the castle, a chance to survive. You can now take 1/10 of your troops, and use the teleportation array to leave the Karami Prairie. As for the other things in your castle, they are the spoils of the Black Technology Heaven. 1/10 of the troops? The lord of the castle of the Magic Bear gritted his teeth and said, You want me to take the heart of the castle with me? Bear shook his head and said, No. The lord of the castle said angrily, You destroyed my heart of the castle, so I was forced to change my job to become a wanderer. What would I do with 1/10 of the troops? When they die, I will still be alone. You have no choice. Bear said, This is your only chance to survive. The lord of the Demon Bear Castle gritted his teeth and said, I surrender and become a vassal force of the Black Technology Kingdom. Submit the recruited troops and hunting materials every day. This is a common knowledge among the lords of the grassland castles. The kingdom army of the Black Technology Kingdom has only 2 ways to deal with them, the castle lords. Either surrender or join the Black Technology Kingdom and become a subordinate force of Tang Xiaofan. Every day, they need to hand over 1/5 of the recruited troops and 1/3 of the harvested materials to the Black Technology Kingdom. For the castle lords, such a subordinate condition is very harsh, but compared to losing the identity of the castle lord, such a harsh condition is nothing at all. However, Bear Grylls still shook his head and said, Your surrender cannot be accepted because your castle belongs to the dark and evil camp, which is inconsistent with the camp where the Black Technology Kingdom is located. The Black Technology Kingdom only recruits castle lords belonging to the 3 camps of light, goodness, and lawfulness to surrender. Castle lords of other camps do not meet the surrender conditions. In other words, if the castle lord of the Magic Bear Castle wants to survive, he really has only one choice, which is to teleport away with 1/10 of his troops. After hearing what Bai Yi said, the lord of the castle knew that he had no choice. He angrily led a dozen dark demon bears into the teleportation array. However, before leaving, he turned around and looked at Bai Yi with a gloomy expression and said, Go back and tell Tang Xiaofan that my name is Yi Tianhao. Remember this name. I will make him pay the price one day. Looking for death. Bai Yi's expression suddenly turned cold. This lord of the castle really didn't know how to be grateful. He let him go after the defeat. Instead of feeling lucky, he was full of hatred and vowed to make Tang Xiaofan regret it. This is a potential enemy, kill. Bai Yi ordered the ancient giant bears to kill the teleportation array without hesitation. Too late. The lord of the castle of the Magic Bear Castle sneered, and the dazzling light of the teleportation array had already enveloped him. Before Bai Yi's ancient giant bears rushed to him, he would be teleported away. He stared at Bai Yi angrily. This guy and Tang Xiaofan would be his lifelong enemies. No matter how much he paid, he would give back his place and take revenge. Although he lost his identity as the lord of the castle, as long as I don't give up, even if I become a wanderer, I have a chance to become a god. After becoming a god, I will return with glory. The lord of the castle of the Magic Bear Castle muttered to himself, waiting to be teleported away. But at this moment, a terrifying force descended from the sky and directly suppressed his castle teleportation array. Under the effect of that terrifying force, the magic runes of the teleportation array were shattered layer by layer. In a short moment, its castle teleportation array collapsed and disappeared. How is it possible? The gloomy expression on the face of the lord of the castle of the Magic Bear Castle froze instantly. He looked up at the sky where a beautiful angel stood, which suffocated him. There were 12 angel wings behind her, and she exuded a terrifying aura. The 12-winged angel Angelia, the peak of demigod, the lord of the castle suddenly screamed in fear, You promised to let me go. Angelia glanced at him with a cold expression. Then her figure flashed and disappeared directly. From beginning to end, she ignored the lord of the castle, and left him to Bear Grylls and his ancient giant bear army to deal with. Wouldn't it be better to leave quietly? Bear Grylls rode on the ancient giant bear and said, This is a cruel game of chaos and hegemony among all races. It's very good for you to survive after the defeat, but you still harbor hatred and intend to retaliate. The castle owner, Yi Tianhao, turned pale with fear. He said in horror, I was just joking. Then I give you a word of advice. Remember not to joke around in your next life. As soon as Bear finished speaking, thousands of ancient giant bears rushed forward and quickly trampled the castle into ruins. The castle owner was also killed with a scream. The 23rd castle force. Bear muttered to himself. This was the number of castles he destroyed today. The Kingdom of Black Technology Heaven's army attacked very quickly, and his ancient giant bear army could only keep attacking the castle forces, and could not stop at all. Because if he slowed down, he would be left behind by the army of the Black Technology Kingdom, and he would not even be able to drink soup. In this case, he could only fight hard. At this time, he received a war order from the commander of the Angelia army, ordering him to lead the ancient giant bear army to the south 200 kilometers to meet with the kingdom army. Bear Grylls ignored the supplies on the battlefield and quickly disappeared at the end of the grassland with thousands of ancient giant bears. Chapter 462. These castle supplies will be collected by the kingdom's logistics corps that followed behind. As for his ancient giant bear corps and other combat corps of the kingdom, they only need to be responsible for the war and attack the enemy forces. When the war harvest is counted at night, as a participant in the war, he will also receive a part of the material rewards. Not long after, Bear Grylls and his ancient giant bear corps arrived at the assembly point. He found that many corps had gathered here, with a total size of tens of thousands. Among them were angels, natural elves, forest giants, 100-man musketeers, etc., but no steel demons. And there were many legions in other directions, coming in a steady stream. What are you going to do? Bear Grylls was a little puzzled and muttered to himself. A forest giant standing tens of meters tall looked at him, and sighed. Lady Angelica has issued a war assembly order to prepare to besiege the Naga dynasty ahead. Naga dynasty? Bear Grylls was shocked. There were dozens of dynasty-level local forces in the Karami Prairie, and the Naga dynasty was one of them. In addition, he also knew that there was even a mermaid kingdom on this vast grassland. Of course, there were more beastman dynasties on the grassland, such as the Fox Kingdom, the Swan Kingdom, the Silver Wolf Kingdom, the Behemoth Dynasty, the Barbarian Dynasty, etc. He immediately flew high into the sky and looked into the distance. He suddenly saw a huge grassland lake 10 miles ahead, with a diameter of at least hundreds of kilometers. It looked like the sea, with no end in sight. In the center of the lake, there was an island in the middle of the lake, with many different buildings on the island. Faintly, we can see a large number of figures gathered on the island and the surrounding lakes. They are Nagas. Naga, with a snake tail, looks very similar to Medusa, but there are also differences. Naga's hair is normal, not like Medusa's snake hair. And Naga and Medusa are different races. Medusa is just a simple creature. In the entire god and demon continent, there is only one Medusa, and that is the goddess Medusa, who leads the belief in the beast god system. It is said that she was mutated from a sea creature. Naga is the name of a race, and before the mutation, they were natural elves. Naga, like the dark elves in the underground world, were natural elves before the mutation. After the mutation, they parted ways with the orthodox natural elves. A long time ago, Naga and dark elves were collectively called night elves. Later, for some reason, they also parted ways. The dark elves went to the underground world, and the Naga stayed on the surface, and became evil water monsters in the eyes of local humans. Finally, we're going to attack the dynasty-level forces. Bai rolled his fists, feeling slightly excited. As the lord of the top castle among the castle forces, he had never fought a war with the local dynasty-level forces. This was a pity for him. Time passed in a flash, and soon the Black Technology Heaven assembled two armies here, led by the 12-winged angel Angelia and the 12-seat angel Irene. These non-farmer troops gathered together this time, and Johnny led other warriors to sweep other areas. The total size of the miscellaneous army exceeded 180,000. Among them were a large number of demigods, level 21 and 20 soldiers, Lady Angelica, Lady Irene. A 6-winged angel came to report, respectfully saying, "The sky above the Blue Moon Lake is covered by a forbidden magic circle. All magical creatures inside cannot use magic power, and the power of combat skills is greatly weakened. On the contrary, the Nagas of the Naga dynasty are best at long-range attacks and underwater combat. Coupled with the existence of the forbidden magic circle, this is very disadvantageous to our army." "I know." Angelia glanced at Irene, who was standing beside her, and Irene nodded, "Leave it to me." Then her figure suddenly teleported dozens of kilometers, and appeared above the island in the middle of the lake, with the Naga dynasty below. She raised the holy sword in her hand, and the power of the demigod law was mighty. After the battle with Balk, who was as thin as a siege, the 12-winged angel Irene had also reached the peak of demigod, and was only one step away from being promoted to a true god. "Almighty Lord, create angels and maintain the order of the universe. Angel, the sharp sword of the Lord, punish all heretics. Heresists, who blaspheme the Lord shall be punished by the sword of the angel. Angel judgment companion." Accompanying the voice of the 12-winged angel Irene, a shadow of an 18-winged angel suddenly appeared behind her. The shadow spread all its wings, also holding the holy sword in both hands, and then suddenly opened its gleaming eyes, and instantly slashed the holy sword in its hand towards the island in the middle of the lake. This was a sword light that was hundreds of meters long. It directly hit the forbidden magic circle covering the entire Blue Moon Lake. Boom! The forbidden magic circle trembled wildly, bursting with countless streams of light, and finally, after holding on for more than 10 seconds, the forbidden magic circle collapsed. At the same time, a large number of Naga elders on the lake island vomited blood, and the other Nagas were also in chaos. The forbidden magic circle is the strongest defense method of the Naga dynasty. It can not only ban magic, but also has a strong defensive power. Now that the forbidden magic circle has collapsed, the Naga dynasty and the lake island are completely exposed to the sun. Kill! Angelia, the 12-winged angel of wisdom in the back, held a scepter and pointed directly at the lake island. In an instant, all the assembled legions, nearly 200,000 troops, attacked the Naga dynasty from the sky and the ground. Soon, blood dyed the beautiful Blue Moon Lake red. The Kingdom of Black Technology, the capital. Tang Xiaofan sat on the throne in the palace hall and met with the dwarf master Andre. In view of Andre's special talents, Tang Xiaofan did not let him and the group of dwarf masters and goblin masters he led participate in the war to attack the Karami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands. Get up, Tang Xiaofan said with a faint smile. Andre, you must have brought me good news. Dwarf Master Andre stood up and said with great respect and excitement, Your Majesty, as you expected, my team and I have built a dwarf war airship. Very good, Tang Xiaofan said with a smile. This is indeed good news. Then he waved his hand and teleported with Dwarf Master Andre out of the palace hall and came to the dwarf airship war workshop in the central city of the capital. There were a large number of dwarves and goblins gathered in the workshop. Although they were not strong, the highest was only level 21, and the weakest was even below level 20. But they were all masters in the field of equipment. Your Majesty. Seeing Tang Xiaofan, the dwarves and goblins immediately saluted excitedly. Yes. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly at them, and then cast his eyes on the dwarf airship floating in the workshop. Chapter 463. Andre on the side introduced, Your Majesty, this airship is about 380 meters long, and can carry up to 2,400 people. It is equipped with 18 kinds of magical restrictions such as acceleration, defense, and anti-magic. Its maximum cruising speed can reach 7,000 kilometers per hour. Its defense is strong enough to resist the attacks of demigods. Even the domain of a 21st level strongman cannot cause any damage to it. Not bad. Tang Xiaofan expressed his appreciation. This level of defense is not weak. The speed is also good, 7,000 kilometers per hour, faster than the flying speed of a 21st level warrior. Tang Xiaofan asked, How is the combat power? Andre said respectfully, It is equipped with a giant magic cannon, 5 large magic cannons, 18 medium magic cannons, and 75 small magic cannons. If it is attacked by it, even a demigod will be seriously injured. However, its greatest advantage is that it is on a large-scale battlefield, which is enough to cause great deterrence and lethality to the enemy army. Tang Xiaofan nodded. This is the greatest use of war weapons. Small-scale wars do not need such large-scale lethal weapons. Just like his Sky City, it has always been guarding the clouds above the black technology heaven. He rarely uses it. Tang Xiaofan looked at Andre and said, How many war airships like this can be built every day? Andre said respectfully, Due to insufficient manpower, even if the materials you provide are very abundant, we can only build 3 such airships every day. Too little. Tang Xiaofan said, Send the blueprints to the factory over there as soon as possible, and study it with the person in charge of the factory over there, the light aircraft factory. Don't work in isolation. What good things can you make with your limited manpower? Go and see other people's factories. They can not only produce transport aircraft, but also battlefield fire suppression aircraft and drones. I heard that Stark has begun to take the lead in rockets. Forget it. You don't understand rockets. You should get the blueprints here and hand them over as soon as possible. More. Tang Xiaofan said, The God War is about to come, and the demons will return to the God and demon continent. Our enemies are not only the local empires in the central area, but also the gods, demons, and various powerful creatures. Your war airship needs to be improved. It needs to be faster, more defensive, and more powerful. It would be best if it can kill gods. Andre said quickly, Your Majesty, rest assured, we will redouble our efforts. Tang Xiaofan nodded and asked, How is the research on the Sky City going? Hearing this, Andre said excitedly, Your Majesty, I have received the help of Lord Stark and have learned the manufacturing principle of the Sky City. If you give me 3 months and sufficient manpower and materials, we can replicate a brand new Sky City, but... Tang Xiaofan was puzzled. But what? Andre said, the farmer's divine pattern of the Sky City needs to be carved by your god. Tang Xiaofan said, this is easy, you just need to build the Sky City, and I will let Stark take care of the divine pattern and magic prohibitions. That's no problem. Andre immediately promised to complete the task within 3 months. Tang Xiaofan said, 3 months is still a bit long, you need to speed up the progress. Andre gritted his teeth and nodded. Tang Xiaofan pointed to the war airship and said, build 100 such airships first and store them in reserve. They will be useful in the future. Andre said respectfully, yes, your majesty. Then Tang Xiaofan, accompanied by Andre's dwarf masters and a large number of goblins, visited the war workshop covering an area of dozens of square kilometers. He did not leave the workshop until Stark appeared in front of him. Stark said to Tang Xiaofan, my lord, a caravan appeared outside the capital, claiming to be from the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce of the Huiyao Empire, and the leader is named Joanna. Joanna? Tang Xiaofan was a little surprised when he heard this. He originally thought that it would take more than 10 days, or half a month, for the caravan of the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce to reach his kingdom. After all, there was a wilderness with a diameter of 200,000 kilometers in between. He didn't expect Joanna to come so soon. Take them to the small palace in the inner city. As you command, my lord. 10 miles away from the capital of the Kingdom of Black Technology, there is a 200-meter-long airship parked. From the style of the airship, it is obvious that it comes from the human world. Behind the airship, the flag of the Huiyao Empire is erected, and the side of the ship is painted with the logo of the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce. It is with the help of this airship that Joanna's caravan can come so quickly. If they rely on manpower alone, it will be very difficult for them to cross the wilderness with a diameter of 200,000 kilometers. Even if there are no monsters in the no man's land, the long journey is enough to make the caravan drink a pot. In order to complete the transaction with Tang Xiaofan as soon as possible, and to deal with the magic band sealed in her soul, Joanna applied for an airship from her father, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and arrived at the Black Technology Castle as quickly as possible. Originally, her caravan's sailing route was to enter the forest from the south after crossing the wilderness no man's land. However, not long after the airship passed through the wilderness no man's land, she was stunned. There was no forest at all. What appeared in her field of vision was only a huge holy white city that was larger than she had imagined. It is at least thousands of kilometers long and wide, and at least half of the forest area is occupied by this giant city, and it also occupies a corner of the Karami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands. This white giant city is really huge. Even though Joanna is from the Huiyao Empire in the central area, she has to sigh like this. The important city of Palenque, which is guarded by the Huiyao Empire at the border of the wilderness, is not as large as this city. Looking at its moat that is thousands of meters wide, and the city wall that is more than 2,000 meters high, you can directly imagine how magnificent this giant city is. Is this really Lord Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle? Joanna stood in the command cabin of the airship, looking at the Black Technology Heavenly Capital outside the window, exclaiming in disbelief. When she left the forest, the Black Technology Castle was really just a castle, and the territory directly under it was only a few dozen kilometers. But what appeared in front of her was a huge city that spanned thousands of kilometers. The change was really huge. It completely exceeded her imagination. In her opinion, even gods could not build such a magnificent city in just 10 days. If it weren't for the familiar divine magic in the giant city, she would have suspected that she had come to the wrong place. This is simply a divine city, a city where great gods live. The old magician standing behind Joanna was also amazed. In addition to the old magician, the 21st level knight also came. After all, Olivia had planted magic restrictions in the souls of the three of them. Chapter 464. This time the three of them came together again, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to trade, and asked the Lord of the Black Technology Castle to remove the restrictions on their souls. Their lives were in the hands of others, which made them unable to sleep at night during the time they left the Black Technology Castle. Everything they ate tasted tasteless, and they were always worried that the magic restrictions in their souls would suddenly erupt and kill them. The power of the Lord of the Otherworld Castle is too incredible. In just 10 days, the Lord built such a magnificent city. It's incredible. I even suspect that there are gods living in this city. After hearing the words of the 21st level knight, Joanna and the old magician also shuddered. Gods are supreme beings even for them, the people of the Huiyao Empire. Joanna's father, the president of the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce, is only a demigod, and it is unknown how long it will take for him to become a god. Maybe he will never become a god in his lifetime. From the speed of development of the Lord, it can be seen that the castle forces are too threatening to the Imperial forces in our central area. However, until now, the top leaders of the Empire have never issued a war order to wipe out the castle forces, and even ordered the people of the Empire not to approach the sphere of influence of the castle lord. I really don't know what the top leaders of the Empire think. Xiaoan secretly sighed. She couldn't understand why the high-ranking officials of the Empire would allow those castle forces to develop peacefully. If she were a high-ranking official of the Huiyao Empire, she would definitely send a large army to encircle and suppress the castle forces in the surrounding areas to prevent the castle forces from becoming too powerful and threatening the Empire's territory. Unfortunately, she could only think about such things in her heart. After all, she was not a high-ranking official of the Empire, and she didn't know what the bigwigs of the Empire were thinking. Are they all chasing the truth every day? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the command cabin of the airship. Joanna and the others were shocked. After seeing the figure, the three of them all widened their eyes and were shocked. The beauty of this figure suffocated them. Behind her were 3 pairs of snow-white wings and 6 pairs of gorgeous energy wings. It made her look even more beautiful. What a beautiful creature! The 21st level knight didn't know what was wrong with him. He blurted out his thoughts and said, "Even the elves of the natural elf empire are not as beautiful as this. The nobles of the empire must like it very much." The angel's eyes swept over, and the 21st level knight suddenly felt a terrifying pressure enveloping him. Before he could react, he disappeared. He was not teleported away, but directly annihilated. From the weak body to the soul, he was completely annihilated. Seeing this scene, Joanna and the old magician were so scared that their faces turned green. Joanna said in horror, "Sir, calm down. We are not enemies. We are merchants from the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce. We are here to do business with Lord Tang Xiaofan." The angel said expressionlessly, "Bring your goods and follow me. My master is summoning you." The angel had scanned Joanna's soul before in the capital, so he knew Joanna and the origins of this relative. "Thank you, sir." Joanna immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time expressed regret for the death of the 21st level knight. His guard knight had already reached the peak of the 21st level, and the next step would be the glorious demigod. In the end, he ruined his life because of his mouthful of words, which was not worth it. But it was what he deserved. It was better to keep that kind of words in his heart. How could he say it out loud? The old magician was very smart. After the death of the 21st level knight, he immediately lowered his head and dared not look directly at the beautiful creature in front of him. He killed his companion, the 21st level peak knight, in one glance. What a terrifying strength! He believed that even a demigod could not do it. This beautiful creature is definitely a legendary god. The divine power is huge. As for the death of the 21st level knight, he did not take it to heart at all, nor was he angry at all. Instead, he felt it was normal. After all, how could a god be blasphemed? Blasphemy against God, and being killed is also asking for it. Soon after, the airship landed near the moat outside the city. Joanna chased the angels back towards the capital. Behind her, in addition to the old magician, there was also a very beautiful woman, Lady Christine. The old magician whispered, "If there is an accident later, please protect Miss Joanna. We only need to buy a few seconds to escape from this capital." The beautiful woman named Christine smiled and said, "Aren't you from the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce, here to do business with the Black Technology Heaven? Since it's a business, what are you afraid of?" Hearing this, the old magician couldn't help but twitch his face. He was definitely not afraid before coming here, because there was only one demigod named Olivia in the Black Technology Castle at the beginning, and they were protected by the top demigod, Christine, so they were very confident. But now the Black Technology Castle has become the Black Technology Heaven, and even the Supreme God has appeared. How can he not be afraid? The old magician used his spiritual consciousness to transmit the sound. The adult in front is likely to be a god. Christine glanced at him and said, "Since you know he is a god, you still dare to use telepathic magic? How can a small level 21 trick hide from the perception of the gods?" The old magician said. At this time, he looked at Christine in surprise. There was a calm expression on her beautiful face. She was not scared at all when she heard the word God. The old magician was confused. "Lord Christine, don't you worry about your own safety?" The appearance of Christine was a surprise to them. She joined their caravan halfway, but now she was on the same boat with them. The old magician felt that if the gods of the Black Technology Heaven wanted to destroy their caravan, Christine, a demigod, would not be able to escape. At least he thought so. If he were in Christine's shoes, he would also worry about his own safety. Christine smiled and said, "What are you afraid of when doing business seriously? Not all gods are evil gods. As long as you don't touch the majesty of the gods, you will be fine. Besides, since the king invited you to his capital, it is obvious that he has no intention of killing you. He probably wants to do business with you. So what should I worry about? Just don't do stupid things. Otherwise, you will not only harm you, but also me." Master Luo was silent and speechless. He thought that what Christine said was right. What is there for a serious businessman to be afraid of? Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. Chapter 465. At this moment, he felt a gaze coming from the beautiful god walking in front, but the god was not looking at him, but at Christine beside him. Soon he discovered that Lady Christine was very brave. Under the attention of the god, she did not show any fear, but smiled and looked at him. What surprised him even more was that the beautiful god did not get angry, and quickly withdrew her gaze. Christine smiled charmingly, and said to the old magician, "Am I right? Gods are divided into good gods and evil gods, and only evil gods will kill innocent people." "You are right." The old magician laughed dryly. Not long after, Joanna and the other two followed the angel to their destination, but the place the angel took them to was not the small palace in the inner city, but a very remote area in the outer city. There were no citizens of the kingdom within 100 miles. Wait a moment. The angel led the three people into a noble courtyard and disappeared. Joanna whispered, "I didn't meet many people on the way here by teleportation array. It seems that the population of Black Technology Heaven is not large. That's because this place is quite remote." Christine leaned on the chair, her charming figure showing a perfect golden ratio. She smiled and said, "As far as I know, the capital of Black Technology Heaven is divided into the outer area, the middle city, the inner city and the core city, with a total population of more than 6 million. We are in the outer city," she said with a strange expression. "There is no one living in the surrounding area except for a few vacant buildings. Killing someone will definitely not be discovered." Hearing this, Joanna and the old magician blushed. Joanna said with tears in her eyes, "Lord Christine, please don't scare me. I have been planted with a soul restriction. Now even gods have appeared. I am just a small businessman with a timid heart." "Soul restriction?" Christine looked at her twice, and then looked lazy again, smiling and said, "I am here, don't worry." "Praise you, Master Christine." Joanna nodded her head vigorously. She was a level 21 professional, not weak, and could call herself a strong person. However, after entering the Black Technology Heaven guarded by gods, her level 21 strength was not even as strong as that of a weak ant. She could only place her hopes on Christine. After all, no matter what, Christine was also a peak demigod, and was only one step away from becoming a true god. She was much stronger than him, and the old magician. After an unknown amount of time, two figures finally walked into the hall of the courtyard. One figure was a middle-aged man in steel armor, and the other figure was Tang Xiaofan. "Your Majesty." Seeing Tang Xiaofan, Joanna and the old magician hurriedly saluted respectfully. Joanna said nervously, "On behalf of the Yuanlexiang Chamber of Commerce and my father, I would like to greet you and congratulate you on establishing a powerful dynasty-level force, the Black Technology Heaven." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "It's not the first time we meet, no need to be polite." As he spoke, his eyes turned to the beautiful Christine. "This is..." Joanna quickly introduced, "Your Majesty, this is Miss Christine, a demigod-level peak powerhouse, and the Vice President of our Yuanlexiang Chamber of Commerce." "Really?" Tang Xiaofan looked at Christine with a smile. Christine smiled back at him and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry that I came to your capital. I have absolutely no ill intentions." Tang Xiaofan said, "Since there is no ill intention, are you here to congratulate me on the establishment of my kingdom?" Christine smiled and said, "It's just one of them." Tang Xiaofan smiled faintly. "Did you bring the gift?" Christine was stunned, and then said with a strange smile, "Of course I did." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and a large number of crystals flew towards Tang Xiaofan. Stark grabbed those crystals and took a closer look. There were hundreds of crystals of divine power. Christine smiled and said, "Your Majesty, are you satisfied with this gift?" Tang Xiaofan said, "You have lost your identity a little." Christine said calmly, "It's not as good as before. We are very poor now." Joanna and the old magician on the side were confused the whole time. They didn't understand what the two were saying in secret, but they knew that there was some information hidden in their conversation. Joanna and the old magician looked at each other. Could it be that this Lady Christine, whom they had accidentally invited, Had an unspeakable secret with the king of the black technology heaven? And what were those crystals? Magic gems? It doesn't look like it, but it must be very valuable. We talk about your business later. Tang Xiaofan glanced at Christine and ignored her, instead turning his gaze to Joanna and said, "Did your Chamber of Commerce sell out the batch of gems, gold and silver items that I gave to your Chamber of Commerce last time?" "Yes, your majesty." Joanna nodded. So even though she took out a large number of soul stones, she said to Tang Xiaofan, "These are the soul stones obtained after the sale. You can count them. There are about 200,000 or 300,000 soul stones in total." For Tang Xiaofan at the time, this would be a huge fortune, but now this amount of soul stones is not enough for Tang Xiaofan to pay attention to. He waved his hand and put the pile of things into the space artifact divine green ring. Tang Xiaofan said to Joanna, "I have collected a lot of gems, gold coins, silver coins, gold and silver utensils, antique artworks, etc. recently. I wonder if your Yunyuexiang Chamber of Commerce can handle it." Speaking of doing business, Joanna's confidence surged immediately. She patted Yu's chest and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. No matter how many goods there are, our Yunyuexiang Chamber of Commerce will have a way to sell them and exchange them for a lot of soul stones for you." "That's good," Tang Xiaofan said with a smile. "I put the things on the open space outside the villa. You can go out and take a look." "Yes, sir." Joanna and the old magician looked at each other and hurriedly left the villa hall. When they arrived outside the villa, they looked at the piles of gems, gold and silver, antique artworks and other items and were stunned. "I know a lot, but isn't this too much?" Joanna and the old magician were stunned. If all these things were sold, it would be more than hundreds of millions of gold coins, probably tens of billions of gold coins. For a moment, both of them had red eyes. In the hall of the courtyard, Tang Xiaofan once again set his eyes on Christine, who also smiled at him and said, "When the angel was watching me outside the city earlier, I knew that he had seen through my transformation magic. Coming to this remote area again, I am more certain of my speculation, but..." Christine smiled and said, "If I want to kill His Majesty, isn't it the same wherever I go?" Chapter 466. Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "It's different. If we take action here, we can avoid affecting my citizens of the capital." Before Christine could speak, she suddenly felt a dangerous breath coming from the clouds, which made her feel a little incredible. You know, she is a powerful god with the peak position of the upper god. In this castle force, there is something that can threaten her, which makes her have to face it. However, she came here without any hostility. She just came here with a curious heart. Christine looked at Tang Xiaofan and said with a smile, "My dear king, you don't have to treat me as an enemy. I'm not here to avenge that pig. That pig was the beast god Bulk." Tang Xiaofan said, "I'm curious, which god do you believe in?" Hearing this, Christine did not hide it. She slowly stood up, and a huge shadow appeared behind her head. It had a human body, a snake tail, a charming figure, and a head full of golden snake hair. When the shadow disappeared, Christine regained her lazy smile, and the whole person looked charming, with a beauty no less than that of an angel or an elf. After all, she is a goddess. She looked up at Tang Xiaofan, her pupils were golden, and she smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Beast God System, the Medusa goddess Christine." The leader of the Beast God System, the goddess Medusa, heard Christine's self-introduction, and his expression suddenly changed. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "I haven't heard of it." Christine's thin eyebrows jumped slightly, but she was not angry. Compared with the ruler of the natural goddess system, the elf goddess Isabel, she is indeed not very famous. Because of her special status, many local intelligent races did not know that there was a goddess Medusa like her. Moreover, the young king in front of him was also the lord of a castle from another world. It was even more normal for him not to know the belief system of the ancient times of the active gods and demons in their continent. The goddess Medusa Christine sat sideways on the chair. She had a charming figure and a lazy look, exuding an extremely attractive aura. She smiled and said, "So now we know each other." Tang Xiaofan's eyes fell on her. This goddess Medusa was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, with an ultimate charm all over her body, not inferior even to his angels and elves. He was surprised that not long ago, he was still complaining that even some top castle lords had received help from the gods of faith. Their strength had greatly increased, and the speed of development of the castle forces had become extremely rapid. However, as the strongest castle lord among the castle forces, he had no gods of faith to cooperate with him, which made him feel that those gods of faith were very short-sighted. What he didn't expect was that just as he finished his complaints, a god of faith really appeared in front of him, and it was the Medusa goddess who ruled the beast men. He was quite surprised to have the title of a higher god. By the way, why did I meet goddesses, such as the elf goddess Isabel, the goddess of luck, the moonlight hunting goddess, and the Medusa goddess in front of me, Christine? Could it be that I have a good relationship with goddesses? Tang Xiaofan thought secretly. As for the beast god Bulk, who was killed by him yesterday, he selectively filtered it out. That pig was not worth mentioning. Tang Xiaofan put away his thoughts, looked at the charming Medusa and said, "Since we know each other, let's talk openly. What do you want to do in my black technology paradise? You didn't come here to see me, did you?" "Huh?" Medusa goddess Christine looked at him in surprise, and said, "How did you know?" "I did come here to see you." Tang Xiaofan was silent. How could he believe such words? He was sure that the Medusa goddess came to his black technology paradise for a purpose unknown to him. In fact, Christine did not lie to him. She really came to see Tang Xiaofan. She wanted to see what was so special about Tang Xiaofan that he could get the attention of the fairy goddess Isabel and the goddess of fate Anastora. She was even surprised that he left a mark of the gods in his capital. She came to see Tang Xiaofan in person. At this time, Tang Xiaofan said, "Since you are here to see me, and now you have seen it, I will not keep you as a guest in my black technology paradise." Christine was stunned, then said with a strange expression, "Are you chasing me away?" Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "It's not really a job, just seeing you off. It's hard for me to let down my guard when a high-ranking god belonging to the faith system stays in my kingdom, and I don't know its fundamental purpose." Christine regained her lazy expression and smiled at Tang Xiaofan. "My king, you worry too much. I came to your kingdom without any hostility. We can be friends." Tang Xiaofan said, "If we are friends, can I borrow something from you?" Christine asked in confusion, "What do you want to borrow?" "Divine power crystals." Tang Xiaofan said very straightforwardly, "I will borrow 100,000 divine power crystals from you, and 1 year later, I will return you 200,000. 1 year, double the return? Christine was extremely surprised. For a god, a short year can be said to pass in the blink of an eye. 1 year later, she can get back 200,000 of the 100,000 divine power crystals she lent out. This is a big business for any god, and even she can't help but be tempted. Then she seemed to remember something, looked at Tang Xiaofan with a strange face, and said, "Your Majesty, you have become so powerful in just 1 month, with dozens of gods under your command. If I give you another year, I am afraid that even I will not be your opponent. By that time, will I be able to get back the 200,000 divine power crystals?" Christine felt that Tang Xiaofan had made a good calculation, wanting to use her power to quickly develop the black technology heaven. With such a terrifying development speed of the black technology heaven, who knows how powerful it will become in a year? By then, as a top god, she is afraid that she will not have the confidence to suppress the black technology heaven and get the 200,000 divine power crystals. For her, this is a risky transaction, but for Tang Xiaofan, this is indeed a business without any cost. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "I always keep my word. Even if we become enemies, I will hand over all the 200,000 divine crystals to you. At worst, I can just snatch them back. If I pay them back, I can only rob them again. It can't be considered as borrowing money and not paying them back. There is an essential difference between the two. If he can get 100,000 divine crystals, he will be confident that he can master the power beyond the upper gods in a very short time, and it doesn't take a year at all. Even if he returns 200,000 divine crystals after a month, he is willing to write an IOU, because as long as he has a large number of divine crystals, he can continuously breed a large number of adult angels, and wildly increase the number of gods in the black technology heaven. At that time, he can form a group to rob the gods of the faith system. After all, he can pay it back. What Tang Xiaofan lacked now was time. He tried to use a large amount of divine power crystals to buy time for him to breed an adult angel. So he looked forward to seeing the beautiful and enchanting Medusa goddess in front of him. In the shadow just now, Christine had a human body and a snake tail, with a head full of golden snake hair. Now she was wearing a purple long skirt, with straight legs, and looked like a human. The two figures combined had a different kind of charm. Chapter 467. Under Tang Xiaofan's attention, the Medusa goddess Christine shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, young king, I really want to agree to your request, but I'm sorry, I don't have that many divine crystals." Tang Xiaofan looked at her suspiciously and said, "As a high-level god, you don't even have a mere 100,000 divine crystals? High-level gods are powerful, being second only to the main gods. They have terrifying divine powers, and can easily pick stars and moons and destroy extraterritorial celestial bodies. In front of high-level gods, planets in the universe can only be said to be toys, and can be easily blown up. Such a powerful life form can't even take out 100,000 divine crystals. He doubted this. The eyebrow of Christine on the opposite side twitched slightly. She felt a sense of being despised. But what else could she do? She was really poor. So, since she wanted to hold up the majesty of the upper gods and directly take out 100,000 divine crystals and throw them in Tang Xiaofan's face. But it was obvious that she couldn't do it. Poor is poor, she must admit this. Christine shook her head and said, "Don't say it's me. Even the most ancient goddesses such as the elf goddess Isabel and the goddess of light Pandora can't take out so many divine crystals now." Tang Xiaofan was surprised, not because the goddesses were poor, but because of the name of the goddess of light. She knew the goddess of light, and the ruler of the goddess of light was most likely a main god, but it was the first time Tang Xiaofan heard her real name. Pandora? This is not a good name. Tang Xiaofan asked puzzledly, "How come you believers in gods are so poor?" Stark told him that in the illusory farmer's world, there are trillions of divine power crystals in reserve. In comparison, these goddesses who can't even take out 100,000 divine power crystals are really poor. Hearing this, Christine's beautiful eyebrows twitched again. The repeated mention of the word poor made her doubt that it was a mistake for her to come to the black technology heaven. She suddenly wanted to pin the young king to the ground and beat him up. Unfortunately, she had not yet figured out Tang Xiaofan's bottom line. In addition, there were also the god's marks of the elf goddess and the goddess of destiny in the black technology heaven, which made her afraid and dared not show violence easily. So she could only try not to look at Tang Xiaofan's contemptuous eyes. Christine said, "Most of the divine power crystals in the hands of faith in God were consumed in the ancient wars of gods. After so many years of consumption, where is there any left?" She was quite generous to give Tang Xiaofan hundreds of divine crystals as a gift. Just like when the beast god Balk was killed by Tang Xiaofan, not a single divine crystal exploded. Those who believe in the gods are really poor, not fake. Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion, "I heard Balk say that you believe in gods and have occupied a large number of plane worlds and life planets in the outer world. The believers don't know themselves, how can they be so?" "That pig is right." Christine interrupted Tang Xiaofan forcibly. She couldn't bear to hear the word poor now. She said, "We have indeed occupied many planes and life planets, but the crystal of divine power can only be produced in a vast world like the god and demon continent. The world laws of the god and demon continent are very powerful. Even the main gods can hardly shake them. So only with such world laws can there be a probability of producing divine power crystals. In the outer world, worlds like the god and demon continent are very rare and almost invisible. Even if there are, they are occupied by other gods and cannot be occupied by force." At this point, Christine suddenly fell silent, her eyes flickering, as if she was lost in memories. After a long time, she sighed, "Although the outer world is vast, it is also cruel. The pantheon led by the god of war Adrian once suffered a heavy blow in the outer world." Tang Xiaofan asked curiously, "Have you met an opponent?" Goddess Medusa Christine nodded and said, 10,000 years ago, the god of war Adrian accidentally discovered a very vast world, and immediately led thousands of gods to attack that world, but was killed by the gods there. Even His Majesty Adrian, the main god of war, was captured alive, and has not been heard from since. The Lord of War, all the people were captured alive. Tang Xiaofan took a breath and asked, "What world is so powerful?" Christine shook her head and said, "We don't know much about that world. We only know that it is called the Immortal Realm, ruled by the Immortal Court. The gods there call themselves immortals, and are immortal like us." Immortal Realm and Immortal Court? Tang Xiaofan was stunned. Could it be the one he remembered? Tang Xiaofan asked quickly, "Where is the Immortal Realm?" Christine glanced at him, and said with a smile, "It's useless to tell you. When the god war is over, if you and I are still alive, I can take you to that world for a tour." In the following conversation, Tang Xiaofan tried to get other information about the fairyland from Christine, but he still couldn't get any information from her. He had no choice but to give up, but he didn't regret it, because since the fairyland existed, sooner or later he would be able to find it, and see if it was the same as he imagined, and whether he could find the coordinates of the familiar world. Tang Xiaofan said, "Knowing that you might die in the War of Gods, why did you come back? Just to fight for the throne of the God King." "You know the throne of the God King?" Christine looked at him in surprise. The throne of the God King was the secret of their gods. Tang Xiaofan said, "Not only me, but other castle lords also know it." Christine's expression suddenly became serious, and it was obvious that there was excitement in her golden eyes. Christine said, Even you castle lords from the world know the existence of the throne of the God King. It seems that the throne of the God King will really come in this era. Tang Xiaofan said, has the God King's treasure never appeared before? Christine said, in ancient times, the God King's throne appeared once, and the dimensional demon descended and triggered a war between gods. In the end, no one got the God King's throne. Young King, you are right. This time we believe in the return of the Pantheon, and it is still for it. Is it worth it? Tang Xiaofan said, in order to fight for it, countless gods and billions of lives were sacrificed. Christine smiled and said, gods are immortal. Wouldn't it be boring if they don't find something to do for themselves? Her tone was relaxed, but Tang Xiaofan could hear a slight tremor in it. For the gods, they were willing to sacrifice their lives to obtain the throne of the God King, because as long as they obtained the throne of the God King, they could become the Supreme God King, rule over all gods, and master the power of the Supreme God. No god could resist such an attraction, not even a goddess like Christine. Chapter 468. Of course, goddesses are not weak. Looking at all the major pantheons, goddesses seem to be stronger than male gods. Whether it is the elf goddess, the goddess of light, or the goddess of darkness, they are all famous. Even the goddess Medusa in front of him also rules the beast god pantheon and suppresses the gods of the entire beast god pantheon with her own strength. This shows how powerful these goddesses are. Ever since he came into contact with the faith pantheon, Tang Xiaofan dared not underestimate those goddesses. Back to the topic, Tang Xiaofan looked at the beautiful goddess Christine and said, how many divine crystals can you lend me? Christine nodded softly and said, not a single one. To tell you the truth, I am very poor. I regret that I just pretended to be generous and gave you hundreds of divine crystals. Tang Xiaofan immediately stood up and said, then I look forward to our next meeting. Since he couldn't get the divine crystals from Medusa, he could only think of a way from Joanna. Joanna is just a mortal. She certainly doesn't have divine power crystals, but she can bring him a large amount of soul stones. And he can exchange soul stones for divine power crystals through the game official. In addition, he can also speed up the attack on the Karami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands, and raise a large number of soul stones through war. In short, he is now very urgent and urgently needs a large number of divine power crystals to breed adult angels. If his black technology heaven has many upper god level 14-winged angels and 16-winged archangels, would Christine dare to come to see him carelessly? If Stark is promoted to the Lord God, it will be even better. He can directly let Stark suppress and rob the goddess Medusa to see how many divine crystals are in her small treasury. At this time, Christine looked over and said, Your Majesty, your eyes are very dangerous. She had a feeling that Tang Xiaofan was plotting against her. Tang Xiaofan smiled, you misunderstood. Christine didn't think much about it, and then smiled charmingly and said, I tell you an extra piece of news. If you want divine crystals, you can go to the gods of the Dragon Clan. They are not ordinary rich. In the land of gods and demons, the dragons are very rich, and in the God of Faith, the dragon god is also very rich. Robbing them, you will not return empty-handed. Tang Xiaofan was a little moved, but he did not show it, and said to Christine, I still have things to deal with, so I won't keep you any longer. Hearing this, Christine's head suddenly appeared with black lines. As the goddess Medusa, she actually chased him 3 times again and again, which was really too much. But in the end, she still left. Her purpose of coming to the black technology heaven was not achieved, but it was almost there. She speculated that the reason why the elf goddess Isabel focused on Tang Xiaofan was probably because Tang Xiaofan was the strongest castle among the castle forces. This force developed at an astonishing speed. In just 1 month, dozens of gods appeared under its command. If it were her, she would also pay attention. In addition, the angels of the Black Technology Heaven are a rare god-level race. Only the pure Thunder Titan can be compared with them. This is also a reason worthy of attention. The elf goddess Isabel obviously wanted to use the power of the Black Technology Heaven to help her fight for the throne of the God King in the God War. Christine was very sure of this. As for why the goddess of fate Anastora was paying attention to the Black Technology Heaven, she hadn't figured it out yet. Could it be that the goddess of fate couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to get the throne of the God King? With such doubts, Christine left the Black Technology Heaven. But before leaving, the amazingly charming goddess Medusa left a message to tell Tang Xiaofan that she would come again next time, hoping to start a real cooperation with Tang Xiaofan. It seems that this time, because she was too poor, she didn't dare to mention the cooperation. She wanted to find a large number of divine power crystals, and then come to see Tang Xiaofan after she had the confidence. The goddess is also very proud. Not long after the Medusa goddess Christine left, Joanna and the old magician returned to the hall of the courtyard. They were not surprised by Christine's departure. Before, Christine showed calmness after facing the gods of the black technology heaven. They had already guessed that they were fooled by Christine. Christine was not a demigod at all, and it was very likely that she was also a god. The reason why he joined their caravan was just to use the name of their caravan to enter Tang Xiufan's black technology heaven. She came to the black technology heaven for other purposes, and now that Christine's purpose may have been achieved, she left directly. As for their caravan, in Christine's eyes, they were just tools, and they would be thrown away after they were used. Joanna and the old magician had no way to deal with this, because she was a god. Could it be that with their small human chamber of commerce, they could really recruit Christine, who was a god, to escort their caravan? Not to mention their Yuanyuexiang chamber of commerce. Even the most powerful Balhenia chamber of commerce in the Huiyao Empire would find it difficult to hire a god. So Joanna and the old magician were very open-minded, not to mention that their hearts were now completely filled with the gold mountain outside. They had no intention of paying attention to Christine's affairs. Their only thought was to bring the gold mountain back to Huiyao Empire and make a lot of money. Tang Xiufan looked at Joanna with red cheeks, but smiled and said, "How is it? Have you finished the inventory?" "Your Majesty, I'm sorry," Joanna said excitedly. "You took out too much goods. Even if we give us a few more days, it will be difficult to complete the inventory. Not to mention calculating their value." Tang Xiufan said lightly, "Then estimate how many soul stones those things can be exchanged for." Qiaoan took a deep breath and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, at least 1 billion soul stones can be exchanged. If they are gold coins, their value will exceed 100 billion. 1 billion soul stones? This is 1,000 divine power crystals." Tang Xiufan nodded slightly. Compared with the last transaction goods, the number of gems, gold and silver wares, antique artworks, etc. he took out this time was hundreds of times more. There were tens of millions of gems alone. After all, it was the entire inventory of multiple dynasty-level forces in the forest. And there are also many years of reserves from the local forces of all sizes in the forest. It can be said that all the gems, gold and silver items in the entire forest are now concentrated in his hands. In addition, the materials collected by the hundreds of castle lords are naturally very large in quantity, and it is normal to be worth hundreds of billions of gold coins. Of course, he is not interested in gold coins. Tang Xiufan said, "Since there is not enough time, take it back to your Chamber of Commerce headquarters and count it separately. After processing, bring the soul stone to me." Joanna was immediately surprised and asked, "Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that we will embezzle your goods?" Tang Xiufan smiled and said, "I believe you won't do such a thing." Hearing this, Joanna and the old magician beside her were very moved. After all, those were goods worth hundreds of billions of gold coins. Even if they sold their Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce, they couldn't raise so many gold coins. Chapter 469. They didn't expect Tang Xiufan to trust them so much, which made them feel touched and terrified, afraid that they would mess up this matter. They would betray Tang Xiufan's trust. Joanna said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, don't worry, our Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce will definitely sell all these goods and exchange them for a large number of soul stones for you. As for the hostile relationship between the castle forces and their local forces, forget it. Even the top leaders of their Huiyao Empire don't care about it. Why should these merchants worry about it? Earning gold coins is the real thing." When Joanna thought of the piles of goods outside the courtyard, she was excited. Once this batch of goods was sold, their Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce could also make a lot of money. The most important thing is to increase the influence of the Chamber of Commerce and its popularity in the empire. In general, the benefits of cooperating with the Black Technology Kingdom outweigh the disadvantages. Just be careful and don't be discovered by the top leaders of the empire. However, Joanna also believed that the top leaders of the empire should not care about them. They care about the trivial matters of the Chamber of Commerce and those who believe in the gods. After a moment of silence, Joanna looked at Tang Xiufan and said cautiously, "Your Majesty, can you help us remove the magic restriction in our souls? In addition to business, this is also a problem she is very concerned about. The magic restriction planted in her soul, and her life in the hands of others made her almost sleepless at night." "Yes." Tang Xiufan was quite considerate, and Joanna and the old magician were overjoyed when they heard it. Not long after, Joanna and the old magician found that another extremely beautiful angel appeared in the hall of the courtyard. Behind him were 3 pairs of snow-white angel wings and 3 pairs of gorgeous energy light wings, which made her even more beautiful. Joanna, who has always been very confident in her appearance, couldn't help but feel ashamed at this time. Each of these beautiful creatures around Tang Xiaofan was prettier than her, and they were even prettier than the elves, which made her envious. My lord. The angel of fate Claire saluted Tang Xiaofan respectfully. With the help of the 9 laws of fate, she has successfully ascended to the level of a true god. In addition to her, the 14-winged seraph Caddis, the 12-winged angel of wisdom Cheryl, the angel of love Nina, and the angel of death Dale have also been promoted to gods and joined the battlefield ahead. These gods do not need to participate in the war in person, they just need to provide security for the kingdom's armies. Just now, the angel of fate Claire was also on the battlefield, but was called back by Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan pointed at Joanna and the old magician and said, there are magic restrictions set by Olivia in their souls. Help them remove the magic restrictions. Yes, sir. The angel of fate Claire nodded, and then solved the magic restriction problem for Joanna and the old magician. When Olivia set up the soul magic restriction for them, she was only a demigod. Now it is a very simple matter for the angel of fate Claire to remove Olivia's soul magic restriction with the power of the true god. And it will not hurt Joanna and the old magician's souls. Praise you, respected king. As soon as the magic restriction was removed, Joanna and the old magician felt relaxed and excited at the same time. Finally, they were free. At this time, they heard Tang Xiaofan say, helping you remove the soul magic restriction is to let you do things for me well, and not do things that harm my interests. Without waiting for Joanna to speak, Tang Xiaofan smiled and continued, my angel is also a true god, and she controls the power of fate. If you do not do your job well, even if you are thousands of miles away, she can use the power of fate to wipe you out. Hearing this, the smiles on Joanna and the old magician's faces froze. Doesn't this mean that they are still controlled by others? If so, it seems that there is no difference whether the soul magic restriction is lifted or not. For a moment, both of them were stunned. The angel of fate Claire said to Tang Xiaofan, my lord, I found the thread of fate about her father in this Miss Joanna. Her father is the president of the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce, Ron, a strong man at the peak of the demigod level. With the help of fate, if Miss Joanna betrays you, I can also cut off her father's fate and wipe out his father and all the high-level members of the Yuanyuexiang society. When she was still a demigod, Claire was confident that she could cut off the fate and wipe out the existence of the true gods. Although she would also be backfired by the power of the world's laws, she would die at best and be seriously injured at worst. But it also shows that the power of fate she controls is very terrifying. Now that she has been promoted to a true god, she can easily kill a peak demigod with the power of destiny. Even if there is a backlash, it will not have much impact on her. This is good news. Tang Xiaofan said with a smile, in this way, I am more assured to hand over this batch of goods to the beautiful Miss Joanna. Joanna's face turned pale. Just now, only he and the old magician were manipulated by her life and death. Now even his father, and the senior executives of the Chamber of Commerce have been dragged into the water by her. Isn't this a losing business? She did not doubt Tang Xiaofan's words. After all, the power of the gods was beyond his imagination. It seemed a bit exaggerated to wipe them out thousands of miles away, but if it happened to the gods, it would be very likely to happen in the future. Your Majesty. Joanna looked at Tang Xiaofan with tears in her eyes. Tang Xiaofan smiled faintly and said, Miss Joanna, you don't have to be afraid. As long as we cooperate sincerely, nothing will happen to you and your father. I can assure you of this. Joanna said bitterly, but this deal has nothing to do with my father. Tang Xiaofan said, it's just a precautionary measure, don't take it to heart. He is not a fool. How could he easily hand over such a large amount of goods to the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce? If he didn't take any precautions, it would be terrible if he was cheated. Due to the soul magic restriction set by Olivia, it can only restrain Joanna and the old magician, but it has no restraining power on other people in the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce. If the top executives of the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce, or even Joanna's father, chose to abandon Joanna and the old magician in order to embezzle his things, then even if Tang Xiaofan killed him, it would be useless. That's why he called the Angel of Destiny Claire over. If anything goes wrong with this batch of goods, he will let the Angel of Destiny Claire directly wipe out all the top executives of the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce. This is a deterrent. He believes that after returning to the Huiyao Empire, Joanna will have a good talk with his father. As long as the cooperation is pleasant, both sides can win. The top executives of the Yuanyuexiang Chamber of Commerce will understand how to choose. Chapter 470. Joanna and the old magician left in a daze. They used more than a dozen space equipment to load all the piles of gems, gold and silver wares, and other goods away. This batch of goods was enough to make them a lot of money. But they were not happy. They thought that the soul magic restriction was lifted, which was a good thing. As a result, their lives and deaths, including the life of Joanna's father, were also in the hands of the gods of the Black Technology Heaven. How could they be in the mood to celebrate? After saying goodbye to Tang Xiaofan, they used the teleportation array of the Black Technology Heaven to teleport directly to Palenque City, a border city of the Huiyao Empire opposite the wilderness no man's land. As for the airship of the Yunyuexiang Chamber of Commerce that was parked outside the city, it also took off at the same time and returned to the Huiyao Empire under the control of other members of the caravan. After returning to the Chamber of Commerce, Joanna immediately went to see his father, Ron, the president. Father. Joanna behaved respectfully in front of her father Ron. Ron also had a calm expression, leaning back on the chair in the office, frowning and saying, "Didn't you go to the Angel Castle in the forest? You're back so soon?" "Yes, father. The transaction has been completed," Joanna said respectfully, "and the magic restriction in my soul has also been lifted." Ron said, "Oh," and his attitude remained calm. Joanna was used to it. His father was a demigod, who had lived for thousands of years, and had dozens of children. She was just one of them, and her qualifications were not the best. Naturally, she was not taken too seriously. Otherwise, she would not have to apply for a report to use a Chamber of Commerce airship. Joanna placed a dozen space equipment in front of Ron and said respectfully, "Father, please look, this is the goods I brought back from the Black Technology Heaven." Black Technology Heaven, isn't it the Black Technology Castle? Has the Lord established a dynasty-level power? Ron was a little surprised at the development speed of the Black Technology Castle, which was terrifying, and even shocked him, but as a businessman, he was more concerned about the goods. He released his spiritual power, and scanned the space equipment in front of him. Every time he scanned one, his breathing became rapid, and finally he even stood up excitedly, and the whole person was excited. So many goods, the value is definitely more than 100 billion gold coins. Ron said excitedly, "Joanna, you did a great job. With this batch of goods, our Yunyuexiang Chamber of Commerce will be able to shine in the imperial business world." "Thank you for your praise, father," Joanna said, but this time the Lord still wants soul stones. Ron's expression sank when he heard this. He was struggling in his heart whether he could embezzle this batch of goods directly. Anyway, the traitor was the lord of the castle from the castle force, and he was an enemy of their local forces. Even if he embezzled, he would not be punished by the empire. The only problem is that this will affect the credibility of their Chamber of Commerce, but as long as it is not spread out, isn't that fine? Ron became more and more excited as he thought about it. Joanna, who was standing by, saw that his father Ron was silent and immediately knew what he was thinking. He knew his father very well. Joanna said, "Father, in the Lord's Black Technology Heaven, I saw many true gods." Ron looked up at Joanna, his expression was calm, and he really wanted to eat this batch of goods, so he said, "What about true gods? My Huiyao Empire also has true gods, and their number is as numerous as the stars in the sky." "Father," Joanna said with her head down, "in the Black Technology Heaven, there is a true God who controls the power of destiny. I am weak and don't understand what the power of destiny is, but the king said that even if he is thousands of miles away, he can wipe you out." "What?" Ron jumped up in shock. "Are you sure you are the God who controls the mysterious law of destiny?" "Yes." Xiaoan asked, "Father, what is the power of destiny? Is it very strong?" "It's not a question of whether it is strong or not, it is." Ron's face turned pale as he spoke. As a strong man at the peak of demigod, he has never eaten pork, but has he never seen pigs run? The law of the power of destiny cannot be said to be the most powerful law, but it can be called the most bizarre law of divine power. As far as he knows, the gods who master the law of the power of destiny can cut off the thread of destiny, and wipe out the enemy billions of miles away. This kind of annihilation is not even a simple killing, but a complete annihilation. Even gods have no way to revive the creatures that have been wiped out by the law of destiny. This is the most terrifying. Ron also knew that in the ancient times of the gods and demons continent, a goddess of destiny appeared. She used her powerful divine power to wipe out countless demons, and even demon gods were slaughtered in large numbers by her. The power of the goddess of destiny is so strong that the demons are terrified and dare not provoke them easily. There is a god of destiny in the victory of the castle. We can't offend him. Ron looked at the space equipment in front of him with a look of regret. If it was a god who mastered other laws and divine powers, he would not care too much. Because he was in the Huiyao Empire, he was not afraid of the gods of the castle forces coming in to cause trouble for him. If they dared to come in, they would die. However, the gods of fate were different. Such gods could remotely wipe him out through strange means. Once he provoked the gods of fate, he would die no matter where he fled. No wonder His Majesty the King easily handed over so many goods to you, and lifted the magic restrictions on your soul. Ron sighed. It seemed that it was impossible for him to covet this batch of goods. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and said with a glare, "Wait, what does this have to do with me? Why does he want to kill me?" Joanna said respectfully, "Because you are the president of the Chamber of Commerce." Ron could not refute such a reason. Joanna continued, "Don't worry, Father. His Majesty the King promised that as long as we cooperate with him sincerely, the punishment of the God of Destiny will never befall you." Hearing this, Ron immediately looked at her deeply, and then said in a deep voice, "This batch of goods will be handed over to you. I will ask several vice presidents of the Chamber of Commerce to do their best to help you. Make sure to satisfy His Majesty the King." Ron took a deep breath and said, "Joanna, my daughter, if this matter is handled well, you will become the next successor of the Chamber of Commerce. As for Lawrence and others, I will transfer them to other branches." Lawrence and others are Joanna's brothers and sisters. "Thank you, Father." Joanna said respectfully, "If there is nothing else, I will go back first." Ron nodded without saying anything. Joanna didn't care. She put away the space equipment and left the office. Ron didn't notice that after Joanna turned around, her beautiful face was filled with a brilliant smile. Praise His Majesty. Chapter 471. Black Technology Heaven. Tang Xiaofan had just returned to the palace accompanied by Stark. When the official game message came, "Congratulations, Lord of the Castle. Your kingdom army destroyed the kingdom heart of the Naga dynasty. You conquered the Naga dynasty. Your Black Technology Heaven, the influence and reputation of the Karami Prairie have been greatly improved. You have obtained the divine object, the fragment of the dynasty heart +1. You have obtained all the material reserves of the Naga dynasty. A total of more than 38,000 Nagas hope to join your Black Technology Heaven. Please choose to accept." Special Reminder 1. Because your kingdom army destroyed the Naga dynasty, the Naga tribe in the God and Demon continent has greatly increased the hatred of your castle forces. Special Reminder 2. Due to the fall of the Naga dynasty, all the dynasty forces in the Karami Prairie have blacklisted your Black Technology Heaven. Special Reminder 3. In view of the threat brought by the Black Technology Heaven, the local dynasty forces in the Taomi Prairie are preparing to form a dynasty alliance to try to destroy your kingdom. Please be careful. Local dynasty alliance. Tang Xiaofan snorted. He had an army of more than 2 million soldiers and dozens of demigods. How could he be afraid of a so-called dynasty alliance? Tang Xiaofan didn't take the dynasty alliance that appeared in the special reminder seriously. It wasn't arrogance, but just pure self-confidence. If it were in the past, he would definitely be wary and dare not ignore it. Because Tang Xiaofan learned from the magic map he got from Bear Grylls that there were dozens of dynasty-level forces in the entire Karami Prairie, which was much more than the forest at the beginning. Moreover, their strength is also very strong. In addition to a large number of level 21 warriors, there are also a large number of demigod warriors. Even if a dynasty only has 2 or 3 demigods, the number of demigods in dozens of dynasty-level forces must reach about 100. 100 demigods. Thousands of level 21 warriors. How powerful is such an alliance? Based on the current castle power, except for Tang Xiaofan, it can be said that no castle lord can compete with it, not even those top castle lords. But Tang Xiaofan is different. He is different now. The number of his 20-level troops is so numerous that they can easily sweep across the entire Karami Prairie. The alliance formed by dozens of grassland dynasty forces is simply impossible to resist his kingdom army. Even the gods under his command do not need to take action. Just relying on other troops is enough to defeat the Grassland Dynasty alliance. This is the origin of Tang Xiaofan's self-confidence. Stark accompanied Tang Xiaofan. After learning the news of the Grassland Dynasty alliance, he respectfully said, "Almighty Lord, we don't need to care about the forces on the Karami Prairie, but we should be wary of those who believe in beast gods. If a powerful beast god of faith descends or raids your kingdom army, it will inevitably cause considerable casualties to your kingdom army, even if they can be resurrected under your glory." "I know." Tang Xiaofan nodded. The only thing he needs to pay attention to now is the beast gods of faith. The vast majority of the native intelligent beast tribes on the grassland are their people. Although they have been separated by a long time and countless generations, they are still their bloodline inheritance. Therefore, it is difficult to ensure that when his kingdom army slaughters the grassland beast tribes, the beast gods of faith will hold back. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, "Goddess Medusa, as the ruler of the beast god system, should restrain those who believe in beast gods." He felt that the conversation with Goddess Medusa was quite pleasant. Although he was very straightforward and his words showed contempt for poor women, the beautiful Goddess Medusa should not be angry. Otherwise, she would not claim that she would come to his black technology paradise again in the near future to discuss cooperation with him. Now he and Christine can barely be considered friends. Since they are friends, there is a high probability that she will not stab him in the back. Stark said, "My lord, I don't trust Christine at all." Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan was stunned, then smiled and said, "It's normal not to trust her. After all, it's our first meeting. I just have a slight liking for her, and I can't call her trustworthy. Don't worry about those who believe in the beast god." Tang Xiaofan cast his eyes to the distant farmer's factory shrouded in dazzling holy light. He had a hunch that among the 1,000 adult angels bred this time, there would be a high probability that a 14-winged angel would appear. Once she was born, she would have the power of a higher god. As long as she was bred, it would be much easier to deal with those who believed in beast gods. The 14-winged angel, in its complete form, is the early stage of the higher god. With the suppression of a high status, its power is enough to compete with the middle or even late-stage higher gods. And if the one bred is a 16-winged archangel, who has the strength of the peak of the higher god, then even the Medusa goddess Christine will have to bow her head in front of him. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "I hope that there will be a few people who believe in the beast god, with confused minds, who will come to the Karami grassland to oppose me, so that we can team up to fight the boss. My lord is wise." Stark didn't know what the boss was, but it was not difficult for him to understand the lord's meaning. Killing a demigod, level 21, is not as good as killing the gods. Having said that, I still sympathize with those who believe in the gods, Tang Xiaofan suddenly said. Stark looked at Tang Xiaofan in confusion. "My lord?" Tang Xiaofan said they were supposed to descend to the central area of the god and demon continent. For example, those who believed in the beast god should go to the beast king court in the central area. As a result, because the central area was ruled by the gods of the truth god system, they had to descend to the Karami prairie. This grassland was just a remote area compared to the central area. Under the suppression of the truth god system, they were forced to leave the land and come to the borderland. I have to say that this is very sympathetic. Times have changed. Now is the era of the gods of truth. The era when the gods and demons continent was ruled by the gods of faith has become history. If the gods of truth had not regressed, the gods of faith would not even be able to enter the gods and demons continent. Unless a large-scale war of gods really breaks out, the ownership of the gods and demons continent will be determined by the war of gods. Merciful Lord, Starkov said, it is an honor for those who believe in gods to receive your mercy. Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan laughed immediately, and his heart was touched for some reason. In the end, no matter what the outside world is like, his farmer is always consistent with him, and that's enough. Chapter 472. Tang Xiaofan turned his eyes to the information prompt from the game official. The information showed that after the Naga dynasty was conquered by his kingdom army, a total of more than 38,000 Nagas chose to join his black technology paradise. The game official is asking him whether he will accept them. If he refuses to accept them, then the kingdom army far away on the battlefield of the Naga dynasty will kill all of these more than 38,000 Nagas and leave no prisoners. Naga, with a human body and a snake tail, is a mutated elf. It was once called the Night Elf on the continent of gods and demons together with the Dark Elves. Later, no one knew what happened, but the whole clan of Dark Elves entered the dark underground world, and the Naga became the evil banshee in the mouths of the local humans. After all, they were once elves, top-level soldiers, and they were worth cultivating. Tang Xiaofan thought about it carefully and chose to accept them. The Naga was a mutated natural elf camp, no longer good and lawful, but chaotic and neutral. This was nothing. The dragons under Tang Xiaofan were soldiers of the chaotic neutral camp, and one more Naga would not cause a camp conflict. On the contrary, if the dark, evil, and undead camps appeared in his kingdom, there would be a camp conflict immediately. The most direct negative impact of the camp conflict was that the special buildings in the kingdom would be greatly reduced in effectiveness, and the holy power of the holy light emitted from the holy light temple, the altar of faith, the monastery of light, and other light buildings would also forcibly reduce the combat effectiveness of the dark evil undead camps. If the undead surrendered to him, they might even be directly annihilated by the holy light. This is a faction conflict. The troops of the chaotic neutral faction are harmless, because the holy light and divine power will not suppress the combat power of this type of troops. When Tang Xiaofan confirmed his choice, a message popped up. Congratulations to Tang Xiaofan, the Lord of the Black Technology Kingdom. A total of 38,642 Nagas have joined your kingdom, and they are willing to swear allegiance to you until death. Naga loyalty is full. This is the effect of the King's Scepter, the Lord's artifact. Special reminder 1. Because you chose to accept the Nagas, the attitude of the Nagas on the gods and demons continent towards you has changed, and the friendly value has increased significantly. Special reminder 2. Countless Naga tribes have learned about the existence of the Black Technology Kingdom, and they are likely to choose to actively join your kingdom. Special reminder 3. The Queen of the Natural Elf Empire has changed her attitude towards you, and her favorability has increased significantly. Special reminder 4. The Dark Elf clan's friendly value towards you has increased significantly after accepting the Naga clan. A series of chain reactions were triggered for a while. The Natural Elf Empire and the Dark Elf clan all had a great increase in their favorability towards his Black Technology Kingdom, and even the other Nagas on the gods and demons continent were likely to actively join his kingdom. Such a chain reaction surprised Tang Xiufan. He did not expect that accepting Naga would have such a big impact. Tang Xiufan thought about it carefully and guessed the reason. Naga was called evil water monster by the human empire in the central area, which led to them not being accepted by the intelligent races of the god and demon continent, and even being excluded. They were obviously chaotic and neutral intelligent creatures, but they were listed as evil creatures. No force was willing to accept them. Now I accepted Naga and made them the citizens of my kingdom, which greatly increased the favorability of the Naga clan, the Dark Elf clan, and the Natural Elf Empire towards my kingdom. This is good news for Tang Xiufan. As for whether there will be Nagas who will take the initiative to surrender to him, Tang Xiufan has no hope. Many of the special buildings in his kingdom can increase the chances of local intelligent races taking the initiative to surrender, but until now, he has not seen any intelligent creatures come to surrender to him. Tang Xiufan even suspected that the probability of taking the initiative to surrender was false. If it was the little Lolita in the underground world, it would be different. That was really taking the initiative to surrender. As far as Tang Xiufan knows, there are nearly 100,000 gray dwarves and pure-blooded dwarves in the Little Lolita's Black Iron Dwarf Castle. Except for a small number of them recruited by Little Lolita, the vast majority of the others were from local dwarves, who took the initiative to surrender, which Tang Xiufan was quite envious of. However, Tang Xiufan also knew the Goddess of Luck. The Goddess of Luck not only favored Little Lolita, but also lived in Little Lolita's castle, and became her goddess sister. Under the influence of the halo of the Goddess of Luck, coupled with Little Lolita's own charm, it was normal for many dwarves to take the initiative to surrender. Not long after, a large amount of supplies were transported to the Black Technology Heaven through the teleportation array. These supplies were all from the Naga dynasty's material reserves, and the quantity was so large that it piled up into mountains. Stark immediately ordered some dwarves and goblins, who stayed in the kingdom to count the supplies to reduce Tang Xiufan's workload. At the same time, a dazzling crystal was delivered to Tang Xiufan. This was the fragment of the heart of the dynasty that exploded after the capture of the Naga dynasty. Tang Xiufan had already integrated all the fragments of the heart of the dynasty that had exploded into his kingdom heart, greatly improving the cultivation speed of the people of the kingdom. The same was true for this fragment of the heart of the dynasty, which was directly integrated into the kingdom heart by him. After integration, Tang Xiufan could clearly feel that his kingdom had become stronger. Strengthening the kingdom heart not only simply improved the cultivation speed of the kingdom's citizens, but also increased the kingdom's luck, accelerated the growth of the kingdom's crops, and so on. The crops here refer not only to food, but also to magic potions, mineral resources, and so on. In short, the benefits of strengthening the kingdom heart are great. After all, it improves the overall strength of the entire kingdom, not just individual strength. Therefore, even if a top castle lord buys the fragments of the dynasty heart at a sky-high price of 100,000 soul stones in the trading channel, Tang Xiufan is not interested in selling it. Let alone 100,000 soul stones. Even 1,000,000 soul stones would not be enough to make him excited. Stark said to Tang Xiufan, "My lord, on the distant battlefield, a kingdom army led by the 14-winged seraph Caddis revealed a castle blueprint." Caddis asked whether to use the blueprint to create a sub-city? Yes. Tang Xiufan nodded and said, "In the future, all castle blueprints revealed by the army will be used directly, named by themselves, and continuously advance outward based on the established war plan with the sub-city as the base point." "Yes, my lord, I will reply immediately." Stark saluted respectfully, turned around, and left to arrange related matters. Chapter 473. In the World Chat channel, countless castle lords and wanderers gathered here, and it was very lively. Many people were discussing the fall of the Naga dynasty. Although there was no world announcement, the regional bulletin was still indispensable. At the same time as the fall of the Naga dynasty, the castle lords on the Kalami Prairie immediately received the regional announcement and learned the news. The strength of the Black Technology Heaven Kingdom is really strong. 1,000,000 troops swept across the entire Kalami Prairie. The offensive was really unstoppable. Not to mention the castle lords, even the local dynasties on the prairie could not resist it. It is said that the Naga dynasty is among the top 5 dynasties in the Kalami Prairie. It is useless to be ranked first in the face of the kingdom army of Tang Xiufen. The local dynasty forces that are difficult for us to shake are just a resource point in front of Tang Xiufen. People are really jealous of each other. I can only say that the Black Technology Kingdom is invincible. I received news that the members of the Prairie Paradise Alliance have returned to the Kalami Prairie, and compared with before, their number of members has become larger, more than a few hundred people. What, do they think they are enough? Let me tell you, the guy above knows that everyone is anxious, but he deliberately keeps people in suspense. You tell me. I also received news that the dynasty forces on the Karami grassland are forming a dynasty alliance, trying to gather the most powerful forces to fight a decisive battle with the kingdom army of boss Tang Xiufen on the grassland. The castle lords of the Grassland Paradise Alliance have also joined forces with those local dynasties. So that's how it is. Dozens of local dynasties, plus hundreds of castle lords. This power is absolutely terrifying. The number of demigods, level 21 and 20, is terrifying. The Grassland Paradise Alliance is about to take off. What are you taking off for? I think it will crash again. In the Black Technology Heaven, there are god-level angels, and Tang Xiufen himself is a god. Even the beast god Balk is dead. A group of demigods, a large army of level 21, still want to compete with the Black Technology Heaven. It's obvious that they want to give away heads and experience again. In addition, they want to give away resources. This is very annoying. Obviously, the strength of the Black Technology Heaven is already invincible, but those guys are still giving away heads and experience. Do they want to turn the Black Technology Heaven into the Black Technology Empire? The reason why Tang Xiufen is so powerful is that he was given away by some people. I, a low-level castle lord, want to beat them up. The brothers upstairs are full of resentment. Indeed, after learning this news, many castle lords were full of resentment, including some top castle lords. In their opinion, if there were no castle lords, such as the Anti-Demon Alliance at the beginning, the Gods Alliance later, the God-Killing Alliance, and the God-Killing Alliance, Tang Xiufen would not have become as powerful as he is now. Even if Tang Xiufen could build a capital, it would not be a high-level capital directly. Most of the massive resources that Tang Xiufen used to upgrade the castle were sent by the castle lords. Now the local dynasty forces of the Karami Prairie have formed an alliance, but the Prairie Paradise Alliance, which had already evacuated, has returned and wants to continue to send. This made them feel quite annoyed. A top castle lord couldn't help but send a message in the World Chat channel, directly at Grassland Paradise Alliance. Can you please stop sending messages? Then, the World Chat channel was full of similar messages. Countless castle lords and wanderers called on members of the Grassland Paradise Alliance not to think that they were enough, that was all an illusion, and to leave the Karami Prairie as soon as possible. At this moment, the internal information group of the Grassland Paradise Alliance has indeed increased a lot compared to before, and has exceeded several hundred people. Some of the new members are castle lords from the Karami Prairie, some are castle lords from other regions, and some are even from the underground world. It is obvious that they have a big plan. At this time, a new high-ranking member of the Prairie Paradise Alliance said, "Don't pay attention to the information on the World Chat channel. Why do we come back? It's because we have the confidence and certainty of victory. This time Tang Xiufen must die, and the Black Technology Heaven must be destroyed. People outside don't know that we are the one who facilitated the formation of the alliance of those dynasty forces on the prairie. Black Tech Heaven is gods, and we also have gods, and not just one. They are gods from multiple camps. This war of gods will be detonated by our alliance. What are gods? Gods are just tools in the hands of our castle lords, tools to destroy Black Tech Heaven. Brothers, cheer up. This time the victory no longer belongs to Black Tech Heaven, but to our Prairie Heaven." Instantly, the entire Prairie Heaven Alliance was boiling, and they felt that they could do it. As time passed, the army led by Zhang Yi, after destroying the Naga dynasty, continued to advance towards the center of the Karami Prairie. At the same time, Zhang Yi also added 10,000 Nagas to form a legion to join the army he led, which also made the combat effectiveness of the army he led even stronger. Since then, the 12 armies of the kingdom on the Karami Prairie have been constantly clearing out wild monsters, local forces, and castle forces in the front area. In addition, in the Baralai Highlands, there are millions of troops of the Dragon Legion and the Light Legion, which are also unstoppable, conquering all forces wherever they pass. It can be said that Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army in these two areas has been advancing rapidly and basically encountered no decent resistance. Even the dynasty forces had to bow their heads and either obey orders completely or surrender. There was no other choice. Soon it was evening. In just one day, the more than 2 million troops of the Black Technology Kingdom, a total of 22 legions, captured thousands of castle forces, destroyed thousands of local forces, and killed more than 1 million wild monsters. Countless resources, equipment, and blueprints were harvested. And with the help of the exposed castle blueprints, Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army also built multiple city bases in the Kurami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands, all of which were upgraded to the advanced main city level, and were named the City of Everlight, the City of Aurora, the City of Moonlight, the City of Ice and Flame, the City of Divine Blessing, and the City of Light. Together with the previously built City of Radiance, the City of Shining Light, and the City of Holy Light, Tang Xiaofan's kingdom now has a total of 9 branch cities. Each of these sub-cities is located in the key areas of the Kurami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands, which can be used for attack or defense. Moreover, a large number of defensive buildings and space teleportation magic arrays have been built in each sub-cities, all of which have become the military strongholds of the Black Technology Heaven. With the help of the teleportation array, if any of the 9 cities is attacked, the various armies of the Black Technology Heaven can be teleported there in a very short time. Therefore, Tang Xiaofan is not worried at all that his sub-cities will be attacked by enemy forces, not to mention that the forces of the Kurami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands have been killed by his kingdom army and have been retreating continuously, so how dare they launch a counterattack to attack his sub-cities. For these two areas, Tang Xiaofan's 9 sub-cities are 9 nails. Chapter 474. At night, there are various armies stationed. During the day, the army will go out to clean up the surrounding areas and keep advancing towards the core areas of the Kalahari Prairie and the Balalai Highlands. And as the castle blueprints continue to be exposed, the number of branch cities under Tang Xiaofan will increase. It is not difficult to occupy these two areas. The only problem facing Tang Xiaofan now is the population of the kingdom. After the war and suppression yesterday and today, the population of Tang Xiaofan's kingdom has reached nearly 9 million, and the extra ones are all surrendered native intelligent creatures. But even with a population of nearly 9 million, it is still too small for the current Black Technology Heaven. Just build a branch city at the advanced main city level, plus a high-level royal capital with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers. Not to mention 9 million people, even 90 million people are not too many. Lack of population is a big problem. Those intelligent creatures of local forces shout to pursue the truth and refuse to believe. We must conquer their power camp and destroy their power heart, so that they will feel pain and lower their heads to surrender. If there is no need to kill them, and they surrender directly. My kingdom's population has exceeded 10 million now. Tang Xiaofan rubbed his head. The population of the kingdom is very important to him, because he is the god of faith. The more people there are in the kingdom, the more power of faith he can get, and he can also gather more divine power. Another point is that the more people there are in the kingdom, the stronger he is, because he can use his natal artifact, the king's scepter, to extract 1/10 of the power of the people in the kingdom to help him fight. To exaggerate, if his kingdom's people are endless, then his own power is also endless, which is very terrifying. So even if the local intelligent creatures that he subjugated were of low strength, such as goblins, two-headed demons, goblins, grey dwarves, etc., and did not have higher training value, he did not care. As long as the quantity could keep up, it would be fine. If even the quantity could not keep up, it would be enough to give Tang Xiaofan a headache. Stark, who was waiting on the side, could see what Tang Xiaofan was thinking, but he wanted to say something but could not say it. Even though he was once a peak-level main god, and was only one step away from ascending to the throne of the God King, he had no way to conjure up the population of the kingdom for Tang Xiaofan out of thin air. After a moment of silence, Stark suddenly said, "If the farmer god realm can be materialized in the real universe, the Lord will be able to have hundreds of millions of farmers, and it will be no problem to sweep across thousands of plains." The farmer god realm is materialized? Hearing Stark's words, Tang Xiaofan was stunned. In his opinion, the farmer god realm is an illusory world that does not exist in reality. How can it be materialized? Yes, it is possible, Lord. Stark said with certainty. When you restore the divine power of the heyday and control the power of creation, Stark believes. You will definitely be able to materialize the farmer god realm by then. Tang Xiaofan was stunned that he could actually do this. But if he looked carefully, if he really mastered the power of creation, then it would not be impossible for him to materialize the illusory farmer god realm. After all, if he could even create the world, how difficult would it be to materialize the farmer god realm in the illusory world? Of course, this was all for the future. Now he was just a small lower-level god in the early stage. Not to mention materializing the farmer god realm, he didn't even know what the farmer god realm looked like. The population problem of the kingdom was temporarily put aside. Tang Xiaofan believed that after conquering the Kurami Prairie and the entire Baliri Highlands, the population of his kingdom would surely reach tens of millions. After conquering the Death Swamp, the population of his kingdom would be even greater. Recruiting was too slow, and natural reproduction was not possible. Relying on war to increase the population of the kingdom was a solution, but recruiting farmers was also a solution. But the iron armor of these farmers was not made in time, and they might not be able to go into battle directly. Tang Xiaofan didn't think about it anymore. The population problem can always be solved slowly. After all, even if he has become a god, he can't change the population directly. The most urgent thing is to find a way to breed the adult angels as soon as possible. While thinking, Tang Xiaofan came to the vicinity of the farmer's factory. At this moment, the farmer's factory with a diameter of 1 kilometer was still shrouded in a thick white light. You can see that there are still countless palm-sized angels flying in the white light, which means that the breeding process is still continuing. If Tang Xiaofan does not provide enough divine power crystals for the farmer's factory, then this breeding process will continue until 1 month later, when 1,000 adult angels will come, and there are still about 37 days. I can't wait any longer. Tang Xiaofan didn't have the patience to wait. He didn't hesitate for such a long time. He immediately took out all the divine crystals, and threw them all into the farmer's factory. In an instant, the farmer's factory was shining brightly, and the appointment time prompt instantly changed from about 37 days to 24 days and 20 hours. The gestation time was reduced by 12 days, and he also consumed all the divine crystal reserves. Among them were not only the 55 divine crystals he had left before, but also 100 of them were gifts from the goddess Medusa, Christine. The time it takes for the divine crystal to run out has been reduced to about 25 days, but it's still a bit long. Tang Xiaofan frowned. 1 divine crystal can shorten the gestation time by 2 hours, which means it will take another 300 divine crystals to breed these 1,000 adult angels. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan looked at his own soul stone reserves again. More than 23 million soul stones, no divine crystals. These soul stones are all the war gains in the past 2 days. Even if all of them are used to exchange with the game official, they can only be exchanged for 70 divine crystals, which is more than 200 short. Tang Xiaofan was a little troubled. The soul stones he stored were definitely a huge amount of supplies for other castle lords, enough to upgrade their military buildings to a higher level. Even those top castle lords would be particularly jealous, but for him, it was not much, and even made Tang Xiaofan feel very poor. After all of them were consumed, he could only exchange for 70 divine power crystals. How could this be considered rich? Just when Tang Xiaofan was racking his brains to figure out how to get divine power crystals, a petite figure suddenly appeared in the teleportation array not far away. It was the little Lolita from the underground world. When she saw Tang Xiaofan, she squinted her eyes happily, like a beautiful crescent moon. Big brother. Hearing the little Lolita's crisp voice, Tang Xiaofan also smiled, and all his worries were gone. He smiled and said, "Why did you come so late today? I didn't see you at noon?" The little Lolita jumped over, hugged Tang Xiaofan's arm and smiled. The girl's sister said that there were guests at Big Brother's house, so she asked Kur to come later. Guests? Tang Xiaofan was stunned, and then he quickly understood that the goddess of luck was really terrifying. Although she was far away in the underground world, she knew everything about his kingdom, and even knew that the goddess Medusa Christine came to visit his kingdom. Chapter 475. The little girl raised her head and asked, "Has the guest gone home?" Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, "He has left." After a pause, he asked the little girl, "Did your goddess sister say anything else, such as about me and my black technology heaven?" The little girl thought about it, then shook her head and said, "It seems not. The goddess sister just said that there were guests at the big house, but she didn't say anything else." "Forget it then." Tang Xiaofan did not ask any more questions. "By the way, big brother." The little girl suddenly stretched out her hand and handed Tang Xiaofan a space ring, saying, "This is for you. It contains the supplies I got from selling equipment during this period of time, and some of it comes from the Dark Elf sister. Tang Xiaofan took the space ring and glanced at it. The supplies were not small, adding up to several million units. But for Tang Xiaofan, this amount of supplies was nothing. Tang Xiaofan casually returned the space ring to the little girl and said, "Take these supplies, and use them to upgrade your castle in the future." "I don't need them now." The little girl wondered, "Doesn't your kingdom need to be upgraded?" Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "My kingdom is already at the advanced level of a royal capital. If it goes up, it will be an imperial capital. It requires 20 billion units of materials. There is no way to upgrade it in a short period of time, so you should keep these materials." "Okay." The little girl thought about it, and put the space ring into her small bag. She felt that her castle was already big enough, and did not need to be upgraded. As for these materials, she can save them. If Tang Xiaofan wants them in the future, she can take them. Anyway, her things belonged to Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan pinched the little girl's delicate face, and said with a smile, "You just said that the Dark Elf is Karilla from the Blood Moon Nation?" "Yeah." The little girl nodded and said, "The Dark Elf sister said that not long ago, the Blood Moon Nation and the human-faced spider launched a large-scale war, and even demigods participated. Because of the war, she came late. By the way, the Dark Elf sister is still in Kur's castle. Do you want to go see her?" Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan was ready to refuse immediately, because he was afraid of the goddess of luck, whose strength was far more terrifying than he imagined. He was worried that if the goddess of luck was hostile to him after he went to the Dark Iron Dwarf castle, he would not be able to come back. But then he changed his mind, and it seemed that he could condense the divine power incarnation and go to the Dark Iron Dwarf castle. When he met the Medusa goddess Christine before, Stark reminded him that it was the incarnation of divine power. His real body was hidden in the Sky City in the clouds, so even if Christine came with malicious intent, he would be fine. He could even use the strongest attack method of the Sky City to severely injure Christine. This time, he could also use the divine power incarnation. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan said to the little lowly, "It just so happens that I have something to do with the Dark Elf Carrera. I can go to your castle to see her." Yeah. The little lowly nodded happily, and then Tang Xiaofan condensed an incarnation with divine power, and followed the little lowly into the teleportation array. Stark guarded him with his real body. Tang Xiaofan was not worried about Stark's safety. Although Stark was in the Holy Spirit stage, and his realm was at the level of a middle-level god, he had a Master God-level superb innate artifact. Even if the Lord God wanted to kill him, it would not be easy. One more thing, Stark has now been promoted to the peak of the middle god. The reason why his godhood skyrocketed is that he refined and absorbed hundreds of thousands of drops of divine power from the god of beasts Balk's godhood, and also included the divine power from the fragment of the godhood. With the help of the godhood and the fragment of the godhood, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he is only one step away from being promoted to the upper god. The world turned, and with the help of the teleportation array, Tang Xiaofan and the other two instantly appeared in the Black Iron Dwarf castle in the underground world. As soon as he descended, Stark's face sank slightly, and he said, "This is a world full of darkness, evil, and the breath of the dead." Tang Xiaofan said, "It's normal. The underground world itself is a paradise for dark creatures." Stark whispered, "My lord, this world still has a faint breath of demons." Tang Xiaofan was surprised. "Demons?" Stark nodded and said, "The breath of demons invades the underground world, causing the creatures in the underground world to easily become confused and bloodthirsty." Tang Xiaofan speculated, it may be a sequelae left over from the ancient war of gods. As he was speaking, the old dwarf Moor came up and said to Tang Xiaofan with full respect, "Your Majesty, welcome to the Dark Iron Dwarf Castle." After the voice fell, the old dwarf Moor felt the divine power of Tang Xiaofan again, and was immediately shocked. "It has only been a few days since we last met. Has the lord of the legendary castle become a god? You know, he was just promoted to a demigod with the help of the goddess of luck." Lord Tang Xiaofan's promotion speed is too terrifying. Tang Xiaofan looked at the dull old dwarf Moor and said with a smile, "Saint Moor has also been promoted to demigod. Congratulations. By the way, my kingdom's army is attacking the Karami Prairie and Boliri Highlands. The war has come. Saint Moor can participate if he is interested." "Praise you, your majesty." Old dwarf Moor was immediately delighted. He had been waiting for Tang Xiaofan's call for war for a long time. He didn't know why there were basically no dark and evil creatures invading the Dark Iron Dwarf Castle. Even if there were, they were only small groups, and the number was not worth mentioning. This also made it impossible for him to quickly improve his strength by killing enemies, and he had been looking forward to being summoned by Tang Xiaofan. Although he belonged to the Dark Iron Dwarf Castle, he knew the relationship between Princess Kur and Lord Tang Xiaofan, so he was very happy to serve Tang Xiaofan. Under the leadership of the old dwarf Moor, Tang Xiaofan came to the dwarf palace not far from the castle. There was a round table in the palace hall, and a beautiful figure was sitting beside the round table, and another figure was standing. The figure standing there was the dark elf Carrera, whom he had not seen for a long time. Tang Xiaofan recognized the beautiful figure as the goddess of luck. The reason was simple. She exuded the divine power that only gods possessed. The only pity was that the goddess of luck was wearing a veil. Even with Tang Xiaofan's strength, he could not see through the veil to see what the goddess of luck looked like. Lord. Seeing Tang Xiaofan, the dark elf Carrera seemed to be relieved, and a smile appeared on her delicate face. Tang Xiaofan saw that he was a little breathless under the pressure of the divine power naturally emanating from the goddess of luck, and he was also panic-stricken in his heart. As soon as he came to the dark elf Carrari, he felt relieved and relaxed. Miss Carrera. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly to her, and then cast his eyes on the goddess of luck sitting at the round table. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, just looking at her figure, he couldn't help but describe it as perfect. Of course, this is not the point. At this time, the goddess of luck also looked at Tang Xiaofan. Strangely, her pupils were silver, and there seemed to be countless stars flowing in them, which was very beautiful. The goddess of luck looked at Tang Xiaofan, her eyes narrowed slightly, and the beautiful face under the veil seemed to have a smile, and said, "Your Majesty, I have been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as these words came out, Tang Xiaofan was immediately surprised. Waiting for him for a long time? Chapter 476. What are you waiting for him to do? Tang Xiaofan was a little puzzled. Could it be that the goddess of luck was really targeting him and waiting for him to come to her now? But even if that was the case, Tang Xiaofan was not worried. Because this was just his divine power incarnation. Even if the divine power incarnation was destroyed, his original body would only be slightly injured at most, and it would not be able to kill him directly. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan felt much more relaxed. Not worried that the goddess of luck would plot against her. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "I wonder what the goddess is waiting for me for." "Your Majesty, don't worry. I just want to chat with His Majesty." She turned to look at the dark elf Carrera and said, "Miss Carrera, can you wait outside the hall?" "I obey your oracle, Your Majesty." The dark elf Carrera felt as if she had been pardoned. She had wanted to leave this place a long time ago. She was almost breathless because she was enveloped by the breath of the gods. What frightened her the most was that not only was the goddess of luck a god coach, but Tang Xiaofan, who had just walked into the hall, and the handsome guy next to him were also gods. 3 gods came. How could she, a mere level 21 professional, hold on? And she didn't dare to listen to the conversation between the gods, even if she was asked to. At the same time, her heart was extremely shocked. When she first met Tang Xiaofan seemed to be at level 20, while she was at the middle level of level 21. Now, after just half a month of not seeing each other, she was still at the middle level of level 21, and her level did not increase, while Tang Xiaofan had been promoted from level 20 to the realm of gods, directly becoming an immortal god. Such a promotion speed was extremely terrifying. At this moment, she was extremely panicked. 3 legendary gods appeared in a small black iron dwarf castle. This was beyond her imagination. She made up her mind. After leaving the dwarf palace, she said goodbye to the little Lolita, and then left the castle directly and returned to her normal world, the Blood Moon Kingdom. However, at this time, she heard the goddess of luck speak again. "Miss Carrari, don't leave in a hurry. His Majesty the King from the Black Technology Heaven seems to have something to do with you. He has a treasure in his hand. If you can exchange it, it will be very helpful for the war between your Blood Moon State and the human-faced Spider Clan." Not only the Dark Elf Carrera, but even Tang Xiaofan was surprised to hear this. How did the goddess of luck know that he wanted to make a deal with the Dark Elf Torella? The treasure mentioned by this girl obviously refers to the artifact in his hand, the glorious hammer of the pigman, which comes from the beast god Bulk. He came to see the Dark Elf Carrera to promote this artifact, but he only thought about it in his heart. Even Stark didn't know why he came to see the Dark Elf Kalwalai. However, the goddess of luck seemed to be able to see into his heart, which was a bit scary. "I obey your oracle, Your Majesty the Goddess." Faced with the order of a god, the Dark Elf Carrera naturally did not dare to refuse, and then quickly left the dwarf palace and waited by a statue a little further away. After leaving the dwarf palace, she was completely relieved. As a 21st level professional, she was enveloped by the aura of 3 gods. Her mood can be imagined. It can almost be said that her soul was trembling. That feeling was too terrifying. Treasure? The Lord has become a god. I think the treasure in his hand must be extraordinary. Maybe. Carrera gradually became excited. If we can get the treasure in the hands of the Lord, the elves of the Blood Moon Nation will be able to defeat the human-faced spider tribe. Thinking of this, the expression on her delicate face also became expectant. Sister Elf? Carrera turned around and saw the little Lolita and the old dwarf Moor, and asked in surprise, "Is Princess Kerr out too?" The little Lolita nodded. The big brother and the goddess sister wanted to talk about something, and she didn't want to stay and disturb them, so she followed Grandpa Moor out by herself. The dark elf Carrera held the little girl's hand and whispered, "Princess, you have been to the Lord's kingdom. What is his kingdom like?" The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "The big kingdom is very big and beautiful." "What is it more specific?" "Wow, super big and super beautiful." Carrera was a little confused. She wanted to borrow the little girl's mouth to read some information about the black technology heaven, but such an answer made her completely at a loss as to how to associate it. In the dwarf palace, Stark stayed by Tang Xiufan's side. As a believer of the master, he naturally had to stay by his master's side at all times. Tang Xiufan sat on a chair beside the round table and said with a smile, "I wonder if your majesty the goddess, what else do you want to talk to me about?" The goddess of luck was so close to him that he could even smell her fragrance, which was a very comfortable fragrance that touched his heart. It even refreshed his soul in an instant, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. If a mortal did this, it would be considered blasphemy against the goddess, and no goddess could stand being treated like this by Tang Xiufan, and would definitely get angry on the spot. However, the goddess of luck was not angry. She narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she had been hiding a smile under her face, and said, "I just simply talked to His Majesty the King about the future of the gods and demons continent. This topic is too important." Tang Xiufan said calmly, "I think Her Majesty the Goddess should talk to the powerful gods of the God of Faith and the God of Truth. I am just a small lower-level god." The goddess of luck shook her head and said, "Your Majesty is too modest. Your castle forces have come to the gods and demons continent and are destined to become the protagonists in the god war. However, Your Majesty is the most powerful castle lord and has the ability to influence the future of the gods and demons continent." Tang Xiufan looked at her. What does the goddess want to say? The goddess of luck smiled and said, "Your Majesty, don't you want to know what the future will be like?" Tang Xiufan asked, "Does Your Majesty know?" "A little bit." In the silver eyes of the goddess of luck, there are endless stars flowing. Very strange, and it seems that she can see through everything. After a moment of silence, the goddess of luck suddenly sighed, "I saw a corner of the future in the long river of fate. The land of gods and demons will become a deadly wasteland, and all creatures will sink into the abyss of despair." She raised her silver eyes and stared at Tang Xiufan. "Even the gods of the major pantheons and the lords of hundreds of castles cannot escape the fate of destruction. Your Highness, what you said is too serious, isn't it?" Tang Xiufan felt that the goddess of luck was fooling him. The current god and demon continent is not the ancient times. Now this world has the god system of truth, the god system of faith, and their castle forces. He believed that even if the demon army of the dimensional world attacked, it would be impossible to turn the vast god and demon continent into ruins and exterminate all races. Chapter 477. However, the goddess of luck can see through his heart. This time, the whole clan of the Abyss Demons will be put to death. The legendary Abyss Demon Emperor, the 12 Abyss Demon Lords, the endless demon gods, and the vast demon army will all descend on this world. Compared to the previous era, this war of gods will be more tragic. "So what?" Tang Xiufan said with a smile, "Are we going to retreat without fighting? Let all the gods of the gods and demons continent, all the races in the world, including our castle lord, evacuate this world and seek refuge outside the domain? I know, this is impossible." The goddess of luck shook her head and said, "The gods of the faith god system and the truth god system have been completely attracted to the throne of the god king. Even if they know their future fate, they will not withdraw. The same is true for your castle forces. Compared with the local gods, the foreign castle masters have not even faced up to the horror of the Abyss Demons. You seem to." The goddess of luck looked at Tang Xiufan and said, "Do you also regard the Abyss Demons as experienced monsters?" Tang Xiufan: "Indeed, for gamers like the castle lord, the Abyss Demon is really just an experienced monster, just a little stronger. But no matter how strong it is, it can still be killed, and then experience can be gained and equipment can be dropped. Will the castle lords be afraid of the Abyss Demon? Apart from the strength, I'm afraid no castle lord will be afraid. On the contrary, some top castles may even look forward to the arrival of the Abyss Demon Army, because in that case, they can hunt more monsters and improve their strength faster. Of course, this is the later stage. The current castle lords have not yet developed as a whole, and when they develop, Tang Xiaofan believes that even if the demons do not descend on the god and demon continent, the players will find a way to break through the crystal wall of the plane and kill their way into the home of the Abyss demons. Game? You have to play it anyway. You can't just shut down the server after conquering the god and demon continent, right? Tang Xiaofan asked puzzledly. Why are you telling me this, your majesty? The goddess of luck smiled and said, it's just a chat between friends, there's no other meaning. Tang Xiaofan was even more confused. He looked at the beautiful eyes of the goddess of luck. When did we become friends? The goddess of luck said, in the future, we will be friends fighting side by side. Really? For some reason, Tang Xiaofan seemed to feel that when the goddess of luck said this, her voice was slightly trembling, and her eyes were flickering, as if she was a little nervous. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at the goddess of luck with some suspicion. But the goddess of luck did not confront him, but cast her eyes on Stark and said, Your Highness Stark, the future powerful Lord God, I am very happy to see you here. Stark frowned slightly, then nodded at her without saying anything more. As for Tang Xiaofan, he felt that the goddess of luck in front of him was trying to change the subject, so he asked directly, Since you said you can see the future in the long river of fate, then I want to know when the Abyss Demon Army of the dimensional world will come? The goddess of luck stretched out a slender finger, and Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion, 1 day, 1 month, or 1 year? The goddess of luck said, Your Majesty, the king can watch the blood moon in the sky. When the blood moon changes, it means the arrival of the Abyss Demon. Tang Xiaofan. At this time, he suddenly thought of something. The goddess of luck in front of him actually knew that Stark would become the main god in the future, and could also see through the future destiny of the gods and demons continent. Is this the position of the goddess of luck? Tang Xiaofan frowned and said, You are not the goddess of luck? The goddess of luck smiled and said, The dwarf Tang clan regards me as the goddess of luck, and some races call me the goddess of fate, but His Majesty the king can call me by my real name, Anastora. Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan suddenly felt numb all over. Through the angel of fate Claire, he knew how terrible the mysterious law of fate was. Unexpectedly, he actually saw the goddess of fate, Anastora, who was said to be in charge of the law of fate in the fate system, in the little Loli's castle. This really surprised him. No wonder he could see the future. This is the basic ability of the god of fate, just like his angel of fate Claire, who can use the line of fate trajectory to see the future fate of all things in the world. When the angel of fate Claire becomes more powerful, her divine power can also penetrate into the long river of fate and see the future of the world. Tang Xiaofan asked in a deep voice, Will the future of the god and demon continent really become extremely tragic, and all souls will perish? Goddess of fate Anastora said, In the long river of fate, there are countless straight lines of fate leading to this future, but there are also a few lines of fate that represent different futures, and I can't see through those lines of fate. Why is this? Tang Xiaofan was confused. The goddess of fate, Anastora, looked at him, narrowed her eyes, and said, This is exactly why I am waiting for His Majesty the king here. In my eyes, there is only your destiny trajectory, which is so vague that I am surprised. Is this the treatment of the protagonist? Tang Xiaofan said half-jokingly. However, the goddess of fate, Anastora, said seriously, I believe that His Majesty the king will become the most dazzling star in the war of gods. You will definitely be able to change the future destiny of the continent of gods and demons, and save the lives of all races. Tang Xiaofan said, Who knows what will happen in the future? The words of the goddess of fate, Anastora, did not excite him. In his opinion, the future fate can be changed. If he indulges in the praise of others, his own fate may also change accordingly. In the end, it is enough to listen to what the goddess of fate said. He has to continue to do what he should do. The goddess of fate, Anastora, did not say much. She took out something and handed it to Tang Xiaofan with a smile. This is our first meeting. I am giving your majesty a small gift. I hope this can make us friends. Tang Xiaofan looked at the gift handed over by the goddess of fate and was immediately shocked, because it was a godhead, a complete godhead that exuded extremely strong divine power. Its divine power was so strong that it surpassed Stark, who was a peak middle-level god. Obviously, this was a high-level godhead. Tang Xiaofan said, This gift is very valuable. The goddess of fate, Anastora, smiled and said, I would actually prefer to give His Majesty the king 100,000 divine power crystals, but unfortunately, All the divine power crystals I have in reserve are used to help the goddess of nature. 100,000 divine power crystals? Isn't this what Tang Xiaofan borrowed from the Medusa goddess Christine? Sure enough, the goddess of fate sees through everything in the black technology heaven, and the prying eyes he vaguely feels come from this goddess. However, although Tang Xiaofan doesn't know what the goddess of fate is thinking in her mind, and what she wants to do to him, it doesn't prevent him from accepting this upper godhood that can be called a treasure. Chapter 478. It's hard for me to refuse the gift from the goddess. Tang Xiaofan accepted it decisively. With this upper godhood, Stark can have the position of the upper god. Fearless of the beast gods in the Fae system, Stark's promotion to the upper god will also be helpful for his black technology kingdom and the conquest of the Karami grassland. Tang Xiaofan said, but I don't have a gift for the goddess. We are friends. The goddess of fate narrowed her silver eyes, like two beautiful crescent moons. It seems that Tang Xiaofan's acceptance of her gift made her feel very good. The goddess of fate smiled and said, then, I won't interrupt the conversation between His Majesty the King and Miss Carrera. This meant to send the guest away. Tang Xiaofan was even more puzzled. The goddess of fate was waiting for him just to chat with him and give her a small gift. He originally thought that the goddess of fate would want to cooperate with him, like the Medusa goddess Christine, and use his strength to compete for the throne of the god king in the future. As a result, Anastora did not mention the relative matters at all, and the content of the conversation was also very ordinary. She just told Tang Xiaofan that the War of the Abyss demon army would be far more powerful than the ancient God War era. At that time, the gods and demons continent would be devastated and all gods would fall. But the goddess of fate only mentioned this topic briefly, and there was no follow-up, nor in-depth communication. Was she really just chatting with him? Tang Xiaofan couldn't understand the goddess of fate. He looked at Stark beside him, and asked with his eyes what the goddess of fate wanted to do, but Stark shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't understand either. Tang Xiaofan had no choice but to say goodbye to the goddess of fate, and left the dwarf palace. Behind him, Anastora looked at his back, and said to herself in a barely audible voice, "It feels good to meet for the first time, Your Majesty the King." When Tang Xiaofan walked out of the dwarf palace, the dark elf Carrera, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried to greet him with an unusually respectful attitude. It was because she was still level 21, and Tang Xiaofan had become a god. Facing an immortal god, let alone level 21, even a demigod had to show respect. Otherwise, if you offend the god, you will die without knowing how. So even though Tang Xiaofan came from the surface world, the dark elf Carrera was still extremely respectful, and did not dare to neglect him. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded and said, "Just now, the goddess even said that I have a treasure in my hand that will be very helpful to your Blood Moon gang." Dark elf Carrera immediately said, "Can His Majesty please take out the treasure for me to see? If possible, our Blood Moon gang is willing to pay a high price for it." Of course. Tang Xiaofan's mind moved, and an exaggeratedly large war hammer appeared in his hand, exuding a powerful divine power. Dark elf Carrera immediately covered his mouth and exclaimed, "The legendary artifact?" Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, "This is a top-grade artifact of a lower god, from a beastman's belief system. It fell into my hands after I killed it. There was a small accident, and it is currently in a damaged state, but the power is still strong. Although it has lost the spirit of the artifact, this is good news for demigods, because even demigods can release its powerful power." The dark elf Carrera looked at Tang Xiaofan in horror. She didn't care about other words. She only heard that this lord had killed a god of faith in ancient times. "You killed an ancient god?" The dark elf, Carrera, was stunned, staring at Tang Xiaofan with her eyes wide open, unbelievable. To her, gods are supreme beings, possessing terrifying divine power. Her lifelong dream is to become a god and live forever. As a result, the king in front of him has not only become a god himself, but also killed an ancient god of faith who has lived from ancient times to the present. This is too shocking for her, but Tang Xiaofan just smiled faintly and said, "It's just a lower-level god, there's no need to be so surprised." The dark elf Carrera twitched her mouth. For him, who is only in the middle stage of the 21st level, let alone a lower-level god, even a demigod is enough for her to look up to. In her eyes, there was no concept of killing gods. It was hard for her to imagine what it felt like to kill a god. Tang Xiaofan said nothing more, handed the artifact Pigman's glory hammer to Carrera and said, "This is the artifact, take a look first." The dark elf Carrera took it carefully. The artifact Pigman's glory hammer was so big that it was exaggeratedly more than 3 meters long. It was the natal artifact of Master Balk and weighed 10,000 pounds. Without releasing the divine power, the dark elf Carrera could still lift it with his strength. But if the divine power is released, even a demigod cannot shake it, precisely because the divine power is beyond the power of mortals. With the power of the gods, even just a drop of divine power is enough to destroy countless mortals. This is the fundamental reason why when the gods fight, all living things will be devastated. This is a very powerful artifact. Carrera looked at the pig's glory hammer nervously, carefully observing its properties, and finally she took a deep breath and said to Tang Xiaofan with great excitement, "Your Majesty, the Blood Moon Nation wants this artifact. Please be sure to sell it to us." Tang Xiaofan smiled and asked directly, "How much do you want?" The dark elf Carrera's expression froze. She was naturally jealous of the artifact, and the strategic value of this artifact was indeed very important to the Blood Moon state. But she couldn't decide the price. After all, she was just a small level 21 professional. There were also demigod elves, the dark elf queen, and so on above her. The dark elf Carrera said quickly, "Your Majesty, please give me a few minutes. I need to report this important transaction to the queen." Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion, "Does your Blood Moon state have a queen?" He had always thought that although the Blood Moon state was a dynasty-level power, this was only a manifestation of strength. The Blood Moon state was fundamentally a city built by dark elves, and did not have a queen, but only city elders. Dark Elf Carrera explained, "Our Blood Moon state is one of the cities ruled by the Dark Elf Queen. The transaction of divine objects is not something that ordinary elders can decide. It needs to be reported to the queen." "Okay, I wait." Tang Xiaofan didn't ask any more questions. After all, he was not interested in the Blood Moon Kingdom for the time being. His current battle plan was to capture the Boliri Highlands of the Karami Prairie and the Death Swamp. After all of them were incorporated into the territory of his kingdom, he would consider sending troops to the underground world. Chapter 479. Besides, now that dozens of dynasty-level forces in the Karami Prairie have formed a dynasty alliance and are ready to fight to the death with his kingdom's army on the prairie, how could he have the mood to pay attention to a dark elf city? "Thank you, Your Majesty." The dark elf Carrera hurriedly walked to the side and took out an object to communicate with people remotely, but the person communicating with her was not the dark elf queen, but a dark elf elder named Boli. The two discussed how to ask the dark elf queen for instructions on the topic of the artifact transaction. This was not because Tang Xiaofan was eavesdropping on it intentionally, but because he was too powerful compared to Carrera. Even if he did nothing, the mental fluctuations released by Carrera could not avoid his divine power perception. This was passive eavesdropping. Tang Xiaofan looked at Stark beside him, and used the divine mind transmission technique to communicate with him and asked, "Stark, can you tell what level of the goddess of fate Anistora is?" In Tang Xiaofan's eyes, the power of the goddess of fate Anistora was very terrifying, completely surpassing the level of the middle god, but you couldn't sense her specific power, so you asked Stark, who is now at the peak of the middle god. Stark said respectfully, "Reporting to my lord, I can't clearly sense the specific position of the goddess of fate Anistora. But what is certain is that she is a main god." Main god. Tang Xiaofan was immediately shocked. He never thought that the power of the goddess of fate Anistora was so terrifying that she reached the level of the main god. In this case, the goddess of light and the goddess of elves, who are more famous than the goddess of fate, are also main gods. There are at least 3 main gods in a belief system. This is a bit awesome. Tang Xiaofan asked Stark, "Who is stronger, the goddess of fate or you?" Stark came from the illusory farmer's world. He was once the peak of the main god, and was the chief steward of the farmer's world. Stark said, "Don't worry, my lord. The goddess of fate is far less powerful than me at my peak. I guess the goddess of fate should be the middle or late main god, and my most powerful divine power has entered the level of a half-step god king. Compared with my strongest state, the goddess of fate is much weaker." Stark was very confident about this, because when he was in the illusory farmer's world, he had already touched a trace of the law of the god king, and his divine power was stronger than that of the peak gods in other worlds, and he could be called the invincible Lord God. Naturally, he was full of confidence that he could despise the general middle and late-stage Lord Gods. Even if the goddess of fate Aniston mastered the law of fate, she was not his opponent at his peak. In that illusory world, the farmer's world can be said to be the most powerful force in the universe. Countless planes and worlds, life races surrendered to the glory of the Lord. The farmer's army swept through, and no matter how powerful the gods were, they had to bow their heads. For him alone, he didn't take the belief system, truth system, and even the abyss demon god of the god and demon continent seriously. After all, the farmer clan had the Lord of creation besides him. Stark believed that when the Lord recovered to the period of full victory, It would be absolutely easy for the farmer clan to sweep the god and demon continent and destroy the abyss demon army. However, Tang Xiaofan didn't have such simple confidence. The goddess of fate, Anastora, was actually a main god, which made him feel under great pressure. The omnipotent Lord, who created the world in 7 days, such a terrifying divine power was still far away from him now. He was just a lower god now. For him, the existence of a main god like the goddess of fate is a mountain that is difficult to climb. He definitely cannot climb over the goddess of fate in a short time, unless he makes her lie down. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath and quickly wiped out the random thoughts in his mind. If the goddess of fate who likes to peek found out, she would definitely slap him to death. Tang Xiaofan took out the godhood that the goddess of fate gave her and gave it to Stark, saying, "You are only one step away from being promoted to a higher god. This higher godhood can help you cross this step." Godhead. Grade, Divine Item. Description: This is a divine head from another world, containing very terrifying divine power. Contain divine power. 700 means 10,600 drops. Contained laws, none. Usage restrictions, middle level god. Special reminder: please do not use this fragment of the godhead before you are promoted to the middle level god, otherwise its powerful divine power may directly burst your body. The main reason why Tang Xiaofan did not choose to use this godhead himself was that he was not a high enough god. He is now in the early stage of the lower god, and there is still a great realm away from the middle god. Instead of storing it, it is better to let Stark absorb and refine it. Stark's promotion to the upper god is the same as his promotion to the upper god. Moreover, it is a fact that he is not good at fighting. He will not step into the battlefield personally unless it is absolutely necessary. Therefore, it is particularly important to cultivate Stark, who has the potential limit of the peak growth of the main god. Praise you, the Almighty Lord. Stark respectfully took the godhood, and was extremely grateful for the Lord's favor. With this upper god level godhood, and nearly 8 million drops of divine power, his godhood is enough to easily promote to the upper god level, and it is even possible to directly reach the middle and late stages of the upper god. At that time, with his divine power, and the ultimate divine weapon he possesses, his strength will sweep away all the higher gods. At that time, only the main god can make him look at him squarely. What a pity. Tang Xiaofan suddenly sighed and said, "I was going to borrow some divine crystals from the goddess of fate, but she shut me up with one sentence. She is really a god who can predict the future." In the dwarf palace, the goddess of fate Anastora's eyebrows twitched slightly. If it was in the ancient times, even if Tang Xiaofan borrowed 1 million divine crystals from her, she would not frown. But unfortunately, in the ancient god war, the faith god system suffered heavy losses, and even she used up most of the divine crystals. The remaining part was given to the elf goddess Isabel in order to awaken the sleeping goddesses of the natural goddess system. Just like what the Medusa goddess Christine said, their belief system is very poor, and the only rich ones are probably the dragon gods from the dragon world. Because the dragon world is a big world in itself, it can produce divine power crystals by itself. In comparison, the lives of the gods, they do not have this ability. In the case of being unable to obtain divine power crystals, the divine power crystals in the hands of the gods of faith will naturally be used less and less. Fortunately, they are the belief system of gods. Whether in other planes or in their own kingdoms of God, they have countless believers who provide them with the power of faith. Believers can use the power of faith to condense divine power, which also avoids the exhaustion of their divine power. So even if there are no divine power crystals, the development of their belief in the fighting power of the gods will not be affected. Chapter 480. On the other side, the remote communication of the dark elf Carrera has ended. She took out a bunch of black jade talismans and arranged them into a 9-pointed star magic circle on the square outside the hall. With the dazzling light of the magic circle, a very beautiful figure walked out of the magic circle. She wore a crown on her head and had a charming body. Although she was an elf, her beauty was more unrestrained and full of endless charm compared to natural elves. "My queen." The dark elf Carrera bowed and saluted. "Carrera, the commander of the 1st Elf Legion of the Blood Moon State, greets you, the honorable one." This figure was the queen of the Dark Elves, and she also exuded a powerful divine power. However, Tang Xiaofan discovered that the Dark Elf Queen was not in her true form, but was just an incarnation of divine power like him. Apparently, the Dark Elf Queen was very careful, and did not dare to descend in her true form, fearing that she would encounter a trap. The Dark Elf Queen hummed softly, making people feel numb all over. She turned her head to look at Tang Xiaofan, with a charming smile on her beautiful face, And then she walked slowly towards Tang Xiaofan, her figure swaying, beautiful beyond words. Your Majesty. The Dark Elf Queen smiled and said, "It is an honor for Bernice to meet you in the underground world. Thank you for accepting the poor Naga Banshees." The Dark Elf Queen also knew that the Black Technology Kingdom had conquered the Naga dynasty and accepted the Naga tribe as citizens of the kingdom. This is a mysterious power from the game officials. It is precisely because the Black Technology Kingdom accepted the Naga that the Dark Elf tribe's friendship value with the Black Technology Kingdom has greatly increased. At the same time, the Dark Elf Queen had a good impression of Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan smiled back and said, "I am also very happy to see the rule of the Dark Elf clan here." The Dark Elf Queen shook her head and said, "I am just the manager of the Dark Elf clan. The real ruler is the Supreme Dark Goddess." Tang Xiaofan was surprised. "You believe in the Dark Goddess?" The Dark Elf Queen smiled and said, "In this underground world full of evil and killing, only the Dark Goddess is willing to protect us. Naturally, our belief in the Dark Goddess is unswerving." In the distance, hearing the words of the Queen, the Dark Elf Carrera silently lowered her head, but she was confused in her heart. When did the Dark Elf tribe start to believe in the Dark Goddess again? Didn't their belief in the Dark Goddess end a long time ago? Tang Xiaofan asked, "Has the Dark Goddess returned?" The Dark Elf Queen shook her head and said, "We believers are not aware of the affairs of Her Majesty the Goddess." Tang Xiaofan didn't say anything more, and asked directly, "What price do you Dark Elf tribe plan to buy that artifact?" "Your Majesty, wait a moment." The Dark Elf Queen took the artifact Pigman's glory hammer handed over by Carrera, and after checking it, she said, "Your Majesty, what do you think of the price of 100 million soul stones?" 100 million soul stones are used to purchase a damaged artifact. Tang Xiaofan said, "Too low." The Dark Elf Queen smiled and said, "Then what price do you think is more reasonable?" Tang Xiaofan thought for a while and said, "At least 300 million soul stones. Although it is damaged, it will be a lower-level top-grade artifact after repair." The Dark Elf Queen Bernice shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, you must know that it is not easy to repair a divine weapon. It requires a divine equipment master and a large number of divine objects to repair it. At most 200 million soul stones, this is the highest price I can give to your Majesty. For the sake of the Naga Banshee, I hope we can become friends." The Dark Elf Queen said seriously. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment, then said, "Okay." The subsequent transaction went very smoothly. With the help of the 9-pointed star magic array, the Dark Elf Queen directly transmitted 200 million soul stones. From beginning to end, the beautiful eyes of the Dark Elf Queen did not blink. It can be seen that the Dark Elf clan is very rich. Of course, this is normal. The Dark Elf clan is a well-known clan in the underground world. Even the famous Cyclops, man-faced spiders, and other evil races are slightly inferior to the Dark Elf clan. They rule a large area of the underground world. Although they are only a dynasty-level force, their territory is comparable to an empire in the central area of the surface. In addition, the underground world is rich in resources. Not many races dare to compete with the Dark Elves, so naturally the Dark Elves are very rich. Happy cooperation. Tang Xiaofan smiled, and put all the soul stones into the king's ring. With these soul stones, he can exchange for a large number of divine power crystals, and directly breed his adult angels. Even with the remaining divine power crystals, he can breed another wave of adult angels. After 2 breedings, his kingdom's strength must be enough to increase explosively. What is the dynasty alliance of Karami Prairie? Even if there is the support of the God of Faith behind this alliance, he will catch all those gods of faith and kill them one by one. If he doesn't kill the gods, how can he improve his strength? He doesn't want to stay in the realm of lower gods. The Dark Elf Queen is also very satisfied with this transaction. Their Dark Elves have been rampant in the underground world for tens of thousands of years, and have stored a large amount of soul stones, but they have very few high-end combat forces. With this artifact, at least one god-level combat force can be cultivated. Compared to a god, what is a mere soul stone? The Dark Elf Queen looked at Tang Xiaofan, her smile filled with extremely attractive charm, and said, "I have a piece of news that should be helpful to His Majesty the King." Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion, "What news?" The Dark Elf Queen said, "I heard that the God of Destruction and the God of Slaughter are behind the war in the Karami Prairie. You need to be more vigilant." Tang Xiaofan was surprised. How did the Queen know that my Black Technology Heaven was fighting with local forces in the Karami Prairie? Hee. The Dark Elf Queen laughed and said, "Your Majesty, don't you know that the surface world and the underground world are only separated by a thin line? My people are all over the underground world, and they also control the underground passage leading to the Kurami Prairie. Tang Xiaofan suddenly realized, then frowned and said, the god of destruction and the god of slaughter mentioned by the queen are very strong? Naturally powerful. The Dark Elf Queen said with a serious expression, although they are not the Lord of Destruction and the Lord of Slaughter, their godhood has reached the level of the upper god. Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Upper god. Then, there is no need to worry too much. If it is the Lord of Destruction and the Lord of Slaughter who are behind the scenes to lead the dynasty alliance of the Kurami Prairie, then Tang Xiaofan will still be worried because he does not have the ability to suppress the Lord God now. Stark has only reached the peak of the Lord God in terms of growth potential, but his own godhood has not entered the realm of the Lord God. Stark's current divine power is still difficult to compete with the Lord God. Even if she uses the divine power given by the goddess of fate Anisdora to be promoted to the upper god, it is not enough to suppress the Lord God. Chapter 481. So facing the mastermind behind the scenes at the main god level, Tang Xiaofan can only say that he is powerless. But now, the Dark Elf Queen told him that he only needs to be vigilant about the two faith gods, who master the laws of the power of destruction and the power of killing, and the gods are at the upper god level, so he doesn't have to worry. Just the upper god. When Stark is promoted to the upper god, with his own ultimate main artifact, it is not impossible to kill the god of destruction and the god of killing who have not set foot on the main god level. In addition, he also has the Sky City, and with the Sky City's strongest attack method, he can also severely damage the upper gods. Before, the power that made the Medusa goddess Christine feel dangerous came from his Sky City. Moreover, he also has heavy armor, ready to take it out to let these so-called gods experience what dimensionality reduction strikes and technological power crushing are. Even, Tang Xiaofan feels that he can fight against opponents at the level of the main gods. The current super-large combat robots are being developed. Once the development is successful, the main gods and the king of gods will not be a problem. In short, relying on conventional weapons, that is, Stark plus the Sky City, we can completely repel the god of destruction and the god of killing, and even kill them. So, Tang Xiaofan was not too worried. On the contrary, he was very much looking forward to it. Once I kill the god of destruction and the god of killing at the upper god level, I can probably directly advance to the realm of the middle god, and killing the upper god will definitely give me something better. In addition, with the help of the divine power in their godhead, I can also open up my own kingdom of God. Tang Xiaofan secretly thought that the results were also very important for the believers of gods, because the kingdom of gods was the home and base camp of the believers of gods. Even if the land of faith was destroyed, the gods still had their kingdom of gods, which had a large number of believers, providing them with the power of faith. Opening up the kingdom of gods could provide believers with a world of eternal life, where believers could be immortal like gods. And with the kingdom of gods, the gods would have a foundation, so they would not be homeless after the land of faith was destroyed. In the ancient gods' era, many gods who were severely injured by the gods fled from the gods and demons' continent and slept in their kingdoms to recover. The kingdom of God is placed in the void world. The stronger the god, the bigger the kingdom and the stronger the law. If the divine power evolves into a vast world like the gods and demons' continent, then it can condense the world's laws and produce divine power crystals, just like the Dragon Clan god realm. And the kingdom of God with the world's laws is also extremely powerful. The corresponding gods will also become very powerful, and it will be easy to suppress the main gods. Therefore, the kingdom of God is very important to the gods, especially for the gods of faith like Tang Xiaofan. The kingdom of God is indispensable and must be opened up. However, it is not easy to open up the kingdom of God. First of all, you have to become a god, which is a necessary condition, and then you have divine power. The kingdom of God is completely condensed by divine power. When opening up the kingdom of God, the gods need to consume a huge amount of divine power to create the heart of the kingdom of God. Then, based on the heart of the kingdom of God, expand the world of the kingdom of God. The more divine power consumed, the more stable the heart of the kingdom of God will be, and the larger the area of the kingdom of God will be. Such a kingdom of God will not be easily destroyed by the gods of hostile forces after being found. Although Tang Xiaofan has become a god now, the divine power he possesses is too scarce. So far, he has not exceeded 200 drops of divine power. Naturally, he does not have the material foundation to open up the kingdom of God. After he has a large amount of divine power, including divine power crystals, he could open up his own kingdom of God. Then he would move some of his believers in, and gradually turn the kingdom of God into a real world. Of course, perfecting the kingdom of God is a long process, which requires a lot of divine power, divine power crystals and believers. Tang Xiaofan now doesn't need to consider it at all, because he is poor. So when he knew that the god of destruction and the god of killing wanted to challenge him, he was not worried, but rather quite looking forward to it. If he could kill these two ancient gods of faith, then Tang Xiaofan could soar to the sky with the help of their wealth. Seeing that Tang Xiaofan did not look worried, the Dark Elf Queen was quite surprised and said, "Your Majesty, isn't he worried about the safety of his kingdom?" The two gods of destruction and slaughter were both famous gods of faith in the ancient war of gods. There was no telling how many abyss demons had died in their hands. Even the gods of truth in the central area did not want to be enemies with those two gods, because their appearance represented destruction and killing. In fact, it was no wonder that the god of destruction and the god of slaughter would intervene in the war on the Tarami Prairie, because they practiced the law of destruction and the law of slaughter, and war represented death, destruction, killing and all other negative factors. Through war, the god of destruction and the god of slaughter could strengthen their law power and enhance their own divine power. Leading the war is not their pleasure, but their way of cultivation. If the war god Adrian mentioned by the goddess Medusa Christine was not arrogant enough to leave thousands of gods to attack the fairyland, this war god would probably also come to the Karami grassland. Unfortunately, the war god Adrian was not able to participate in this grassland war, because Christine told him that although the arrogant war god Adrian did not fall, he was also captured alive by the gods of the fairyland. Who knows what kind of cruel treatment he is currently enjoying, but to be honest, Tang Xiaofan is very grateful to the Lord of War Adrian. After all, if it weren't for him, Tang Xiaofan wouldn't have known that somewhere in the outer world, there actually existed a fairy sword fairy court. In the upcoming War of Gods, the gods of the fairy world and fairy court will not also want to have a share of the pie, right? They captured the Lord of War Adrian alive, and they thought they could also learn from Adrian about the existence of the god and demon continent, and even the secret of the throne of the God King. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan suddenly shuddered. The future war of gods will be a big melee between the castle forces, the gods of faith, the gods of truth, and the dimensional demon gods. Once the gods of the fairy world and the fairy court also follow the guidance of the war god Adrian and descend to the land of gods and demons, wouldn't it become a war of 5 armies? Tang Xiaofan couldn't help feeling a little relieved, but there was also a trace of blood boiling. I just don't know if the gods of the fairy world and the fairy court are the fairy kings, the emperors, or the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. If it's the latter, then I may meet the 7 fairies of Chang'e. Hiss! Tang Xiaofan quickly wiped out the strange thoughts in his mind, and then said to the Dark Elf Queen Bernice, who was looking at him curiously, "When the time comes, it's useless to worry. We humans have a saying that when the enemy comes, the generals will stop it, and when the water comes, the earth will build a wall." The Dark Elf Queen thought about it, and felt that what Tang Xiaofan said made sense. Since the god of destruction and the god of slaughter have come to become the behind-the-scenes leader of the Karami Prairie Dynasty Alliance, it is unnecessary to worry. It is better to think about talking to these two ancient gods. It is best to coexist peacefully. Of course, this is the opinion of the Dark Elf Queen, because she does not think that the strength of the black technology heaven can resist the god of destruction and the god of slaughter. Chapter 482. Since we can't stop them, we can only negotiate peacefully and pay some price to ensure that the flames of war will not burn to the capital of the black technology heaven. Thinking of this, the Dark Elf Queen told Tang Xiaofan her thoughts. She had a good impression of Tang Xiaofan because the black technology heaven ruled by Tang Xiaofan accepted the Naga, who was called the evil Banshee by all the races in the world, and the Naga was once one with the Dark Elves, collectively called the Dark Elves, and had a good relationship with them. Black technology heaven can accept Naga. In the eyes of the Dark Elf Queen, Tang Xiaofan is not an enemy. At least compared with other castle lords, she regards Tang Xiaofan as a friend who can get along with her. Therefore, she does not want to see black technology heaven destroyed by the conspiracy of the god of destruction and the god of slaughter, so she told Tang Xiaofan that she could negotiate with the two ancient gods. Tang Xiaofan smiled and replied, "At least we have to fight to know who will win." "Your Majesty." The Dark Elf Queen sighed, "War with the ancient gods is not good news for the people of your kingdom." She was worried that Tang Xiaofan's kingdom would be destroyed in this war. After all, they were two ancient gods with the status of upper gods. Even in the ancient god war era, they were famous, and had killed countless demons. Even when she faced the two gods of destruction and killing, she was very afraid, not to mention Tang Xiaofan's black technology kingdom. She did not think that Tang Xiaofan's kingdom would be the winner in this small-scale god war. Of course, if she knew that Tang Xiaofan was planning to kill the god of destruction and the god of slaughter, And to use their wealth to open up the kingdom of God, she probably wouldn't think so. She would definitely feel incredible, even horrified. Then she would rethink the power of Tang Xiufan's kingdom. Tang Xiufan smiled and said, "If it's impossible, I will consider the queen's proposal." "That's the best." The dark elf queen nodded, and her eyes immediately turned to Stark standing next to Tang Xiufan. As a dark elf and the queen of a clan, she had seen countless handsome men, but when facing this man in an iron suit, she still couldn't help but feel a little flustered. He was really too handsome, even she envied him. Tang Xiufan asked curiously, where did the queen get the news that the god of destruction and the god of slaughter had descended on the Karami prairie? The dark elf queen smiled and said, "This is an oracle from Her Majesty the Dark Goddess." Tang Xiufan said, "Is the Dark Goddess also going to intervene in this war?" The dark elf queen shook her head and said, "Her Majesty the Goddess is a lover of peace. Like many other gods of faith, she is just paying attention to this war and not interfering." Tang Xiufan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He could listen to the second half of this sentence. As for the Dark Goddess being a peace lover, that was a bit exaggerated. How could the Dark Goddess, who controlled the mysterious laws of darkness, be a kind and peace-loving deity? If it was the Goddess of Light, he might still believe it. After chatting for a while, the Dark Elf Queen said goodbye and left. Before leaving, she went to the Dwarf Palace to meet the Goddess of Luck, but she didn't stay there for long. She left the Black Iron Dwarf Castle with the help of the 9-pointed star magic circle. Dark Elf Carrera also left, but when she left, she was always wondering about one question: when did the Dark Elf tribe start to believe in the Dark Goddess? Aren't the Dark Elves today the same as all the races in the world, pursuing the truth? Even their queen is a god of truth with powerful divine power. I don't understand. Dark Elf Carrera shook her head and left with doubts. Tang Xiufan didn't stay for long. After he accompanied the little Lolita to have dinner in her castle, he used the teleportation array to return to the Black Technology Heaven. Back in the palace, Stark said to Tang Xiufan, "My lord, the Dark Elf Queen is not weak. She seems to have only the power of a middle-level god, but there is a very powerful divine power hidden in her body. Even though she is only the incarnation of divine power, I can still sense it. If nothing unexpected happens, she should also be a high-level god." High-level god? Tang Xiufan was surprised. Have gods of this level become so worthless? Goddess Medusa, god of destruction, god of slaughter, and the Dark Elf Queen who had just met are all high-level gods. As for the goddess of fate, Anastora, she is the main god. Stark, it seems that this world is more powerful than we thought, and the future god war will be quite exciting, Tang Xiufan said with a smile, and Stark nodded. He was also eagerly looking forward to the arrival of the god war, because he could restore his strength to the peak of the Lord God at the fastest speed by killing the gods. When he reached the peak of the Lord God, he would be able to condense a trace of the God King law that he had realized in the illusory farmer god realm, and then become a half-step God King and suppress all gods. By then, he will help the Almighty Lord to conquer the entire god and demon continent, and even the world of thousands of planes. The real universe will eventually be ruled by our Lord. No one can stop the Lord's faith from spreading in the real universe. The farmer clan will surely sweep across thousands of planes, and let countless intelligent races kneel before the Lord's statue. This is a destined fate, Anasta whispered to himself. Soon, Stark went into seclusion. He wanted to refine and absorb the godhead of the upper god. In this way, he would be promoted to the upper god. Tang Xiufan felt that this time Stark should be able to directly be promoted to the middle stage of the upper god, or even the late stage of the upper god, because in the godhead of the upper god, there are nearly 8 million divine powers, which is very terrifying. If all these divine powers are given to him, he can directly open up a huge kingdom of God. At the same time, his own divine power will be easily raised to the level of a middle god, but compared to letting Stek be promoted to a high god, opening up a kingdom of God and raising his position, it seems less important. In addition to Anasta, I also have adult angels that are being nurtured. If nothing unexpected happens, among this batch of 1,000 adult angels, there will be 14 winged angels at the level of a high god, or even 16 winged archangels. The reason why Tang Xiufan thinks so is that the total time of this nurturing is very long, and the complete nurturing time has reached more than 37 days. The longer the time, the stronger the angel nurtured, and the more high-level angels there are. Now that I have a large number of soul stones, I can exchange for a large number of divine crystals to shorten the gestation time of this batch of adult angels. Thinking of this, Tang Xiufan immediately came to the vicinity of the farmer's factory. At the same time, he communicated with the game official to exchange for divine crystals. Tang Xiufan looked at his material reserves and said, "Official, help me exchange for divine crystals." exchanging for divine crystals. Exchange successful in an instant, a large piece of golden light flew out from the void, and when it landed in front of Tang Xiaofan, all of them turned into dazzling divine crystals. Chapter 483. Tang Xiaofan looked at his material reserves, and the number of divine crystals increased from 0 to a full 700. Okay. Tang Xiaofan put away 400 of them, and the remaining 300 he was going to put into the farmer's factory to forcibly shorten the gestation time of adult angels. He had calculated before that 300 divine crystals were enough to shorten the gestation time to 0, so as to directly breed this batch of adult angels. The next thing was very simple. Tang Xiaofan clicked on the gestation time prompt while throwing divine crystals into the farmer's factory. Every time he threw one, the farmer's factory would glow, and the gestation time would be shortened by 2 hours. As Tang Xiaofan continued to put in divine crystals, the gestation time was also rapidly decreasing. When Tang Xiaofan had 4 divine crystals left, the gestation time was directly reset to 0. At the same time, the light in the farmer's factory suddenly became extremely dazzling, and then huge balls of light flew out from the reincarnation pool. Each ball of light contained a complete angel, and they were born with the peak of growth potential. They did not need to grow up step by killing enemies, like the angels and holy spirits. These complete angels, with their strength at the peak, had no experience in killing enemies, unless they used the army evolution blueprints to help them achieve bloodline evolution and have higher growth potential. Soon, all the light balls shattered, and then, 1,000 adult angels appeared in Tang Xiaofan's field of vision. Along with them came extremely powerful divine powers, one of which was so powerful that it exceeded Tang Xiaofan's perception limit, which was very terrifying. Tang Xiaofan immediately followed his divine sense, and cast his eyes over. Big Prophet. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath, and his heart was shaken. At this time, his eyes were fixed on a beautiful angel with multiple pairs of wings, and his heart was extremely excited. Among the 1,000 adult angels, she exuded the most powerful divine power, and her appearance was the most dazzling. Because she was wearing a battle armor that seemed to be made of gold, holding a golden war spear in one hand, and a golden shield in the other, her whole body was golden, and even the angel wings behind her were emitting golden light. Even standing in the angel army, she was the most eye-catching. The reason why Tang Xiaofan was excited was not only because she exuded the most powerful divine power, but also because she knew that this was a special angel, and a rare zodiac angel. Just by her appearance, Tang Xiaofan knew she was from the zodiac without checking her information. She was a zodiac god-favored person like Estella, and also a zodiac god angel. The zodiac god-favored people guard the world and stars created by the Lord. The mortal world under the Lord's rule is all guarded by the zodiac god-favored people. The god-favored people are composed of many different races. As for other angels, they live in the angel god realm. Under normal circumstances, angels of the orthodox faction will not interfere with the mortal world managed by the zodiac god angel. The god realm belongs to the orthodox angels, and the mortal world belongs to the zodiac god angels. It's really not easy. After such a long time, I finally gave birth to the second zodiac god, and it's a god angel. Tang Xiaofan was very happy at this time. Now he has more than 10,000 angels under his command, but most of them are angels of the orthodox faction, and very few are special angels like the angel of love Nina. And now, among all the special angels, there is a new zodiac god angel. The zodiac angel finally came, which made him feel very emotional. It was not easy to breed. In addition to her special identity, this angel was also very powerful, and the divine power she exuded far exceeded that of other complete angels. There were 14 wings on her back, 3 pairs of which were snow white angel wings, 4 pairs of golden energy wings, and 7 pairs of 14 wings. This was a 14-winged angel. This newly bred angel had 14 wings, and her strength was also very terrifying. Because the growth potential of the 14-winged angel is limited to the level of the upper god. In other words, this newborn god angel is a powerful upper god as soon as he is born, with unparalleled combat power. Tang Xiaofan even believes that her strongest combat power exceeds the combined combat power of the 4 Austin sisters. Although the 4 Austin sisters born yesterday are all middle gods, and Austin Tiffany has even reached the peak of the middle god realm, Tang Xiaofan has no doubt that the 14-winged god angel in front of her can definitely fight the 4 Austin sisters alone. She can even suppress them easily. After all, she is a high-ranking god, and a powerful zodiac angel. Praise you, Lord Almighty. The beautiful zodiac angel flew over, and saluted Tang Xiaofan respectfully. She was over 1.7 meters tall, holding a small golden shield, exuding powerful divine power and dazzling golden light, which was simply unparalleled. In terms of appearance alone, no angel could be more dazzling than her. On the other side, other adult angels, led by a 12-winged angel, came close to Tang Xiaofan and saluted him. Their eyes were full of fanatical faith. Except for the 14-winged zodiac angel, the quality of the other adult angels was not as good as yesterday. Among them, only one was a 12-winged angel at the peak of the middle god, 2 were 10-winged angels at the early stage of the middle god, 6 were 8-winged angels at the peak of the lower god, and 13 were 6-winged angels at the early stage of the lower god. The remaining 900 angels were all 4-winged angels, and 2-winged angels at the demigod level. Obviously, the gestation time, this time was so long because of this 14-winged zodiac angel. Her appearance directly caused the gestation time to last more than 37 days. At the same time, most of the energy of the farmer's factory, and the more than 400 divine power crystals that Tang Xiaofan had put in were also absorbed by her. Tang Xiaofan immediately checked her personal information. He was also very curious about which zodiac sign this 14-winged angel came from. Zodiac Angel, Virgo Angel God. Current growth status, complete form. Strength level, early stage of upper god. Loyalty, 100 die hard. The information is very simple, but once it is spread, it will surely shake the entire castle power, and even the faith god system, the truth god system, and the entire god and demon continent will be shocked. After all, Tang Xiaofan directly gave birth to an angel with the status of a higher god. He was born as a higher god. Isn't this shocking enough? Not to mention those mortal lives, even gods would be shocked. You know, a god of faith like the beast god Balk has practiced for countless years, experienced the ancient god war, and lived to the present era of truth, but Balk's status is only the peak of the lower true god. And Tang Xiaofan's 14-winged angel is directly a higher god. She alone can beat 100 beast gods Balk. No need to practice, just relying on the nurturing of the farmer factory, she can directly reach the realm of the upper god. Any god will be jealous or even terrified when seeing her. God Angel of Virgo? Tang Xiaofan raised his eyebrows. He didn't know much about Virgo in the zodiac. The most familiar ones were Aries, Gemini, Cancer, Scorpio, etc. However, it doesn't matter which palace she comes from. What matters is her strength. In the early stage of the upper god, and with the identity of a god angel, her strength must be very strong. Chapter 484. Tang Xiaofan smiled brightly, and then checked the information of the other 12-winged angel, 12-winged angel. Current growth status, complete form. Strength level, peak of middle level god. Loyalty, 100 die hard. Peak of middle level god is not bad, Tang Xiaofan nodded. In addition to this 12-winged angel, there are 2 other 10-winged angels, who belong to the early stage of middle level god. One is the 10-winged archangel, and the other is the 10-winged power angel. In short, this wave of breeding directly made his kingdom explode in strength. When Stark comes out of retreat and ascends to the level of a higher god, his black technology heaven will become even more powerful. He is now particularly curious about what kind of expressions the 2 gods of destruction and killing will have when they encounter his higher god Stark and the 14-winged Virgo angel. Shock, unbelievable, or horrified. In any case, Tang Xiaofan is looking forward to the arrival of this small-scale war of gods. He wants to use a killing operation to let the gods of faith in the continent of gods and demons, including the gods of truth, know that his black technology heaven cannot be manipulated at will. Looking at the 14-winged angel in front of him, who is emitting golden light, Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment and named her Gladys. Another 12-winged angel at the peak of the middle god realm was named Mimi. As for the names of the other adult angels, they could only decide for themselves. Praise you, the Almighty Lord. Gladys, the Zodiac Virgo angel, saluted Tang Xiaofan with great respect and excitement. Mimi, the 12-winged angel, looked at Tang Xiaofan fanatically. It was their highest honor to be named by the Lord. As sacred creatures created by the Lord, they are willing to sacrifice everything for the Lord, including their lives. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded, then turned to the Zodiac Virgo, the angel Gladys, and said, "You should hide in the void world recently, don't show up, and secretly search for the traces of the 2 gods of destruction and killing, catch them and kill them." "Yes, Lord." Gladys saluted with a serious expression, and the golden war spear in her hand was shining with cold light. It was the spear of killing gods, and it needed the blood of gods to be watered. As the Zodiac's divine angels, they are best at fighting and killing. Soon after, a few high-ranking angels, including the 14-winged Seraphim Caddis, the 12-winged Archangel of Wisdom Sherry, the Angel of Love Nina, the Angel of Death Dale, etc., returned to the Black Technology Heaven. As for the other angels, they were stationed in the 9 sub-cities under Tang Xiufan's command. They will continue the war for another day when tomorrow comes. As the frontline commanders, John E. and John Air are stationed at the front line under the control of Jarvis. At the same time, the space teleportation magic arrays in all major cities have been opened and shining. Once an enemy force attacks a branch city under the cover of night, the army stationed in other branch cities will immediately teleport there to eliminate the invading enemy. In short, there is no reason to spit out the area occupied by the kingdom's army. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Tang Xiufan. It was Olivia, the spirit of the mother tree of the elves, who had been promoted to the realm of true God. Since she had a closer relationship with Tang Xiufan, her title for Tang Xiufan has also changed from Lord to His Majesty. However, the expression on Olivia's beautiful face looked a little distressed. Tang Xiufan put his hand around her slender waist and said with a smile, "What's wrong?" Olivia's cheeks flushed slightly, and then said, "Now there are more and more true gods under your Majesty, and a large number of middle-level gods have appeared, and even upper-level gods have appeared, and I am still only in the early stage of lower-level gods. Compared with them, my strength is much weaker." This is Olivia's biggest headache. She used to be the only demigod in the Angel Castle. When Tang Xiufan was planning to kill the Dragon Clan leader Gallop, she was still the main warrior. After she was promoted to a god, there were not many gods in the Black Technology Heaven, only a few. But now, in the blink of an eye, the Black Technology Kingdom has more than 50 gods, including middle-level gods and upper-level gods. Due to her status, she is not even a match for those angels of the same status. Among the many gods in the Black Technology Kingdom, she can be regarded as at the bottom, which makes her very annoyed. It's not that she is worried about the Black Technology Kingdom's strength increasing too fast, but how to make herself stronger in a short period of time and surpass those gods and angels that were directly bred. As for the Iron Warriors of War I and War II, as well as Stark, Winter Soldier and others, she did not include them in the comparison range. They were all soldiers of the god and demon continent. As for the farmers, they were not in the same system. She had visited Stark's laboratory, and then she understood that the so-called god's position and godhead were vulnerable in front of those technological forces. If she did not improve quickly, she was really worried that one day she would be lost in the crowd in the Black Technology Heaven. In that case, it would be absolutely impossible for Tang Xiufan not to take her seriously. She was the princess of His Majesty. Although she was not officially canonized, she had a substantial relationship. She could not lose her position in Tang Xiufan's heart. So she is very distressed now. Tang Xiufan held Olivia's somewhat cold hand and said with a smile, "You are different from them. You don't have to care too much about your own strength. But you should be as strong as possible, so that I can help your Majesty." Olivia sighed, "If I could have the same divine power as Stark." Tang Xiufan said, "Compared to Stark, your future is actually brighter, because you have unlimited growth potential like me. One day in the future, I believe you can be stronger than Stark." "Really, your Majesty?" Of course Tang Xiufan nodded seriously. Seeing this, Olivia was immediately filled with joy. She knew that Tang Xiufan was comforting her. After all, Stark was a high god with the potential to grow to the peak of the main god. She had no confidence that she could step into the level of the main god. She was already satisfied to become a high god. However, her mood instantly improved a lot. No matter what, Tang Xiufan did not ignore her, which was the most important thing for her. Of course, deep in her heart, the idea of improving her strength has not dissipated at all, because she knows that only when her own strength becomes stronger can she be recognized by those angels, otherwise she will always be just one of the princesses. Tang Xiufan saw what Olivia was thinking at a glance. In fact, he didn't care whether Olivia's strength was weak or not. What if she was a lower-level god? He was also at this level. After all, in the later stage of the God War, they could all be promoted, including Olivia. Chapter 485. The World Chat channel was still busy even at night. Many castle lords and wanderers were discussing the upcoming war between the Black Technology Heaven and the Karami Prairie Dynasty Alliance. At the same time, there were still a large number of castle lords and wanderers who called on the castle lords of the Prairie Heaven Alliance on the chat channel not to send heads and experience to Tang Xiufan. Aren't the lessons of failure again and again enough to alert some people? If we continue to send them like this, Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Heaven Kingdom will most likely be promoted directly to the Black Technology Empire. People in the Grassland Heaven Alliance will not cry until they see the coffin. I received news that Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Heaven Kingdom has built a total of 9 branch cities in the Kurami grassland and the Balalai highlands, with a total of nearly 3 million troops stationed. What a terrifying force this is. How could the Dynasty Alliance on the grassland be a match for Tang Xiufan? 9 branch cities, how is this possible? I'm curious, when the castle lord can build a branch city, why can't I? You can't because you don't have a kingdom. Only in the castle of the dynasty can you build a branch city by destroying the enemy castle and exposing the castle blueprints. So that's how it is. My god, boss Tang Xiufan actually has 9 branch cities. This is too scary. I haven't said anything more scary yet. As far as I know, boss Tang Xiufan's 9 branch cities are all high-level main cities, higher than the main castles of the top castle lords. 9 high-level main cities. It seems that no top castle lord's main castle has reached the level of a high-level main city. The gap is too big. Until now, my castle is only a high-level town, let alone a high-level main city. In the blink of an eye, boss Tang Xiufan already has a high-level royal capital and 9 high-level main cities. It's simply terrifying. I can only say that boss Tang Xiufan is invincible. At this time, some castle lords stood up. High-level royal capitals and 9 branch cities are all useless. When the army of the Dynasty Alliance from the Kurami Prairie arrives, everything Tang Xiufan has now will become a thing of the past. That's right, the victory flag of this war no longer belongs to the Black Technology Heaven. Tang Xiufan's fate will end because of this war. Tang Xiufan's capital and 9 branch cities will all become our spoils. The Black Technology Heaven will be destroyed. The lord of the castle upstairs is from the Prairie Heaven, right? Who gave you the confidence? The millions of Alliance troops led by the Gods Alliance have been destroyed. How can you, a mere Grassland Paradise Alliance, be qualified to capture the Black Technology Heaven of Tang Xiufan? Do these ignorant and fearless lords of the Grassland Castle feel that they are in good shape again? It's funny. With the current strength of the Black Technology Heaven, even gods will die if they are attacked. After all, it's not like Tang Xiufan hasn't killed gods before. Faced with such words, some members of the Grassland Paradise Alliance were very angry and directly responded, "You are ignorant and confident. Do you really think that we are just the Dynasty Alliance of the Kurami Prairie? Let me tell you that there are a lot of gods behind us, even upper gods, the beast god Bulk. She is just a lower true god. It's nothing for Tang Xiufan to kill her, but Tang Xiufan will never be able to turn over with the upper gods behind us. Not only the Kurami Prairie, but also the lord of the castle of the dynasty power of the Boliri Highlands has joined us. This time, Tang Xiufan's death is coming. The forces of the Boliri Highlands also join the war." Hearing this news, the lord of the castle and the wanderers who were watching were all shocked. The dynasty forces of the Kurami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands all united, plus a large number of believers and upper gods. Their war power is absolutely terrifying. It seems that the Black Technology Heaven is really in trouble. Suddenly, the World Chat channel became more lively. Countless castle lords and wanderers participated in the discussion. As for the castle lords from the Grassland Heaven Alliance, they announced in the World Chat channel as winners that they had grasped the balance of victory. Their confidence was by no means blind. After all the dynasty forces in the 2 regions joined forces, plus a large number of ancient faith gods descended, including the terrifying power of the upper gods. Whether the Black Technology Heaven can resist it, let alone the spectators, even Tang Xiufan's supporters, the castle lords of the goddess house, are worried about Tang Xiufan. My king, we really have to be careful this time. After returning to the ancient giant bear castle, Bear Grylls forwarded the revelations in the World Chat channel to Tang Xiufan. If it was just the dynasty forces of the Kurami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands joining forces, he would not worry about anything. After all, he knew that there were many true god angels in the Black Technology Heaven, but if those believers and upper true gods were brought to participate in the war, he thought it would be very disadvantageous to the Black Technology Heaven, and this battle would be full of crisis. Don't worry, just do what you need to do. I take care of the ancient gods. Tang Xiufan simply replied to Bear Grylls and closed the friend list. At the same time, his eyes were cast towards a courtyard behind the palace. His superhero, Stark, was being promoted to a higher god in that courtyard. Gladys, the Zodiac Virgo angel, who was a higher god, was hidden in the void of the kingdom. Only Tang Xiufan could sense her powerful divine aura. The energy of the high-altitude war fortress Sky City has also been fully charged. He has an army of 3 million, more than 2,000 demigods, and more than 50 true gods. Why should he be afraid of the god of destruction and the god of killing? If you dare to come, then kill. The light of the blood moon enveloped the earth, and the faint blood light covered the whole world with a layer of blood. Under the influence of the blood moon, wild monsters all over the world fell into a violent state. Not only did their combat power increase 3 times, but they also lost their minds, became bloodthirsty, and killed indiscriminately. Only the intelligent races were not affected by the blood moon. But even so, the intelligent races could not escape the disaster, because the wild monsters in a violent state would gather together involuntarily and besiege their territories. Every day, the gathering places of weak intelligent races around the world were broken by wild monsters, and countless lives perished. Over the years, the accumulated casualties and losses caused by wild monsters to the intelligent races have far exceeded the casualties of the war between gods in ancient times. The number of intelligent creatures slaughtered by wild monsters is more than that of the demons. Except for the supreme gods, no one knows why wild monsters are violent, and no one knows the reason for the formation of the blood moon, and why it can make wild monsters lose their minds. Chapter 486. In a world that is almost magical, it is said that the blood moon appeared in the ancient times of the war between gods, and was watered by the blood of all races in the world. Under the influence of the blood moon, the unyielding demon souls that fell in the era of the war between gods were revived, possessed wild monsters, and slaughtered living creatures. There is also a legend that abyss demons are sleeping on the blood moon. The demonic energy they exude has dyed the moon bloody, and through the projection of light, the demonic energy is released to the continent of gods and demons, which in turn affects the monsters in the wild and turns them into sub-demons. There are also legends that the blood moon is the world law of the god and demon continent, a punishment for all races, etc. In short, there are many legends about the blood moon, and each legend seems to be true and magical, but the specific truth about the blood moon is unknown to anyone except some powerful gods. Tang Xiaofan also didn't know, and couldn't verify the truth of the blood moon through those legends. At this time, he stood on a high tower near the palace hall, looking up at the blood moon in the sky, and the beautiful Olivia nestled in his arms. "Your Majesty," Olivia's sweet voice sounded, "what are you thinking about?" Olivia asked softly. Her voice was sweet, and it removed a trace of distracting thoughts from Tang Xiaofan's mind. Tang Xiaofan tightened the delicate body in his arms, and said with a smile, "I'm wondering when the abyss demon of the dimensional world will come. The goddess of fate, Anastora, told me that when the blood moon changes, it is the day when the abyss demon will come, but she did not tell me the physical time. People who can see through the long river of fate always speak half-heartedly." Tang Xiaofan is also a little headache about this. If he hadn't learned from Stark that the goddess of fate, Anastora, is a powerful main god, he would have wanted to suppress the goddess of fate directly, and then force her mouth open to learn everything about the demon. Unfortunately, he couldn't defeat the goddess of fate, so he could only think about it. Olivia said, "Doesn't Claire also master the law of fate?" Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "The position of the angel of fate Claire is too low. She has just entered the realm of true God, and is not strong enough. If she forcibly peeks into the long river of fate, the backlash from the world's laws will make her fall directly." Okay. Olivia was helpless. As the spirit of the mother tree of elves, she mastered countless powerful magic and combat skills, but she had no way to peek into the future. Olivia said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. No matter when the abyss demons come, it doesn't matter. Under your guidance, our elves will defeat the demons and rule the world for you." Olivia has absolute confidence in this. She believes that Tang Xiaofan and the farmers are invincible. Whether it is the phase system, the true system, or the demons of the abyss, they are not the opponents of their farmers. The powerful farmer army will sweep across thousands of planes and rule billions of universes. In the real world, their peasant army can also do it. In Olivia's view, it is only a matter of time. The future real world will be ruled by the almighty Tang Xiaofan, His Majesty the King. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "You have said so, what else can I say?" Amid Olivia's cries, Tang Xiaofan picked her up by the waist and returned to the palace. On the northern plateau of the Karami Prairie, on the top of a certain mountain, there is a black temple. There were more than a dozen figures gathered in the temple, each sitting on the throne, emitting a powerful divine power. From their appearance, it can be seen that most of them are the gods of faith of the beast tribe, and only 2 figures are human. These 2 figures are exactly the targets that Tang Xiaofan plans to hunt, the god of destruction and the god of killing. They used to have countless believers on the god and demon continent, especially in the ancient era of the god war. Their believers were as numerous as the stars in the sky. But now, the god and demon continent has restored peace, there are no large-scale wars and killings in the world, and coupled with the rule of the truth system, there are no intelligent creatures on the god and demon continent who believe in them. However, this is not a big problem for them, because they have occupied many life planets in the outer world and forced countless alien intelligent creatures to worship them as the gods of faith. It can be said that they have no shortage of faith power. Now returning to the god and demon continent, they have a common goal with other gods, that is, to fight for the throne of the god king. Although they are not the main gods, far less powerful than the god of destruction, the god of killing, the goddess of light, the goddess of elf, the goddess of destiny, etc., but who can be sure that the throne of the god king is won by strength? The throne of the god king has spirits. If they take a fancy to them, they will make a fortune. Other ancient gods of faith who descended on the continent of gods and demons also had the same mentality. If you are not strong enough, then rely on luck. At this time, the beast god of faith with a wolf's head and a human body spoke up. In my opinion, there is no need to plan any war. We gods will descend on the black technology heaven together and kill all the gods there directly. Mortal war is unnecessary and will only be a waste of time. As the god of faith of the beast men, he could not bear to see the army of the kingdom of black technology slaughtering the beast men on the Karami prairie. The other beastmen gods in the temple were the same. They had their bloodline inheritance on the Tarami prairie. In addition, their companion, the beast god Bulk, died at the hands of the gods of the kingdom of black technology. This increased their hatred and made them want to destroy the kingdom of black technology. Of course, these were not the main reasons for their hostility to the kingdom of black technology. The fundamental reason was that the kingdom of black technology had gods, and they were very weak. They were too poor and needed to rely on killing gods to enrich themselves. They did not dare to provoke the truth gods in the central area, but they had no pressure to kill the gods belonging to the castle. As for the warning of the Medusa goddess Christine, they did not take it seriously. Although Christine was the ruler of the beastmen's belief system, she was not an orc after all, and could not get the recognition of every beastman's belief god. Among all the beastmen, there were always some who were unwilling to obey the oracle of the Medusa goddess Christine, and the beastmen gathered in the temple belonged to this category. They didn't care about Christine's alarm at all. Even if they destroyed the black technology heaven, would Medusa goddess Christine punish them, the noble gods of faith, for a mere destroyed castle force? They believed that Christine would not dare to do so, because once Christine punished them, more beast gods would inevitably rebel against the ruling god of Medusa. I think this is not what Medusa goddess Christine wants to see, so they came to destroy the black technology heaven, on the one hand to avenge the beast god Bulk, and on the other hand to obtain some godhood through the War of Gods, in preparation for the War of Gods in the near future. Chapter 487. By the way, if we can protect the orcs on the grassland, we might be able to find some believers. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The problem before them now is the god of destruction and the god of killing. They want to make this war last longer and gain more insights into the laws from war and killing. If the war continues and the killing lasts until the end of time, it will be even better. But the beast gods in the temple can't wait. They want to go directly to the black technology heaven to kill all the gods there and end this war. Morris Osvid, a beast man with a human body and a tiger head, stood up and said in a thunderous voice, "If you don't want to join us, then we will do it ourselves." He is the tiger god Gabriel, who has the early stage of the upper god. All the beastmen present are headed by him. The Morris and Osvid he mentioned are the god of destruction and the god of killing sitting on the throne. "Gabriel, don't be impulsive." "The god of destruction," Morris said calmly. He was wearing a black robe, and countless stars appeared in his pupils. The scene from birth to destruction looked quite terrifying. Next to him was the god of slaughter, Osvid. Osvid was wearing a blood-red robe, with dense figures twisting and howling on the robe. Those were the creatures he had killed, and their souls were suppressed and sealed by him. The god of slaughter, Osvid, also spoke indifferently. "We believe in gods, and have just descended on the continent of gods and demons. It is not appropriate to be too ostentatious. It is better to go slowly." Tiger god Gabriel sneered. "I know what you two are planning, but don't forget that Christine has been to the black technology heaven. If nothing unexpected happens, Christine has made friends with the ruler of the black technology heaven. If she shows up, our plan will fail. In my opinion, we must take advantage of Christine's departure from the Karami prairie to capture the black technology heaven in one fell swoop, and then kill the ruler's kingdom army. When Christine comes back, everything will be over." After leaving the black technology heaven, Medusa goddess Christine set off to the distant sea to find the divine power crystal mine, and was about to cooperate with Tang Xiaofan. Tiger god Gabriel tried to destroy the black technology heaven before Christine returned, leaving Medusa goddess Christine no time to stop. God of destruction, Morris glanced at him and said, the elf goddess and the goddess of destiny left their divine imprints in the black technology heaven. But before you find out the relationship between the ruler and the elf goddess and the goddess of destiny, how dare you act recklessly? Hearing this, the tiger god Gabriel was speechless, and the expressions of other beast gods in the temple also changed. They could disobey the oracle of the Medusa goddess Christine, because Christine was a higher god and could not give them absolute suppression. But the elf goddess and the goddess of fate were different. These two goddesses were famous in the ancient war of gods. They were powerful main gods, and had slaughtered more demons than they had ever seen. Once the two goddesses got angry, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Tiger god Gabriel said in a deep voice, "What's the relationship? It's just because black technology heaven is the most powerful castle force in the castle camp, which has attracted their attention, but I believe that it's just attention. The elf goddess and the goddess of destiny will never make things difficult for us, who believe in gods just because of a castle force. Are you so confident?" The god of destruction Morris sneered at him, and tiger god Gabriel frowned and said, "Then when do you want to start?" God of destruction Morris said calmly, "When the kingdom of black technology heaven's army and the dynasty alliance's army fight to the end, we will suppress the black technology heaven on the grounds that the black technology heaven has killed local intelligent creatures and destroyed world peace." Who would believe such words? Tiger god Gabriel frowned, and God of destruction Morris said, "It is an excuse to the outside world, and it does not matter whether the outside world believes it or not." Tiger god Gabriel frowned and said nothing, which was very annoying. He couldn't wait any longer. If he hadn't just entered the realm of the upper god and didn't have absolute confidence in suppressing the gods of the black technology heaven, he would have taken action with the beast gods in the temple. He needed to rely on the power of the god of destruction and the god of slaughter, and use them as shields. Once the black technology heaven is destroyed, the Medusa goddess Christine will blame it, and even the elf goddess and the goddess of fate will be angry. He can also push the matter to the god of destruction and the god of killing. In short, he does not want to offend these goddesses. As for the tiger god Gabriel's plan, the god of destruction Maurice and the god of killing Osvid are also very clear, but they don't care. They delay the progress of the war not because they are afraid of the goddesses, but just want to use the continuous war and killing to comprehend the law of divine power. The elf goddess and the goddess of fate are very strong, but behind them, there are also the god of destruction and the god of killing. Seeing that the kingdom army of black technology heaven is attacking the local forces of Karami Prairie and Balalai Highlands every day, they are in a very happy mood. In the two areas, countless creatures are fighting, and the flames of war and the breath of killing are spreading wildly. This is what they want. The god of killing, Osvid, said coldly, "Now the dynasty forces in the two areas are gathering their armies, and those weak castle lords are also mobilizing their castle troops. The final decisive battle will soon come, and it will only take a few days at most. Can't you wait for a few days?" Osvid looked at the tiger god Gabriel and said, "You can take advantage of this time to go to the black technology heaven to investigate the secrets of the king ruler, and see why his castle power is so powerful. The faith god system has just returned to the god and demon continent, and is not very familiar with the castle power camp, but after all, they are not completely ignorant of the faith gods. In the past, most of the top castles now only have level 21 troops, and a few troops have reached the demigod level, but the god level troops have not yet appeared. However, there are many gods in the black technology heaven, which is a bit incredible. They are both castle masters. Why is the black technology kingdom so powerful? This matter needs to be investigated." Tiger god Gabriel nodded and said, "I will explore the black technology kingdom tonight and dig out the secret of the kingdom's ruler." A beast god of faith next to him said, "Lord Gabriel, please be careful. The black technology kingdom has a large number of gods. Once they are discovered, accidents are hard to guarantee." "Heh!" Tiger god Gabriel sneered. "The gods in the black technology kingdom are only at the peak of the middle gods. Even if they are discovered, I can retreat unscathed. If I am lucky, maybe I can catch one or two gods to play with." The beast gods of fate present immediately agreed. They knew that tiger god Gabriel had a special hobby. Soon the temple fell silent, and a group of beast gods of fate disappeared and returned to their own kingdoms. Chapter 488. A bunch of stupid gods. Osvid, the god of killing, whispered. Morris, the god of destruction, smiled and said, "They are a little stupid, but these beast gods are still very useful. The war between them and the gods of the black technology heaven can help us deepen our understanding of the laws of divine power." Osvid, the god of killing, said, "None of these beast gods and gods of the black technology heaven should be spared." "Yes," Morris, the god of destruction, nodded. They are not gods of the good and lawful camp, not even the chaotic neutral camp. They are gods of the evil pantheon. How could they miss such a good opportunity? Those who believe in the beast god want to destroy the black technology heaven and obtain the godhood of the gods of the black technology heaven. But what they want is the godhood of all the gods of the two camps, and make the Karami Prairie and the Balalai Highlands a land of death, where no grass grows. This is the secret of destruction and killing. The tiger god Gabriel went directly to the black technology heaven after leaving the temple. He hid in the void and gradually approached. But for some reason, as he got closer and closer to the black technology heaven, he actually had a bad feeling in his heart. Maybe I was overthinking it. How could a group of god-level soldiers, the strongest of whom was only at the peak of the middle god, cause trouble to the great Lord Gabriel? This must be my illusion, or it was influenced by the divine imprints of the elf goddess and the goddess of fate. After all, they are the main gods. Even if it is just an imprint, it can make me feel fear instinctively. As for the black technology heaven, nothing can threaten me. For this, tiger god Gabriel is quite confident. After all, he is a powerful upper god. Late at night, the blood moon was in the sky, and everything was silent. There should have been endless roars of beasts and shrieks of birds filling this dark world, but due to the slaughter of Tang Xiaofan's army, there were no wild monsters within 1,000 kilometers of the capital, and naturally the world was silent. Compared to other areas, where the castle owners were being besieged by wild monsters, Tang Xiaofan's black technology paradise was very peaceful and had entered rest time. Moreover, the capital of the entire black technology kingdom is completely covered by the divine magic defense shield, the Holy Angel Shield. Under its protection, it is not easy for even a middle-level god to break into Tang Xiaofan's capital. Although the upper-level gods, who are countless times more powerful than the middle-level gods, have the power to destroy the Holy Angel Shield, it is impossible for them to do so silently. Whenever the Holy Angel Shield is attacked, the people in the capital will be awakened instantly. No creature can sneak into the capital of the Black Technology Kingdom quietly. Even gods who specialize in void assassination find it difficult to do so. The tiger god Gabriel naturally couldn't do it either. He stood hundreds of thousands of meters in the sky. He looked down at the Black Technology heaven below, which was shining with rich holy light, and fell into deep thought. He had to find a way to sneak in. If he couldn't get in, how could he peek into the secrets of the ruler of the kingdom? It took the tiger god Gabriel less than 10 minutes to cross tens of thousands of kilometers from the northern plateau of the Karami Prairie to the vicinity of the capital of the Black Technology heaven. But now it has been more than half an hour, and he still hasn't figured out how to sneak into the capital of the Black Technology heaven without anyone noticing. As a high-level god, he can't even get into the capital of a castle force. This is very annoying. If the news spreads, will the tiger god Gabriel still have face? Once the gods of the faith system know about this, they will probably laugh at him to death. So since he is here, he cannot retreat. No matter what method he uses, he will eventually enter the capital of the Black Technology heaven to find out the truth, so as not to lose his dignity as a superior true god. I can't attack by force. Although I can forcibly destroy the magic defense shield of the capital of the Black Technology heaven, doing so will inevitably wake up the gods of this capital. At that time, it would be impossible for me to find out the secrets of the Black Technology heaven, so a strong attack would not work. I could only use my wits and sneak in secretly. Gabriel, the tiger god, did not have the relevant skills, but he could wait. If there was no chance tonight, he would wait until tomorrow. He believed that he would be able to find the flaws in this magic defense shield, and then use them to successfully sneak in. As long as he entered the capital of the Black Technology heaven, it would be much easier to find out the secrets of the ruler of the kingdom. Because in his opinion, with his powerful power as a superior true god, he can completely suppress the ruler of the Black Technology heaven kingdom by force, and then search his soul in an instant to find the secret of this kingdom in his soul. As in superior true god, it is easy for me to suppress an early lower god. As long as I am fast enough, I can obtain the soul memory of the ruler of the kingdom before the gods of the Black Technology heaven kingdom react. By then, this matter will be done, tiger god Gabriel said to himself secretly. At the same time, he also released his mysterious consciousness, carefully exploring the flaws of the Holy Angel Shield. He tried to find a loophole to get in. Tiger god Gabriel didn't know that the moment he descended, a pair of eyes were staring at him. The owner of these eyes was the 14-winged angel, the zodiac Virgo angel Gladys. Like tiger god Gabriel, she had the status of an early upper god. At this moment, Gladys was standing in the dark universe of nothingness. With the help of the gap in space and the powerful angel technique, she penetrated the crystal wall and layers of space of the metaverse, and peeked at Tiger God Gabriel in the real universe. Because there were layers of void between the two sides, even though Gladys was staring at the Tiger God Gabriel without blinking, Gabriel was unaware. He didn't even have a premonition of being spied on. Gods always believed in their premonitions. After all, they were gods, mastering powerful divine laws, and could easily sense things that ordinary people couldn't sense. Whenever someone spied on the gods would immediately sense it. However, the Virgo angel Gladys was quite powerful. With the help of her terrifying Golden War spear, she directly penetrated the space and entered the metaverse isolated from the real universe. She was in the dark universe, relying on the gap in space, and she would not be discovered if she spied on the Tiger God Gabriel. Even Tiger God Gabriel himself would never have dreamed that someone could easily enter the dark universe and spy on him there. This was definitely beyond his expectations. So Tiger God Gabriel was not overly worried. He always thought he was hiding well. He thought that the weak gods in the black technology heaven could not find him at all, but he didn't know that his every move was under the watchful eyes of the angel Gladys. Chapter 489. In the palace hall, Tang Xiaofan also received a report from Gladys, and climbed up from the gentle place decisively. Olivia looked at Tang Xiaofan with a puzzled expression. Tang Xiaofan said, "There is a high-level true god from the beast god system who has come and is spying on my kingdom. Obviously, this guy has bad intentions." Olivia was a little surprised. The high-level true god, as the spirit of the mother tree of the elves, has unlimited growth potential, but at present, she is only a low-level god. There is still a distance from the upper god, but the gap between the two is very large. It is not a problem for a high god to fight against hundreds of low gods at the peak level. So for her, the high god is already a very powerful enemy. Tang Xiaofan said with a smile, "Don't worry, Gladys told me that the god of faith beast is at the early stage of high god, and with her strength, she is enough to suppress it. The reason why I haven't taken action yet is because I asked Gladys to wait and see if there are more enemies." Tang Xiaofan wants to kill not only the god of faith beast, but also the two gods of destruction and killing who are manipulating the dynasty alliance behind the scenes. If they also come together, then the show will begin. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan also told Olivia about the god of destruction and the god of slaughter. After hearing this, Olivia was a little worried. While helping Tang Xiaofan put on the armor, she asked, "Can Gladys deal with the three upper gods alone?" "It's difficult. The god of destruction and the god of slaughter, the former is in the late upper god, and the latter is in the middle upper god." Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said that Gladys could only barely contend with them with his own strength, and there was no way to suppress them all. But it didn't matter. Stark was about to be promoted to the upper god, and when Stark broke through to the realm of the upper god, together with the angel Gladys, it would be enough to kill the three of them together. Angels are holy creatures of high noble virtue. It is very rare to find creatures with the same level of combat power that can rival angels. Even demons cannot do that. Only pure-blooded high-level demons can be on par with angels. But it is obvious that the beast god of faith hiding hundreds of thousands of meters in the sky is far inferior to the pure high-level demons, and can only be regarded as an ordinary god. Naturally, the beast god of faith cannot be the opponent of the god angel Gladys of the same level. If it is just Stark, it will be even more terrifying. As a superhero, he was born with a life and species god, and he also mastered countless powerful supreme places. With the same chance, Stark is more powerful than Gladys. The two of them joined forces to kill the tiger god Gabriel, as well as the two gods of destruction and killing who have not yet appeared. It can be said that they are fully confident. If the Sky City is added, then the winning side will definitely belong to the Black Technology Heaven. Olivia sensed the powerful aura in a distant courtyard and said with some envy, "I don't know when I can have the strength of Lord Stark. Compared with Stark and the angel Gladys, the divine power I master is too weak." Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How did he become like Xianglin Sa? Before, Olivia lamented that she was too weak and claimed that she had become the bottom member among all the gods in the Black Technology Heaven. Olivia seemed to be able to hear Tang Xiaofan's voice. She lowered her head slightly and said, "Not only me, but also Caddis, Nina, Dale, Angelica and other upper angels. They also feel that they are too weak now. Although we have the potential to grow to the level of middle gods, or even upper gods, it will take a long time to grow up. During this period of time, there is not much we can do to help His Majesty. Sometimes we feel that we are redundant." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "How can you be redundant? Don't forget you, but you are the first demigod I created. You killed countless enemies for me. Without your efforts, it would be difficult for the Black Technology Heaven to develop so fast. Remember one thing, none of you are redundant. The adult angels born in the past 2 days had just reached the peak one step earlier than you. In the near future, you will also be able to have power comparable to them, or even surpass them. Have confidence in yourself. Olivia was so moved that she was no longer in Tang Xiufan's arms. Tang Xiufan changed the subject and asked, "Have you used the blood evolution drawings that Stark distributed to you elves?" Olivia shook her head and said, "Not yet." Tang Xiufan was puzzled. Why is that? After this period of accumulation, you should have a large number of blood evolution drawings in your hands. Why don't you use them? Reporting to your majesty, Olivia said, when it comes to the demigod level of the elf elder Monica, low-level and intermediate blood purification drawings are no longer useful. Even if the advanced evolution drawings can be used, the chance of successful evolution is very low, so we plan to wait until the number of advanced drawings accumulates to a certain level before purifying them together, hoping to succeed at once. It would be even better if Monica and the others can achieve super evolution of blood. This is good? Tang Xiufan thought about it and agreed. The advanced soldier evolution blueprints have a chance to help the soldiers achieve super evolution, but the probability of occurrence is very low, so you can only use the blueprints to pile up. The more you pile up, the higher the probability of successful evolution, and even the super evolution of blood. I hope that there will be great elves among you elves, who can achieve super evolution of blood. As long as the great elves successfully evolve, they can reach the lower god of the elf elders, and belong to the highest management level in the elf system. The blood evolution of angels is even more exaggerated, such as the 14-winged angel Caddis. If you can achieve super evolution of blood, it will be even more terrifying. You will directly become a 16-winged archangel, becoming the existence second only to the 18-winged archangel. So far, Tang Xiufan has nearly 16,000 angels under his command, of which there are about 2,000 upper-level angels with 6 wings and above. However, there are only 2 angels who have reached the level of 14 wings. One is Katie, and the other is Gladys, the Zodiac Virgin Angel, who was just conceived today. As for the others, like Shirley, Nina, Angelica, Dale, Irene, Abigail, the Guardian Angel Mia, etc., all know that the 12-winged angel Lian Yi has very high expectations for them, hoping that some of them can achieve super evolution of bloodline and thus be promoted to 16-winged archangels. As long as the 16-winged archangel appears, the angel class under Tang Xiufan will be completely complete. Under the glory of the Lord, Olivia believes that there will be a higher angel who can be promoted to a 16-winged archangel. An angel who does not want to become an archangel is not a good angel, Olivia said with compliments. Chapter 490. I hope so. Tang Xiufan nodded with a smile, and then the two of them went to the top floor of the tower and waited quietly for the enemy to come. At the same time, all the gods under Tang Xiufan's command also appeared. Except for Olivia, the others were all steel warriors, angels, and elves. These angels and elves were all beautiful and charming, and there were nearly 70 of them in total. Although most of them were lower-level gods, and only a few were middle-level gods, such a number was already very terrifying. Not to mention that Tang Xiufan even has a high-level god angel. Once the news spreads, hundreds of castle owners will be shocked. Even those gods who believe in the Pantheon and the Pantheon of Truth will find it unbelievable. The reason is very simple. It has only been a month since the castle forces came to the god and demon continent. In a month, Tang Xiufan has nearly 70 god-level troops, which is enough to shock the whole world. Time passed quickly, and finally the blood moon set in the west, and the sun rose in the east. The first rays of morning light fell all over the world, covering Tang Xiufan's black technology heaven. After a night, the tiger god Gabriel never took any action. It cannot be said that he was very patient, because he had not found the flaw of the holy angel shield. Moreover, a short night was nothing to the gods, and it passed in the blink of an eye. He could continue to wait until the right time to ensure that he could enter Tang Xiufan's capital quietly. After all, he was not here to fight with the black technology heaven. He just wanted to find out why Tang Xiufan's black technology heaven could develop so fast. He wanted to know the secret very much. No hurry, wait a little longer, tiger god Gabriel said to himself. A new day, the war will restart, the gods of the black technology heaven will most likely go to the battlefield. If there is really no other way, I can only forcibly destroy the defense passport, capture the ruler of the black technology heaven, and take him to another place for soul search. After all, he will not return empty-handed this time. Until now, tiger god Gabriel did not know that his every move was under the surveillance of the god angel Gladys, and was also known by Tang Xiufan. Even with the isolation of the holy angel shield, tiger god Gabriel could not detect it. How many gods are there in the capital of the Black Technology Heaven? He knows nothing about the situation in the capital. However, he is confident of his strength, and does not take the gods of the Black Technology Heaven seriously. From beginning to end, he is very confident in his own strength and believes that he can retreat calmly. The defense shield, which is set up by an unknown god, is flawless. It seems that he has no choice but to destroy it by force, and then capture the king and search his soul. Tiger God Gabriel took a deep breath and prepared to take action immediately after most of the gods of the Black Technology Heaven Kingdom left. He could wait, but Tang Xiaofan, who was in the capital, didn't want to wait any longer. After waiting for a night, the god of destruction and the god of slaughter that he wanted to hunt didn't come, so what was he waiting for? He didn't wait any longer and asked Gladys to take action directly. Tang Xiaofan contacted the angel Gladys, and at this moment, a terrifying divine power suddenly appeared, filling the entire capital of the Black Technology Heaven Kingdom. All the gods worshipped him. It was His Majesty Stark. He was promoted to a higher god. Angelia, the 12-winged angel, screamed in surprise. Tang Xiaofan was also very happy with a smile on his face. However, someone was not happy. That was the tiger god Gabriel. Because the holy angel shield could only block the breath of a middle god at most, but it could not block the breath of a higher god. So the moment Stark was promoted to a higher god, he sensed it. Higher god, the Black Technology Heaven actually had a higher god, and it was a new higher god, just broke through. It's just hell. The tiger god Gabriel's expression changed drastically. He turned around and left without hesitation. As a god who has lived from the ancient war of gods to the present, he has always been cautious. When he is not absolutely sure, he will choose to take a step back, but it is too late for him to leave now. After receiving Tang Xiaofan's order, the Virgo angel Gladys rushed out directly from the dark universe. The Lord said, "There must be light in the world." So there was light. The Lord said, "The evil heretics have nowhere to escape." So the space collapsed, the world turned upside down, and turned into an indestructible cage to imprison the heretics. Boom! Instantly, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of meters collapsed, and then the shattered space fragments reunited to form a huge space cage, directly covering the tiger god Gabriel. Heretic, peeping at the Lord's domain, you still want to escape? Accompanied by a cold shout, the angel Gladys, wearing golden armor, holding a golden spear and a golden shield, and emitting golden light, entered the alien space cage alone, and she landed directly in front of the tiger god Gabriel. Heretic? The tiger god Gabriel was stunned for a moment. You know, he is a god of faith. He is the end of faith. Countless creatures believe in him and regard him as the only true god in the world of gods. So far, no one has ever called him a heretic, and no one dares to call him a heretic. After all, no matter what, he is a superior god with powerful divine power. He has experienced the war of gods in ancient times, and killed countless demons. Who dares to call him a heretic? However, he no longer had the heart to dwell on the heresy. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. The reason was simple. The beautiful creature that suddenly descended before him was actually a high-level god, possessing a powerful divine power comparable to his. The most terrifying thing was that tiger god Gabriel discovered that the surrounding space had been imprisoned, and it was not simply imprisoned, but with the broken space fragments, a cage similar to that of another space was condensed to cover him. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. Someone actually wanted to imprison him. The key question is, they actually succeeded. The tiger god Gabriel could clearly sense that this alien cage was extremely difficult to destroy. Because there were countless golden divine laws around the alien cage, which could be said to have entangled the entire alien cage. The countless divine laws all exuded the powerful power of the upper gods. Even if he wanted to shatter these divine laws and break open this alien cage, it was not an easy task. He was careless and forgot to dodge. If he had reacted faster, he would definitely not have been trapped so easily. Upper god? The tiger god Gabriel's eyes fell on the angel Gladys.